What's the matter? Are you unwilling? The girl seated at the head of the table, adorned with an exquisite flying fairy bun, appeared to be around 14 or 15 years of age. Her tone exuded disdain and the confidence of someone in a position of authority. Why should I be willing? The girl kneeling on the ground was merely 7 or 8 years old, clad in coarse cloth with 2 patches sewn onto her attire. Nevertheless, her straightened back resembled a young pine, resilient despite her kneeling position. Your unwillingness is precisely what I desire. If you were eager, what would be the point? The young girl regarded her defiant demeanor without anger, maintaining a nonchalant attitude. The kneeling girl's eyes blazed with fury, her nails digging into her flesh without her awareness. Oh, look, my dear younger sister, your angry expression is simply enchanting. It will surely win the favor of young Master Zhang. The young lady gracefully rose from her chair, approached her cousin Tao Zi, and playfully lifted her chin with her finger, saying, "Sister is doing this for your own good. Our Tao family is dreadfully poor, lacking the influence of the Zhang family. Should you gain favor, do not forget your sister. Enough of this futile chatter. Clean her up and send her to young Master Zhang." The middle-aged man seated at the opposite end of the table appeared somewhat impatient and awkward. After all, sending his own niece to be defiled was moreover. The Zhang residence does not lack influence compared to the Tao household should one serve diligently. It is not inconceivable that the esteemed young Master Zhang might bestow precious elixirs as rewards. At that moment, with this thought, any lingering embarrassment faded away. "Hurry, someone take this away." As the words left his lips, a nimble servant swiftly approached to drag the kneeling individual out. Now, only the 2 individuals at the head of the hall remained. He had always favored his eldest daughter, and now that she had reached the 7th level of qi refinement and had become a disciple under the esteemed Jinlan of the Tianshu Palace, his affection had only intensified, accompanied by a swell of pride. Such a prodigious daughter was indeed his own flesh and blood. However, his daughter's demeanor was far from the reverence typically shown to elders. She impatiently rose from her seat, declaring, "Father, I have said it numerous times, call me Ling Yue. And as for my sister, let's change her name as well from now on. Let her be called Qingqing." With an ethereal grace and a striking presence, the first thing she did upon her rebirth was to adopt a new name in this life. She would no longer be Tao Zhu. One day, she too would stand at the pinnacle of this realm, receiving such commendations from that individual. As for the sister she mentioned, there was but one person, her biological sister, Tao Qing. The one who had just been kneeling there was never meant to exist in this world. Very well, then from now on, Kinjiro no, Kinking shall be known as Tao Jingjing. It is indeed a lovely name. Tao Jinshan appeared entirely unfazed by his eldest daughter's attitude. "Here you go." Tao Linghua produced 2 bottles of Peiyuan Dan and 1 bottle of Chongyuan Dan from her storage pouch, tossing them nonchalantly to Tao Jinshan. He quickly caught them after all. This was a bottle of Chongyuan Dan, the precious Chongyuan Dan, invaluable and second only to the Foundation Establishment Dan. With this vial of Chongyuan Dan in hand, his confidence in establishing his foundation would be greatly enhanced. Had he known that acquiring such a potion was so effortless, he need not have. Reflecting on the time, in his past life, that person would likely be in Lucian Town around this period. The eldest daughter interrupted Tao Zenshin's train of thought, effectively dispelling the remnants of his guilt. What did it matter if they were blood relatives? What did it matter if he had slain his younger brother? The path of cultivation was inherently cruel and arduous. He had committed no wrongdoing. In a nondescript chamber, Tao Zi was being bathed by 2 middle-aged maidservants. She sat in the bathtub, hugging her knees, lost in a daze-numb and bewildered. "Oh dear, such a pity," Aunt Lee murmured softly as she scrubbed Tao Zi's back. Having worked for the Tao family for over 3 years, she was well aware of the circumstances and could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the 7-year-old girl. Indeed, such a young child, yet she possesses the beauty of a goddess, especially those enchanting peach blossom eyes. It is likely that Aunt Lu, considering Tao Zi's tender age, ultimately swallowed the words to be wasted, yet she understood in her heart that the second young lady might not have long to live. In Lucian Town, who did not know the character of young Master Zhang San, by the age of 13, he had already seduced all the maids in the Zhang household, and now, in his youth, he had developed an infatuation with little girls aged 6 or 7. Over the past 6 months, countless young girls' corpses had been carried out through the back door of a Zhang residence. Listening to the murmurs and sighs of the two women, Tao Zi bit her lips until they bled, yet she felt no pain. After spending more than half an hour washing her, the two maids finally deemed her presentable. Aunt Li rose to lift the petite Tao Zi, while Aunt Lu took up the coarse cloth that had been prepared in advance to dry her off. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing the second young lady of the Tao family, who had recently been renamed Tao Jingjing, accompanied by her maid, Kai Lian. "Aunties, please hurry and finish up the carriages waiting at the second gate," Kai Lian said, her tone rather haughty and her urgency unmistakable. She handed a set of light purple garments to Aunt Li, cast a glance at Tao Zi, and gracefully departed the room. Aunt Li and Aunt Lu dared not delay further. They swiftly dressed Tao Zi, while the second lattice's personal belongings amounted to nothing more than a faded pouch embroidered with 2 clusters of grapes, which she had clutched tightly before her bath. Without inquiring further, they stuffed it into the second lattice pocket and hurriedly carried Tao Zi to the second gate. Throughout the journey, Tao Zi made no attempt to resist, maintaining her dazed demeanor. Aunt Li began to suspect that the second lady might have been rendered speechless by fear. Outside the second gate stood a splendid 4-wheeled carriage, adorned with a canopy of red lacquer and embellished with pearls, the most opulent carriage of the Tao household. In her younger years, she had once clamored to ride such a carriage to the countryside for a picnic, only to later learn that it was a privilege reserved for Tao Zhu and Tao Qing. 7 days prior, the second young lady, Tao Qing, had taken this very carriage to the countryside, where she encountered the third young master of the Zhang family. When an attempt at an open robbery failed, he issued a threat to the Tao family, demanding that they deliver Tao Qing to the Zhang residence within half a month or face dire consequences. Gazing at the opulent carriage, Tao Zi curled her lips in a sardonic smile. Little did she expect that her inaugural ride in such a vehicle would manifest in this manner. The wheels rolled forward with a rhythmic clatter as the sun dipped below the horizon, and darkness surged from all directions. Tao Zi felt as if she were drowning, struggling to draw breath, and upon touching her face, she discovered it was wet with tears. Ultimately, she had underestimated the selfishness and shamelessness of human nature. After drying her tears and caressing the worn pouch in her hand, she forced herself to regain her composure until the final moment. No one could predict the outcome. Tao Linghua inquired if she was unwilling, and indeed, she was unwilling to grant them satisfaction and unwilling to perish in such a humiliating manner. Chapter 2. The poison pill. The Chunhua realm is a moderate cultivation world, governed by the principle that immortals do not interfere with mortals, thus divided into the realm of cultivation and the mundane world. The Tao family, barely managing to reside on the northern shore thanks to the blessings of their ancestors, soon arrived at the Zhang residence with Tao Zi in tow, entering through a side gate. Young Master Zhang, whose full name is Zhang Zifeng, possesses a trifecta of spiritual roots: gold, wood, and earth. His great uncle is a golden core elder of the Feng and sect. Logically, with Zhang Zifeng's average yet acceptable aptitude, coupled with his great uncle's support, it would not be an issue for him to join a second-rate sect and become an inner disciple. In fact, he had previously enrolled in the Feng and sect, his great uncle's own faction. Eagerly, he pushed open the door, only to hear the young servant report that the girl sent by the Tao family was even more enchanting than the one he encountered during the spring outing. However, in mere moments, a piercing scream echoed as Zhang Zifeng burst forth from the room. "Throw her out. The Tao family is simply intolerable." Fuming, he stormed toward his father's residence, determined to demand an explanation from the Tao family. Meanwhile, within the Xiefang pavilion, as young Master Zhang's furious outburst resonated, Tao Zi revealed a relieved smile. Shortly thereafter, Several young servants seized her and unceremoniously expelled her through the same side door from which she had come. On the rooftop, an observer silently watched the unfolding drama before discreetly vanishing into the shadows. The details of Zhang Zifeng's pleas to his father for retribution against the Tao family are momentarily set aside. As Tao Zi hastily made her way toward the southern bank of the town after being cast out of the Zhang residence. The town of Lucien was originally a place where immortals and mortals coexisted. A faint spiritual vein stretched across the northern bank of Xiaoyue River, attracting families with a modicum of ability and background to settle there, while the southern bank, bereft of spiritual energy, was left with only those mortals devoid of any cultivation talent. After the death of her father, Taoji continued to reside in the Tao residence with her mother. However, her uncle's family provided no sustenance, let alone any monetary support. Consequently, Taoji and her mother were compelled to fend for themselves, earning their livelihood through their own efforts. Her mother, a mere mortal without spiritual roots, could not withstand the shock of her husband's sudden demise, leading her health to deteriorate steadily. She could only manage to make a meager living by undertaking needlework and laundering for the affluent families on the southern bank, living in such dire straits. With her mother toiling tirelessly, Taoji yearned to mature overnight, yet time proved relentless. It was only when she reached the age of 5 that she seized the opportunity to explore the southern bank under the pretense of playing, gradually mapping the area and eventually making her way to Nan Mountain Hollow, where she began foraging for medicinal herbs and wild vegetables to sell. Beside Nan Mountain Hollow stood a wooden cabin, a resting place for a local hunter who frequented the mountains for game. This evening, Taoji planned to seek refuge there for the night. After walking for over an hour, she finally crossed from the northern bank to the southern bank. As she ventured further, she was on the verge of leaving the town for Nan Mountain Hollow. However, the dense wilderness of the mountain evoked a sense of trepidation within her. Having never traversed the forest at night in either life, she hesitated. Just as she stood in uncertainty, she noticed a figure emerging on the path ahead. Overcome by fear, she instinctively fled back toward the town without a second thought. Could that figure be Xiaoxi? Yin Feng possessed extraordinary eyesight and had long since discerned Tao Zi's figure. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed her. Yet, what could possibly bring this child to such a place in the dead of night? The voice that spoke was that of the amiable hunter, Uncle Yin. Tao Zi felt a slight sense of reassurance and steadied herself. Yin Feng approached her, noticing that she was no longer clad in patched but clean clothes. Instead, she wore a simple, pale purple gauze dress, her hair in disarray. What shocked him further were the 5 or 6 festering sores on her face and neck, red and yellow against her originally fair complexion, rendering her appearance quite ghastly. What has happened to you? Yin Cheng could not help but inquire. Uncle Yin, I encountered some troubles at home, and I was hoping to borrow a night's stay at your wooden cabin, if that is permissible. After more than half a year of acquaintance, Tao Zi was convinced of Uncle Yan's benevolence. Thus she spoke plainly, though she hesitated to divulge the reasons for her departure from home. It's unsafe at night. I shall accompany you to the cabin. Yin Cheng, perceiving the gravity of her situation, understood that this was not the time for discussion. Upon hearing that Yin Cheng intended to escort her to the wooden cabin, Tao Zi felt vindicated in her judgment of his character. She resolved to match his pace as they made their way to the cabin. After traversing for over an hour, they finally arrived. Yin Cheng kindled a fire to boil water and fetched some dried meat from the beams above, adding a handful of rice to prepare porridge. Before long, the air was filled with the enticing aroma of meaty congee. Tao Zi felt herself relax, and in this moment of ease, she found herself on the verge of slumber. Not yet. Wash your face and have something to eat first, Yin Cheng urged, noticing her resembling a chick pecking at grains, and promptly roused her from her drowsiness. Tao Zi, with a spirit of acquiescence, consumed the meat porridge and then washed her face. Afterwards, Yin Cheng instructed her to retire for the night while he himself sat cross-legged by the fire outside the cottage. The structure was entirely wooden, with the stove situated outdoors, leaving only a bed within. Tao Zi was taken aback to discover that Uncle Yin was also spending the night there. She had thought that bringing her over was his limit, considering their limited interactions and the fact that she often benefited from their encounters. A warmth surged within her heart. Thank you, Uncle Yin. However, it was still early spring, and the chill outside was quite biting. Perhaps Uncle Yin should come inside. Having lived nearly 30 years in modern society, she had little awareness of the traditional boundaries between men and women, especially at the tender age of 7. More importantly, the lingering cold could pose a risk to Uncle Yin's health, making her feel responsible should he fall ill. Do not dwell on it. I have trained in martial arts for years and often camp in the wilderness. Rest easy, Yin Cheng replied nonchalantly. She had anticipated that after such a tumultuous day, sleep would elude her. Yet, perhaps the night was too tranquil, or the warmth of the porridge too comforting, for she quickly succumbed to a deep slumber. The following morning, Taozi awoke from her peaceful dreams to find that Yanqing had vanished. She felt no disappointment, as he had already done so much for her. Taozi removed her light purple gauze outer garment and wrapped it carefully, then retrieved some ashes from the bottom of the stove to smear on her white undergarments. After securing her belt and tying her hair into a ponytail, she fashioned herself a simple attire befitting a child of a poor family from the southern shores. Amidst the morning mist, Yanqing's brows were sharp as if sculpted by a knife, his eyes twinkling like stars. Despite his unassuming gray cloth attire, he exuded an air of elegance and otherworldliness. For the first time, Taozi noticed that Uncle Yin possessed a certain charm. Observing Taozi's attire, Yanqing did not inquire further. Instead, he placed the prepared wild chicken into the pot, added a handful of salt and 2 ladles of water, and ignited the flame to simmer the soup. As she gazed at the pot bubbling with steam, Taozi's heart was similarly in turmoil. Should she confide in Uncle Yin about the events that had transpired? If she chose silence, what would her next course of action be? Yanqing had already discerned her inner conflict. His assistance was merely an act of following his true intentions. Uncle Yin, my mother passed away a fortnight ago, and then my uncle sent me to the Zhang family in place of my second sister. I was to serve young Master Zhang San. Knowing the circumstances surrounding him, I wished to avoid disgrace, so I resorted to the toxic pill left by my mother, transforming myself into this guise to escape the Zhang household. After uttering those words, it became far easier to continue. A toxic pill? Yanqing inquired, intrigued by this unfamiliar remedy. Yes, that should be its name. I find it quite fitting, she replied. My mother said that after consuming this pill, the accumulated toxins within one's body would gradually break forth, manifesting as sores. Depending on the level of accumulated toxins, this condition could persist anywhere from 6 months to a year before recovery. She had initially believed that at the tender age of 7, having taken no medication, her body would be free of toxins. However, faced with the imminent threat, she had no choice but to disregard the pill's rarity, clinging to a glimmer of hope as she consumed it. Unexpectedly, the outcome on my face is such. It seems that the poison does not reside only in youth. That gentleman and the elder sister indeed possess benevolent intentions. This medicine is precious, and you have utilized it at an opportune moment. The elixir is indeed invaluable. However, he lacks a profound interest in alchemy, and thus does not intend to inquire further. Alas, if only there were but one more pill. Perhaps if my mother had taken it sooner, she might not have. It was only after Taozi consumed this medicine that she gradually comprehended that her mother had once enjoyed robust health during her childhood. It was only after her father's passing that her health began to deteriorate. Yet, her mother was not one to wallow in despair. She consistently taught her to remain optimistic and benevolent, even leaving behind this precious pill for her at the end of her days. Surely, she must have realized that they were all poisoned. As for the perpetrator, it requires no deep contemplation. Undoubtedly, it must be the uncle's family. But why would the uncle resort to such actions? Is there something about her mother that he covets? Or does he wish to silence her for knowing some secret? The more she pondered, the more her head throbbed, so she resolved to cease her ruminations. The chicken soup was ready. Yanqing served Taozi a chicken and a bowl of soup, then partook of his own meal. The mist hung heavily in the air as the dawn broke, and Taozi stepped into the morning fog, continuing her journey southward. Chapter 3. Linzhou City. The sun blazed fiercely as spring transitioned into summer. After more than 3 months of travel from the east to the center, Taozi finally entered the realm of Zhongzhou, arriving at Linzhou City. On the day she informed Yanqing of her intention to venture into the mortal realm, he offered no further commentary, merely advising her that if she continued southward from the wooden cottage for approximately 5 or 6 miles, she would encounter a fog rising from the flatlands. At that moment, she was to walk into the mist, close her eyes, and proceed forward, unperturbed by the directions, until she reached the secular world. Taozi, harboring no doubts about her path, indeed stepped out of the realm of cultivation. Over the course of the past 3 months, she traversed countless miles, moving at a leisurely pace. In the forests, she foraged for herbs and wild mushrooms to satisfy her hunger, while in villages, she exchanged medicinal herbs and mushrooms for food. Fortuitously, kind-hearted souls sometimes offered her passage to the next village. Fortunately, her visage, marred by abscesses, did not deter the rustic villagers, and she encountered no malevolent individuals along her journey. Additionally, she was spared from the terror of wild beasts, rendering her travels relatively smooth. The fear of darkness was the first challenge Tao Zi had to confront, the outcome of which was, of course, self-evident. Enduring the elements and facing hardships. She did not perceive her journey as particularly arduous. Her goals remained steadfast. She aimed to reach Dangzhou and then journey northward to Zhaoyao Mountain. Atop Zhaoyao Mountain lies the Fuyo platform, where she sought to encounter her celestial destiny and ascend to immortality. She aspired to cultivate her powers, to become formidable, and to seize control of her fate, seeking vengeance for both her mother and herself. Originally, while in Lucian Town, despite its remoteness, it was still part of the cultivation world, where the hope of joining a sect was tangible, much like Tao Linghua, who had entered a celestial sect through the triannual recruitment at the nearby Tianshu Palace. If the Tao family were to discover her whereabouts, the consequences would be dire. Thus she dared not take the risk. Hence, she had resolutely stepped into the thick fog. Millennia ago, the 8 great sects delineated the realms of cultivation in the mundane world, designating the flatlands of the Central Plains as part of the secular domain. After the passage of over 10,000 years and the evolution of time, this expanse now harbors 12 nations, collectively known as the 12 Nations of the Middle Land. Among them, Linzhou City stands as the easternmost frontier of the state of Yu. Though referred to as a border city, it is, in fact, the largest settlement that Tao Zi has encountered on her journey thus far. Upon entering the city, she expressed her gratitude to Uncle Zhao, who was driving a cart of cattle, and made her way towards the herbal medicine shop. After exchanging some silver coins, Tao Zi visited a ready-made clothing store, and subsequently prepared to find an inn to rest and recuperate before continuing her travels. Without hesitation, she inquired with the shop assistant at the herbal store and ultimately chose the Donglai Inn. Despite its modest faade, it was not insignificant, and, more importantly, it boasted an excellent reputation. As she entered the Donglai Inn, announcing her intention to stay for several days, the young attendant was taken aback. Tao Zi, clad in coarse, short garments and bearing the marks of 3 months spent braving the elements, appeared quite weathered, her complexion notably darkened, yet the fearsome scars of her affliction remained prominent. Undeterred by the attendant's scrutiny, she had long grown accustomed to the gazes of others during her travels. "Young lady, are you here for lodging, or do you seek someone? Are you traveling alone?" The inquiry, though typical in other establishments might have led to her being mistaken for a beggar and turned away, elicited a different response from this inn staff. After a brief moment of assessment, the attendant regained his composure and felt compelled to ask further. "I require lodging," she replied. "My father just brought me into the city but had to attend to business elsewhere, as it is inconvenient for him to accompany me. He instructed me to find accommodation first. He will come to seek me in a few days." Of course, Tao Zi would not reveal the truth to him. She was utterly exhausted. Otherwise, she would not have brazenly sought refuge in an inn. Although she believed she had grown considerably taller over the past 3 months, she still appeared merely as a child. After speaking, she handed the attendant a small amount of silver. "Very well, please proceed upstairs. Room number 2 on the 2nd floor. The 3rd room on the left." Indeed, upon seeing the money, the attendant's doubts vanished. Hearing that an adult accompanied her, he felt reassured and ushered Tao Zi upstairs. Upon entering the room, Tao Zi requested 2 buckets of hot water and a bowl of plain noodles, preparing to indulge herself before enjoying a long soak. The bowl of noodles, adorned with 2 fragrant mushrooms, 2 slices of greens, and a sprinkle of scallions, was a sight to behold. However, Tao Zi did not take the time to appreciate its beauty and swiftly consumed the entire bowl. Soon after, the 2 buckets of water were ready. After transferring to the 2nd bathing tub, she finally felt considerably cleaner. After soaking for nearly half an hour, as the water cooled, she reluctantly emerged from the tub and donned the new undergarment she had purchased from the tailor's shop. Without regard for the time or the dampness of her hair, she collapsed onto the bed. How long had it been since she had slept on such a soft and comfortable bed? Sighing contentedly, Tao Zi closed her eyes and drifted into slumber. Steamed buns for sale. Freshly steamed meat buns, 3 for a single coin. If they're not delicious, you don't have to pay. Wontons. Chicken soup wontons, both flavorful and filling. Upon awakening from her slumber, the sun had already begun to set. Tao Zi strolled leisurely through the streets of Linzhou City, where various food stalls eagerly beckoned customers. She chose a shop to sit down and ordered a bowl of wontons. "Seize him. Capture that little thief." Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the nearby bun shop, drawing the attention of several passers-by. "I'll beat you to death." Not far from the shop, an 8 or 9-year-old boy found himself pinned to the ground by the shop owner. Despite the blows raining down upon him, the boy frantically stuffed buns into his mouth, but in his haste, he choked, his eyes rolling back in distress. Only then did the shopkeeper relent. Taozi, having fetched a bowl of warm wonton soup from a nearby stall, approached the boy and gently helped him drink. After a moment, he finally managed to swallow, his complexion returning to normal. It was then that Taozi took a closer look at him. His clothing was so filthy that its original color was indiscernible. He was emaciated and covered in grime, yet his eyes shone with an extraordinary brightness. Those luminous eyes were fixed intently on Taozi, making her feel somewhat uncomfortable, prompting her to avert her gaze. She stood and handed the shopkeeper 2 coins, then helped the boy to his feet. Another bowl of wontons. Taozi, determined to extend her kindness, decided to treat this child to a proper meal. Before long, the bowl of wontons was emptied. My name is Ce. Taozi observed the contrast in the boy's demeanor while eating the wontons compared to the way he devoured the buns, despite his hunger. He maintained a certain grace that seemed at odds with his ragged appearance. However, she had no intention of sharing her name, as her earlier intervention had stemmed from a sense of empathy, recalling her own recent struggles. Thank you for today's kindness. If fate allows, I shall repay you in the future. Ce, seeing that Taozi remained silent, bore no ill will. With that, he took long strides and departed. For Taozi, this was merely a fleeting episode, and she soon resumed her own pursuits. She intended to inquire about the news from the escort agency or the carriage service. According to Uncle Zhao, who had kindly brought her into the city, there was indeed a carriage service in Lingzhou City, as long as one could afford the fare. One could travel to other major cities, albeit on a schedule of every half month or 10 days. Taozi mused to herself how different the world of cultivation was, especially when the mundane realm had even intercity buses. During the past 3 months, her feet had endured countless blisters. Without further ado, she set forth toward the nearest carriage service. Upon arriving at the carriage service, she learned that there was a journey to Dingzhou scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Unable to contain her excitement, she decided to rest one more day before setting off the day after tomorrow, ensuring there would be no delays. She promptly paid the deposit, receiving a wooden token inscribed with the character Chen in return. She was informed that she could simply present this token along with the remaining half of the fare on the day of departure to board the carriage to Dangzhou. Everything went smoothly, but she couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been watching her since she left the wonton shop. This unsettling sensation gnawed at her, prompting her to quicken her pace toward the inn. Upon reaching the inn, the sight of the cheerful attendant alleviated her discomfort. Afterward, Taozi considered the possibility that her worries were unfounded, yet she remained somewhat apprehensive. Ultimately, she devised a compromise. She propped 2 chairs against the door, hung a string of bells, purchased earlier, at the window, and tucked a dagger beneath her pillow. This way, if anyone were to enter, the noise would alert her, as she was a light sleeper. With everything in place, Taozi finally felt a sense of reassurance and drifted off to sleep, fully clothed. That night, in the midst of slumber, Taozi seemed to catch a whiff of a sweet fragrance before sinking once more into darkness. Chapter 4. Captured Cackling. The bustling city of Lingzhou truly lived up to its reputation as a great metropolis, with even the number of ragged little beggars exceeding that of other locales. Indeed, esteemed Immortal, my brother and I have already captured 99 children under the age of 10. Do you think our old mother? Why the haste? Let us first deliver these newly captured little ones to the cave dwelling. Taozi awoke in a daze, only to find her eyes shrouded and her limbs bound. The air was filled with the varying cries of children and the creaking sound of wheels. Had she truly been captured? Were these traffickers? It was entirely her own negligence. From Lucian Town to Lingzhou City, she had encountered nothing but simple and kind villagers, which had lulled her into a false sense of security. Although she had sensed something amiss yesterday, she had chosen to disregard it. No matter how heavy her heart felt, it could not alter the course of the wheels rolling forward. Time passed, though the exact duration remained a mystery. Just as Taozi's hunger began to cloud her vision and her body felt weak, the cart finally came to a halt. The blindfold was removed, and the blinding light forced her to squint, taking quite a while to adjust. Alongside her were about a dozen other children, all in tattered clothing, resembling beggars. Taozi, clad in blue, appeared relatively clean, making her stand out all the more. They captured children, yet only dared to target beggars or orphans who would not draw attention. For even in the secular world, there were golden core realms stationed at intervals, and it was said that in the Eastern Yu Kingdom, the esteemed Jin Yu from the Heavenly Pivot Palace held court. Thus, he dared not seize commoners with influential backgrounds, for should he attract the attention of the authorities, it would inevitably draw the notice of the formidable Golden Core Master stationed nearby, leading to troublesome consequences. In a few strides, he approached Tao Zi and swiftly yanked her from her place. Upon this action, he was confronted with the sight of festering sores upon her face. TSK. Could it be that she was born with such a poisonous curse? The venomous which was absent. Otherwise, he might have been able to extend her a favor. As he spoke, he drew a dagger from his waist and slashed at Tao Zi's wrist, causing blood to flow forth. Ah, yes, this is the essence, truly delectable. The gray-robed Taoist inhaled deeply, intoxicated by the aroma, then leaned closer to savor the blood streaming from her arm. This scent was exquisitely delightful. Even after consuming the blood of countless children, none could rival this, regardless of her lineage. He had no intention of releasing her. Tao Zi, with her arm firmly grasped, was engulfed by a tumult of fear, disgust, anger, and helplessness. She struggled fiercely, yet her efforts proved futile. Release her, you vile demon. Suddenly, a frail child among the others shouted defiantly. Tao Zi looked towards the voice and was astonished to see the little beggar, Ce, whom she had encountered in the West Market. I am the 7th prince of the Shichong kingdom. I command you to free her, Ce proclaimed boldly. The gray-robed Taoist, licking Tao Zi's arm once more, turned his attention to this valiant little beggar. Oh, today has proven enlightening. A mere beggar dares to claim princely status. Yet, what does it matter? Now that he has arrived, he is merely another pawn in the Taoist's game, disregarding whether the child's words bear truth. The mere fact that the Western Chong kingdom lies a vast distance from the Eastern Yu renders the situation trivial, even if he were indeed a prince. What could be done? Brothers Tu Da and Tu Er confined the 5 of them in a room, demanding a blood offering from the Dingxi chamber. Having just tasted the blood of that boy, I felt a slight loosening of the bottleneck within me. Could it be that I possess some latent bloodline talent? It is rather regrettable to consider consuming it. Brother Tu, unable to defy the Taoist's command, dutifully locked away the group of children, 5 in each chamber. Tao Zi found herself sharing a cell with Ce. Thank you. I am Tao Zi. Regardless of the circumstances, she felt compelled to express her gratitude to the child. In times of peril, to step forward is a feat she might have faltered to accomplish herself. Despite the debt of yesterday's kindness, she had contributed little. Ce, upon glancing into Tao Zi's eyes, was struck by their clarity. Sounds echoed from outside the cell, revealing that Tu Da and Tu Er had come to deliver food. Each child received a steamed bun and a bowl of cool water. None expressed disdain, each cherishing their meager meal. After eating and drinking, they regained a semblance of strength. Tao Zi, now with renewed vigor, surveyed her surroundings. The dwelling was a cavern at the base of a mountain, roughly 100 square meters, divided into 2 rows of 6 cells. Between the rows, 2 torches flickered, illuminating the winding corridor that seemed to stretch infinitely. In Tao Zi's cell were 3 other children. 2 appeared to be around 10 years of age, while the remaining girl seemed to have fainted from hunger, the food untouched on the ground. Tao Zi approached and gently propped her up, offering her some water. A half bowl of water was consumed, and the girl finally stirred from her slumber. Without uttering a word, she spotted the remnants of a bun in the shattered bowl on the ground and lunged towards it. In no time, the bun, along with the remaining half bowl of water, found its way into her stomach. The girl's name was Zhang Yingying, a former resident of the nearby Sanshui village. 2 weeks prior, her only beloved relative, her grandmother, had passed away, leading her to seek refuge at her uncle's home in the same village. There, she was subjected to arduous labor, yet remained perpetually hungry. After enduring a scolding from her aunt, she, feeling unjustly treated, fled to the woods at the village's edge. It was there that she caught a whiff of a sweet fragrance, and upon regaining consciousness, she found herself in a cart. Given her prior state of hunger at her aunt's house, she had already succumbed to faintness during the subsequent days on the cart. The other 2 individuals, like Ce, were young beggars from Linzhou City. Upon their arrival, despite their frail appearances, they still bore semblance to human beings. In stark contrast, the children in the opposite cells, labeled A, B, and C, appeared little more than skin and bones. The 2 new arrivals in the adjacent cells were intermittently heard crying out. Yet the silence from the opposite cell was haunting. The buns and water delivered to them remained untouched. Were it not for the slight rise and fall of the chests of those within, one might have doubted their very existence. Tao Zi felt a pang of anguish in her heart. She must devise a way to escape. In the capital of the Eastern Yu Kingdom, Yayang. Within the serene confines of the Pure Water Palace, Guiqi awoke from his meditation. Your Excellency, His Majesty summons you, announced the bowing courtier who had come to deliver the edict. Do you know the reason for this summons? Guiqi's voice was deep yet unassuming. lacking any sense of intimidation. However, despite his amiable demeanor, he was indeed a golden core Taoist. The courtier dared not withhold the truth and recounted the matter in its entirety. I am already aware of this matter. I shall set forth for Linzhou City on the morrow. Your Majesty, I kindly ask for your patience as I attend to some pressing matters. Chapter 5. Self-rescue. Do not drink my blood. Do not drink my blood. Mother, where are you? Help me. Outside the cell, the cries resonated like thunder. In recent days, the adjacent cells A, B, and C had become eerily vacant, and now it was the turn of cells D, E, and F. Among these, apart from cell D, the other two were occupied by those captured alongside Tao Z. The anguished cries had emanated from cell E, while Tao Z remained in cell F. A deep despair enveloped CE. Was survival truly beyond her grasp? Yet, upon glimpsing Tao Z nestled in the corner of the cell, she perceived a glimmer of hope reflected in her eyes, as though she had never relinquished it. Another day passed, and Butcher Air returned with steamed buns and water. Though the cell was constructed of wood, sturdy yet incapable of causing fatal harm, they possessed no sharp objects to pierce the timber. The ground was merely dirt, and they lacked the strength even to eat, let alone dig an escape route. Their only recourse lay with the Butcher brothers. They had previously learned that the Butcher brothers had resorted to aiding the gray-robed Taoist out of desperation, as their own mother had been taken as a hostage. Moreover, they had observed the flicker of compassion on Butcher Air's face more than once during the abductions. Uncle Butcher, I can cook and sew. Once I am free, I promise to prepare meals for you that far surpass the taste of your steamed buns. Do you have children? How old are they? Tao Z observed that Tu Air's gaze was evasive, just as it had always been, as he hesitated to respond yet did not relent. The other children, upon hearing Tao Z's words, shouted defiantly, Uncle Tu, please release us. Uncle Tu, save us. Tu Air clenched his teeth, hastily finishing the meager meal before fleeing in desperation. The atmosphere in their cell was suffocating, as everyone understood that soon, perhaps by tomorrow, it would be one among them who would be taken next. As anticipated, the following day, the youngest boy in their cell, nicknamed Mouse, was taken away, and it was Tu De who had come to apprehend him. The silence in the cell was terrifying, broken only by the soft sobs of Zhang Yingying. Suddenly, a sharp sound interrupted Tao Zi's thoughts. It was Ce. Their eyes met, and Tao Z was horrified to see blood streaming from Ce's mouth and elbow. Have you lost your mind? Tao Z was beside herself with anger. The demon had not drained them of life. Why was he intent on self-destruction? To perish by one's own hand was a far more merciful end than to be devoured by that wretched creature, thus depriving the old rogue of his prey. Unperturbed, Ce replied, allowing blood to drip onto the floor. Tao Z was torn between fury and anguish. Over the past few days, she had grown close to the children in the cell, particularly to Ce. Witnessing Mouse's demise and Ce's self-inflicted harm filled her heart with sorrow. Was she truly so weak? When would she ever become strong? Did she still have a chance to gain strength? Suppressing the tumultuous emotions within, she exerted all her strength to tear off one sleeve of her outer garment, hastily wrapping it around Ce's wound. Lacking a cord to secure it, and with the sleeve being too short, Tao Z could only press her hand firmly against the injury, praying for the bleeding to cease swiftly. Ce, meanwhile, was rendered speechless, staring vacantly at Tao Z, and after a moment, as if recollecting something, he quickly turned his face away. This distraction allowed Ce to take over the pressure on the wound himself, and he no longer mentioned the notion of self-termination. Clang. The sound of rattling iron chains sent a wave of anxiety through the hearts of the prisoners in the cell. The malevolent sorcerer had already claimed one victim today, and with dawn yet to break, could he be eager to claim another? Quick, follow me. The voice belonged to Tu Air, who dared not raise his voice. Swiftly unlocking the door of their cell, realizing the urgency of the situation, Tao Z and the others understood that Uncle Tu was indeed more compassionate than Uncle Tu Da. His frantic attempt to lead them out could only mean he was not delivering them into the sorcerer's hands. Tao Z promptly assisted Zhang Yingying to her feet, while Ce hurried to support Mantu, and the four of them rushed towards the exit. Upon stepping outside, they were greeted by the brilliance of the moonlight, illuminating the path and the trees with clarity. Tu Air ushered the four into a carriage, directing his question to Ce. Can you drive? Not particularly, but I am willing to give it a try. Although he was adept at riding, he had never attempted to drive a carriage before. However, given the urgency of their circumstances, there was no time for hesitation. Uncle Tu, won't you come with us? Did you manage to see Granny Tu one last time? Previously, Tao Z would take the opportunity to bond with Tu Air whenever he delivered meals. However, 2 days ago, She whispered something into Tuer's ear, causing his face to turn ashen. "Ah, what a display of deep affection. I shall see how far you can flee." The four individuals in the carriage felt a chilling sensation envelop them. The voice seemed distant yet resonated as if it were right beside them. Suddenly, the horse was struck down by the old priest's hand, causing the carriage to topple, and Tao Zi and the others were thrown about, disoriented. Mere mortals. Foolishly believing they could escape my grasp. Such delusions. Since I allowed the two brothers to procure meals daily, how could I possibly remain unguarded? This area has been ensnared with my traps. Any disturbance would not evade my notice, and I frequently probed the confines with my spiritual awareness. Tao Zi felt pain coursing through her body. Before she could regain her footing, she was hoisted up, followed by a sharp pain in her arm. The wicked sorcerer was draining her blood again. "Release her. Take mine instead." Ce rushed forward, deliberately exposing the wound on his elbow. "Now, that is indeed a display of deep devotion. Ha ha ha. I never would have guessed you were such a sentimental lad. Very well, I shall indulge you." The old priest set Tao Zi down and CCE, unceremoniously drawing blood from his elbow. Moreover, as an adult, she could never allow a child to take the lead. While she had no choice in the confinement, witnessing the events unfold before her, how could she remain indifferent? Even if it meant her demise, she would face it head-on. Laughter echoes, as some eagerly embrace their demise. I, too, have gained insight into the absurdity of it all. No need to rush. Let us take our time. Tao Zi clung desperately to Ci's other arm, her eyes brimming with tears, lamenting her own helplessness. After what felt like an eternity, the old priest finally released the unconscious Ce. I had intended to allow you to linger a while longer, but it seems I have only emboldened you. Today, I shall drain every last drop of your essence and ensnare you within my 100-ghost banner, binding you together for all eternity. You ought to express gratitude to me." The old priest cackled as he seized Tao Zi, deftly resuming his blood-sucking. As her lifeblood ebbed away, Tao Zi's consciousness began to fade, and she seemed to glimpse her father lifting her high, eliciting peals of laughter. She perceived her mother's serene smile before her passing, whispering to her to leave the Tao residence and depart from Lucian Town. A fleeting vision of a dark garment's hem danced at the edges of her awareness. Yet, ultimately, she succumbed to oblivion. Chapter 6. The real person Jin Yu Guoqi's journey from the Pure Water Palace to Linzhou City was swift. Yet the search for the missing children proved to be a formidable challenge upon his arrival. When he reached Funyo Mountain, he sensed the subtle vibrations of a formation and was compelled to investigate. Upon breaking the barriers, he swept his spiritual awareness and beheld the old priest drawing sustenance from Tao Zi's arm, compelling him to launch an immediate attack. Despite his imposing stature and robust appearance, Guoqi was a genuine sword cultivator, wielding a jade-glowing sword with grace and elegance. Born into a family renowned for their expertise in concealed weapons, he had mastered the art of stealthy armaments long before embarking on his spiritual journey. In a moment of urgency, he had just unleashed a flying dagger aimed directly at the old priest's face. In the realm of cultivators, confrontations often transpire in the blink of an eye. When Guoqi breached the barrier and entered, the old priest had already sensed his presence. However, he was engrossed in savoring the exquisite taste of blood, simultaneously absorbing and refining it, which rendered him oblivious to the impending threat. By the time he registered the danger and sought to evade, it was too late for him to summon his magical artifacts. He could only rely on his protective shield to withstand the blow, which sent him hurtling away. The old priest gritted his teeth in frustration. Could this individual be the famed Jin Yu from Tianshu Palace? A blood vulture, perhaps? Within the realm of cultivation, practitioners are often categorized into various paths: Taoist, Buddhist, demonic, and even ghostly. While friction among these factions is common, one group is universally condemned: the evil cultivators. If his judgment was correct, this man was none other than the notorious blood vulture, ranked 9th among the top 10 evil cultivators who had once plunged the cultivation world into chaos. Although this blood vulture seemed to be on the cusp of forming his nascent soul, it appeared he had yet to achieve the golden core stage. Thus, certainties were elusive. Regardless of his true identity, he was undoubtedly an evil cultivator and deserved eradication. Guoqi swiftly summoned a bell-shaped artifact to encase Tao Zi and his companions, deftly dodging the blood vulture's whip, and then leaped away, drawing the blood vulture into a distant duel. In that moment, the sky was alive with a myriad of spiritual lights and swirling dark energy. When Tao Zi awoke once more, she discovered herself resting upon a comfortable bed. Ying, where are we? We are at the inn in Linzhou City. We have been rescued by an immortal. Zhang Ying. Having not been the last victim of the bloodsucker and due to Tao Zi's protective embrace during the carriage ride, was the first among the four to regain consciousness. She animatedly recounted the events that had transpired. Naturally, as a village girl from the mundane world, there were details beyond her comprehension. Yet she excitedly exclaimed to Tao Zi, "Oh my!" At that moment, I was so dazed, I thought my time had come, when suddenly, a figure in black descended from the heavens, sending that old Taoist fleeing in terror. Haha. You cannot imagine how formidable that immortal was. Initially, I saw shimmering hues of light, but soon after, we were enveloped in a protective barrier, only to later realize it was the immortal safeguarding us. And what of Ce and Mantu? How did Uncle Tu fare? Upon hearing of the old Taoist's defeat at the hands of the immortal, Tao Zi felt a sense of relief and hurriedly inquired about Ce and the others, recalling that Ce had seemed in even worse condition than herself. Learning of Uncle Tu's demise, she could surmise the reasons behind it, and a sigh escaped her lips. 2 days later, Ce and Mantu in the adjacent room also awoke. "My dear, do you know the name of the immortal? Though we cannot repay them. It is only fitting to know the name of our benefactor." Tao Zi felt a twinge of regret. Pondering that anyone capable of driving away the old Taoist must possess at least the prowess of a golden core cultivator, a true golden core master. The station master was indeed aware. The celestial master held the pure water order, undoubtedly the esteemed Jin Yuzhenren, currently presiding over the pure water palace. Furthermore, the master instructed me to present this item to you all, stating that the losses you have suffered pertain to your vital essence and blood, incomparable to ordinary blood. After consuming this elixir, it is advisable to recuperate here for half a year before venturing elsewhere. Having said this, he handed 4 small porcelain vials to the leader. "Ce, thank you, esteemed sir." Ce and his companions bowed deeply, expressing their admiration for the station master's noble character. The elixir, capable of mending the damage to their vital essence, was undoubtedly extraordinary, yet he remained completely unmoved. However, little did they know that Jin Yuzhenren had anticipated this, offering the station master a considerable incentive, which he could hardly refuse. As a formidable figure of the Golden Core realm, which he could not afford to be delayed for the sake of a few young ones, yet his willingness to go this far was indeed commendable. Additionally, although the Blood Hawk had narrowly escaped with grave injuries, his 100-ghost banner had fallen into Guoqi's possession. This object, steeped in malevolence, contained nearly 100 vengeful souls, suggesting that a journey to Tianyin Temple would be necessary. Before long, a wave of warmth began to radiate from his dantian, spreading through his limbs and bones, creating a tingling, comforting sensation. Tao Zi exhaled a contented sigh and, surprisingly, lay down to sleep. For 6 consecutive months, Tao Zi and his companions resided at the station. During their leisure time, Tao Zi led the other 3 into the nearby mountains and forests to gather an abundance of bamboo shoots, mushrooms, and herbs to sell in the city. Consequently, by the time they prepared to depart, they had collectively amassed sufficient funds for their journey to Dengzhou. The 4 companions procured several sets of winter garments and provisions, subsequently reserving a coach from Qin's transport to embark on their journey to Dengzhou in 2 days, preparing to venture further north. Tao Zi had not anticipated that her solitary journey would transform into a shared expedition of 4. Mantu, an orphan and a beggar since childhood, had never experienced the warmth of friendship or familial bonds. Yet, after over 6 months of companionship, he felt a deep reluctance to part from Ce and the others. Moreover, the prospect of begging elsewhere seemed less appealing than accompanying Ce on their northern trek, where he could behold the scenic vistas along the way. Thus, it was in this spirit that the 4 of them embarked on the coach to Dengzhou with great enthusiasm. Little did they expect to linger in Linzhou for such an extended period, transitioning from early summer to the chill of winter. On the day of their departure, Linzhou, which rarely saw snow, was graced with a heavy snowfall. As the skies cleared post-snowfall, deep ruts marked their path. Chapter 7. Ascending Yu shone on the 15th day of the 8th month. Beneath the luminous moon of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Ce and his 3 companions sat in the courtyard, admiring the moonlight. Their journey from Linzhou to Bingzhou had spanned 2 years and 2 months. Yet they still had half a year before the 8 major sects would commence their recruitment. Thus, they chose to settle in Qiulin town, conveniently close to Bingzhou. The moonlight was truly enchanting. Zhang Yingying casually picked up a piece of cake from the stone table and savored it with delight. Indeed, the moonlight was exquisite. Tao Zi echoed her sentiment, unable to suppress her admiration. Having restored her feminine appearance, the blemishes that once marked her face and body had vanished over a year ago. The moonlight bathed her visage in a silvery glow, ethereal and transcendent, leaving Ce momentarily entranced. Noticing his gaze, Taozi felt a twinge of discomfort and cleared her throat softly. Now, Ce has grown into a 12-year-old boy, clad in coarse cloth and short garments. His sun-kissed skin complemented by bright eyes that sparkle like the stars in the sky. Taozi faintly senses Ce's unusual attentiveness towards her. Yet she remains uncertain how to respond. After 2.5 years of companionship, the bond among the four has evolved into that of family. Ce occupies a brotherly place in her heart. However, he has not made any explicit declarations. Should she voice any words of rejection now, it would undoubtedly lead to an awkward situation. Nevertheless, tomorrow marks the day of discipleship, and their fates remain uncertain. She decides to let things unfold as they will. Ozzy, which sect do you wish to join? I have inquired, and not all of the 8 great sects will be recruiting disciples at Mount Xiaoyao this year. What if the sect you desire does not come to recruit? Among the 4, the one who has undergone the most transformation is Mantu, now named Yulin. Derived from the city of Linzhou in the Eastern Yu Kingdom. Having spent countless days together, he understands that the most decisive among them is not the eldest, Ce, but rather Taozi. Her thoughtful care throughout their journey has led him to regard her as an elder sister. Thus, he finds himself anxious about the sect selection tomorrow. Little Mantu, it has always been the sects that choose their disciples. How can disciples choose their sects? Moreover, even among the cultivators, those with spiritual roots are exceedingly rare, especially in the mundane world where spiritual energy is nearly non-existent. Initially, Taozi asked what they would do if they traveled all the way to Mount Xiaoyao, only to find themselves devoid of the destiny to cultivate. Yet all 3 insisted they must come. Perhaps they may find themselves without the opportunity to cultivate, but failing to come could lead to a lifetime of regret. Indeed, they are mere mortals from the secular realm. Could they truly be so fortunate as to possess spiritual roots? In that moment, uncertainty gripped the hearts of the crowd. And it was not until the moon hung high in the sky that they each retired to wash and rest without further discussion. Before dawn broke the next day, the 4 set forth towards Bingzhou City. In the distant town of Lucien, Tao Linghua, in a fit of rage, shattered a teacup. Over the past 3 years, due to the influence of a seer, she had managed to procure a heart of illusion and several meteorites from the marketplace, and had even uncovered the secrets of 2 ancient cultivation caves, yielding immense rewards. Her cultivation had progressed from the 7th layer of qi refinement to the pinnacle of qi refinement. Had it not been for her master's restraint, she would have already attempted to establish her foundation. Yet, why was it that the person she sought seemed to have vanished without a trace? Could it be that her own rebirth had inadvertently altered the trajectories of others? But in this lifetime, they had not even laid eyes upon one another. In the bamboo grove outside Lucien town, my lord, Tao Ling was departed from Lucien. Should we simply capture her for soul-searching? No. She harbors too many secrets, and a golden core master stands behind her. We must not act rashly. Understood, I shall obey. At the hour of Chun, the central square of Bingzhou City was thronged with tens of thousands, with the surrounding streets teeming with people. Taozi and her companions clutched their burdens tightly to their chests, holding hands to prevent being swept away by the surging crowd. By noon, as the crowd became increasingly agitated under the scorching sun, a commanding voice suddenly echoed from all directions. Silence. All individuals aged between 6 and 20. Please step to the right side of the square. Those who do not meet these criteria are to disperse immediately. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to part slowly. However, due to the sheer number of people, movement was hindered. Some parents, accompanied by their children, were particularly reluctant to leave the throng. Those who met the age requirement were instructed to exit the city through the northern gate, ascend the lofty Zhaoao mountain, and make their way to the Fuyo platform on foot, with no family members allowed to accompany them and no vehicles or horses permitted. Failure to comply would result in disqualification. At this, the crowd surged towards the northern city gate, eager to reach the Fuyo platform ahead of others. Yet, Taozi and her companions chose not to jostle for position. They waited patiently until the flow of people became less congested before making their way to the northern gate. For the 4 of them, walking from south to north posed little challenge. They advanced steadily and calmly, gradually moving from the back of the line to a more favorable position. Along the way, they encountered numerous weeping children, some too fatigued to continue, while others attempted to sneakily ride horses or take carriages when the Immortal was not watching, only to find themselves disqualified as a result. Xiaoyao Mountain was steep and towering, and as they ascended, the number of people dwindled. By the time the moon reached its zenith, Taozi and her companions finally arrived at their destination, the Fuyo platform. At this point, they were greeted by the true forms of the Immortals, and upon reaching the Fuyo platform, several young disciples clad in white robes began to guide the newly arrived candidates. Taozi and her companions were led to the front of 2 tents. However, the 4 individuals were utterly exhausted and lacked the strength to admire the celestial figure before them, so they each retired from the scene without further ado. The following day, at the hour of Chun, the formal disciple recruitment of the 8 major sects commenced. In truth, it should be referred to as the 9 major sects. For on the expansive recruitment platform stood 9 towering pedestals, each corresponding to a distinct sect. Unexpectedly, the Tianyin Temple made an appearance, a development unseen in previous years. These 9 sects included the Tianshu Palace, Heshu Sect, Yuxian Gate, Hehuan Sect, Danding Gate, Yusho Sect, Tianxin Valley, Tianyin Temple, and Xiantian Sword Sect. The crowd in the square was filled with excitement, and the air was thick with a cacophony of voices. Silence. The spiritual testing platforms of each sect are now prepared. You may choose to line up at the testing platform of your preferred sect. Remember, once you have made your choice, it cannot be altered. The voice belonged to the individual who had spoken in the city the day before, clad in a white robe adorned with black trim. His expression solemn as he stood atop the high platform of the Tianshu Palace. Which one should we choose? Manta could not help but inquire of Taozi, prompting the other 2 to turn their gazes toward her. Taozi replied, among the 9 major sects, the Tianyin Temple is a Buddhist sect, while Yuxian Gate specializes in heavy sound attacks. The names of Danding Gate and Yusho Sect also reveal their specializations. Tianxin Valley is exclusively for female cultivators, as its techniques can only be practiced by women. Xiantian Sword Sect primarily focuses on sword cultivation, and Hehuan Sect embodies both righteous and evil paths, advocating for following one's heart and dual cultivation. The remaining Tianshu Palace and Heshu Sect are more comprehensive in their teachings. Let us set aside the question of whether we possess spiritual roots for now. However, selecting a sect is indeed a significant matter, and you must all ponder it carefully, as it is a responsibility you hold for yourselves. After imparting the knowledge of the sect, Taozi could not help but remind the 3 once more. I wish to choose Tianxin Valley or Xianyu Sect. I aspire to be an ethereal fairy. Zhang Yingying, after much contemplation, gazed anxiously at the others. What about you? Sister Az? I will choose whichever you choose. Yulin responded almost without hesitation. Me too, Ce declared resolutely. Yulin's round eyes darted back and forth. Just as I thought. Wait, then, I shall too, Zhang Yingying whispered, realizing that being separated from the other 3 seemed far more significant than the choice of sect. All right, I've made up my mind. I lean towards a comprehensive sect, for I am uncertain of my future strengths. Joining a versatile sect should provide ample opportunity for adjustment. With everyone having made their choices, she no longer hesitated. Thus, I prefer Tianshu Palace and Hesu Sect. The attire of Hesu Sect appears more ethereal, aligning with Yingying's fairy aspirations. Shall we choose Hesu Sect? With that, her eyes sparkled as she looked at the other 3. The trio responded with silence, taken aback by this unexpected side of Taozi. In truth, had it not been for Tao Linghua, she would have preferred to join Tianshu Palace. However, since she had departed from Lucian Town and harbored animosity towards the Tao family, she could not opt for Tianshu Palace, lest she unwittingly earn a reputation for slaughtering her own kin. Naturally, these thoughts could not be shared with the trio, and thus, the matter was swept aside. The queue before the spirit testing platform of Hesu Sect was quite long, and it was not until the afternoon that Taozi and her companions finally took their turn. The first to step forward was Zhang Yingying. With a sense of trepidation, she placed her hand upon the divination disc. It had likely been tested by thousands before her, yet only a mere handful were ultimately selected. Would she be among them? As she pondered this, beams of yellow, red, and green light erupted from the disc, extending in various directions. Bone Age 11, you possess the earth, fire, and wood spiritual roots, with earth at 50, fire at 30, and wood at 20. Please proceed to the 3rd row, the attendant in charge of the testing informed her. At that moment, Zhang Yingying was overwhelmed with excitement, speechless in her delight. She truly had spiritual roots linked to the celestial realm. She envisioned herself becoming a beautiful fairy and, in her exhilaration, moved to the end of the 3rd row. Next was Ce, who calmly placed his hand on the spirit testing disc. Shortly thereafter, a purple beam rose from the disc, and a sudden crackle of thunder echoed overhead, reverberating through the crowd. Thunder Spiritual Root, purity at 90. The attendant at the Hisu sect's testing platform was rendered speechless with excitement. The other testing platforms turned their attention, astonished that someone from the mundane world could possess such a remarkably high purity, especially with a mutated Thunder Spiritual Root. Yet this prodigy had chosen the Hisu sect, causing a tinge of envy among the other attendants. Then came Yulin. Until that moment, he had been clutching Tao Zi's hand tightly. Eventually, Tao Zi had to nudge him forward, prompting him to step onto the stage. Trembling, he placed his hand upon the disc, and soon, beams of green and red light illuminated the air. Bone Age 8. Wood at 50. Fire at 50. Remarkably rare warm fire spiritual root. Please step to the first row. Yulin smiled broadly, and from the steward's reaction, it seemed she had fared well. In truth, she was indifferent to the nature of her spiritual root. All she desired was to possess one that would keep her among her peers. At last, it was Tao Zi's turn. Taking a deep breath, she slowly approached the stage. Chapter 8. Testing the spiritual root. Tao Zi inhaled deeply and stepped toward the podium. Thump, thump, as her hand rested upon the spiritual testing plate. All she could hear was the frantic rhythm of her heartbeat. Surely she must possess a spiritual root, for otherwise. But what if she did not? How could she avenge her mother's death? The anxiety she felt was indescribable. Yet, the more tense she became, the worse it seemed to get. For the testing plate remained utterly unresponsive. The steward conducted the test with utmost seriousness, granting each participant a minimum of 10 breaths. Noticing Tao Zi's eager expression, he extended the time by another 10 breaths. However, as 20 breaths passed in silence, the steward had no choice but to signal for the next person to step forward. At that moment, a vibrant green light began to fill the luminous column, gradually revealing a green seed. The seed sprouted and grew, transforming into a towering tree, its dense canopy enveloping the entire platform. A palpable vitality surged forth, overwhelming the onlookers. Remarkable, a wood spiritual root, with a purity of 95. Please, junior sister, proceed to the front row and await further instructions. The steward's face flushed with excitement, utterly astonished that in his lifetime he could witness the emergence of a pure single spiritual root talent of such remarkable purity. In the grand scheme of establishing the Hisu sect, one could surmise that over a millennium, perhaps no more than 100 individuals would possess purity exceeding 90, and in the last 3,000 years, scarcely more than 10. Tao Zi herself was somewhat dazed, realizing that it was indeed a single with spiritual root, surpassing her wildest expectations, and she couldn't help but break into a smile. In a fleeting moment, Hisu sect had unexpectedly given birth to 2 individuals with exceedingly high purity single spiritual roots, leaving the other factions in a state of dismay. Yet, as more than an hour passed without any further single spiritual roots emerging, the testing teams had completed nearly 2/3 of their evaluations, while Tianyin Temple, Beast Taming Sect, and Tianxin Valley had nearly finished their assessments, leading the crowd to lose hope for any new promising talents. At that moment, laughter erupted. Ha! A gold spiritual root. Purity 90. This journey was indeed worth it. The voice resonated from the measurement platform of Tianxu Palace, the steward's voice booming like a bell, his laughter echoing with unabashed pride. An earth spiritual root, purity 85. Excellent, excellent. Then came Tianxin Valley, a mutated wind spiritual root, purity 80. Splendid. Following this, Tianxu Palace announced a steady stream of single and dual spiritual roots, while Tao Zi's mind drifted far from the platform. Suddenly, a clear cry pierced the air as a fire phoenix soared into the sky. It was a fire spiritual root, purity 90. The steward of Tianxin Sword Sect's eyes widened in excitement, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, it seems the revival of the Sword Sect is within reach." In the days of glory for Tianxin Sword Sect, these other factions like Tianxu Palace and Tianyin Temple were of no consequence. Regrettably, the catastrophic battle with the demonic cultivators millennia ago resulted in the greatest losses for the Xiantian Sword Sect, the foremost sect among the Taoist practitioners. Their strength plummeted dramatically, and after 10,000 years, they have unfortunately fallen to the lowest ranks among the 8 great sections. What a profound disgrace. Fortunately, a promising talent has finally emerged. As dusk approached, the spiritual roots of all participants were finally tested. At that moment, only a little over 1,000 individuals remained on the Fuyao stage. As for the disciples selected from the mundane world 6 years hence, it is requested that the members of the Hushu sect prepare accordingly. It turns out that the selection of disciples from the secular realm, held every 6 years, is managed in rotation by the 8 major sections. Here at the Hushu sect, After the steward responsible for the testing compiled the numbers, he respectfully bowed to the figure clad in white, who had been seated atop the high platform. Respected Uncle Master. For this selection from the mundane world, we have discovered 4 disciples with single spiritual roots, 26 with dual spiritual roots, 93 with triple spiritual roots, and 160 with mixed spiritual roots. We await your esteemed decision. The white-clad figure nodded slightly and promptly summoned a spirit vessel, which swiftly expanded into a colossal craft, measuring nearly 1,000 cubic feet. The newly accepted disciples gazed in astonishment. We extend our gratitude to the Tianshu Palace for their hospitality. The sect has some matters to attend to, and I shall await the opportunity to gather with you all again in the future. With that, his voice resonated throughout the square, and he addressed the over 200 members of the Hushu sect. Board the vessel in an orderly fashion, do not jostle. After speaking, he was the first to step onto the spirit vessel. The 200 disciples, though eager, heeded the Immortal's teachings and boarded the spirit vessel in a calm and orderly manner. Tao Zi and her 3 companions gathered together and followed the flow of people onto the spirit vessel. Once everyone was securely seated, the spirit vessel abruptly ascended from the ground. Tao Zi initially observed the rapidly retreating mountains on one side, and soon found herself soaring into the sky, where the clouds transformed into swiftly receding lines. Despite this exhilarating ascent, the passengers felt no wind, suggesting that some form of protective measure was in place. Hey, pour me a glass of water. Tao Zi was lost in her own reverie when she was suddenly pushed from behind. Hey, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me ask for water? Are you referring to me? Tao Zi turned around, locking eyes with her assailant. I wasn't talking about you. Am I to refer to you as a beast? Pang Yushu glared fiercely, yet for some inexplicable reason, she felt a twinge of fear upon meeting Tao Zi's gaze. How could a commoner be afraid? Surely she was misinterpreting the situation. Who are you calling a beast? Tao Zi retorted, incredulous at the absurdity of the accusation. You are the beast. With that, a number of onlookers turned their attention toward them, and soon nearly everyone was watching, some unable to stifle their laughter. Pang Yushu recognized the shift in the atmosphere. You, how dare you, commoner? Her face flushed with rage. The ugly truth of the matter was that this commoner deserved punishment. She was clearly lacking in respect. Zhang Wu, bind her. Give her 40 lashes. Strike her hard. Pang Yushu commanded vehemently. Throughout her life in Bingzhou City, no one had ever dared to humiliate her in such a manner. It was utterly outrageous. Miss. This might be somewhat inappropriate. Zhang Wen pondered as he addressed Pang Yushu, remarking that while it was one thing for the young lady to dominate the city of Bingzhou, it was quite another to behave thus outside its confines. Moreover, he had witnessed the young woman in the azure attire perform her spiritual assessment, and she was undoubtedly extraordinary, someone not to be trifled with. You. Very well, you all have turned against me. Just wait until I inform my mother, and you shall face her wrath. Unable to discipline Pang Yushu, she withdrew a whip from her waist and struck Zhang Wen and Zhang Wu with a fierce blow. The whip descended, tearing their garments and revealing raw flesh beneath. Yet Pang Yushu remained unsatisfied, delivering another 7 or 8 lashes in quick succession. Eldest sister, I beseech you to temper your fury and spare the Zhang family brothers. I shall fetch you water. Suddenly, a timid girl of about 8 or 9 years emerged from the crowd, clutching at Pang Yushu's garment. You little wretch, ugly creature. How dare you approach me? Very well. I shall strike you as well. Pang Yushu's eyes were ablaze with rage, her emotions surging uncontrollably, demanding an outlet. Otherwise, she felt she might suffocate. Thus, she unleashed blow after blow upon the trio. Silence. Who dares to make such a commotion? After more than 20 lashes had fallen, the previously absent steward arrived, accompanied by 2 young Taoist priests clad in white robes. Only then did Pang Yushu come to realize the gravity of her actions. Having acted so brazenly before so many witnesses, why had it come to this? The individual clad in yellow demanded that the one in blue pour water for her. But when the blue-clad figure refused, she resorted to insults, calling her a beast, only to inadvertently insult herself. In a fit of rage, she ordered her subordinates to discipline the blue figure. However, her subordinates failed to comply, resulting in her striking one of them instead. Thus unfolded the scene. Additionally, a woman in pink arrived to plead for leniency, only to be caught in the fray and assaulted as well. Indeed, amidst the crowd, a stout young man eagerly recounted the events to the steward, delivering a narrative that was both thorough and impartial. Yes, Master Uncle, responded He Chun, who seemed hesitant yet ultimately acquiesced. What? Do you harbor doubts? He-chun, feeling intimidated, merely detected the scents of Qini Chow and Banksia Lian. While Banksia Lian was a common herb of lesser quality, Qini Chow was also of merely first rank. Alone, each would be unremarkable, but when combined, they could incite irritability, agitation, and even madness. Had he not accompanied the tranquil master for many years, he might have remained oblivious to this. My lord, I am wronged. I am innocent. I was possessed by a spirit. It was not intentional. Pang Yushu exclaimed, utterly petrified at the prospect of confinement. Yet, the steward was nowhere to be found. Beside her, Pang Yushin wiped the blood from her hand, and a strange smile flickered across her lips, only to vanish swiftly thereafter. Chapter 9. Entering the sect's instance, the steps, crafted from white jade, stretched endlessly before him. Upon them sat a man in red, his long hair cascading freely, lounging in a casual manner. How intriguing, he mused. The ghost-horned two stars have made their simultaneous appearance. Regrettably, this celestial performance ultimately turned out to be a mere shadow of its potential, incapable of revealing direction or forecasting the future. What, then, is the true meaning of the heavenly way? Alas, let it be. After soaring for over half a month, even the most extraordinary sights no longer held novelty. At last, after Taozi consumed the final fasting pill, the flying vessel began its gradual descent. We have arrived at Isu sect. The craft seemed to glide through a translucent membrane, parting the thick mist that veiled the surroundings. In the distance, lush mountains rose in layers, cascading waterfalls tumbled, and birds chirped melodiously, creating a scene so exquisite and ethereal that words could scarcely capture its beauty. Even Tao Zi, who had traversed a world rich in diversity, found herself awestruck by the spectacle before her. Senior Brother Lin, a Taoist, dressed similarly to the attending deacon from the previous spiritual assessment, approached them. Junior Brother Zhao. These are the selected disciples from the secular realm, totaling 283. I kindly ask you to oversee their arrangement. It turned out that the deacon they had spent considerable time with was surnamed Lin. 283 individuals. Indeed, a bountiful harvest. Are there any promising candidates among them? Nearly 300, while previous selections seldom exceeded a mere 100. For with celestial roots. Congratulations, senior brother, congratulations. Zhao Guang felt a jolt in his heart. This Lin Qingji had indeed struck a stroke of fortune. Having taken on a task that no one in the deacon hall wished to accept, only to find himself unexpectedly rewarded. However, it was too late for regrets now. Tao Zi and the others were settled in a modest abode at the foot of the mountain, 2 individuals per room. Tao Zi found herself sharing a space with Zhang Yingying. As she lay down on the bed, a sense of unreality enveloped her. Yet, it seemed that Isu sect truly was an impressive place. After a restful night, the next day, everyone was gathered at a small square at the foot of the mountain. The square was already teeming with no fewer than 10,000 individuals. Dear future junior brothers and sisters, I am Zhao Guanshuan, a steward from the steward hall. I shall oversee your completion of this entrance examination. Zhao Guanshuan, with his flowing sleeves, spoke in a voice that resonated clearly, and the novices in the square listened attentively. Observing their demeanor, Zhao Guanshuan nodded in satisfaction. He then pointed to a towering flight of azure stone steps behind him and proclaimed, "This is the path of self-reflection set by our sect's founder, Master Qingyang. I kindly ask you all to take a moment to walk it. There is no time limit, but you must not abandon your journey midway. Should you choose to give up, it will be considered a voluntary resignation from becoming a disciple of our sect, and we shall escort you back to your original place." Another climb? A chorus of lament echoed in everyone's hearts. Aren't immortals supposed to fly? Why do they always prefer to test others by walking? Taozi couldn't help but smile. Indeed, the predecessors who traversed into the realm of cultivation have not deceived me. Truly, the transient army of travelers is only matched by the steadfastness of the path. Without traversing the path of self-reflection, would one even dare to claim they have practiced cultivation? Seeing that the time was nearly upon them, Zhao Guangshuan cleared his throat. Very well. Do any of you have objections? If not, let us begin. 200 individuals will form one group, totaling 41 groups. The first group shall enter from the left side. As soon as he finished speaking, 200 people from the left began to ascend the path of self-reflection. It appeared that this examination was not solely comprised of individuals selected from the mundane world. Many participants seemed to hail from the realm of cultivation. Taozi found herself positioned in the middle of the crowd. She gazed curiously at the towering stone steps, only to find, strangely, that there was not a single figure on the path. Gradually, it was soon the turn of Tao Zi and her group. selected from the secular world. As they ascended the steps, everything seemed unremarkable. Yet, surely, matters could not be so simple. Tauzi dared not let her guard down. Just as she intended to remind the other three, she realized there were no shadows of others to be found. Was it truly as she suspected? Patiently, she advanced step by step, climbing over 1,000 steps. It soon became apparent that each subsequent step grew more arduous, as if some unseen weight was pressing upon her, making it difficult to breathe. Should she rest for a moment? After all, there was no time limit. No, certainly not. She could still proceed. Thus, she pressed on for another 1,000 steps. Breathing heavily, sweat blurred her vision, prompting her to close her eyes and continue onward. However, upon reopening her eyes, she was struck by confusion. Where was she? Who was she? Miss, you are awake. A maid donned in silver and red armor, with a plain white dress, exclaimed with delight. Xiaolon, what time is it? She asked, bewildered by her own knowledge of the maid's name. Oh, my lady, you still remember to inquire about the time. Come, let us see. The young master has achieved high honors and will soon ride through the streets. Xiaolon spoke hurriedly, swiftly pulling the lady from the bed and proceeding to wash, change clothes, apply face cream, and style her hair in one seamless motion. Tauzi felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss, yet she could not pinpoint what it was. She could only remain blankly compliant as Xiaolon prepared her. After ensuring everything was in order, Xiaolon led Tauzi through the inner courtyard, racing towards the western gate. The gatekeeper, upon seeing them, did not hesitate to allow passage, promptly instructing a servant to harness a carriage. The coachman then drove straight towards Scholar Street. Miss, look quickly. Our esteemed son-in-law. The most handsome one, is he not? Xiaolan's cheeks flushed with excitement as she tugged at Tauzi. Tauzi replied, Miss, what is the matter? Did you not already know our son-in-law? She cast her gaze downward, spotting a figure below, tall and majestic, clad in striking red attire adorned with flowers, enhancing the noble visage of the man atop the steed, exuding an extraordinary grace. Yet, should I indeed be acquainted with him? Do not frighten me, miss. Have you heard the previous rumors? Our son-in-law is of impeccable character. How could he possibly be that ungrateful wretch who would abandon a wife to remarry? Xiaolon gazed at Tauzi with concern. Abandon a wife to remarry? There seemed to be some truth to this matter, yet what concern was it of mine? 3 months later, the Tao residence was festooned with lights, a throng of guests in attendance. Congratulations. Congratulations to the esteemed assistant minister for finding a worthy bride. Truly a cause for celebration. Congratulations, assistant minister. Within the newlywed chamber, Tauzi, feeling somewhat agitated, yanked off her bridal veil. Lately, she had an unsettling sense of having forgotten something of great importance, yet the thought eluded her grasp. A staggered and disordered approach echoed through the room. Who is it? A figure pushed the door open. My dear, why have you removed your veil? The man, already inebriated, slurred his words. Tauzi felt a twinge of disdain. Someone beside her placed a hand on her shoulder. Ah, my dear, a moment of intimacy is worth 1,000 gold. Why don't we retire for the night? Why? What do you mean, why? Is it not the way of the world? To read, to mature, then to marry and bear children. And for those children to give rise to further generations, is this not the essence of life, seeking a flourishing lineage and prosperity? As these thoughts crossed her mind, she felt an urge to remove Tauzi's garments. To marry and parent, to see one's offspring continue the legacy. Is it not an endless cycle? Yet, must she also live such a life? No, that is not the life she desires. It never has been. Immersed in her own reflections, she did not notice that her clothing had been stripped away. The sudden chill of the air against her skin jolted her from her reverie. In a moment of clarity, she forcefully pushed the person before her and fled. Upon awakening once more, she found herself confronted by an infinite staircase. Thankfully, this illusion proved formidable, almost ensnaring her within its depths. With lingering trepidation, Tauzi dared not delay further and quickened her pace. However, after merely a few steps, she seemed to arrive at her destination. Before her stood a magnificent hall, where 2 attendants, accompanied by a dozen ordinary disciples, were engaged in registration. Tauzi approached them. What is your name, place of origin, bone age, and spiritual root? Inquired a disciple clad in white. Wood? A singular spiritual root? How fortunate that it was a non-combatant single root. The ordinary disciples were taken aback for a moment before recording her details and presenting her with a token. Your heart's path consists of 2,792 steps, completed in 2 hours. This is your identity token. Henceforth, you shall require it to accept tasks and redeem contribution points. Keep it safe. Ah, Sister AZ, over here. It was unexpectedly Yulin. To her surprise, this fellow had emerged even quicker than she had. Sister, how many steps have you traversed? A considerable number of individuals had gathered within the hall. Yet they were clustered in small groups, seemingly awaiting someone. Over 2,000? This should not be a matter of secrecy. Over 2,000? How many exactly? My goodness. I have only taken a little over 1,200 steps, and I thought that was quite a lot. Yulin chuckled awkwardly. Hey, little bun. Quickly make room for your sister. I am utterly exhausted. It turned out that Zhang Yingying had also successfully registered after her trial. Where's the emotionless one? Has he not arrived yet? Zhang Yingying glanced around but could not spot Ciyi's figure, unable to restrain her curiosity from spilling out. Indeed. Brother Ci is yet to emerge. This is quite unusual. Yulin also felt a twinge of concern. Could something have gone awry? After more than an hour had passed, Ci finally made his appearance. Brother Ci, you have finally arrived. Did you encounter any difficulties? How many levels have you ascended? Upon seeing Ciyi reach the finish line, Yulin couldn't help but rush towards him. Ciyi glanced at Tao Zi and Zhang Yingying, replying indifferently. A little over 3,000 levels. Over 3,000. Zhang Yingying and Yulin, who had only ascended a little over 1,000 levels, could not help but worry whether they would pass the trial. Chapter 10. Entering the sect, as the saying goes, the pursuit of knowledge knows no bounds. Just when everyone assumed that all entrance examinations had concluded and that they would be imparted some celestial techniques, Elder Zhao announced an even more harrowing piece of news. All those who had traversed the path of reflection had received the sect's acknowledgement. Therefore, in order to lay a solid foundation for everyone's cultivation, the sect had tailored corresponding preparatory courses, namely, the cultural studies and physical refinement classes. The cultural education classes primarily focus on teaching characters and disseminating knowledge about cultivation. Those who are already literate or hail from the realm of cultivation or esteemed cultivation families may opt out. In contrast, the physical training course is devoid of any exceptions. Every individual is mandated to participate. Tao Zi remarked, "Oh, we are to commence military training at the start of the semester. How daunting." Thus, on the following day at the hour of the rabbit, the newly admitted disciples, still bleary-eyed, gathered in the small square to embark on their grueling drills. Each day comprised intense physical training coupled with a monthly medicinal bath. The myriad sensations experienced cannot be exhaustively described. After half a year, when everyone felt capable of slaying a bull with their bare hands and ascending 10,000 steps without faltering, the cultural education and physical training courses finally concluded. The vast void sect occupies an expansive territory, flanked by hundreds of small floating islands, and boasts 33 principal peaks, with countless smaller hills beyond that. It stands as the largest sect within the Chengwu region. On Kaiyang Peak, the Kaiyang Hall serves as the venue for the sect leader to convene significant meetings. Presently, 27 of the 33 peak masters have gathered, along with an additional 50 or 60 leaders from other peaks, rendering the Kaiyang Hall quite crowded. Esteemed elders, fellow disciples. The current sect leader, Lu Zongyi, who is at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, addressed the assembly. This time, our sect has selected a total of 9,812 disciples, including 11 with single spiritual roots and 79 with dual spiritual roots. Among them are several promising talents, so I kindly urge all of you to select with discernment. Despite his own position, Lu spoke with a tone that exuded respect, acknowledging the presence of numerous Yuaning true monarchs and transformation Dao lords among the audience, aside from his fellow disciples in the Golden Core stage. The 4 attendants beside him, upon hearing the sect leader's command, promptly disseminated the jade slips they held to the assembly. These slips contained records of all the newly admitted disciples, detailing their origins, bone age, spiritual roots, and performances on the path of heart inquiry. Should any eminent figure wish to take a chosen disciple as their apprentice, they would mark the disciple's name with their divine consciousness, signifying their intent. Naturally, to ensure fairness, a disciple could receive multiple endorsements, which would then be deliberated upon, a testament to the open-mindedness of the Heshu sect. In contrast to the customary practices of various sects that often privately select disciples to uphold the reverence for teachers, merely formalizing the inquiry regarding the disciple's willingness, the Heshu sect diverges from this norm. If a disciple proves to be exceptionally talented, they might even choose from among the esteemed masters who have selected them. The notion that a disciple could select their own master is likely unprecedented in other sections. With the perception of a Golden Core true monarch, reviewing the jade slips is but a fleeting endeavor, especially for those at the nascent soul and transformation stages. Therefore, within a quarter of an hour, sect leader Liu cleared his throat. The time had come for everyone to submit their jade slips to the attendants. Before long, the attendants compiled the results, revealing that the most favored disciple was none other than Ce. Ha ha ha, truly a worthy candidate, as I had anticipated. Stop staring and quickly bring this lad forward for all to see. The first to speak was true monarch Xianxia, noting Ce's single fire spiritual root and his cultivation at the early nascent soul stage, marking him as one of the most promising candidates for transformation within the sect in a millennium. The attendants, not daring to delay, swiftly escorted Ce to the hall. Additionally, they brought forth all disciples who had received endorsements from 2 or more individuals. Disciple Ce pays his respects to the esteemed elders. The current Ce is no longer the image of a mere street urchin. He is adorned in the sect's uniform robe for Qi refinement disciples, exuding an aura of dignity with a hint of nobility subtly revealed. Indeed, Ce, would you be willing to take me as your master? The illustrious true monarch Xianxia is evidently pleased with his discernment. Ce, would you be willing to take me as your master? Humph. This Xianxia is becoming increasingly outrageous. Has Te noticed that the others remain silent? It won't be so easy to seize the opportunity. Yes, Ce. Would you be willing to take me as your master? One by one, yet to hear from the one with thunder spiritual root, he has already been preempted. A slight headache arises. Fortunately, he possesses a stoic demeanor. Ce, do not be anxious. Our sect is known for its open-mindedness. You may freely choose your mentor according to your heart's desire. The sect leader, unable to bear the situation any longer, interjects. Ha ha ha, what a lively occasion. It has been quite some time since the Kaiyang Hall has seen such commotion. Could it be that a joyous event is at hand? As he speaks, 2 cultivators clad in white with mystical patterns enter the Kaiyang Hall, one of whom is unexpectedly a core formation cultivator. What is this? Xingyang, do you also wish to join in? Let me tell you, this disciple was first favored by me. The venerable Sheng Yu Dao Jun, seated at the head, expresses his dissatisfaction. Sheng Yang, it seems, always wants to get involved whenever there is good fortune. Seeing you like this, brother Yu. It seems this lad is truly remarkable. I hadn't intended to take on a disciple, but since you've spoken so highly of him, I simply cannot resist joining the fray. Dao Jun Xingyang turns his gaze towards Ce. Young one, would you be willing to take me as your master? Upon hearing the words of the sect leader, Sheng Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment. All right, since the leader has spoken, this lad is yours, he quipped, addressing the naive youth. Hey, foolish boy, do not hesitate to pay your respects to your master. Sheng Yu shot a glare at the old man, exasperated as always. Yet his irritation dissipated upon witnessing Ce bowing in reverence. Ce silently continued to prostrate. Next was a girl named Song Shan, possessing an ice spirit root. Both her parents were esteemed golden core practitioners of the sect, and she ultimately took the ice spirit roots Su Jin Dao Jun as her master. There was also a girl with 4 spirit roots, whose exceptional performance on the path of inquiry attracted the attention of 2 golden core practitioners, leading to a spirited contest for her mentorship. In summary, one by one, those with single spirit roots and promising dual spirit roots found their esteemed mentors. Even Yulin chose to apprentice under the head of the Pill Peak. However, Tao Zi remained seemingly overlooked. She was in no rush, having already joined the sect. She understood that even without a master, she could cultivate as long as she possessed the techniques. Observing her demeanor, the tranquil Zhenren couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. The time had come. Tao Zi approached, and the elder gazed at her with increasing admiration. Her natural beauty was evident, complemented by a rare air of composure, suggesting a patient disposition. Would you consider taking me as your master? She inquired. As a practitioner of both wood and fire spirit roots, she found it fitting to teach a student with a singular wood spirit root, feeling it would not be a waste of her abilities. Junior brother, it seems I am in need of a fire attendant, interjected Cheng He, who had quietly played the role of a mere background figure since entering the hall. His words drew immediate attention, and many gazes turned towards him. Did one truly believe that a remarkable talent, possessing a purity of 95 and capable of invoking the wood spirit celestial, would go unnoticed? The crowd merely wished to avoid repeating the missteps of Ce, lest they be outpaced by those with a thick skin whom they could not contend with. They could not help but cast glances at Shoujing. Had this alchemist truly dulled his intellect through his craft? Could he not simply wait until these 2 calamities departed before inquiring? Senior brother, am I not permitted to take on disciples? Why does everyone gaze upon me so? Xinghe appeared quite fearful. But Xinghe, you are a genuine Yuaning true monarch. There is no need for such trepidation simply due to your attractive appearance. However, if it were indeed Xinghe, unless faced with other transformation gods, they would truly be unable to seize him. Do not fear, junior brother, though our master departed early. It does not mean we can be bullied by anyone. After speaking, he turned to the sect leader. Master's nephew, that thunder spirit root was already bestowed upon another. Now that my junior brother has taken a rare interest in someone, you cannot possibly object, can you? Moreover, my junior brother possesses a wood spirit root, making him a perfect match for this girl. A perfect match? The real person Shoujing was on the verge of exploding with frustration. Who in the Void Harmony sect did not know that while Xinghe had indeed attained Yuaning cultivation, he was fundamentally a 5 spirit root practitioner, lamenting her own wood and fire roots. Does anyone else have objections? If not, I shall take this individual with me. Taoist Xingyang concluded, giving a shake of the massive sword behind him. If you disagree, shall we resort to fighting? What if we are unable to win? We shall engage first and address the consequences later. The other infant spirits and those on the path of transformation exchanged glances, feeling a sense of unwillingness at the thought of their cherished disciple being taken away. Yet, they were acutely aware of their inability to contend with the situation. Especially in front of so many disciples, the repercussions of failure were too daunting to contemplate. Thus, it came to pass that Taozi finally acquired a master. At the grand ceremony of apprenticeship 3 days later, Ce and his fellow disciples donned the robes of direct disciples, receiving envious and jealous gazes from all around. Among the crowd, Pang Yuxian clenched her fist in vexation. Chapter 11. At last, I have found you, he. How does it feel, Taoist Yin? The man grinned with a cunning smile, unabashedly revealing his intentions. After more than 2 years of effort and the loss of over 10 brothers, he had finally captured this young man. Thank you for your concern, Taoist Zhang. I am doing reasonably well. I never expected someone of such caliber to emerge from the loose cultivator alliance. I suppose my downfall is not entirely unjust. What composure? However, Taoist Yin, it would be wise to hand over what you possess. Otherwise, the suffering you will endure is yet to come. There is no lack of means in my repertoire. No matter your methods, you may proceed as you wish. Yin Qing, with his heart set towards the heavens, his eyes slightly narrowing, appeared as composed as if he were meditating within his own cave abode. Wait. Suddenly, someone descended from the sky. She was clad in white, her dark hair half-tied, with pearly teeth and crimson lips, exuding an ethereal beauty. Yet, at that moment, no one was inclined to admire her. This celestial maiden is a dear friend of mine. Our current interaction is merely a friendly exchange. Implicitly, she was requesting that others refrain from intervening. Zhang Ming observed her robes shimmering in the moonlight, an ethereal spectacle that suggested they were woven from the rarest celestial silk. It was apparent that only those of considerable renown could don such garments. Thus, it would be wise to avoid any confrontation. Oh, close friends, you say? I was unaware that the typically solitary brother Yin had formed such bonds with a group of wandering cultivators. A quick glance revealed that he had even employed the exquisite drunken immortal powder from Ling Mountain. Such extravagance seemed excessive for mere friendly sparring. Do you know them? Who are you exactly? Their audacity stemmed from the belief that Yin Cheng, a lone wanderer without apparent backing, could be easily intimidated. Yet now, Zhang Ming felt a twinge of trepidation. Who was this woman? Addressing him as brother Yin implied she might be a disciple of a significant sect. The woman, however, paid him no mind. With graceful steps, she approached Yin Qing, uncorking a small porcelain vial. An acrid stench wafted forth, yet Yin Qing felt his limbs gradually regain strength, as if spiritual energy was beginning to coalesce. It was an antidote. This woman possessed the remedy. Brothers, let us advance together. At last, I have found you, Yin Qing. From now on, let us cherish our bond. Come, is your name Xiaozi? What a lovely name. Lord Shengyang boomed from his elevated seat. You too, take a seat. At last, I have a proper female disciple. Brother, is it not apparent that this is my disciple? Lord Sheng and Jin Jun murmured in mild discontent. You misunderstand, dear brother. We are kin. Your disciple is indeed my disciple as well. What is there to dispute? Having spoken, he conjured a sound transmission talisman. Chen Yun, come to your master's cave abode. Then, another appeared. Little rascal, you Haven Tea perished, have you? If you're alive, come here. I have matters to discuss. The talismans transformed into 2 streaks of light and vanished in an instant. Soon, the restrictive barriers swung open, revealing a man and a woman approaching together. We pay our respects to our master and uncle. Good. Qin Yun, your cultivation has advanced significantly. It appears it is time for you to attempt forming your golden core, Lord Xingyang remarked with a satisfied nod. Yes, master, I am preparing for seclusion. The woman replied. She appeared to be in her 20s, tall and graceful, with brows that arched elegantly, exuding a vigor that set her apart from ordinary women. Here is a piece of clear heart jade. It will assist you in confronting the inner demons of golden core formation. As for elixirs, they can be dispensed with. My Qingyao mountain, particularly the Tianyu Peak lineage, has always pursued the perfection of golden core formation. My disciple is steady and reliable. Yet has been encumbered by the intricate affairs of the peak over the years. It is indeed time to elevate your cultivation further. Thank you, master. I have always aspired for a flawless golden core, and this clear heart jade will be immensely beneficial. Her preparation for golden core formation was not a fleeting endeavor. She had toiled for a single clear heart pearl. However, this jade felt warm and soothing in her hand, clearing her mind. And she knew her own pearl could not compare. Indeed. Subsequently, Lord Xingyang raised an eyebrow, turning his gaze to his second disciple standing in the center. As the conversation shifted towards the disciple initiation ceremony, Lord Xingyang's attention was evidently redirected. Now, let us discuss serious matters. Come, my dear Az. This is my eldest disciple, whose secular name is Wei Qinyun. Quickly greet your senior sister. Lord Xingyang introduced Wei Qinyun to Tao Zi. Sister Tao Zi. Greetings to the esteemed senior sister. She then respectfully performed a gesture of reverence befitting her junior status. Please rise, dear junior. Here are some small trinkets for you to enjoy. Wei Qinyun, upon witnessing Tao Zi's courteous demeanor, felt a sense of satisfaction and was generous in her offerings. This is your second senior brother, Qi Chun. The esteemed Shengyang Daojun continued with the introductions. Tao Zi once again respectfully bowed. I pay my respects to second senior brother. Please rise, junior sister. Come, this is a token of greeting from your senior brother. Congratulations to the esteemed uncle for acquiring a remarkable disciple. Tao Zi hurriedly accepted the gift with gratitude. Chinner is quite articulate. I am indeed pleased with this disciple. Xinghe Zhenjuan remarked, his eyes twinkling with approval. Come, dear disciple, approach your master. The more he observed, the more intriguing it became. This seemingly uninitiated girl exuded an aura from another realm. Let us collect our offerings. There will be ample time for further exploration later. As Tao Zi respectfully received Zhenjuan Xinghe's storage bag, she felt enveloped in the warmth of her master's and uncle's affection. And the harmony among her senior siblings filled her with emotion. All right, dear girl, quickly stow away the storage bag. Allow your senior brother to show you around the vicinity to select a suitable cave dwelling. After all, she was still a novice, easily moved by kindness, which was both delightful and worrisome. Xinghe Daojun promptly urged everyone along. Thus, with 4 well-filled storage bags, Tao Zi departed the cave dwelling, her heart brimming with satisfaction. Chichen accompanied Tao Zi to the steward's hall at the summit of Tianyu Peak. Upon seeing Tao Zi's personal disciple token and noting Chichen's presence, the steward promptly pointed out several excellent caves for her consideration. Junior sister Tao, this one, and this one are all splendid choices. Not only are they abundant in spiritual energy, but they also come with well-cultivated spirit fields. Moreover, this particular cave boasts a hot spring, truly a rare find. Though it is somewhat distant from the cave of Jinjuanchang, such privileges belong to personal disciples. Other disciples might toil for years in the foundation establishment stage without the chance to select such remarkable accommodations. Thank you, senior brother, for your assistance. May I inquire which senior brothers and sisters reside near the hot spring cave? Tao Zi mused that the distance mattered little. Yet the convenience of having a hot spring was indeed appealing. Ha, indeed, little junior sister, you are astute. Although this cave has a spring, its somewhat secluded location has preserved it until now. Apart from senior brother Yan's cave, there are no other fellow disciples nearby. He then glanced at Chichen. Isn't senior brother Yan my third junior brother? Now I understand this place. It is not truly isolated. For those of us on the path of cultivation, distance is of little consequence. Chichen wholeheartedly endorsed Tao Zi's choice of the cave. Precisely, what you say is quite true, senior brother Chi. What do you think? Junior sister? Very well. Thank you both. I shall choose this one. The steward gestured to Tao Zi, indicating the area, which was neither too vast nor too small. The cultivated spiritual fields were neatly arranged, with a bluestone path leading directly to the cave dwelling, flanked by 4 ginkgo trees at the entrance. Further afield lay a small grove, where the hot spring resided. Tao Shimi, this is the monthly allocation for the Qi refining stage disciples. I shall hand it over to you. Additionally, my senior brother, surnamed Wang, has been stationed at Tianyu Peak for the past few years. Should you require anything, feel free to seek me out at any time. Time is precious, so I shall not delay you any further. It is essential to foster good relations with the direct disciples. Thank you, Senior Brother Wang. Farewell, Senior Brother. Tao Zi's eyes sparkled as she regarded Qichin. After more than 6 months of enlightenment and cultivation, she was certainly aware of what a 4th-grade defensive formation entailed, and she estimated it would be beneficial even for her foundation establishment or golden core stages. Once Qichin departed, Tao Zi eagerly approached her cave dwelling. Oh, at last I have my own home. During her modern life, despite toiling tirelessly, she never managed to acquire a spacious residence in Lucian Town. It felt as though she was merely borrowing a room from her uncle. But now, she finally possessed her own domain. However, upon entering the cave, she was taken aback. It was pitch dark, resembling merely a partitioned cavern. Devoid of any furnishings, there wasn't even a blade of grass. She recalled the storage bag that Steward Wang had entrusted to her before departing. The sect had always been considerate towards its disciples, so surely it contained some provisions. Then, a more daunting realization struck her. She had yet to awaken her spiritual consciousness, which meant she could not access the contents of the storage bag. Furthermore, not only had she not awakened her spiritual consciousness, but she also lacked even the foundational cultivation techniques to guide her. Gazing despondently at a row of 5 storage bags, a wave of frustration washed over Tao Zi. Resigned, she resorted to her usual method, lighting a torch before finding a flat spot to sleep in her clothes. Alas, it seemed that tomorrow would once again entail a climb. In retrospect, choosing a cave far removed from her master might not have been the wisest decision. Chapter 12. The Nameless Technique. Ha ha ha. This is utterly hilarious. My newly accepted disciple is simply too amusing. You must allow me to savor this moment. Laughter flowed freely, tears of mirth streaming down his face. Tao Zi interjected. Master, is it truly appropriate for you to mock your disciple in such a manner? No need for thanks, dear master. It is the disciple's duty to entertain. However, do be cautious, as too much laughter may affect your health. Entertaining the elderly? Very well. Very well. I see my choice of disciple was not in vain. Xinghe finally managed to compose himself, though a keen observer might still catch the unnatural twitch of his lips, fighting back laughter. Master, that is quite enough. All right, all right. You possess a single spiritual root with exceptional purity. Should you practice a typical technique, it might hinder your progress. I have 2 sets of techniques here that are indeed suitable for you. At this point, he cast a glance at his obedient disciple, and as expected, upon hearing the mention of 2 sets, her eyes sparkled with excitement, her lips curving into an involuntary smile. But what? Tao Zi's heart raced with anticipation. Take a look for yourself. Xinghe, not one to prolong the suspense, tossed her 2 jade slips. Oh, I nearly forgot. You have yet to cultivate, and thus cannot utilize your spiritual sense. Tao Zi retorted. Master, you are doing this on purpose, aren't you? Hee. These 2 sets of martial arts techniques are known as the Yuanmu Ju, complemented by the Muling 9 swords. This is a rare celestial level practice, capable of cultivation up to the transformation of the divine essence. As Qinghe observed the playful banter, his expression finally turned solemn. Celestial grade techniques. Tao Zi understood that in the realm of cultivation, practices are classified into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. The celestial grade techniques represent the pinnacle of excellence, and the prefix Yuan signifies the extraordinary nature of this practice. What of the other set? It is an unnamed heart technique, paired with the Zima body refinement method. Qinghe elaborated, his thoughts drifting somewhat. Body refinement? Indeed, this heart technique has stringent requirements. First, one must possess a singular with spiritual root with a purity of no less than 90. Second, one must not have practiced any other heart techniques prior to this. And third, and most crucially, it must be cultivated in conjunction with body refinement techniques. Tao Zi listened intently, refraining from making any sound. The world believes that we, as practitioners of the Tao, cultivate the primordial spirit. Even if the body perishes, the escape of the primordial spirit does not equate to true demise. Some proclaim daily that cultivation is a matter of the heart, yet in reality, the body is the foundation of all cultivation. Without a powerful or even formidable physique, one cannot withstand even a slight surge of spiritual energy. How then can one cultivate the heart or strengthen the primordial spirit? A robust body, surging spiritual energy, and a formidable primordial spirit are inherently interdependent. None can be omitted. He gestured towards the teacup before him, indicating to Tao Zi, consider this cup of water. If the water represents spiritual energy, then the cup symbolizes the body. If the cup is too small, how can it contain more water? Therefore, it was only after the self-cultivation of the primordial infant that I suggested to the sect leader that every newly selected disciple must undergo at least 6 months of physical training to expand their meridians, better absorb spiritual energy, and strengthen their primordial spirit. This nameless heart method, once cultivated, allows one to manipulate spiritual energy at a level 3 to 5 times greater than that of other techniques of the same attribute. Thus, without a formidable physical body, it would be utterly impossible to endure such power. 3 times, or even 5 times. Does that not mean that while others exhaust their spiritual energy, one could still be brimming with it? Taozi could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, Master. May I inquire, since this technique is so extraordinary, are there any shortcomings? Have any predecessors practiced this method, and what were the results? Every advantage must carry a disadvantage. And what of the ancestral master? How could the ancestral master You wish to know why they fell, correct? This is unrelated to the technique itself. However, it is precisely due to the sudden demise of your ancestral master that this heart method remains incomplete. Originally, it could have been cultivated to the divine stage of transformation. Yet now it can only be practiced up to the golden core stage. Once a heart method is established, it is fundamentally unalterable. So my dear disciple must contemplate thoroughly before making a decision. Oh, by the way, this purple wood body refinement technique currently only encompasses methods up to the golden core stage. You may rest in the quiet chamber next door for a couple of days before providing me with your answer." Even years later, when mentioning his master, Zhengyuan still found it impossible to remain undisturbed, requiring his own moments of tranquility. With a sense of irritation, Taozi grasped her hair tightly before opting for paper and pen, and began jotting down her thoughts. The advantages of the Yuan Mu Ju lie in its balanced and serene nature, characterized by a solid and unpretentious essence, complemented by a corresponding sword technique for attack, making it indeed a rare and commendable choice. However, its drawbacks may also stem from this very tranquility, as its offensive capabilities lack sufficient strength, rendering it suitable primarily for a supportive healer role. As for the nameless mental technique, its merits include formidable offensive power and considerable aftereffects, and with the enhanced physical constitution gained from body refinement, one might not need to worry about defense. Yet, the disadvantages are numerous. The agony and expenses associated with body refinement are significant, and the incompleteness of the technique itself poses a substantial issue. Choosing the nameless mental technique would be akin to gambling. 3 days later, excellent. Truly worthy of being my disciple. You shall begin your cultivation in this quiet chamber. And here are the initial chapters of the nameless mental technique along with the majority of the body refinement herbs you require. Focus on your practice. Chenghe handed Taozi a storage pouch, along with a handwritten manual, which was the first chapter of the nameless mental technique, Qi Yuan Pian. Thank you. Senior Brother Qiu. This is fruit wine brewed by Yuxian, infused with some qing grass. Regular consumption aids in calming the mind and spirit. A well-mannered girl of about 8 or 9 looked up at the man in his 20s before her. Junior sister, you are too courteous. It was merely a small effort on my part. However, I do enjoy fine wine, so I shall graciously accept. Well, I'm glad you don't mind. I cannot repay the life-saving grace, but I assure you there will be an ample supply of this fruit wine in the future. I have a task to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. 15 days prior, Pang Yushu felt that the status and treatment of an outer disciple were utterly unworthy of her identity as the young lady of Bianzhou City, and thus, she vented her frustrations. At that time, she was left barely clinging to life after enduring a brutal whipping. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Qiu Xiaojie, she might have long ceased to exist. Very well, junior sister, do as you please. Observing the girl leave with a light-hearted demeanor, Qiu Xiaojie could not help but feel a sense of injustice. Such a considerate and kind-hearted girl was burdened with such an inadequate elder sister. Meanwhile, after her departure, Pang Yaxin contemplated how to find a suitable supporter, as she had grown weary of her identity as an outer disciple. The incessant tasks left her with no time to cultivate. Had it not been for the system, she would likely not have even attained the first level of qi refinement. It was infuriating. Why were some individuals born to lofty heights, while others struggled desperately at the lowest rungs? She recalled the haughty Song Shan and the pretentious indifference of Taozi at the master-apprentice ceremony. One day, she vowed to drag these seemingly untouchable fairies down to the mortal realm. Feigning indifference, Taozi muttered, "Damn it, I've finally stirred my spirit." Glancing at the time, she realized that if she had been endowed with a different spiritual root, it might have taken less than 3 days, yet she had taken a full 3 months. Ugh. How foul. Just as she intended to release the restriction to freshen up, her vision suddenly darkened, only to be illuminated again. Then, a soft and adorable voice announced, "Commencing scan, initiating DNA sequence verification." Chapter 13. I have a laboratory commencing scan, verifying DNA sequence. Female, physical parameters normal, chi refinement level 1, with spiritual root. Bone age 10. DNA sequence verification complete. Confirmation. Master. The familiar voice was followed by a soft, adorable girl who suddenly leaped towards Taozi. The Master's body emitted a foul odor due to the expulsion of impurities. Mid-leap, the girl came to an abrupt halt. Taozi inquired, "Who are you? Where is this place?" She glanced around, noting not only the ordinary architecture of the cultivation world, such as stone benches, tea sets, and cobblestone paths, but also the pristine modern structures, 2-story villas with transparent glass windows, along with the girl before her, dressed in a pink, chest-high skirt, appearing to be merely 12 or 13 years of age. This had to be her. "I am Xiaoyu, and this is your osmanthus space," the girl replied. With her striking azure eyes and long chestnut hair styled in a double-loop bun, her chubby cheeks rendered her exceedingly charming. It was indeed her osmanthus space. Before her demise, her mother had given her a simple wooden bracelet, encouraging her to try and recognize it as her own by dripping blood upon it. If she succeeded, it would signify that Taozi possessed spiritual roots. If she failed, it would indicate that she was devoid of any destiny in the realm of immortals. When she had smeared her blood upon the unadorned bracelet, the once heavy wooden exterior inexplicably shed its layer to reveal a bangle resembling amber, within which faintly bloomed a cluster of osmanthus flowers. Thus, Taozi had affectionately named it the osmanthus bracelet. Unfortunately, before she could admire it, the bracelet swiftly embedded itself into her brow. This incident was the driving force behind Taozi's arduous journey from south to north, seeking the path of immortality. Setting aside her grievances against the Tao family, she too yearned for cultivation, for who would desire to remain merely mortal when the hope of transcending to immortality beckoned? Despite having only encountered it once before, and remaining silent for so many years, Taozi had never forgotten it. She had even regarded it as a source of support. Yet, whether she faced the peril of being drained by the malevolent cultivator in Linzhou City or countless life-threatening moments on her journey north, it had never manifested, until now. Thus, relying on external forces ultimately pales in comparison to the reliability of strengthening oneself. This truth held in the past, and should resonate even more strongly in the future. In an instant, the spiritual energy within the space surged wildly towards Taozi, culminating in the formation of a colossal vortex. Xiaoyu quietly stood guard nearby. Not daring to disturb her, her new master appeared to possess remarkable insight, achieving sudden enlightenment. Taozi felt as if the energy that had just entered her body was being swept by a tempest. The azure spiritual energy surged wildly within her, and she hastily calmed her mind, repeatedly channeling it according to the techniques outlined in the Qi Yuan Pian. Ultimately, the energy ceased its frenzy, though it still roiled fiercely. After what felt like an eternity, it seemed the energy finally found a place to settle, and with a resounding crack, she attained the second level of Qi refinement. Exhaling a breath of impure air, Taozi prepared to stabilize her energy. Huh? It seemed to smell even worse. Observing Xiaoyu's wide-eyed, silly grin directed at her, Taozi felt her heart shatter. Cough. Is there a bathing area here? First, let us cleanse ourselves. The other questions can wait. Of course. Please follow me, master. To her surprise, there was a familiar large showerhead, accompanied by an even more recognizable massive massage bathtub. Are you the spirit of this space? After a refreshing wash, Taozi finally felt rejuvenated. Indeed, I am the steward robot of the former master. However, since this space came into existence, there appears to be no sign of a spirit manifesting. In the words of my former master, perhaps the heavenly mandate has tacitly designated me as the spirit of this place, or perhaps, due to this being merely a fragment of space, it is insufficient to generate a spirit. My azure eyes, devoid of any impurities, resemble those of an innocent child, making it impossible to discern that I am a robot. What? Pray, repeat that. You are a robot? I could not help but spray the tea I had just sipped. Indeed, master, I am a robot. Xiaoyu chuckled. Yet she is not an ordinary robot. Xiaoyu, what just is this? I have encountered many robots, yet none like you. Taozi remarked coolly, surprised that a spirit would dare to play tricks. Has she not fully claimed the bracelet? Master, Xiaoyu is a bionic robot, the most advanced kind. Of course. Since her arrival in the Qinhua realm, she is unaware if there are any even more advanced models. A bionic robot? Is she akin to David from Prometheus? Precisely. A bionic robot, though not on par with Xiaoyan, is still of a high caliber and a limited edition at that. Xiao Yu beamed with pride, her large eyes sparkling as if eagerly awaiting praise. Please, elaborate further on your origins, the era in which you lived, and your former master. Certainly, master. I hail from the Yuan star, located in the xianxia galaxy of the year 3045. My previous master, a botanist and pharmacist, possessed an insatiable curiosity for exploration, often venturing into perilous realms in search of exotic flora. Thus, I accompanied her on numerous adventures. My tone may be indifferent, yet within my clear azure eyes lies a glimmer of nostalgia and solitude. It was not until my master reached the venerable age of 100 that we encountered turbulent wormhole currents during an interstellar journey. In a desperate bid to avert disaster, I sacrificed my own existence to ensure my master and I were transported to a relatively stable wormhole. Upon awakening, we found ourselves in the present realm of Nu. I must clarify, Xiaoyan serves as my previous master's intelligent assistant, while I, Xiaoyu, function as a domestic aide, tasked with mundane chores such as laundry and meal preparation. As I spoke, my voice grew increasingly faint. I am, in essence, akin to a mere housekeeper. Would my master resent me for this? Moreover, would my new master chastise me for harboring memories of my former master? 100 years, what is the average lifespan of interstellar humans? Was my previous master truly human? Despite the incredulity that welled within me, Taozi could not suppress her inquiries. Indeed, my former master was human, however. The average lifespan of interstellar humans hovers around 300 years. The advancements in medical technology within the cosmos are rapid, and it is conceivable that future generations of interstellar beings may enjoy even lengthier lives. Proof, I demand. How can I trust you? Taozi's disbelief stemmed not from skepticism but from sheer astonishment. If someone raised entirely within the realm of Nu were to hear this, they would likely find it even more challenging to accept. Please, follow me, I urged. What revelations awaited her? Taozi followed Xiaoyu into a modern glass house, which astonishingly revealed itself to be an expansive laboratory. With a ceiling height of 4 to 5 meters, the room was spacious and illuminated, filled with an array of experimental apparatus, test tubes, beakers, evaporating dishes, burettes, volumetric flasks, alcohol lamps, and even more unfamiliar instruments. The next chamber was a botanical exhibition room, nearly 200 meters long, showcasing 12 rows of different plant specimens, each type marked with a prominent label: aquatic species, terrestrial varieties, and those thriving in peculiar environments. Adjacent to this was a room dedicated to modern mechanical components, which was less than half the size of the botanical display yet incomprehensible to her. Some parts were intricately small, while others loomed large. These were the components of mechas. The centerpiece was a spatial button housing a mecha that had fallen into disrepair. The previous owner had never shown much interest in mechas, leading to its neglect. A spatial button? Today had truly broadened her horizons. She had not only retained her past life's memories upon entering the realm of cultivation, but now also discovered a laboratory space along with witnessing the marvel of advanced mechas. Finally, Xiaoyu guided Taozi through the remaining areas: the bedroom, living room, washroom, library, meditation room, and even an alchemy chamber. She then handed Taozi a journal placed in the bedroom, stating it was a legacy from the previous owner, meant for the current master, whose lineage was a distant descendant of the former master. The previous owner had never grown accustomed to sharing even a fragment of their consciousness to recognize future kin, opting instead for the most primitive yet trusted form of communication: written correspondence. Greetings, my bloodline kin. My name is Yushi, and I should be your great-great-grandmother, though the exact lineage may be lost in the mists of time. I hail from an interstellar realm vastly different from the Qinhua world. For further details, you may inquire with Xiaoyu. Upon reaching the initial stage of the Yuaning, I came to the realization that I could advance no further. It is likely that my demise will come sooner rather than later. Death, to me, is not a source of fear. It holds no distinction across realms. Yet, the thought that all my knowledge, my botanical studies, and my potions will perish with me fills my heart with an undeniable sorrow and reluctance. Unlike the practitioners of the Qinhua world, I am not inclined to create a trial ground to select disciples before my end. Instead, I opted for the simplest form of lineage inheritance: to find a husband and bear a child. Regrettably, my child lacks spiritual roots. Although a child with 5 spiritual roots could still delve into alchemy, their lifespan is ultimately limited, rendering them unable to traverse far. Thus, living as an ordinary mortal would be far more joyous. Therefore, I shall integrate a fragment of space, which I acquired in the Qinhua world. Into the amber bracelet I often wear, disguising it as a mundane wooden bangle. This shall serve as a family heirloom, with the hope that it may be passed down through generations until one day my descendants unlock it with our bloodline, thereby inheriting my legacy. Oh, and by the way, upon first entering the space, a significant amount of spiritual energy is required. However, subsequent entries will not necessitate such a vast expenditure. In this world of cultivation, rife with deception and relentless competition, I wish for my bloodline descendants to remain steadfast in their principles, prioritizing their own safety above all, and to be wary of placing their trust in others too easily. Taozi exhaled deeply. Although my mother does not bear the Yue surname, I recall her mentioning that her great-grandmother was named Yue. Moreover, it now appears that the reason she had to wait 3 months to draw in spiritual energy was not due to the cultivation method, but rather because most of the spiritual energy was absorbed by the bracelet. Xiaoyu had not deceived her. So, was everything truly real? The world is indeed wondrous. After more than 20 years in her previous life, she thought it had been sufficiently extraordinary, only to find herself suddenly in the realm of cultivation. Astonishingly, there are individuals who can practice celestial arts, and just as she has barely begun her journey, she discovers that the magnificent and vast interstellar era exists as well. Chapter 14. Seizing Opportunities. Aji, do you think this hairpin is beautiful? Zhang Yingying asked, holding a ruby hairpin from the stall, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked at Taozi, hoping for a compliment. Beautiful, of course. But Yingying is even more beautiful. Though Yingying still bore the semblance of a child, Taozi adored her just the same. Fellow Taoist, how much for this hairpin? A discerning eye indeed. This hairpin was discovered in an ancient cultivation cave. If I were not in dire straits, I would never part with it, replied the stall owner. A disheveled middle-aged Taoist, feigning a heart-wrenching reluctance upon noticing Zhang Yingying's fondness. Taozi couldn't help but laugh at his demeanor. All right, fellow Taoist. How much for this hairpin and these earrings together? You have an excellent eye, fair maiden. Although the materials of these earrings differ from that of the hairpin, they were also found in the same ancient cultivation cave. Both are extraordinary items. The stall owner put on a troubled expression and continued. Seeing that both of you truly admire them, I shall take a loss and offer them to you for 30 spirit stones. What? What a lifeless and worthless hairpin and earring, and yet you demand 30 spirit stones. Do you take us for fools? Zhang Yingying could no longer contain her indignation. The vendor's face flushed slightly as he thought to himself, clad in the robes of the Hisu sect, their faces nearly inscribed with the words na-ve and inexperienced. Who would he deceive if not them? Yet he replied, fair maiden, you jest. This hairpin is certainly not a mundane item. Otherwise, it would not be priced at 28 spirit stones, which is already my bottom line. 10 spirit stones. If you refuse, we shall take our business elsewhere. Every girl has an affinity for beauty, and Taozi was no exception. However, they would not allow themselves to be taken for fools. Well, very well. Let it be a good fortune for the two fair maidens. 10 stones it is. The vendor finally relented. Zhang Yingying, beaming with joy, extended 10 spirit stones, only to be stopped by Taozi. After all, Yingying was merely an outer sect disciple, and her monthly allowance was limited. She could not be the one to pay. The vendor accepted Taozi's 10 spirit stones, handed the hairpin to Zhang Yingying, and prepared to stow away the earrings. Wait. At that moment, a figure clad in red appeared abruptly, followed closely by 5 or 6 male disciples in ancestral robes. Esteemed friend, I am quite fond of this hairpin and earring. How much will you sell them to her? I am willing to offer double the spirit stones. The leading red-clad female cultivator addressed the vendor. Ah, esteemed maiden. As cultivators, we value our reputation. The hairpin and earrings have already been sold, should you wish to purchase them. It would only be right to discuss it with these two maidens. Feng Yukai, though greedy, still adhered to a certain code of ethics. The woman clad in red finally directed her gaze towards Taozi and her companion, both adorned in the robes of the Hisu sect, and bestowed upon them a haughty smile. Junior sisters, I am willing to offer double the price for the hairpin and earrings you possess. I implore you to part with them. Her tone, devoid of negotiation, bore the weight of a command. Apologies, esteemed senior sister. But as these items are treasured possessions of ours, we cannot relinquish them for mere spirit stones. A disdainful huff escaped her lips. Spirit stones? The mere allowance from our master contained within a storage bag suffices for her indulgences, not to mention the gifts from our uncle master. You. From Rong's perspective, it was inconceivable that a mere chi refining disciple would dare to address her thus. Yet, the hairpin and earrings were essential, for the hairpin was no ordinary piece. It was a Ningxin pin, renowned for its ability to soothe the mind and calm the heart. The earrings, too, were exceptional, possessing the power to dispel illusions. Therefore, she would not spare either. Her previously proud countenance suddenly transformed, revealing a visage on the verge of tears as she glanced at the male cultivators behind her, portraying a sense of profound grievance. Which blind servant dares to think that donning the robes of the Hisu sect grants them the audacity to flaunt authority? Do you not recognize who stands before you? Present the cherished belongings of my sister Rong at once. The male cultivator speaking was xianxia, a master at the pinnacle of qi refinement, who had garnered the admiration of the male disciples rallying behind Rong, further amplifying his sense of responsibility. Today marks their first outing since entering the sect, and having not acquired any additional garments, they are indeed clad in the uniform robes of the qi refining disciples. Regardless of whether they are direct disciples, inner or outer sect disciples, or even miscellaneous disciples, the attire is identical. It is not surprising that they are mistaken for miscellaneous disciples. However, is it not a saying attributed to Lu Sun that one should not flaunt false credentials? Who is this male cultivator? What do you mean by that? This is our possession. If we choose not to sell it, we shall not. What do you mean by presenting it to you? Is she my mother, or are you my father? Zhang Yingying was utterly incensed, having never encountered such shamelessness. Oh? So, my senior brother believes that our sect, Hisu sect, is merely a facade? Tao Zi pulled Yingying behind her. Very well, if you refuse to drink the toast, you shall face the penalty. While I may not be able to confront you here, as long as you remain in the sect, I have plenty of ways to make your life difficult. Zhang Ziang gritted his teeth in frustration. Unfortunately, this is the marketplace within the sect's territory, and combat is prohibited. Otherwise, So, my senior brother is aware that I have a penchant for penalties. I shall await your next move. Within the sect. Is it? Rong Mei, let us depart. Zhang Ziang could only glare resentfully at the two before dragging Rong away. Alas, what an unfortunate encounter. Where did this detestable bunch come from? Zhang Yingying, feeling vexed, pulled Tao Zi away from the stall, in search of some delectable food to soothe her spirits. Zi, accompany me to the Stin Kulai restaurant. I heard from a senior sister in the same dormitory that the flavors here are utterly heavenly. Indeed. Is it true that gourmet food is the remedy for all woes? Excellent. I was just hoping to try it myself. Tao Zi, naturally, was no longer disheartened. After the two had their fill, Tao Zi ventured to the herb pavilion to procure the remaining 2 spirit herbs for body refinement, and then departed the market with Zhang Yingying. Currently, she was at the 2nd level of qi refinement, yet her body refinement had yet to commence. The previous 6 months of arduous training had barely expanded her meridians to a level that could endure anything below the 3rd layer. However, to ascend to the 4th layer, she must complete the 2nd stage of the purple wood body refinement technique. Body refinement must precede the mental cultivation, meaning that to surge to the next level of cultivation, one must first enhance their physical prowess. Therefore, Tao Zi resolved to elevate her body refinement technique to the pinnacle of qi refinement, despite being in the early stages. She believed it would not be long before she would confront the mid-level, thereby avoiding the predicament of achieving a mental breakthrough only to find her body unprepared when facing a surge of spiritual energy or an unexpected epiphany. Oh, the agony! It felt as though she were being subjected to 1,000 cuts, and the torment extended beyond her flesh to her meridians and bones. Tao Zi struggled to maintain clarity in her mind, yet the pain was so excruciating that she could not even circulate her incantations. In a haze, her flesh began to ooze blood. Her teeth chattered, not from the cold, but from the pain. The water in the barrel grew increasingly crimson. Yet Tao Zi's consciousness gradually sharpened. After 6 hours, she finally managed to operate the purple wood body refinement technique. Following another 3 days and nights, the water in the barrel had become utterly murky, and at last, she concluded her practice. She grabbed her prepared clean garments and hastened towards the hot spring. With a splash, she immersed her entire body in the warm water, finally feeling a semblance of relief. With a sigh, Tao Zi lamented the pain coursing through her body from the 1st layer, dreading what was yet to come. After a sufficient rest, she realized she was still clad in her clothes, which felt sticky and uncomfortable, likely stained with dried blood. Resolutely, she began to remove her garments, preparing to cleanse herself thoroughly. Suddenly, a man emerged from the opposite end of the hot spring. Startled, she exclaimed, "Who on earth is that?" Only then did it dawn on her that she had been bathing in the presence of a man. The male cultivator quickly rose and donned a fresh set of dry attire. When had anyone else arrived? And a woman, no less. Upon sensing another's approach, he should have vacated the premises. However, the arrival had been too abrupt. A bloodied figure had audaciously plunged into the spring, and he could only submerge himself beneath the water's surface. Had it not been for her intent to disrobe, he would have remained hidden. Did you not think to use your spiritual sense to survey the area before entering the water? His face flushed slightly, relieved that no grave mistake had occurred. Indeed. I was just about to ask you the same. Did your spiritual sense fail to detect my presence before I entered? How utterly inconsiderate of you to question me. Moreover, this was her domain. How dare he bathe here without her permission? Did he not find that shameful? I do not care who you are. I kindly ask you to leave this place. His demeanor suggested an absence of deceit, and she had indeed narrowed the forbidden range during her body refinement. As a smaller range enhances defensive capabilities, thus providing greater safety for those within. Once the refinement commenced, the process could not be interrupted. Hence, she contracted the forbidden area to bolster her defenses. Furthermore, having emerged from the blood basin, she had not yet had the opportunity to expand the forbidden range before hastily rushing to the hot spring. Strictly speaking, it was a mere oversight on her part. The more she pondered, the more vexed she became, seemingly absolving him of any fault. Very well, I kindly request you to depart swiftly. And let us keep today's events confidential. Ultimately, Tao Zi could only hope that this individual was a person of integrity. Yet, why does he seem so familiar? As if I have encountered him somewhere before? As the thought lingered, both found themselves asking the same question simultaneously. Have we met before? Chapter 15. I shall enter seclusion. Have we met before? You go first. Tao Zi, unable to exhibit the poise of a male cultivator, tightened her garment and submerged herself slightly deeper into the water. The male cultivator scrutinized her. Are you familiar with Lucian Town? As the remnants of blood washed away from her face, she began to realize that this girl increasingly resembled a young lady with whom she had crossed paths in Lucian Town. Ah, you are Uncle Yin? No wonder you seem so familiar. It was only upon mentioning Lucian Town that I recalled your features, which bear a striking resemblance to Uncle Yin's. I surmise you must have employed a disguise back then. I had always felt that Uncle Yin was no ordinary person. However, if you truly are Uncle Yin, that moment earlier was rather awkward, was it not? Tao Zi felt an overwhelming despair, as if she longed to burrow into the depths of the earth. Observing her awkwardness and reflecting on her current predicament, the situation indeed seemed quite embarrassing. Have you also joined the Hisu sect? My cave abode is just next door, and here I present you with this 5th-grade defensive array, which isolates spiritual perception. It is prudent to maintain constant restrictions in your own dwelling. After saying this, Yinxing swiftly departed, leaving Tao Zi in a state of profound embarrassment. From that day forth, Tao Zi maximized the 4th-grade defensive array gifted by her second senior brother, ensuring it enveloped her cave abode entirely. She also arranged the isolation array provided by Uncle Yin within her living and meditation quarters. She had resolved that this incident would serve as a stern lesson. Henceforth, she would never again relax her defenses. Though Uncle Yin meant no harm, perhaps a mere moment of awkwardness, who could guarantee that others would be equally benign? Even within the sect, one must remain vigilant at all times. Having organized everything, she sent a message to her master and then plunged into the space of Mushi. Master, you have finally arrived. I have missed you so much. Xiaoyu's delight was palpable. Tao Zi had spent nearly 3 months exploring the 33 main peaks of the sect, as well as several key locations. Before Sheng allowed her to commence her cultivation, she understood that her master's intentions were solely to help her acclimate to the sect's environment swiftly, and thus she approached her tasks with utmost diligence. Having been delayed by various matters, she inquired, "How have you been doing lately, Xiaoyu?" Upon seeing Xiaoyu's adoring expression, Tao Zi couldn't help but stroke her head, which only brought Xiaoyu greater joy. Xiaoyu beckoned the master to follow her. She led Tao Zi into a dressing room filled with an array of exquisite garments and accessories, all meticulously crafted to fit the master's measurements. Please take a look and see if you like them. There are matching shoes and adornments as well. The former master had spent almost every day immersed in the laboratory and had little appreciation for new attire, but surely the current master would have a different taste. Tao Zi cast a glance at the garments, marveling at their fine craftsmanship and innovative designs, which seemed to shimmer with a subtle ethereal glow. Are these magic ropes? Indeed. After arriving in the Chenhua realm, I took the time to study the art of crafting, Xiaoyu replied. Aside from my passion for cooking, creating garments is my greatest delight. I have amassed a plethora of stunning designs in my mind, and I shall make them for you whenever time permits. Impressive, Xiaoyu. You truly are remarkable. Tao Zi felt a surge of gratitude, as if the heavens had bestowed upon her a significant boon. At least the concern for magical robes was now alleviated. Although the spiritual energy concentration in the Mushi space could not compare to her cave dwelling, the flow of time there was half that of the outside world. Thus, Taozi continued her cultivation in the cave while entrusting other matters to the space. In reality, the Mushi space was merely a fragment of spatial essence, resulting in a modest area for the medicinal garden. Unlike the grand descriptions found in novels, there were no spiritual springs for body tempering. The water within the space had been sourced and stored by Yushi from the outside world. However, despite its limited size, the variety of spiritual plants was quite impressive, especially with the rare species that Yushi had brought from the interstellar realm, which were nearly extinct in the Chunhua realm. To Taozi, this represented an immense fortune. Over the span of 4 months, aside from a few texts written in interstellar languages and other unfamiliar scripts entrusted to Xiaoyu for translation, she thoroughly absorbed all other materials. The singular tome, collection of grasses, was more than twice as rich in content compared to the 10,000 grasses collection housed in the sect scripture hall. This was undoubtedly a masterpiece born from Yushi's integration of the spiritual flora of the Chunhua realm with interstellar botany, epitomizing the essence of her botanical studies. What captivated Taozi the most were the several pharmacological manuscripts interspersed within, which covered everything from the fundamentals of alchemy to precautions, insights, and formulations. She felt as if she had stumbled upon a treasure. While she was uncertain if she would one day become a pharmacist, she was resolute in her desire to become an alchemist. After all, there must be some inherent similarities between the two disciplines. Otherwise, why would she still maintain an alchemy chamber? Having enriched her theoretical knowledge and successfully reached the third layer of qi refinement, Taozi finally concluded her more than 4 months of seclusion. Although she sensed the potential for further advancement, she ultimately decided against it. Considering that her physical cultivation had yet to progress to the second minor stage of qi refinement. Clad in the standard robe of qi refinement disciples, tailored by Xiaoyu, Taozi emerged from her cave dwelling. As soon as the barrier was lifted, 7 or 8 sound transmission talismans flew toward her simultaneously. The Hisu sect does not strictly enforce its disciples to undertake sect tasks, however. Each individual must accumulate at least 1,000 contribution points annually to receive their monthly allowance, and these contribution points can be exchanged for the sect's magical artifacts, spiritual elixirs, martial arts techniques, and even spirit beasts. There are 3 avenues for acquiring contribution points. The first is to submit significant treasures or techniques to the sect in exchange for equivalent contribution points. The second involves undertaking sect missions to earn contribution points. Lastly, for those who make substantial contributions to the sect, rewards of contribution points may be granted at the sect's discretion. The first and third options feel quite distant for her at present. Thus, she must focus on completing more tasks. Moreover, Taozi firmly believes in the sect's approach. To cultivate disciples, it is imperative to set expectations and incur costs. Teaching disciples to reciprocate through action and incentivizing them with contribution points not only benefits the sect, but also ensures that the disciples gain invaluable experience during their trials, creating a win-win situation. After responding to Elder Wang, Taozi summoned a paper crane and directed it towards her master's cave. Your garment of law? Master Xinghe instantly perceived the extraordinary nature of her attire, which, beyond its basic defensive capabilities, bore 2 4th-grade defensive formations and an additional purifying array. His bright phoenix eyes scrutinized Taozi with apparent indifference. What was her origin? How could she forget that her master was one of the rare 8th-grade alchemists in the Chunhua realm? Please, take a seat. I observe your physique has grown even more robust than before. Your body refinement technique must have progressed to the second minor stage, correct? Have you made any advancements in your offensive techniques? Xinghe compelled himself to remain composed. It was still too early to intimidate her. Yes, master. I am currently preparing to break through to the second minor stage, and my cultivation should also advance to the 4th layer. However, I have yet to establish a combat technique. Fortunately, master did not press further. She was not yet ready to divulge the existence of the space. Recently, I have disassembled the Wood Spirit 9 swords and found its attack power to be quite commendable. When paired with the Void-breaking 5 whips, the two complement each other, promising a formidable combat capability. Shenghe handed both volumes of martial arts to Taozi, who felt deeply appreciative of her master's earnest guidance. Although their spiritual roots did not align, and their practices were vastly different, it was indeed remarkable that her master took the time to dissect the sword techniques for her benefit. This had been the case previously and remained so now. In contemplating this, she wondered if she had been insufficiently candid. Thank you, master. What is it? Are you dissatisfied with the martial arts? Or do you wish to explain your attire? Xinghe teased. If it's about your attire, there's no need. Every cultivator harbors their own secrets. He regarded her playfully, finding her to be an honest young girl, one who might not regret her sincerity in the future. Feeling reassured, Taozi continued, furthermore, this whip, crafted from the 4th-tier exotic plant, the purple lacquer vine, may not be of the highest quality, but it is perfectly suited for you. Take it. As for the sword, you may present your disciple token at the artifact pavilion to claim it. Yes, thank you, master. Taozi joyfully accepted the whip and, after leaving behind some treats made by Xiaoyu, departed. Unbeknownst to her, however, Xinghe was further astonished upon seeing the confections she had left behind. Chapter 16. Why don't you reply to me? Ah Z, you are so fortunate. You have such delightful treats every day. I am so envious and jealous. I wish I could move in with you. Zhang Yingying exclaimed, her mouth full of the pastries Taozi had brought, all of which were made by Xiaoyu. Indeed. Sister Az seems indifferent to our plight. I, too, wish to reside there. Yulin murmured in discontent. What? There are hot springs? I must go. I must go. Upon hearing about the hot springs, Zhang Yingying was so enthralled that she momentarily forgot about her meal, eager to set off at once. This Zhang Ziang. How petty and vengeful he truly is. He threatened to take action, and he has indeed done so. But what of your injury? Who is Zhang Ziang? Why did he strike you? Suddenly, C approached with long strides, appearing as a beacon of relief amidst the turmoil. Ah, Brother C, you have arrived. Come. Partake of Sister Az's culinary delights. As the host, Yulin graciously extended the invitation. This is not my handiwork. Brother C, what brings you here? Weren't you tasked with a mission for the sect? Taozi felt a twinge of embarrassment as she refrained from claiming the pastries as her own creation. Yes, I shall remember that. Additionally, I plan to undertake a few missions to Shaoang Mountain next month for some practical experience. If any of you are free, it would be splendid to join forces. C. surveyed the group with keen interest. Well, I must consult my master first. Yulin thought to herself. How unfortunate it is to have such a master. I have just completed my previous task. I could certainly go, but being merely at the chi refinement stage. Am I not akin to a mere offering? Zhang Yingying timidly inquired. Conversely, Taozi considered that her body refinement coupled with her practice of offensive spells would require approximately half a month, thus she could indeed participate. I have no objections. I, too, intend to undertake some sect missions for experience. However, their cultivation levels seem rather low. It appears I must prepare additional talismans. Very well, then it is settled. C declared with finality. Ah, Brother C, you have remarkably reached the 5th layer of chi refinement in less than a year. How have you accomplished this? A disciple of chi refinement can typically perceive only the cultivation of those 2 minor realms above themselves, and yet, Yulin is precisely at the 3rd layer of chi refinement. I had thought that his current pace of cultivation was already comparable to that of a single spiritual root, but it seems merely luck, Ce replied. Seeing his reluctance to elaborate further, the others, familiar with his character, chose not to press him. Having not met for nearly a year and with food accompanying their gathering, they conversed until the moon reached its zenith before parting ways. Inside the package was a complete set of robes crafted by Xiaoyu, several snacks, and Zhang Yingying found 4 bottles of nourishing essence pills. These were provisions provided by the sect, yet apart from the pill of abstinence. She had yet to consume any other elixirs. The nourishing essence pills were, naturally, unnecessary for her. As a disciple of the outer sect, she must be facing considerable challenges, making it all the more crucial for her to harness her potential effectively. Ah, the pain is indeed intense. It is true. Taozi is undergoing her 2nd round of body refinement, even though she had thoroughly prepared herself. A wave of impulse to moan and cry out surged within her as her body finally submerged into the medicinal vat. The nameless heart method possesses a unique characteristic. Once practiced, even in times of rest, the mental technique continues to operate autonomously. According to her master, true mastery of this state will only be achievable after reaching the golden core stage. After more than 4 months of prior accumulation and an additional month of effort, Taozi had already developed the capability to challenge the 4th layer of chi refinement. However, due to the lagging progress of her body refinement technique and her master's advice to solidify her foundation rather than aim too high, she had thus far restrained her advancement. 5 days later, after consolidating her cultivation at the 4th level of chi refinement, Taozi donned a set of flexible robes suitable for movement and made her way outside her cave dwelling. Time was of the essence. Recalling her pact with Ce and the others, she could not afford any further delay. She intended to utilize the fleeting moments remaining to practice her spellcasting techniques. The basic techniques of purification, object manipulation, and wooden spike had already become second nature to her. It remained to be seen what kind of experience the technique bestowed by her master would offer. Understanding the principle of not overreaching and with time pressing, she had yet to select a sword from the artifact pavilion. Thus, her best course of action was to hone her skills in the breaking void whip. Taozi inscribed her spiritual mark onto the vine whip and began to follow the whip's manual. Mastery of the breaking void whip required speed, stability, and accuracy. The manual contained only 5 basic forms, yet when executed adeptly, they could yield a myriad of transformations, akin to shattering the vast skies. Initially, Taozi focused on practicing the foundational movements: swinging, sweeping, entangling, coiling, binding, throwing, and breaking. After 3 days, she attempted to execute a complete sequence of movements according to the manual. However, far from achieving the fluidity and versatility akin to shattering the skies, she struggled with even the most fundamental aspects of control. For several subsequent days, Taozi found herself at a loss. Was it that she was ill-suited to wield a whip, or perhaps devoid of the innate talent for combat skills, making it arduous to learn these techniques? As time dwindled, she resolved to commit the whip techniques to memory before summoning a paper crane to fly to the designated meeting place with her companions. Chapter 17, Little Sun Mountain. Upon her arrival, Taozi discovered that Ce and Yulin had already gathered. And beside Yulin stood a male cultivator whose level of cultivation was indiscernible to her. Sister Sister Tao, allow me to introduce my third senior brother, Lian Jingfei, who possesses a cultivation level of the 9th layer of qi refinement. Yulin hastily introduced him to Taozi. His face flushed with embarrassment as he gazed at her. Although the master was somewhat apprehensive about him, she deemed it beneficial for him to venture out for experience. Hence she entrusted him to accompany Yulin. Senior brother Lian. Taozi respectfully approached to pay her respects, noticing Yulin's reddened countenance and understanding his modesty. She chose not to highlight it. Indeed, encountering such a master is a profound blessing, though her own master is not lacking either. After a little over a quarter of an hour, Zhang Yingying and 2 other female cultivators arrived on paper cranes. Senior brother C, Z, Yulin. You have all arrived. Upon realizing she was the last to arrive, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Earlier that morning, when her roommate, Sister Chiu, heard that she was heading to Shaoang Mountain for training, she expressed a desire to join, and since Sister Chiu had a good rapport with Sister Pang, upon hearing this, Sister Pang decided to join as well, which caused a delay. After a round of greetings, it was revealed that the 2 female cultivators brought by Zhang Yingying were named Qiu Jier, who had a cultivation level of the 6th layer of qi refinement, and the other, whom Taozi had met before on the spirit boat, Pang Yuxian, who surprisingly possessed a cultivation level of the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Taozi couldn't shake the feeling that Pang Yuxian seemed somewhat different this time they met. The skin becoming more delicate and fair is indeed a common occurrence. After allowing the essence to enter the body, the accumulated impurities are expelled, resulting in skin that naturally appears more radiant. However, Taozi noticed that Pang Yuxian's previously slightly protruding fish-like eyes had subtly transformed into large, almond-shaped ones, and her somewhat buck teeth had also normalized. Had it not been for the indelible impression left on her from before, coupled with Zhang Yingying's introduction, she would never have associated the 2 as being the same individual. After all, on the spirit boat, that imperious young lady wielding a whip had been undeniably haughty, yet she had not spoken falsely at that time. Pang Yuxian was indeed somewhat unattractive. Time is precious for cultivators. Following the customary exchange of pleasantries, Lian Jinfei summoned a small leaf boat, just large enough to accommodate their group, and transformed it into a beam of light, heading towards Shaoang Mountain. As most of the group, apart from Lian Jinfei, possessed relatively low cultivation levels, the tasks assigned to them were naturally not overly challenging. Their objective was the semi-tiered red-eyed sheep. These creatures are fond of aquatic vegetation. So Lian Jingfei led them to a lush lakeside, where he set up a basic beast trapping formation, awaiting the arrival of the red-eyed sheep. After waiting for over an hour with no sign of the sheep, the group continued to silently recite the concealment technique, refraining from making any noise. At last, less than half an hour later, a herd of over a dozen red-eyed sheep appeared. They moved leisurely, blissfully unaware of the trap that lay ahead. Just a little further. Just a little closer. The group held their breath in anticipation, hoping earnestly for their target to enter the beast trapping formation. Suddenly, with a slip on a damp patch of grass, Qiu Jier lost her footing, inadvertently breaking the silence with a sound. The red-eyed sheep are docile yet timid, fleeing at the slightest sound. Seizing the moment, CE decisively unleashed a bolt of lightning towards the sheep's escape route. In an instant, one unfortunate red-eyed sheep was struck down by the lightning orb, leaving 3 deep craters in its wake. Lian Jinfei, who had been quietly observing from the sidelines, cast a deep glance at CE, acknowledging the extraordinary prowess of the lightning spirit fruit. Tao Zi summoned her vine whip, attempting to ensnare one of the red-eyed sheep. Unfortunately, her technique was lacking. Not only did she fail to capture the sheep, but her actions also provoked its ire. Incensed, the already crimson-eyed sheep's gaze intensified to a fiery red as it charged at Tao Zi with its horns raised. In a moment of desperation, an epiphany struck Tao Zi, and she channeled half of her spiritual energy into the whip. With a resounding crack, the red-eyed sheep was cleaved in 2. Shortly thereafter, CE's lightning struck the larger half of the carcass. Tao Zi, CE, the onlookers, the bisected red-eyed sheep, ultimately. With the addition of the sheep ensnared within the beast trap, the group collected a total of 9.5 red-eyed sheep. Indeed, that half was the result of Tao Zi's strike. They proceeded to skin the sheep and harvest their horns for division. Due to Qiu Jie's mishap, the flock that was meant to be ensnared scattered, leaving her with the least share, followed by Zhang Yingying, who had yet to master any effective spells. The remainder of the spoils were evenly distributed among the others, after a night of rest and a feast of roasted whole sheep. The following morning marked the commencement of their sheep-catching endeavors anew. For over a month, as the crowd exhausted every means in their quest to find even a single adult red-eyed sheep, they resolved to shift their focus to a new target. This time, they aimed to capture a first-tier demon beast known as the frost fragrance rabbit. This particular rabbit possesses a pair of glands behind its ears that secretes a liquid capable of inducing hallucinations in both humans and cultivators, ensnaring them in a captivating dream of chilling fragrance from which they cannot escape. Thus, these glands serve as a primary ingredient in crafting the first-grade barrier-breaking elixir. If the red-eyed sheep is characterized by its timidity, the frost fragrance rabbit embodies cunning. After several days of fruitless searching, Pan Yuxian proposed advancing further into the heart of the forest. It was common knowledge that the deeper one ventured, the greater the likelihood of encountering high-tier demon beasts, and consequently, the dangers escalated. Yet, the absence of any sign of the frost fragrance rabbit in the outer regions compelled Zhang Fei and Si to deliberate and ultimately agree to continue their exploration inward, albeit not exceeding 5 miles. As they penetrated deeper into the thicket, the trees grew denser, yet the spiritual energy became increasingly potent. The nameless cultivation technique activated autonomously, allowing the body to comfortably absorb the spiritual essence, while Tao Zi remained vigilant, wary of potential threats. The group advanced in a fan shape, initially maintaining a close formation. However, the ruggedness of the forest inevitably caused them to disperse. At that moment, Pan Yuxian excitedly approached Tao Zi. "Sister Tao, look over there," she exclaimed, pointing to a cluster of red cloud ginseng. Even if the plants are small, they are still second-tier spiritual flora. Look, there are perfectly 2 specimens. Shall we quietly take one each without alerting the others? Pan Yuxian inched closer. However, Tao Zi regarded her with a cold stare. Though their acquaintance was brief, Pan Yuxian consistently exuded a sinister aura, reminiscent of a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, fixating on its prey with a flickering tongue. Thus, there exists no reason. She simply harbors an aversion towards Pan Yuxian. Observing that her indifference remained unperturbed, Pan Yuxian felt a twinge of irritation. Were it not for the pursuit of your favor and the acquisition of a modicum of aesthetic energy, why would I relinquish a precious treasure within my grasp? Since you do not desire it, I shall not impose upon you. Consequently, she surveyed her surroundings, silently reciting the gathering breath technique, and retrieved her spiritual hoe, preparing to excavate the red cloud ginseng. Wait. Upon witnessing her actions, Tao Zi urgently called out to her. Quick, step back. Most first-tier spiritual plants are guarded by beastly sentinels. How much more so for the second-tier red cloud ginseng? Was Pan Yuxian truly so reckless as to approach it with such audacity? Chapter 18. Perils within the inner circle. Step back. Tao Zi shouted with fervor. But it was too late. And as for the venomous serpent, it appeared coiled upon the trunk of a massive tree behind the red cloud ginseng. A serpent of indeterminate length was swiftly descending. It then aimed its gaping maw at Pan Yuxian, ready to strike. In this moment of peril, Tao Zi instinctively summoned a fiery talisman directed at the serpent's vulnerable spot. Pan Yuxian, realizing the gravity of the situation, found her exquisite bracelet momentarily shielding her from the blow, only to dim shortly thereafter. Without the luxury of lamentation, she seized the brief respite to retreat behind Tao Zi. As the others hastened to the scene, upon seeing Tao Zi in the forefront, Si and Yulin instinctively assumed the serpent was targeting her. And without a moment's hesitation, they both launched an assault against it. Alas, neither Tao Zi's previous talisman nor the spells cast by Si and Yulin managed to strike the extraordinarily agile serpent, much like the crimson-eyed sheep. Their attempts only served to incite its wrath further. It decisively abandoned the instigator, Pang Yuxian, and turned its attention towards Si and Yulin. Hurry. We are no match for it. Lian Jingfei admonished the group, swiftly pulling Yulin along to escape. Observing the dire situation, the others also exerted their utmost efforts to flee. Zhang Yingying, being the weakest among them and lacking a mentor, possessed the fewest talismans and magical artifacts. Tao Zi took her by the hand, producing 2 lightweight talismans to affix to both of them, and chased after Lian Zhengfei. In the ensuing chaos of pursuit, they soon realized they had ventured deep into the dense forest. The enormous serpent, perhaps reluctant to part with the red cloud ginseng or intimidated by the higher-level demon beasts within, did not follow. Tao Zi, perceptive of the displeasure in the air, chose to ignore it, casting a sidelong glance at Pang Yuxian, signaling the others to inquire of her, while she busied herself with setting up a minor 4 symbols formation. Senior Lian, Senior Si. I truly did not intend for this to happen, Pang Yuxian stammered, her eyes darting about. Eventually, yielding to the circumstances, she decided to speak candidly in Tao Zi's presence. I originally discovered 2 red cloud ginseng plants, and, seeing that Sister Tao was closest, I intended to enlist her help in harvesting the ginseng, with the plan to share it with everyone. However, before we could approach, the giant serpent attacked. Sister Tao tried to stop me, but it was too late. Tears welled in her eyes, her expression filled with guilt and sorrow. I apologize. Esteemed seniors and junior sisters, it is all my fault. Yuxian is to blame. She then bowed deeply to the group. Tao Zi, not far off, listened to her lamentations and mused that this Pang Yuxian was indeed quite the performer. Enough of the weeping. Even Ren Jingfei, slightly impatient, interrupted her sobs but ultimately chose not to pursue the matter further. Meanwhile, Si, Yulin, and Zhang Yingying approached Tao Zi, exchanging glances to inquire about the veracity of what Pang Yuxian had just stated. Tao Zi swiftly pulled Zhang Yingying closer, whispering in a voice meant only for her ears, Yingying, keep your distance from Pang Yuxian. She is certainly not a good person. Zhang Yingying readily acquiesced. And upon witnessing this, Ce and Yulin couldn't help but reassess Pang Yuxian's character. In this vicinity, no signs of high-level demonic beasts had been detected. Thus, Ren Zhengfei suggested, let us rest here for the night. He proceeded to set up a tent alongside Yulin. Ren Zhengfei took the first half of the night watch, while Ce took over for the latter half. As the hour of Z arrived, they seamlessly exchanged their posts. Ce, maintaining vigilance, extended his senses to survey the surroundings. Senior brother Ce, you have worked hard, came a melodious voice, resembling pearls cascading onto a jade plate. Under the moonlight, Pang Yuxian appeared unexpectedly serene and charming. There is fruit wine I brewed earlier. Would you care to taste it? No need. Drinking can lead to mistakes, he replied, promptly resuming his meditation. Rest assured, how could Yuxian dare to offer you strong liquor? This is merely fruit wine, harmless to the senses, Pang Yuxian sweetly insisted. However, moments passed, almost a quarter of an hour, and Ce remained unresponsive, seemingly lost in slumber. Tao Zi, who had no intention of sleeping and was in meditation, couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. In the darkness, Ce appeared to sense something, casting a glance towards the tent where Tao Zi and Zhang Yingying rested. As the hour of Yin approached, fatigued and weary, Tao Zi quietly listened to Zhang Yingying's gentle snoring, preparing to lie down and rest as well. At that moment, Ce suddenly emitted a warning cry. Tao Zi was the first to arrive, followed closely by Lian Jingfei. As they beheld the scene before them, an overwhelming sense of dread swept over them. Lian Zhengfei immediately sent a distress signal to their sect. However, distant aid would prove futile against imminent peril. They had to find a way to save themselves before reinforcements could arrive. Before them surged a mass of stone ants, undulating like a relentless tide. Jier, who arrived last, was so overwhelmed by the sight that she fainted on the spot. The stone ants possessed jaws as strong as steel, capable of reducing stones to mere fragments, voraciously consuming anything imbued with life force, and they appeared in countless numbers. What shall we do, Azi? Zhang Yingying grasped Tao Zi's hand tightly. The Shaolong Mountain was still too terrifying for her. Had it not been for Aziz's presence earlier, she might have already met her demise at the fangs of a serpent. Silently, Taoji placed a handful of flame talismans into Zhang Yingying's hand. Yingying, do not be afraid. When the battle begins, remember to stay behind me. Do you possess any other formations? This minor four symbols array may hold them for a while. But the stone ants rely solely on their sense of life force to locate their prey, rendering the array ineffective in the long run. If you have any other formations, now is the time to employ them. Perhaps we can endure a little longer. Taoji looked at everyone, knowing that this was not the moment for secrecy. Especially since the stone ants had breached their defenses, and the few Qi refinement disciples could not withstand them. CES' expression was as dark as thunderclouds. I have another set of suppression flags, though it is also a minor four symbols array. Very well, I shall set up the formation. Now, who has oil? She continued, inquiring among the group. I have some. Aziz, look, this should be enough. Zhang Yingying stepped forward, feeling that she could finally be of assistance. Taozi nodded at her, confident that her prior preparations would suffice. Then, with remarkable speed, Taozi positioned the flags of the minor four-symbol formation, encircling them with 5 generous rings of flammable oil. Each ring measured at least half a meter in width, with intervals of no less than 3 meters, ensuring that the outermost layer would not ignite the inner circles. The oil was highly combustible. And while the stone ants were known to feed on blood and gnaw on stone, they possessed a significant vulnerability, fear of fire. Thus, once the stone ants breached the double-layered minor four-symbol formation, the oil would provide a temporary deterrent. Even Yan Zhengfei found himself compelled to acknowledge the young woman before him. If her earlier display of prowess, splitting an adult crimson eye sheep in two with a whip, could be attributed solely to her magical artifact, this strategic arrangement demanded recognition of her intelligence. Despite his own mastery at the 9th level of Qi refinement, he had only contemplated using spells and talismans to fend off the impending assault. It seemed that his junior disciple was acquainted with individuals of no ordinary caliber. Xiao, who had fainted, was roused by a kick from Lian Zhengfei. The 7 of them formed a circular formation, back to back, their eyes fixed unwaveringly on the surging stone ants. As anticipated, within mere moments, the first layer of the four-symbol formation was dismantled. Following that, the second layer succumbed as well. The ant swarm drew closer to the outermost ring of oil, their dark waves rising menacingly under the flickering torchlight, creating a truly terrifying spectacle. Xiao nearly rolled her eyes in exasperation, almost succumbing to faintness. It was only when Zhang Fei shot her a fierce glare that she managed to suppress her dizziness, yet she dared not gaze upon the swarm of ants again. Taozi, with a flick of her fingertip, ignited the outermost layer of oil, producing a burst of flames that engulfed a number of the stone ants. The effectiveness of this tactic invigorated the onlookers, yet the stone ants, devoid of intelligence and fear, acted purely on instinct. They showed no concern for the demise of their companions, instead surging forward to scavenge the fallen bodies. The sound of their relentless chewing sent shivers down the spines of the spectators. Soon, the penultimate circle was ignited, and the third circle was merely 20 meters away. They could no longer remain passive. Each individual unleashed their full potential to assault the distant swarm, dazzling lights of various energies illuminating the scene. Taozi summoned her vine whip, and after more than a month in Shaoang Mountain, she had learned to infuse her energy into the whip with the grace of a sweeping arm. Extending the whip to its maximum length, she deftly cleared a space by sweeping away a cluster of stone ants. Zheng Fei, with both hands forming a seal, raised a 6-foot-high earthen wall before the third circle, a manifestation of his earth spirit root. Zhang Yingying marveled at this. She too possessed an earth spirit root, the primary of her 3 roots. However, as a mere first-level Qi practitioner, she could barely execute a single earth-sinking technique, which drained nearly half of her energy. Clenching her fists, she resolved to become stronger and no longer be a burden to others. Pang Yuxian wielded a pair of twin swords, their long blades unfurling in an impenetrable dance, yet she was gradually showing signs of fatigue as the beads of sweat rolled down. Although he had reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement, he had yet to begin practicing offensive spells, leaving him feeling clumsy and overwhelmed. Noticing this, Si positioned himself behind him and increased his output of spiritual energy, repelling wave after wave of the ant swarm. However, even with this effort, they could only temporarily halt the advance of the horde. A quarter of an hour later, the 3rd fire circle ignited. The group's spiritual energy was nearly depleted, forcing them to absorb spirit stones while defending themselves. Merely a few moments later, the 4th fire circle was also ignited. Only one remained. Once this final circle was lit, the consequences were well understood by all, prompting them to expend their remaining energy to unleash their respective abilities. Tao Zi splashed a bowl of fire oil into the air and ignited it. Instantly, leaving a ground strewn with corpses, Yuan followed suit, achieving similarly impressive results. Zhang Yingying continuously unleashed fire charms, though not without a heavy heart, for no pain compared to the value of life. Ce wielded a thunder sword crackling with lightning, driving back a significant number of the stone ants. Even Zheng Fei finally resorted to his signature skill, deploying a massive net to contain the swarm outside its confines. Yet, it was evident that the net was beginning to fray and would not hold for long. He turned his gaze to Pang Yuxian and Qiu Jie beside him, signaling them to reinforce their efforts. Pang Yuxian, with relative ease, summoned a lotus-shaped artifact that dispelled many of the eager stone ants surrounding them. However, Qiu Jie seemed to have collapsed onto the ground, a faint, unpleasant odor wafting from her. She had been so frightened that she lost control. At that moment, in a state of desperation, Tao Zi ignited the final circle. The crowd was engulfed in a frenzy of violence, yet the ant swarm continued to charge forward relentlessly. Tao Zi summoned the remaining half of her spiritual energy to erect a protective shield, as did the others. However, amidst the continuous barrage of skills, it wasn't long before the shields of Pang Yuxian and Zhang Yingying faltered and ceased to function due to insufficient energy. Pang Yuxian retreated behind Tao Zi, casting a pitiful gaze in her direction. Yet, Tao Zi paid her no heed, instead pulling Zhang Yingying into the safety of her shield. Witnessing this, Pang Yuxian's lips pressed together in a silent display of discontent. Help! Help! The cries for assistance echoed from Qiu Jie, who had long since collapsed. Unable to maintain her shield, a few of the charging stone ants had bitten through her boots, burrowing into her flesh. She screamed in agony, powerless to stop the onslaught, her voice a mere plea for salvation. The others frantically attempted to fend off the stone ants that clung to her, but once the breach was made, it was nearly impossible to seal it. Enticed by the intoxicating scent of blood, more stone ants surged forth in a maddened frenzy. In but a moment, even the faintest cries and convulsions ceased, leaving behind what resembled an anthill, devoid of any bones. Zhang Yingying trembled in fright, forcing herself to summon her last flame talisman. Meanwhile, Tao Zi doused the remains with a bowl of oil, incinerating the scant remains in the swarm in a swift blaze. Zheng Fei, who had long been consumed by the stone ants, momentarily displayed a hint of despair upon his countenance. Was there truly no escape? Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he summoned the small boat they had arrived in. Surely, the stone ants could not fly. Why had he not thought of this sooner? The small boat hovered in midair as Lian Zhenfei leapt aboard, followed by the others who quickly joined him. Just as they were about to propel themselves forward, the ethereal vessel suddenly shattered from below. It turned out to be a swarm of ants that, sensing the impending escape, formed a ladder with their bodies and proceeded to gnaw the small boat to pieces. Was the stone ant truly lacking in intelligence? Could it be a mutated swarm? Or was there a leader among them, endowed with intelligence, orchestrating the collective? The group fell abruptly from the sky. Had they not been protected by their respective energy shields, they would have undoubtedly become mere piles of bones. The others lacked any flying artifacts. Would they resort to paper cranes? With the spirit vessel destroyed, the notion seemed far-fetched. Ce handed a medium-grade spirit stone to Tao Zi and drew Yulin into his energy shield, wielding his sword with relentless fervor. Soon, however, Tao Zi and Ce's shields too succumbed to destruction. Ants from the stone ant swarm descended upon each individual, but a remarkable phenomenon unfolded. The robes of Tao Zi and her companions had been enhanced by Xiaoyu, providing resistance against attacks from cultivators below the golden core stage. Now, the garments instinctively formed an additional layer of energy shield, effectively thwarting the stone ant's onslaught. Pang Yuxian and Lian Jingfei could not help but feel envious upon witnessing this. How opportunistic! Although Pang Yuxian had allied with several attendants and foundation-building disciples, spirit stones remained scarce. The mere thought of Tao Zi requesting spirit stones ignited a desire to tear her apart. Never mind. Tao Zi spoke softly, revealing that while she would not neglect them, she would not allow them to benefit without consequence, especially not Pang Yuxian. As for Lian Jingfei's words, he could blame his entanglement with Pang Yuxian, who said I wouldn't take action. It turned out that this seemingly indifferent Tao Xianzi was, after all, a petty person eager for wealth. During their conversation, Lian Jingfei had already donned his magical attire and continued to fend off the swarm of ants. Tao Zi summoned a beautifully crafted umbrella, shielding both Yulin and Zhang Yinging beneath it, and initiated a reckless expenditure of resources. Bang! The explosion of a low-grade magical artifact illuminated the area, incinerating the surrounding ant swarm into charred remains. Yet, her heart ached. This dagger had been a gift from her master uncle, one she had intended to use only after enhancing her cultivation, now rendered useless. Bang! That was a bracelet given by her senior sister, which she had cherished and hesitated to wear. Bang! 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 Observing her actions. The others disregarded the value of their magical artifacts, each beginning to self-detonate their own. However, with each artifact that exploded, they could barely withstand 30 breaths of time. And after another quarter of an hour, the protective barrier of their magical attire also faltered. At that moment, a gigantic black ant, thrice the size of the ordinary stone ants, emitted a hissing sound as it leaped towards Yulin. In this critical juncture, a deep voice resonated. Good, good, good. I never expected Leonard to have truly found some genuine friends. The speaker was none other than Yulin's master, the esteemed Junjian. With a sweeping motion of his long sleeves, the ant swarm receded like a tide. Master, you have finally arrived, Yulin cried as she rushed towards him. However, the esteemed Master Jianyang genuinely cared for him. Not only did he refrain from reprimanding, but he also swiftly extended his arms to catch the lunging Yulin. Expressing concern for his potential fall, the others hurriedly approached to pay their respects, with Zhongfei kneeling on both knees, exclaiming, Master, I beg your pardon. It is my incompetence that failed to protect our junior brother. Yet, he did not appear hastily. He merely wished to observe how far this group of children could progress. Indeed, they did not disappoint him. What? You question why that deceased individual was not saved? If it were you, would you consider someone who, upon encountering danger, could do nothing but cry for help, deserving of salvation? On the following day, she proceeded to the Hall of Affairs to submit her mission. Regrettably, even though she narrowly escaped death, her contribution points amounted to less than 300. Subsequently, she intended to visit the Artifact Pavilion to select a sword befitting her needs. The Artifact Pavilion is situated on the central Mufang Peak of the East 19th Peak, while Tianyu Peak lies at the North 6th Peak. Thus, it was deemed a detour, albeit a considerable one. The paper crane fluttered leisurely, switching out 3 times before reaching its destination. Tao Zi mused that in the future, she not only required a suitable sword but also a means of flight. After nearly 2 hours, Tao Zi finally arrived, somewhat unsteadily, at the Hall of Affairs in the Artifact Pavilion. Within the Isu sect, each peak is equipped with at least one Hall of Affairs, typically staffed by disciples at the Foundation establishment stage. After paying her respects, Tao Zi presented her identity token to the on-duty steward, who was taken aback to discover that she was the direct disciple of that esteemed master. Yet, how could a master of refining allow his own disciple to come to the Artifact Pavilion? Although the artifacts from the Artifact Pavilion are undoubtedly superior to those sold externally, what do they truly signify in the eyes of a master? Might it be, may I inquire, junior sister, what type of artifact do you desire? Uncertain if his guess was accurate, he felt compelled to ask. Tao Zi contemplated the 9 swords of wooden spirit she wished to cultivate. Recalling her master's instruction to select a sword from the Artifact Pavilion, it seemed there was nothing to conceal. Naturally, she sought a sword that fit her hand. The steward's eyes sparkled, evidently confirming his initial intuition. It must be said, the power of imagination can be quite formidable at any moment. Steward brother, am I to select here? Tao Zi inquired, gazing at the dilapidated wooden shack before her, with its crooked door revealing a gaping hole where 2 spiders diligently spun their webs. Upon witnessing this scene, the steward felt a twinge of embarrassment. Ahem, junior sister Tao. Do not concern yourself with appearances, do step inside. You have 3 hours. With this mindset, Tao Zi pushed open the creaking door and stepped in. Boom. Her mind erupted with a cacophony of sounds, overwhelming her consciousness. Hee, it's been ages since anyone visited. This scent seems rather enticing. You cowards. Step aside and let me finish her off. Scram. Who are you calling a coward? You fool. 2 fools, it's been a long time since we've sharpened our blades. Since you don't want her, I might as well take advantage. You wretched being, how dare you compete with me? Her head throbbed painfully. Enough. Stop the noise. Silence, all of you. After letting out a shout, Tao Zi finally felt her headache alleviate somewhat. She rubbed her forehead and began to survey her surroundings with renewed vigor. The walls were densely adorned with rows upon rows of swords, and in front of her lay a pile of them, several of which were already covered in rust. Moreover, above her head hung no less than 100 blades. Considering the dilapidated state of the door, if one of those were to fall, she would likely become a hedgehog today. Humph, her voice may be loud, but she was nothing more than a timid shrimp, better suited to serve as fertilizer for her grandfather. I had expected more from her, after all. What was so impressive about mere shouting? I could do that too. Following this thought, she let out a clear cry, prompting the other swords to respond in kind, filling the room with a resonant hum of sword cries. How noisy! Suddenly, a massive sword, a full foot wide and 3 feet long, emerged from the crowd. Upon hearing the giant sword speak, the other blades indeed fell silent. However, a rare visitor should not be so easily dismissed. In an instant, a flash of cold light appeared as a long sword shattered like a falling star, charging directly at Tao Zi. Ever since she stepped into this place, she had not relaxed her vigilance. With a swift invocation of a protective talisman, she fortified her defenses, and then with a sweeping motion of her vine whip, she bound the entire sword with it. She was being unreasonable. Our abilities had been suppressed to match hers, yet she could still use talismans. I refuse to accept this. Humph, if one is outmatched, one cannot blame others for using talismans. The old monsters of the Hisu sect only spoke of restraining our powers, but they never mentioned prohibiting their disciples from using talismans. Well then, if you're capable, why don't you come forward? I shall rise and take action. If I do not, I shall inevitably become as rusted as you. Tao Zi must continue to confront the challenge. Meanwhile, the steward who had escorted her inside paced anxiously at the door. Over an hour had passed, and he couldn't help but wonder if Tao Shimi had already. The thought of that ancient legend from over 1,000 years ago sent a chill down his spine. Did Qinghe Jinren merely allow his disciples to choose a sword at will? What was the true intention of Qinghe Jinren? Another hour slipped by, nearing the 3-hour mark. And still, Tao Shimi had not emerged. It seemed she had only reached the 4th level of qi refining. The more he pondered, the more fear gripped him. Beads of sweat forming on his brow. Desperation took hold. He decided to send a message to Qinghe Jinren. If something unfortunate had indeed befallen Tao Shimi, at least he would not be entirely without recourse. However, how could he explain her entry into the secret pavilion? Thus, the steward dispatched a message talisman to Qinghe Jinren and, for added precaution, sent another to the steward hall of Tianyu Peak. He could not help but begin to pray fervently, Tao Shimi, may you return safely. Chapter 21. The Fingy Sword. At this moment, Tao Zi was already covered in blood. Her originally moon-white robe had transformed into mere rags, stained crimson with blood, and her spiritual energy had long since been depleted. As her vision grew increasingly blurred and her thoughts began to fade, she bit down hard on her tongue. In Linzhou City, she had been rescued by Jin Yuzhenren. And on Shaoyang Mountain, Jianyang Zhenjuan had come to her aid. Yet, she understood that in this place, where even the Mushi space could not reach, it was likely that no one could assist her but herself. Nevertheless, even in such dire circumstances, she refused to succumb. Falling down means losing everything. Not only can I not avenge my mother, but I have yet to delve into the potions of my great-grandfather Yu Shi. Moreover, I have not truly embarked on the path of immortality. I have yet to experience even a single day of the life I yearn for. Furthermore, it is indeed true that there are no free goods of quality. Though it demands no coin, it exacts a toll on life. I cannot falter. I must not succumb. While falling may seem effortless, once I do, I fear I shall never rise again. In this silent expanse, only my labored breaths fill the void. The skeletal fingers of Tao Zi pointed at several swords before her. Come forth, come forth. You, and you. Didn't you all intend to leave me behind as fertilizer? Why the hesitation? Is this all the prowess you possess? You cannot even best one at the 4th level of qi refinement, and yet you all fancy yourselves as divine swords. Bah, I have never encountered such audacity. The myriad swords erupted in a cacophony, and suddenly, a slender, jet-black sword flashed before Tao Zi. Excellent, let us proceed, she exclaimed, staggering into a defensive stance. However, the slender sword remained motionless. Not only that, another sword, 3 feet long and 3 fingers wide with an unrefined scabbard, appeared before her. Oh, are you two coming at me together? Very well, bring it on. 1,000 cuts would be exhilarating. Tao Zi gestured for both swords to advance together. Yet, the two swords seemed to be communicating with one another, and remarkably, neither moved forward. She is not suited for you, Yu Yi. I know. But I cannot wait to escape. She is a promising seedling. Indeed, thus, the promising seedling belongs to me. The long sword suddenly emitted a high-pitched, clear note, followed by a surge of azure light enveloping its blade. Astonishingly, a golden phoenix emerged from the sword, spiraling around Tao Zi 3 times. The shimmering feathers of its tail wove themselves into a complex and resplendent symbol, which then darted into the center of Tao Zi's brow with a flash. Boom! The originally tranquil and deep blue sea of her consciousness was suddenly illuminated by golden spiritual radiance, dispelling the shadows within. In that moment, her spirit seemed to forge an intimate connection with the sword. I am Feng Yi, and I wish to become your symbiotic partner. Together we may ascend to the azure heavens or descend to the yellow springs. Do you consent? I consent. I, Tao Zi, vow to bind my fate with Feng Yi, unyielding in our journey to the yellow springs, unwavering in our ascent to the azure heavens. A surge of emotion swelled within Tao Zi. If she were still unaware of the significance of the secret pavilion, it would be a life wasted. With the vow spoken, the twin contract between them was officially established. The other swords, witnessing this, instinctively recoiled a few steps. Tao Zi solemnly cradled the Feng Yi sword in her palm before stepping away from the secret pavilion. Though only 3 short hours had elapsed, the Tao Zi of now was utterly transformed from the one who had entered. When the esteemed Sheng Yang and Yin Sheng arrived upon hearing the news, they beheld the bloody Tao Zi emerging through the door. Sheng Yang swiftly supported her, inadvertently brushing against her skeletal hand, his heart aching with rage. Su, the steward. You possess quite the skill. Su, the steward who had previously speculated on Sheng Yang's intentions and clandestinely brought Tao Zi into the secret pavilion, was now prostrate on the ground under the pressure of the divine transformation lord, his orifices bleeding, utterly incapable of uttering a single word. No, Master Uncle. I must also express my gratitude to Elder Su. It is through him that I have obtained Feng Yi. Tao Ziki, as delicate as a wisp of silk, spoke to Xinghe, indeed thanking Elder Su. Observing her thus, Xinghe felt a tumult of pain and anger, yet ultimately took Tao Ziki and departed with haste. Yin Sheng tossed 2 small porcelain vials to Elder Su before mounting his flying sword towards Tianyu Peak. 3 hours later, the news of the Feng Yi sword spread like wildfire among the direct disciples of Tianyu Peak after being divulged from the secret pavilion. In an instant, Tianyu Peak basked in unparalleled glory, and the name of Tao Ziki resounded throughout the entirety of Hishu sect. Sheng Yang, bring me your disciple at once. Haha. My Wan Jianfeng finally has a worthy successor. The voice of Lord Qi Guang boomed like thunder, echoing across the expanse of Tianyu Peak. Ha, shameless old fool. This is my disciple. What does my disciple's understanding or lack thereof concern you? Xinghe's fury had yet to subside, and now he faced this unreasonable meddling, utterly absurd. Standing quietly to the side, Yin Cheng mused, isn't Tao Shimi clearly the disciple of Master Uncle? We are both of the same sect and close friends. What distinguishes your disciple from mine? If you are unsatisfied, why not exchange? Look here, among this row of 6, aside from the reclusive 4th. I have brought all the others to you. Would it not be feasible to trade 1 for 7? Lord Qi Guang lamented his own misfortune, reflecting on how, during his apprenticeship, he had been in seclusion. Such a promising talent, who had no inkling of sword intent, had nonetheless earned the recognition of the divine sword. Truly, a natural-born sword cultivator. Enough of this. What nonsense is this about trading 7 for 1? How could you even conceive such an idea? The thought of that old man, Qi Guang, daring to wager his words against him ignited Xinghe's ire and ill. I said, Sheng Yang, we have been at odds for nearly half our lives, even a mere fart. We would likely know the scent of it. Thus, you must trust me. When have I ever shown such concern for another? Can we not consider and discuss this matter? Sheng and that lad have indeed gone to Min's. Very well then, may I visit that girl? After all this conversation, it turns out the main person is absent. However, we cannot let his journey be in vain. This request is indeed difficult to refuse, and thus, Xingyang Daojun can only permit Yin Sheng to take everyone there. At this moment, Tao Zi has been swathed like a mummy. Despite having consumed a high-quality flesh-replenishing pill, she will need at least 3 months for her wounds to heal completely. To ensure her proper rest, Yin Sheng has also provided her with a bowl of herbal powder, sufficient for her to slumber for 7 days and nights. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Truly, she is worthy of being chosen by the divine sword. Qi Guang glanced at his Taie and then at the Feng Yi beside Tao Zi, nodding in satisfaction. The 6 disciples remarked, she is entirely wrapped like a dumpling. Master, from which crevice do you discern her merit? Qi Guang Daojun arrived in a flurry and departed just as swiftly. However, the Hishu sect could not remain tranquil. What is the secret pavilion? It is one of the few remaining structures from the inception of the Hishu sect. with less than 10 such edifices preserved intact to this day, and the secret pavilion is one of them. Originally, the secret pavilion was not named as such. Its proper title was the Sword Pavilion. As the Hisu sect flourished, the Sword Pavilion was expanded, and the original Sword Pavilion gradually faded from public view, becoming known as the Secret Pavilion. To this day, the Hisu sect has 10 places deemed forbidden, and the Secret Pavilion is among them. For those who have ventured into the Secret Pavilion, the survivors number less than 1 in 1,000. Each disciple of the Hisu sect, upon entering the order, regardless of their cultivation, background, or contributions, is granted a singular opportunity to enter the Secret Pavilion, with their lives at stake. The swords within the pavilion are relics collected by generations of cultivators from the Hisu sect, gathered from battlefields, ancient ruins, and various locales. To gain entry into the Sword Pavilion, a sword must possess a spirit. The intention of the sect is to temper the might of these swords, allowing their own disciples to undertake trials, thus providing them with a chance at fortune. For once a spiritual sword acknowledges its master, the probability of ascension significantly increases. However, nearly a millennium has passed, and the number of those who have successfully bonded with a spiritual sword is exceedingly rare, while casualties have been alarmingly high. Consequently, the Hisu sect began the reconstruction of the Sword Pavilion, concealing the original one in obscurity. It was not until 1,000 years ago that a youth from an obscure village stumbled into the Secret Pavilion, inadvertently surviving the ordeal and earning the recognition of the ancient divine sword, Taie, forging a bond with it. Indeed, he is the illustrious Qi Guang Dao Jun of today, who has attained the realm of Huashan. Over 1,000 years ago, the young Qi Guang's acknowledgement by the divine sword stirred tumult within the sect. Lines of eager participants for the Secret Pavilion trials could encircle Mufang Peak thrice. Yet, of those who entered, barely a handful returned, while the rest became mere fertilizer for the multitude of swords. Those fortunate enough to emerge did not progress in their cultivation. Rather, they regressed. Now, with Taozi acquiring the Fengyi sword, excitement stirs among the disciples once more, especially those newly initiated, unaware of the perils that the Secret Pavilion harbors. They dare to dream that perhaps the next stroke of luck could be theirs. The disciples are eager to test their mettle, much to the dismay of the sect leader and the busy officials. The new disciples are not particularly formidable. The sect leader cannot be oblivious to this. Observing a group of freshly trained disciples eagerly rushing towards their demise, the leader's feelings are profoundly intricate. Meanwhile, half of the stewards from each peak have been summoned to Mufang Peak. What is their purpose? Naturally, it is to persuade the disciples that the Secret Pavilion is perilous and venturing there would lead to certain death. However, it has come to light that Taozi, who has been recognized by the Fengyi sword, is merely at the Qi refinement stage. If she can go, why can't we? Is it only the direct disciples who are permitted? Surely, the sect does not impose such a restriction. Consequently, the queue at the Sword Pavilion continues to swell rather than diminish. After deliberating with the elders, the leader ultimately decides to allow 100 individuals to enter first, leaving the remainder to their fates, hoping that the outcomes for the initial group will serve as a lesson for the others. Chapter 22. The Fractured Narrative 7 days later. Taozi awakens from her slumber, coinciding with the day when 100 disciples partake in the trials of the Secret Pavilion. Lord Xingyang, concerned for Taozi's mobility, has summoned a girl named Xiao Huan to attend to her. Xiao Huan, possessing 5 spiritual roots and already at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, greets Taozi with reverence. Master Ancestor, you cannot imagine the commotion outside the artifact pavilion. Many senior and junior brothers have engaged in fierce battles over those 100 spots. I wonder who will ultimately gain recognition from the spiritual sword. As an outer disciple, Xiao Huan is somewhat cautious around Taozi. Nevertheless, despite being a direct disciple of a true immortal, Taozi is addressed according to her cultivation level. Yet, Xiao Huan insists on her title and refrains from further comments. What? Do you believe someone will indeed gain the sword's recognition? Taozi, having experienced this once before, remains noncommittal. Is it not possible? Master Ancestor, do you not perceive? Taozi certainly comprehends her unspoken thoughts. However, if given the chance to start anew, had she foreseen the nature of the Secret Pavilion, she might have refrained from attempting it altogether. Only she knows that, in truth, she had already steeled herself for the prospect of death, stubbornly refusing to succumb in a manner deemed ungraceful. Upon noticing her deep contemplation, Xiao Huan quietly withdrew. Yet, Taozi, observing Xiao Huan's demeanor, inexplicably found herself yearning for Xiao Yu. It had been quite some time since she last saw her, and she wondered how Xiaoyu had fared in recent days. However, should Xiaoyu catch sight of her current state, it would surely evoke tears of fright. As the sun set, Taozi instructed Xiao Huan to open the window. Noticing Xiao Huan's silence, she inquired, "What troubles you? Has something occurred? Master, ancestor, all 100 of our fellow disciples have perished within the secret pavilion. Their life lamps have extinguished." Xiao Huan spoke with a tinge of sorrow and disappointment, for she had initially wished to take her own chance, but now. Yet, if Master Ancestor could impart any secret to gain the Spirit Sword's recognition, perhaps she too might. Taozi could not overlook the shift in her gaze. Human nature is such, and one cannot entirely fault her. Yet, it seems her desires may remain unfulfilled. "I possess no secrets. I merely wish to persevere, for I do not wish to die. Now, you may leave." In the end, the pursuit of wealth leads to ruin, and birds perish for the sake of sustenance. The following day, Ce came to see her, bearing shocking news. "What? You wish to go as well? Have you lost your senses?" Ce was not one to lack judgment. How could he make such a reckless decision? "Are you aware of what you are saying? Do you understand the horror that lies within?" "Ce, please don't go." Ce and Yulin, along with Zhang Yingying, who is her closest friend, are far more significant than any master or mentor. She cannot bear to witness any of them march towards their demise. "No, I must go. For if I do not, I fear I shall never be worthy of you." From the moment he laid eyes on her in Lingzhou City, he could only see the brilliance of her clear gaze. At last, his world was imbued with color. He remembers the bowl of wontons even to this day. How could he forsake the one who offered it to him? See, there are countless exceptional swords in this vast realm, and likewise, innumerable spiritual artifacts. With sufficient effort, and given your innate talent, acquiring a fine sword in due time would be no arduous task. Why then, must you court danger? Though a spiritual sword is splendid, does it truly outweigh the value of life? Ce gently touched her head, still wrapped in white cloth, before turning to depart. Her footsteps hesitated momentarily, yet she ultimately strode away with determination. From within the crowd at the artifact pavilion, Rong observed the striking Ce and the relatively inconspicuous Yuan Songlan. Such is the nature of this protagonist. However, until she possesses adequate strength, it would be wise to refrain from provoking the protagonist, she calculated silently. Yet, if Taozi were present, she would likely recognize the unassuming Yuan Songlan as the very individual whom numerous golden core cultivators vied to apprentice in Kaiyang Palace. A wielder of her spiritual roots. Such a person may seem unremarkable, yet they are undoubtedly extraordinary. Well then, is there anyone else wishing to enter? The responsible steward inquired of a dozen or so individuals ahead. Due to the unfortunate demise of all 100 participants in the first round, it was initially believed that no one would dare to venture forth again. To everyone's surprise, however, there were still those willing to risk their lives. "Very well. If that is the case, you may all proceed," the steward said quietly, stepping aside to allow them passage. In truth, Yuan Songlan had little desire to participate. As a direct disciple of a golden core master, her status, while not comparable to that of disciples from the transformation stage, was nonetheless far superior to that of the majority. Moreover, to her, items such as spiritual swords and magical artifacts were ultimately mere external possessions. Why should one strive desperately for a sword that bore no tangible form? Yet, Elder Chu insisted that the trial in the secret pavilion was unavoidable. 3 hours later, stewards hurriedly approached to assist the bloodied Ce and Yuan Songlan. The sword Ce acquired was named Reverse Heart. Though the heart may be obstructed, the sword remains unimpeded. Of the vast waters, only a single cup shall be sipped. Yuan Songlan received a sword known as Ethereal Night. On Mufang Peak, cheers erupted thunderously as it became evident that among the 10 or so participants, 2 had gained the recognition of spiritual swords, stirring excitement once more. This rebellious disciple dared to court death. Yet, despite their fury, a wave of compassion surged within them. Ultimately, 2 attendants were summoned to escort him for healing. As Ce was carried away, he exhaled deeply, a joyous smile gracing his lips. Songrong, in a state of shock, was left speechless. What on earth was unfolding? The spiritual sword Ce obtained was not supposed to be named Yingtian, was it? And was Yuan Songlan's not meant to be called Bisui? Furthermore, who was this mysterious Taozi that had seemingly appeared from nowhere? This character did not exist in the original narrative, yet now she had acquired the Fengyi sword. No, her plans must be adjusted accordingly. In the hall of Kaiyang, the master, enraged, crushed a cup in his grasp. Yet, He soon reflected that 2 disciples had indeed gained the recognition of the spirit sword, which should have brought him joy. However, his thoughts were quickly overshadowed by the memory of those fallen disciples. In this recent recruitment, they had scarcely gathered 10,000 apprentices, and in just a few days, 3,000 had perished. Even in battle, such losses would seem insurmountable. No, a solution must be devised. In a chamber of the central hall of Tianyu Peak, AZ. How wonderful it is that you are safe. Zhang Yingying grasped Tao Zi's hand, which had begun to show a hint of flesh. But upon seeing her friend in such a state, she could not help but shed tears. Tao Zi smiled, saying, Yingying, you are still such a crybaby. It's really nothing, see? I am right here before you. The 2 friends could not help but laugh and weep in unison. All right, my dear sisters. Do you not notice my presence? Every time we meet, it's always like this. Being with girls is truly unbearable. All right, Master Disciple Yu, have you visited Ce? How is his recovery? Tao Zi inquired. Tao Zi replied calmly, I understand. It is fine. As long as one is alive, wounds can be healed in due course. The practice of cultivation is indeed a wondrous affair. Even the deepest of wounds can be mended without leaving scars. Although Tao Zi knew in her heart that everyone experiences such trials to varying degrees, she could not help but feel compelled to do something for her friend. Perhaps she could plead with her master uncle to allow Yingying to serve at Tianyu Peak? AZ, thank you. I have longed to express my gratitude. But we are so familiar with one another that saying too much seems overly sentimental. She paused momentarily before continuing. I can sense your intention, yet I still wish to remain at the outer gate. The outer gate is not devoid of merit. Every day spent receiving visitors and managing affairs is a form of cultivation. Moreover, I will strive diligently, and one day I shall transform into an inner disciple. Excellent. Tao Zi could not help but feel elated. This was the Yingying she adored. She believed that by then, the fervor would surely have subsided. Chapter 23. The marvelous elixir within the confines of the fragrant space. Tao Zi, after bathing, donned the pure white lab coat that Xiaoyu had prepared for her. And then she began to meditate. Only when she felt a profound tranquility within, devoid of turmoil, did she rise and approach the experimental table. Upon the table lay a row of 9 identical test tubes, for conical flasks, for varying-sized volumetric flasks, a single sheet detailing the procedural steps, and the primary materials for the elixir. In truth, the steps were already ingrained in her mind. However, having the instructions present provided a sense of reassurance. Taking a deep breath, Tao Zi attempted to extend her consciousness towards a pine resin needle nearby, gradually enveloping it bit by bit. While observing and discerning the various components within the needle, time seemed to drag on, as even a single needle contained countless elements. Eureka! Tao Zi, cautious and deliberate, began to gently extract the specific element she required, guiding it into the first test tube with her consciousness. The green extract of the clover and the purple extract of the pine resin needle reacted upon contact, swirling vigorously, and after resting for a quarter of an hour, transformed into a colorless, transparent liquid. Next, the preparations for the extracts of 3 plants, the starry night orchid, the bird bamboo grass, and the dendrobium root, were sequentially completed, followed by the mixtures of the black cloud bean, the ligusticum, and the wansui grass. After concluding the 3 blends, Tao Zi meticulously combined them once more, ultimately adding 10 milliliters of a lingering essence. With great care, her consciousness guided the vibrant liquids in a harmonious flow towards a singular direction. After half an hour, the concoction transformed into a slightly turbid substance. Tao Zi could not help but recall a comment she had once seen in the notes of Yushi's ancestor regarding the primary spirit recovery potion she was crafting. The primary spirit recovery potion serves as the introductory elixir for all potions, characterized by its straightforward preparation and swift extraction, thus yielding a success rate exceeding 50%. However, achieving success does not necessarily equate to excellence. The quality of a spirit recovery potion is determined by its clarity, with the most transparent and purest forms regarded as superior, those slightly turbid classified as intermediate, and those significantly murky deemed undesirable. Exhaling a breath of discontent, she surveyed the somewhat murky result, concluding that it could at best be considered as of intermediate quality. Nevertheless, Tao Zi remained undeterred. After all, this was her inaugural attempt, and such a result was commendable. She then retrieved the previously prepared universal pill sealing vials and divided her product, yielding an impressive total of 20 bottles. After adjusting her breathing, Tao Zi resumed the preparation of the elementary mental recovery potion. The flow of time within this space is merely half that of the outside world. And the spiritual plants that thrive here are deeply rooted in this environment, allowing them to grow at double the speed. However, despite being the master of this realm, Taozi experiences no additional growth in her own age, even though she enjoys twice the time compared to the outside world. This may stem from her upbringing in the external realm, or perhaps it is simply because she is human rather than a plant. Given these advantageous conditions, Taozi effectively possesses double the time for her cultivation. The space lacks a sun, yet remains perpetually illuminated. Xiaoyu diligently adjusts the shading devices for the shade-loving and nocturnal plants. Taozi, adhering to her customary routine, treats each day within this realm as equivalent to 2 days. Over the years, she has meticulously crafted a 12-hour cultivation schedule for herself. In the morning, she practices swordsmanship for 3 hours, followed by a half-hour of rest, then spends half an hour in the library, engages in 4 hours of potion preparation practice, dedicates an hour to whip techniques, and finally concludes with meditation and rest. The 4 hours of potion experimentation pose the greatest challenge to her mental acuity. At this moment, the first potion she is learning to concoct is the mental recovery potion, which proves to be immensely beneficial for the practitioners of the Chanhua realm. The greatest terror does not arise from physical injuries or the depletion of spiritual energy. Although precious, there are elixirs available to restore spiritual energy, and in dire circumstances, one can even directly absorb spiritual energy from spirit stones to sustain their own spiritual reserves. However, if one's consciousness has suffered significant damage or undergone excessive depletion, the restoration may require at least 3 years, if not an indefinite period. Thus, the depletion of one's mental faculties is, for cultivators, a far more terrifying ordeal than the loss of vital blood, physical injuries, or insufficient spiritual energy. With the advent of the mental recovery elixir, Taozi has essentially unlocked a new realm of possibilities. Through her numerous personal experiments, she has confirmed that this potion can indeed expedite the recovery of one's consciousness, and high-quality variants of the mental recovery elixir exhibit no adverse side effects. Moreover, Taozi has also discovered the formulation processes for both the consciousness restoration elixir and the mental enhancement potion. The implications of this are, quite frankly, self-evident. Presently, if it were not for Xiaoyu's timely reminders, Taozi would have found it nearly impossible to cease her research on these elixirs. Time is but a mere construct in the realm of cultivation, and unbeknownst to her, Taozi has spent 4 years within this space, while 2 years have elapsed in the outside world. After equipping herself with the 2 storage bags and a flying device that Xiaoyu had prepared for her, Taozi finally departed from the space. Of course, her seclusion is not yet complete. She intends to continue her retreat in her new loft for an additional year. A year later, Taozi awakens from her meditative state. As she opens the window of her loft, she is greeted by the splendid brilliance of springtime. In the spiritual fields, the ethereal rice thrives, maturing once every 3 years, and now it flourishes in vibrant green. Adjacent to these fields lies a newly cultivated medicinal garden, sparsely dotted with a few resilient herbs capable of withstanding both drought and flood. Not far away, a lush bamboo grove sways gently in the breeze, producing a soothing rustle. Beyond the bamboo, there lies her beloved hot spring, accompanied by 2 thatched cottages that harmoniously complement the spring. To the other side stands a peach orchard she planted 3 years ago, alongside a vineyard and several apricot trees, primarily for the purpose of winemaking. Encircling this paradise is a cluster of rose bushes that forms a charming fence, with a 10-meter gap on the right side, where a small wooden sign simply reads Tao Zhuang. A winding path of scattered pebbles leads from the entrance to her loft. Still unaccustomed to living in a cave, she constructed a loft not far from her original dwelling, mirroring the space of her wooden cabin. The upper level comprises her living quarters, a meditative room, and a library, along with 2 vacant guest rooms. The lower level features a reception area, kitchen, dining room, and storage room. However, at the rear of the loft, there exists a wine cellar spanning over 200 square meters. Yet, this is merely a faade, as the true winemaker is Xiaoyu, and the actual location is within her own space. The original cave dwelling has been transformed, retaining only a quiet room and an alchemical chamber, while the rest has been repurposed as storage. She recalls the astonished expression on Steward Wang's face upon learning that she intended to build a kitchen and dedicate a room for dining. For her, a place devoid of the warmth of culinary activity could never truly be called home. Although it may not always be necessary, it is essential to have. Over the past 3 years, her cultivation had barely reached the 7th level of qi refinement. For one with a single spiritual root, it must be said that this progress was rather sluggish. However, her body refinement had advanced to the 4th minor stage of the great perfection in qi refinement. And the next step would lead to the 1st minor stage of foundation establishment. In these years, aside from potions, Tao Zi's greatest achievement was her mastery over the 9 swords of wood spirit. Initially, she had no intention of becoming a sword cultivator, yet by a twist of fate, she had acquired the Fengyi sword, coupled with the supreme technique 9 swords of wood spirit. She felt a profound obligation to diligently cultivate, lest she do an injustice to these 2 treasures. Thus, she established a training ground within her spatial realm and practiced swordplay each morning without fail. It was not until she was about to leave the space, drenched in sweat from her exertions, that a voice resonated within her sea of consciousness. The sword momentum is established. You may comprehend the sword intent. Tao Zi collapsed onto the ground of the training area, finally realizing that the arduous practice over the past 4 years had not been in vain. Nevertheless, seclusion and self-imposed isolation were ultimately unwise strategies to enhance her combat abilities. She needed to immerse herself in actual battles. Furthermore, her supply of spirit stones was dwindling, necessitating a plan to earn some. She organized several storage bags filled with jars of fine spirit wine brewed by Xiao Yu and made her way to the Deacon's Hall. Deacon Wang had now reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Upon their meeting, Tao Zi first offered her congratulations, then presented him with 4 jars of grape wine. Feeling quite guilty as her contributions to the sect's tasks over the past 3 years had been nearly non-existent. Brother Wang, as you are aware, I have spent these 3 years in seclusion, thus my contributions to the sect's tasks. Tao Zi tentatively remarked. Is that so? To my astonishment, Brother Yin has been so generous in his assistance. Indeed, I should express my heartfelt gratitude to him. The words of my junior sister resonate profoundly. Elder Wang nodded in agreement. To be candid, I have another purpose for my visit today. I wonder if there are any tasks in the mission hall concerning the acquisition of spiritual elixirs. Certainly, such tasks exist, while other missions may be scarce. The acquisition of spiritual elixirs is a perennial endeavor. He cast a glance at Tao Zi, who, at the tender age of 13 or 14, possessed fair skin and a strikingly beautiful visage, particularly her pair of dreamy peach blossom eyes, which seemed to shimmer with glistening waves of light. I was taken aback. In just a few short years, junior sister Tao had blossomed into such a dazzling figure. Without reservation, Tao Zi produced a small porcelain vial and handed it to Elder Wang. Indeed, brother, I seek your assistance with these potions. Elder Wang uncorked the vial, and a familiar fragrance wafted forth, the scent of a fasting elixir, albeit with an additional hint of food aroma. Curiously, he inquired, Junior Sister Tao, what is this? This is a fasting elixir in liquid form. This vial can sustain one for 3 months without hunger. It was her second attempt at concocting a potion, a formula devised by Yuxi's great-grandfather upon arriving in the Qinhua continent, aimed at generating spiritual stones. In the era of interstellar travel, such a concoction was unheard of. According to Xiao Yu, people then consumed a compressed food substance known as nutritional agents. 3 months. Does this not equate to the efficacy of a mid-grade fasting elixir? It is noteworthy that, despite the vast resources of the Hisu sect, it does not exist in a state of utter affluence. Each month, the elixirs distributed to disciples below the golden core level, such as the common Pigadan, are rather ordinary. Should one desire to procure higher-grade elixirs, they must embark on personal purchases. If Sister Tao's Pigo liquid indeed meets the sect's procurement criteria, there should be no concern regarding insufficient contributions. What do you think? Senior brother? Sitting nearby, Tao Zi felt a flutter of trepidation as this marked her inaugural presentation of her concoction. Does Sister still possess any surplus Pigo liquid? To be candid, this Pigo liquid is exceedingly rare. At least, I, Wang, have neither heard of nor encountered anything like it. Therefore, I must report this matter to the sect. If the sect deems it feasible, specialized members will conduct verification, and should it pass, the possibility of it replacing the Pigodan is not out of the question. Wang, the steward, spoke slowly, noting that if he was not mistaken, this Sister Tao was merely at the 7th level of qi refinement, yet she managed to produce a mid-grade elixir comparable to those crafted by second-tier alchemists, even if it is a Pigodan. Without further ado, Tao Zi presented Wang with a storage pouch containing 30 vials of Piga liquid, which should suffice for testing its efficacy. Sister, your decisiveness is commendable. I shall visit the main hall of the Kaiyang Pavilion tomorrow to discuss this matter on your behalf. However, The Piga liquid is inherently less convenient to transport than elixirs, so I cannot guarantee the outcome. It is admirable that such a young disciple as yourself has achieved this. Offering a gesture of goodwill can only yield benefits. Thank you, Senior Brother Wan. I am deeply grateful for your care over the years, regardless of whether the matter concerning the Pigu liquid succeeds or fails. You are welcome to utilize it whenever you require. Taozi spoke with genuine sincerity. Regardless of whether Elder Wang acted out of consideration for his personally trained disciple or other motives, his assistance towards her was undoubtedly tangible. Additionally, I wish to issue a task for the acquisition of spiritual herbs, with rewards being either spirit stones or this medium-grade fasting elixir at conventional prices. The task hall of the Elders' Pavilion offers 2 types of missions, one issued by the sect, rewarding contribution points, and the other initiated by individuals, with rewards being unrestricted. Those spirit stones remain the most prevalent. The herbs Taozi sought to procure included 2 types for body tempering and 2 fundamental herbs for her medicinal experiments. Given that the majority of her spatial collection consisted of high-tier spiritual plants and rare varieties, it would be prudent for her not to squander them with her current abilities. As there was no urgency, she opted for the usual pricing for her acquisitions. After bidding farewell to Elder Wang, Taozi turned towards the main hall of Tianyu Peak. With her master yet to return, she felt it necessary to report to her uncle. The central hall remained as serene and tranquil as ever. With several acolytes quietly standing in the corridor, Taozi proceeded directly to the reception area of Daoist Shenyang, only to be informed that he had gone elsewhere to visit friends, with an uncertain return date. Reluctantly, she departed. However, one can evade the initial challenge, but not the subsequent one. Thus, she resolved to pay a visit to Brother Yan. The previous awkwardness at the hot spring, coupled with Uncle Yan's transformation into Brother Yan, had left her yet to formally greet this elder. This must be the place, as she arrived at a barren hillside. Yet, upon looking around, there was nothing but the desolate slope in sight. Could it be a mirage? Taozi, hesitant to intrude aggressively, opted instead to send a sound transmission talisman. Fortunately, when Senior Brother Yan had previously erected the barrier, he had also left her several of these talismans. Although Taozi felt unworthy to seek his forgiveness, the prospect of Wan Jianfeng intrigued her. It seemed to promise an opportunity for conflict. And thus she mischievously dispatched another paper crane, directing it towards Wan Jianfeng. Luckily, he was quite close to Tianyu Peak, and her efforts over the past 3 months had not been in vain. Upon arriving at Wan Jianfeng, Taozi made her way straight to the martial arts arena. Chapter 25. Wan Jianfeng indeed. This place was filled with the thrill of combat. Taozi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having secluded herself for over 3 years, she was unaware of such a splendid venue. The martial arts arena stretched endlessly, dotted with numerous combat platforms. Taozi casually positioned herself before one such platform, where 2 Qi refinement stage sword cultivators were engaged in a contest. Both wielding swords, their techniques mirrored each other, resulting in a fiercely balanced duel. Taozi recalled a saying, "In the realm of martial arts, speed is paramount." While the dueling skills of cultivators surpassed those of mere mortals, the principle of speed remained unwavering. Initially, she presumed that the disparity in cultivation levels would dictate the outcome, yet it appeared that only their spiritual energy remained in contention. Consequently, she believed that the cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement held the greater chance of victory. However, to her astonishment, the 8th level practitioner unleashed a flurry of rapid strikes, relentlessly pressuring his opponent, who began to falter under the onslaught. Ultimately, with a decisive move, the 8th level cultivator executed the breaking red, pursuing the sun, effectively targeting the throat of the 9th level opponent. She realized that she herself was not yet swift enough. Taozi switched platforms several times, eagerly observing multiple battles, her anticipation growing with each display of skill. Upon a stage, a battle ensued where a martial artist was unceremoniously kicked off by their opponent, revealing that the challenger was, in fact, a physical cultivator. Indeed, the martial arena of Wan Jianfeng is open to all disciples across the sect, attracting not only a multitude of sword cultivators, but also those from other peaks. Very well, let us engage this one. She appears sturdy and resilient, a perfect candidate to test the mettle of her body refinement technique. Taozi nimbly leapt onto the platform. "Oh, little junior sister, I shall not show you any mercy. Your delicate appearance suggests you would be better off retreating. Being defeated by me, Lei Xiangtian, would not be a disgrace." The physical cultivator was a burly man, his bare torso revealing the formidable strength concealed beneath his taut muscles. Before the bout commenced, did my senior brother truly presume I would falter? This appears to be my first encounter in combat. Perhaps I should hold back a bit. Contemplating the stone figures that had been reduced to powder, a strategy began to form in her mind. Come on, senior brother, if you remain idle, I shall strike first. With a swift motion, Taozi darted behind Lei Xiangtian, aiming a barehanded strike at his vulnerable back. However, the seasoned Lei Xiangtian was not so easily caught off guard. He pivoted swiftly, delivering a counterpunch. The two fists collided with a resounding impact, engaging in a raw display of physical prowess. The onlookers gasped, murmuring in disbelief, anticipating that the little junior sister's hand might have shattered from the force. Lei Xiangtian yelped in pain, astonished to discover that his junior sister was also a physical cultivator. Who said I am merely a physical cultivator? Taozi blew on her hand, masking her own discomfort. Let us go again. With his feet positioned apart, Lei Xiangtian lowered his center of gravity onto his back leg, bending it into a squat while keeping the front foot straight and the toes pointed inward to touch the ground. He executed a reverse step, followed by a spin, and then another rightward step, leaning forward abruptly to deliver a punch towards Taozi. However, Taozi, already aware of his intentions, deftly grasped his right hand, and the two engaged in a raw contest of strength, akin to mere mortals. Ultimately, Lei Xiangtian found himself overpowered and was hurled off the competition stage by Taozi. The onlookers were taken aback. Is this how it ends? I concede. Might I inquire your name, junior sister? Would you dare to return here for another bout in 3 days? Lei Xiangtian, possessing a forthright nature, readily accepted defeat. In truth, he realized he was facing a formidable opponent the moment their fists collided. He had not anticipated that he would be outmatched in both strength and technique. Why not? I shall return in 3 days for a rematch. Taozi resolved, considering not just 3 days, but also the prospect of returning to Wanjianfeng regularly over the next 3 months, or even 3 years. After her victory over Lei Xiangtian, she naturally ascended to the status of the arena's defender, continuing to confront a stream of challengers. 3 hours passed, during which she faced sword cultivators, body cultivators, and spell cultivators alike, and astonishingly, she emerged victorious each time, with female cultivators being a rarity in such contests. The crowd had gathered in numbers to witness her challenge against Lei Xiangtian. Taozi fought unarmed, employing straightforward, violent, and lethal techniques that garnered waves of applause from the audience. However, as time wore on, the challengers dwindled in number. Observing the lack of contenders, Taozi considered departing the stage. Just then, a voice called out, "Wait, would the junior sister be willing to engage in a duel with me?" A man clad in black leaped forward, revealing himself to be the esteemed senior brother Gao. Audience member A, indeed. ISNT senior brother Gao supposed to be guarding the arena? Why has he come to challenge someone else? Audience member B, senior brother Gao. Although this junior sister appears quite pitiable, she is, in fact, a fierce warrior. Senior brother must show no mercy. Audience member Gao's admirer, the fierce warrior Taozi. Senior brother Gao comprehended the essence of the sword during the Qi refining stage, a feat that is not merely rare but exceptionally exceptional among our Wanjianfeng. Furthermore, he has never faced defeat since stepping onto the challenge platform. Informed audience member, TSK, it seems the senior brother is quite formidable. Please, enlighten us. Taozi performed a respectful gesture and then assumed a defensive stance. Are you still using your hands, junior sister? Gao Jingming remarked, arms crossed, gazing at her with indifference. He had been observing the female cultivator on the stage, and although she had been unarmed until now, he recognized her as a swordswoman at a glance. All right, I shall use a sword as well. Senior brother, please bestow your guidance. Taozi pondered briefly before retrieving her peachwood sword, used for her practice. Wait, am I seeing this correctly? This junior sister has drawn a peachwood sword? Indeed. Could it be that this junior sister wishes to concede but is too embarrassed to admit it? Yet, Taozi paid no heed to their discussions. Being of the wood spiritual root, what was wrong with wielding a peachwood sword? Was there any flaw in that? Clang. As the two individuals simultaneously drew their swords, Taozi executed the first move of the wood spirit 9 swords, the boundless falling wood. In an instant, the arena was enveloped in an eerie stillness. Yet before the technique could fully unfold, she found a blade pressed against her throat. How had this happened? Shock and terror coursed through her. You possess sword momentum, yet lack sword intent. Your technique is clumsy and misguided, thus you cannot prevail against me. Gao Jingming sheathed his long sword, preparing to depart. Wait, do you come here every day? If so, I shall continue to challenge you. Naturally, he replied. Then took his leave. The crowd erupted in a chorus of disapproval, yet Taozi paid them no heed, carefully stowing away her peachwood sword before departing. It was inconceivable that her 5 years of hard work had been dismissed as clumsy and misguided. It was impossible not to feel disheartened. However, she recognized the truth in his assessment, sensing that something was missing. While clumsiness could be remedied through diligence, how could she address the issue of being misguided? As she walked, she fell into deep contemplation. Yet, this senior brother Gao was indeed remarkable. Perhaps it would be wise to seek his guidance in the future. Thus, for over 6 consecutive months, the arena became a battleground where Taozi relentlessly engaged in combat, both delivering and receiving blows. Led by Lei Xianxia, the physical cultivators heard whispers of Tao Zi having bested him. Initially, they were incredulous, but soon they sought to test her themselves, only to be defeated by her. Other brothers, stirred by disbelief, banded together to confront her, yet they too found themselves bested. In this manner, Taozi unwittingly earned the title of Amazonian warrior. Amazonian warrior Taozi. In truth, I am quite reluctant about this. Regret fills me as I ponder why I didn't don male attire back then. Thankfully, she registered under an alias. Otherwise, the embarrassment would have been unbearable. After delivering blows to others, she finds herself on the receiving end. Chapter 26. The return of the master uncle. On the path leading to the training grounds, a female cultivator in red whispered conspiratorially with her companion clad in purple. Did you see? That's her. She shamelessly pesters senior brother Gao for duels daily, only to be utterly defeated each time. Yet, astonishingly, she returns the very next day. Humph. She certainly embodies the essence of a shameless seductress. The purple-clad cultivator expressed her disdain vehemently. Who could disagree? Yet, senior brother Gao actually pays her attention. Just yesterday, he even praised her. The red-clad cultivator's voice dwindled, reflecting her envy. When would senior brother Gao ever commend her? You must have misheard. Senior brother Gao would never be drawn to such a visage. His preference surely leans towards the pure and virtuous type, like our senior sister. The purple-clad cultivator thought shyly. If only senior brother Gao were to take a liking to someone like me, she mused, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear to mask her unease. By the way, what is her name? Which peak does she belong to? Goodness, I bet her entire peak must be embarrassed. I think it's Tao, but I'm not quite certain. She must hail from some obscure little peak, she speculated. Unbeknownst to them, the alluring Tao overheard their conversation. Her thoughts interrupted by sudden pain. Ah, it hurts. Help. Who is it? Who struck me? Upon hearing 2 cries of pain, Taozi contentedly took another bite of the peach, hastening her pace. In the future, should anyone dare to speak ill of her from behind, the peach pit would be their fate. Remarkably, it had truly come to fruition. In just over 6 months, the efficiency of Steward Wang was commendable. Moreover, a single bottle was worth 10 contribution points. With a buoyant spirit, she dashed towards the martial arts arena. Are you particularly joyful today? Gao Jingming observed her, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Indeed, I am quite happy today. Senior brother Gao, let us commence. Gripping her peachwood sword, Taozi assumed a defensive posture. Very well, he replied succinctly, much like his swordplay. Taozi dared not delay, immediately racing towards the central hall. Ascended in the upper seat, Lord Xingyang observed his respectful young disciple with satisfaction. Quite impressive, indeed. Your spiritual light is well contained, and your aura remains steady. Your foundation is solid. Hee. Thank you for your praise, Master Uncle. Have you encountered any intriguing matters during your travels? Master Uncle had reached the realm of divine transformation, typically retreating during significant events, and it was uncertain which friend could entice him to venture forth this time. Contemplating Su Lin's flamboyant demeanor, Lord Xingyang could not help but curl his lips in displeasure. The old man has wandered about, procuring a few jars of Xinglin Chun. Here, take this jar and dilute it with water for your enjoyment. Taozi adeptly caught the jar of wine thrown by Lord Xingyang with one hand, then retrieved a storage bag. Master Uncle, this is the grape and apricot wine I attempted to brew. I did not bestow a name upon it, and it certainly pales in comparison to your esteemed collection, but it is a token of my heartfelt intentions. I hope you will graciously accept it. The wine was indeed chosen and crafted together by her and Xiao Yu, culminating in the sealing of the jars. There were 20 barrels of fruit wine in total, and Sheng He and Jinjun immediately picked up 1 barrel, peeling away the red clay seal. Instantly, A delightful aroma of wine mingled with the rich scent of fruit wafted forth, splendid. Although it may lack potency, it is rare to find such pure and refreshing fruit essence. Quite remarkable. Even more precious was the sentiment behind it. In a moment, Sheng He and Jin Jun addressed her. In a month's time, the dual cultivation ceremony of Xianyu sects Gao Jinglin and Tianxin Valley's Lin Yue will take place. Both are core disciples of their respective sects, and Gao Jinglin is poised to become the next leader of Xianyu's sect. This event is of great significance to both sects, and invitations have already been widely sent. Naturally, our sect will also convey our congratulations. Sheng He scrutinized her once more. Initially, I harbored concerns regarding your single spiritual root aptitude. I feared that a hasty pursuit of success might compromise your foundation. However, observing your solid foundation now, it is indeed time for you to venture forth and undergo trials. Gao Jinglin. I have a senior brother named Gao Jingming at Wanjianfeng. I wonder if he is related to this individual. Tao Zi couldn't help but ponder. Indeed, they both hail from the Gao family, one of the 5 prominent clans of Shiliao. They must be cousins. Understanding her curiosity, Sheng He did not withhold the truth. It appears so. I did not realize that senior brother Gao was backed by such an extraordinary lineage. No wonder so many female cultivators have been casting glances his way. Tao Zi bowed in gratitude. Yes, thank you for your generous gift, Master Uncle. I take my leave. Upon exiting the central hall, Tao Zi contemplated her next steps and resolved to pay a visit to senior brother Yin without further hesitation. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, she followed Yin Cheng into her cave dwelling. Yin Cheng listened to her polite and measured words without surprise and replied calmly, Junior sister, you are being courteous. My knowledge is not particularly detailed, but according to convention, there should at least be a golden core real person leading the group, and possibly a nascent soul true monarch as well. Additionally, there should be a sect spirit vessel for transportation. As for the departure time, barring any changes, it should be in 3 days. This information was quite comprehensive, and Tao Zi felt considerably relieved. Thank you, senior brother, she expressed gratefully. A moment of silence ensued, and after a brief pause, they exchanged glances, which led to an awkward atmosphere. Also, I must thank you for helping me to supplement my contribution points from these past years. I will strive to complete more sect tasks and repay you as soon as possible. This was the crux of her visit, to offer her gratitude in person. Yin Cheng seemed to have anticipated her response. He waved his hand dismissively and said, It is of no consequence. When I first joined the sect, it was also senior sister who helped me with my contribution points. Moreover, I have no formal gift for your initiation. So consider these 5,000 contribution points as a welcoming gift. There is no need to dwell on it. Seeing his demeanor, Tao Zi felt it inappropriate to decline further. So she expressed her thanks once more and then suggested her departure. Yin Cheng did not insist on her staying, but, remaining silent, accompanied her as she left. Just as he had upon her arrival. Once back in her own pavilion, Tao Zi finally felt a sense of ease. She set up another layer of restrictions and prepared to organize the essential items for her upcoming journey. The storage bag given to her by Cheng and the master uncle primarily contained talismans, among which 3 were sealing talismans infused with her master uncle's sword energy. Indeed, her master uncle was a sword cultivator, wielding a heavy sword. Each talisman bears the essence of 3 sword energies from the esteemed master, rendering its creation a formidable task, thus rendering it exceptionally precious. To her surprise, the master bestowed upon her 3 such talismans, stirring a wave of deep emotion within Tao Zi. Upon further inspection of her inventory, she realized that the gifts from her master, the esteemed uncle, as well as her senior sister and second brother, had largely perished at Shaolong Mountain. The talismans were not the only loss. Her spiritual stones were in a state of dire scarcity. Strangely enough, her most abundant supplies now consisted solely of wine, medicinal potions, and a flying device. It seemed imperative for her to visit the marketplace once more the following day, hoping to exchange for some spiritual stones and acquire additional necessities. With a quiet resolve, Tao Zi meticulously divided her spiritual wine and potions into 2 storage bags. Chapter 27. A business discussion. On the following day, Tao Zi adhered to her routine of practicing swordsmanship for an hour, and after a refreshing bath and change of attire, she donned a splendid crimson robe and leisurely set off on her paper crane towards the marketplace under the jurisdiction of the sect. Yet, it was merely the first watch of the day, and the marketplace was already bustling with activity. At this hour, the eateries primarily offered breakfast and light refreshments. Tao Zi ordered a cup of fragrant fruit tea, a pot of the house's signature spiritual wine, along with several delectable snacks. The waiter, taken aback by her early request for wine, hesitated momentarily but was compelled to keep his thoughts to himself upon noticing her distinguished attire. In no time, her order arrived, neatly presented before her. Indulging in a moment of leisure, she poured herself a glass of wine and delicately picked up a lotus-shaped pastry to savor. The flavor, surprisingly, was rather ordinary, a testament to how spoiled she had become under Xiao Yu's care. She lifted her wine glass to her nose and inhaled gently. Although she possessed little understanding of wine, the aroma of the drink before her was rather unremarkable. After taking a slow sip, and then another, Taozi concluded that the wine was quite subpar, devoid of any spiritual essence. Waiter, bring me a jug of your finest wine. Instantly, the other patrons in the establishment turned their gazes towards her. Look, it matters not that you cannot discern my identity. After all, I have employed a disguise potion. The waiter hastily returned with a jug of wine. Fair maiden, this is our establishment's finest offering, known as Confused Immortal. It possesses a certain potency. I kindly ask you to savor it. With a determined expression, Taozi settled the bill with the last remnants of her meager spirit stones and directly inquired of the attendant at the counter, is your manager or steward available? I wish to discuss a business matter. After what felt like an eternity, the attendant finally emerged with a middle-aged male cultivator, presumably the manager of the place. To her surprise, it was Steward Feng. Recognizing him, Taozi recalled that he had demonstrated commendable character by not selling to her at double the price. Even when tempted by that young lady, Rome, such integrity only heightened her anticipation for this business transaction. However, Feng Yukai appeared somewhat taken aback. This female cultivator was familiar to him? My lady, do we know each other? Forgive my poor eyesight, I cannot seem to recognize you at this moment. Yet, Taozi chose not to reveal her identity. Previously, my junior sister and I wandered through the market and purchased items from Steward Feng. However, what I wish to discuss now pertains to a business matter, and it is perhaps best addressed elsewhere. Ah, yes, please follow me, my lady, Feng replied. The number of fellow disciples visiting his stall was indeed overwhelming, yet he still could not recall who the individual before him was. Once seated, Taozi produced 2 jars of wine, specifically the previously offered grape and apricot wines for their master. Manager Feng, do take a sip and compare my wine with that of your esteemed establishment, Taozi said, pushing both jars towards Feng Yukai. The attendant at the counter, displaying keen insight, promptly retrieved 2 wine bowls and removed the seal from one of the jars. Instantly, a fragrant bouquet of grapes mingled with the sharp scent of alcohol wafted into the air. The attendant hurriedly poured a bowl of each type of wine, respectfully placing them before Manager Feng. Feng Yukai took a sip of the grape wine. Initially, a hint of bitterness graced his palate. But soon the entire mouth was enveloped by the rich aroma of fruit wine, with a distinct sensation of spiritual energy rising within him. Seeing his reaction, Taozi realized there was a conversation to be had. What do you think of this wine, Manager Feng? It is undoubtedly excellent. He responded. The wine was indeed remarkable, surpassing even the finest offerings of their establishment. With a smile playing on her lips, Taozi continued, how does it compare to your best wine? Although it was superior to their selection, as a manager, he could not state this so plainly. She raised an eyebrow at him and continued, I do not wish to demand much. I propose a selling price equivalent to your best wine, 100 spirit stones per jar. However, since we are acquaintances, I will offer a discount, 90 spirit stones per jar. What do you think, Manager Feng? How long would it take? Taozi stated directly, if it takes too long, I cannot afford to wait. Feng Yukai, sensing her demeanor, quickly replied, please allow me a quarter of an hour, esteemed fairy. Upon hearing that it would only take a mere quarter of an hour, Taozi readily consented. In less than that time, Feng Yukai returned, elated to inform Taozi that the business deal was secured. However, there was one stipulation. The wine could only be supplied to their establishment. Taozi, naturally, agreed without hesitation, as her production was indeed limited to a single supplier. With a sense of relief, Feng Yukai then inquired about the quantity and frequency of the supply. Taozi pondered for a moment before responding, the world values rarity above all, hence this wine is not better in abundance. I can supply 300 jars each month, which will suffice to meet customer demand without risking depreciation due to excess. Would this arrangement be agreeable to you, Manager Feng? Feng Yukai mulled over her words, realizing the wisdom behind them. It was indeed remarkable that this female cultivator possessed such understanding. Thus, he said to Taozi, if that is the case, I kindly ask you, fair maiden, to join me in establishing a contract. The Baibaoj was an asset of the Hisu sect, and its attendants were all disciples of the sect. Upon entering, Taozi was greeted by a foundation-building disciple, who addressed her as senior aunt. Given her attire as a direct disciple, this was only the second occasion, aside from her initiation ceremony, that she donned the garb of a direct disciple. And she was pleasantly surprised at its effectiveness. Nodding to the male disciple, she remarked, "Your cultivation exceeds mine by a significant tier. Addressing me as junior sister is already an honor, yet I cannot accept being called senior aunt." Furthermore, she inquired if there were any defensive magical artifacts or flying devices suitable for the Qi refinement stage. Generally, Qi refinement practitioners were not permitted to utilize flying devices. However, some crafted from rare materials were exceptions, albeit at a considerable cost. The male disciple nodded in understanding and replied, "In that case, let us refer to each other as junior and senior. Both defensive artifacts and flying devices are available. However, it remains uncertain what level of quality the junior sister seeks." "Oh, is this a veiled inquiry into her budget?" The junior sister, quite adaptable, responded, "It need not be excessively splendid, yet it must not be inferior either. I require a tangible inspection to ascertain its worth." "Very well, please follow me," he replied. Taozi accompanied him to a chamber, where shortly thereafter, two young attendants in the Qi refining stage approached, each bearing a broad red cloth box. The first box contained defensive artifacts, a silk handkerchief, a folding fan, and a floral umbrella, all seemingly crafted with exquisite detail, perhaps due to her identity as a female cultivator. Initially inclined to decline, Taozi's attention was drawn to the handkerchief, which bore an embroidered cluster of grapes reminiscent of the pouch her mother had gifted her. Noticing her gaze, the male cultivator explained, "This handkerchief is woven from silk produced by a century-old fire cloud silkworm, which is more fire-resistant than the commonized silkworm silk, impervious to both water and fire, providing exceptional defense." Taozi inquired, "What is the cost in spirit stones?" "As a personally instructed disciple of our sect, it is priced at 9,500 spirit stones after a 5 discount. This price seemed reasonable, prompting her to continue her examination of the flying devices. The first was cloud-shaped, appearing soft and white, undoubtedly inviting comfort when reclined upon. The second was a round fan, adorned with delicate paintings of flowers and birds, exuding elegance. The third was a lotus leaf, its vibrant green hue both refreshing and appealing. Upon reaching the fourth item, the aesthetic abruptly shifted, a shoulder pole. Should the materials of the artifact be of high quality, and if the craftsman possesses exceptional skills, it may be further refined and elevated in grade. However, what astonished Taozi was not the item itself, but rather the realization that, after much deliberation, this carrying pole was indeed the handiwork of her master. Why bother purchasing it? She could simply ask him for it. Yet her master was currently far away in Min's. The more she pondered, the more despondent she became. Gritting her teeth, Taozi inquired, "How many spirit stones is it?" Given the precious materials and the fact that it was the only item crafted by Zheng Hezhenjuan at the Baibaoj, the price was set at 28,000 spirit stones. "What? You mean to tell me that I should spend nearly 30,000 spirit stones on a failed artifact crafted by my master, which is also rather unattractive? Perhaps I should explore other options," Taozi continued. However, the subsequent offerings either lacked the speed of the carrying pole or did not provide sufficient defense. Thus, Taozi reluctantly settled on the carrying pole and a handkerchief. Afterward, she also procured 5 or 6 types of spiritual herbs. Having spent nearly all of her recently acquired spirit stones before departing from the Baibaoj with a transformed demeanor. Chapter 28, Enlightenment upon returning to her loft. Taozi swiftly entered her space. Xiaoyu was busy preparing roast meat and beamed with joy upon seeing Taozi. For some unknown reason, Taozi felt a twinge of sadness. She had never lived in the interstellar realm and was unaware of how people interacted with robots during that time. However, when she was with Xiaoyu, it was difficult for her to perceive her as merely a machine. "Xiaoyu, do you feel lonely here by yourself?" Xiaoyu lifted her cherubic face, responding, "How could I feel lonely? Every day, I take care of the spiritual herbs, create clothes for the master, and prepare meals. There is no time for loneliness." Taozi instinctively patted her head, asking, "Do you find it tiring?" Xiaoyu pulled Taozi down to sit in the courtyard and poured a cup of tea for her, then remarked, "These are all things Xiaoyu enjoys. It is not arduous at all. If the master requires, I can venture out as well, but my body is unique, and encountering a highly skilled practitioner may lead to some complications." Taozi was well aware of this, and indeed, she currently lacked the capability to conceal Xiaoyu's peculiarity. It seemed imperative for her to hasten her cultivation in the future. If she possessed the prowess of a master uncle or a revered teacher, even if someone were curious, they would not dare to pry so easily. Collecting her thoughts, Taozi changed into her experimental attire and diligently prepared several potions. She then packed half of her talismans, spirit stones, and provisions into a spatial artifact left by Yuxi's ancestor before bidding farewell to Xiaoyu. Upon returning to her loft, she left a message talisman for Yulin and others. After refining the newly acquired fire cloud scarf and carrying pole, the time to set forth was nearly upon her. Taozi intended to arrive early at the designated meeting place at Tianyu Peak, but to her surprise, someone had already arrived before her. "Good morning, Senior Yin." Taozi quickly approached to pay her respects. Originally, she thought they could wait together at the Kaiyang Hall, but unexpectedly, Yanqing asked her to wait for another peek. After a brief moment, indeed, a male and a female practitioner approached side by side. Tianyu Peak was expansive, naturally accommodating many individuals. Besides disciples like Taozi, who were personally instructed, there were numerous inner and outer sect disciples. Among them were two notable disciples, one named Tang Yunjia, at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, and the other named Qin Sushi, at the intermediate stage of foundation establishment, both of whom had made significant contributions at Tianyu Peak. After a lively exchange among the crowd, everyone ascended their respective flying devices, preparing to journey towards Kaiyang Peak. Just as Taozi was contemplating whether to retrieve her carrying pole, Yanqing swiftly brought her onto his flying sword. The sword was remarkably stable and swift, and before long, the quartet arrived at Kaiyang Hall. Within a quarter of an hour, disciples from various peaks had gathered, awaiting the arrival of the leading figure, the esteemed master Jian Ning. Soon, a magnificent spirit vessel, even grander than the one Taozi had boarded upon her arrival, materialized in the plaza of Kaiyang Hall. Following Master Jian Ning's ascent onto the vessel, the Golden Core disciples, Foundation Establishment disciples, and a few Qi refining disciples followed suit. Amidst the throng, Taozi spotted her senior brother, Gao Jingming, who had relentlessly tormented her, giving her a slight nod. Yin Sheng, who had always kept a watchful eye on Taozi, furrowed his brow at their interaction. The Gao family was not an ordinary lineage. When had his junior sister become so familiar with Gao Jingming? The Xinyu sect was situated by the Eastern Sea, at the far eastern edge of the Chunhua continent. Despite the convenience of the spirit vessel, the journey would still take no less than half a month. Consequently, after boarding, the disciples retreated to their quarters to rest and meditate. Taozi was no exception, and it was not until approximately 7 or 8 days later that she decided to step out onto the deck for some fresh air. On the deck, despite the barrier of formations, a cold breeze swept through, causing her robes to billow. Finding a secluded corner, Taozi gazed at the vast expanse of the starry river. The stars sparkled brilliantly against the profound night sky, making her feel increasingly insignificant. Suddenly, a girl of about 13 or 14 approached her. Noticing that the girl wore the same sect robes, Taozi inquired, "Which peak do you belong to, junior sister?" The female cultivator broke into a radiant smile, instantly transforming her previously unremarkable visage into one brimming with vitality, her eyes shimmering as if filled with starlight. "Sister Tao, you were utterly merciless when you dealt with my senior brother. Now you fail to recognize even me, your poor junior sister. I visit you daily to witness your competitions." Taozi, noticing her slight pout that resembled a playful act of coaxing, felt a twinge of awkwardness. The other female cultivator, observing her demeanor, erupted into a fit of laughter. "Oh my, Sister Tao, you are truly adorable. I am Huali, and the one who gets beaten daily like a pig by sister is my senior brother, Lei Xiangtian. Is that so? Junior sister is a body cultivator? Yet her physique is entirely different from Lei Xiangtian's. Could it be that she also practices a unique body refining technique? And so it turns out that it is Sister Tao, not Sister Taozi. What a relief, her brilliance remains intact. Indeed, I had always assumed Sister Tao was also a body cultivator, only to discover she is a sword cultivator." Upon hearing this, Taozi felt somewhat embarrassed. Sister Hua. Actually, I am not a sword cultivator either." Hua Li's eyes widened in disbelief. "No way, Sister Tao. You cannot be telling me you are also not a sword cultivator?" Taozi nodded. 101 methods to defeat sword cultivators? Such a thing truly exists. I must see it. Yet, facing Hua Li's gaze, which was akin to observing a fool, Taozi maintained her composure, saying, "Of course, I adore it. I have a fondness for swords. Who decrees that one who wields a sword must be a sword cultivator? In truth, whether body cultivator or sword cultivator. It is but a journey towards one's own path, as long as one can discover their own way. Does it matter whether they tread the path of body cultivation or sword cultivation? As Hua Li was about to express her agreement, she suddenly noticed a surge of spiritual energy on the opposite side of the deck. It seemed poised to coalesce into a sphere of spiritual essence, within which a figure could be faintly discerned. Was this an epiphany? Had someone attained enlightenment? The astonishment in the eyes of Tao Zi and Hua Li was unmistakable as they exchanged glances. The commotion inevitably drew the attention of several disciples. Even the esteemed Jianning Zhenjun was stirred by the event. With a series of hand gestures, Jianning Zhenjun established a protective barrier around the enlightened disciple to prevent any disturbances from others, simultaneously signaling the golden core disciples accompanying him to reduce their speed and bolster the defenses of the spiritual vessel. After completing these tasks, he cast a glance at Tao Zi, noting her perceptiveness. With the presence of the sect's guardians on the deck, Hua Li and Tao Zi felt a sense of security and decided to meditate right there. The following day, Tao Zi awoke from her meditative state to find Gao Jingming seated cross-legged behind her. Upon noticing her awakening, he unexpectedly performed a deep bow. Startled, Tao Zi took a step back, exclaiming, "Senior brother Gao, what is the meaning of this? Please, do not create a stir." However, Gao Jingming replied earnestly, "Your words from last night have seemingly illuminated me, akin to a divine revelation. It turns out that I was merely deluding myself all along." Observing Tao Zi's dazed expression, he continued, "You may be unaware, but I have been stuck at the 9th layer of qi refinement for over 3 years. As the path to advancement grew increasingly arduous, those around me declared that I was ill-suited for swordsmanship. Yet, I remained unconvinced, spending 3 years in the training grounds. Ultimately, while I grasped the essence of sword intent, I was still unable to progress until last night, when I finally broke through to the pinnacle of qi refinement." He then bowed solemnly once more, adding, "Thank you, junior sister. If there is a need in the future." Jingming is always at the beck and call of his junior sister. To her surprise, the one who attained enlightenment last night was actually senior brother Gao. Naturally, Tao Zi dared not impose on the young master of the Gao family. After extending her congratulations to Gao Jingming, she bid farewell to Hua Li and swiftly retreated to her room. On the deck, several female cultivators regarded her with gazes that, while not as blatant as those in the martial arts arena, were nonetheless quite daunting. It would be prudent for this senior brother Gao to maintain a respectful distance. Worst case, she could always seek someone to spar with at Tianyu Peak. On the deck, Rome harbored some resentment, recognizing the very girl who had snatched her opportunity in the market years ago. Although several years had passed, she could never forget those piercing eyes. Uncertain of the girl's background, she was astonished that she had managed to board the spirit vessel. Moreover, she had now garnered the favor of senior brother Gao, who was not only the leading male supporting character in the original tale, but also the direct scion of the esteemed Gao family from Shiliao, and later, the foremost sword cultivator of Heshu sect. Gao Jingming was someone she had high hopes for, yet unexpectedly, this wild girl had seized the initiative. She had better tread carefully in the future. Chapter 29. Intrigue. After another 7 or 8 days, the 300 disciples of Heshu sect finally arrived at Xinyu Gate. Despite having heard rumors beforehand, Tao Zi could not suppress her astonishment upon witnessing the magnificent palace standing above the waters. The residence of Xinyu Gate was a colossal floating city, also known as the Sky Floating City. Below lay the tumultuous, boundless sea, while within the city, celestial music wafted through the air, and ethereal figures danced gracefully. The esteemed Junjing had long been escorted away by 2 Yuaning true monarchs from Xinyu Gate. The remaining disciples followed the welcoming disciples of Xinyu Gate to their accommodations. The 8 major sects of the Taoist cultivation world have always maintained a close-knit relationship. When the female cultivator called Tao Zi junior sister, it conveyed a sense of camaraderie. Tao Zi politely replied, "Thank you, Sister Yan. Once I settle in, I shall certainly take the time to explore." Satisfied with Tao Zi's response, the female cultivator resumed her conversation with those behind her. The members of Yisu sect arrived neither early nor late and were assigned to Yingzhou residence, where Tao Zi shared a room with the fellow female cultivator Chun Su Shi from Tianyu Peak. That night, to mark the occasion, the host, Xianyu sect, held a grand welcome banquet for the newly arrived disciples of Yisu sect and Tianshu Palace. Tao Zi changed into the sect's standard attire and, hand in hand with Shin Su Shi, made her way to Yunlai Hall. Inside, Fragrant flowers adorned the space, laughter echoed, and songs and dances filled the air. The 300 disciples of Yisu's sect and the 300 disciples of Tianshu Palace were seated on either side, accompanied by the disciples of Xian sect. At the head of the hall, two Yuaning true monarchs from Xian sect engaged in light-hearted conversation with Jianning true monarch and Hanyu true monarch from Tianshu Palace. After several rounds of wine, the cultivators from the three sects had already begun to gather in small groups, whispering and sharing thoughts. Cultivators, too, must engage in social interactions. Taozi did not detest such mingling, though she did not particularly relish it either. Meanwhile, Qinsushi quickly adapted to the atmosphere, laughing and chatting with a nearby Foundation establishment female cultivator. From a distance, Wally approached. "What is the matter, Sister Tao? Drinking alone in solitude?" Taozi replied dismissively. "Not at all, just feeling a bit tipsy." Noticing her flushed cheeks and dazed eyes, which were even more radiant than the peach blossoms of March, Wally thought to herself that she was indeed intoxicated. Thus, she stepped forward to support Taozi, intending to take her outside for some fresh air. Taozi, feeling rather bored, slowly sipped from his cup of spiritual liquor. This exquisite brew was far superior to anything one might find in the bustling taverns, and its delightful flavor led him to indulge a tad more than intended. Noticing the familiar presence of Hua Li supporting him, he offered no resistance and allowed her to guide him to the outer chamber. The pair strolled to a water pavilion not far from the Yunlai Hall, where they settled by the water's edge. As the cool breeze swept through, Taozi felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Reflecting on his own disheveled state, he hastily summoned his spiritual energy to dissipate the effects of the alcohol. At that moment, a woman's voice pierced the air with a sorrowful inquiry. "Jiang Ran, what do you mean by that? How can you not comprehend my feelings?" Huali and Taozi exchanged glances, each recognizing the spark of curiosity igniting within the other's eyes, as if they had encountered kindred spirits. They silently resolved to remain discreet, straining their ears to glean more from the unfolding drama. For cultivators, the urge to extend their spiritual sense to assess their surroundings is ever present. Yet this was not an opportune moment for such liberties. They found themselves within the territory of Xinyu Gate, and as guests. To casually release their spiritual awareness would be not only disrespectful but also indicative of mistrust. Yet, all that remained was the sound of the female cultivator's muffled sobs. After a lengthy pause, a faint sigh and a tone of impatience emerged. "Leonor, why must you be so? Our bond was but a fleeting romance, a mutual affection. Why insist on seeking permanence in this transient world? Jiang Run, I never imagined you to be this kind of person. All those vows we exchanged were mere fabrications. Leonor, my intentions were genuine from the very beginning. However, you never anticipated that you could remain so earnest until now. To think that I have been the only one sincere all along. Do you truly possess a heart? Ah, Leonor, must you speak so harshly? In just a few days, it will be your sister's joyous occasion. Be cautious not to weep until your eyes swell. Yet, deep down, I ponder, if it were not for your connection to Lin Yue, would you still have been permitted to linger here?" Huali and Taozi were taken aback. "This Leonor is indeed Lin Yue's sister. You need not concern yourself with whether I weep or not." Nevertheless, the female cultivator ultimately could not let go. She altered her demeanor and implored softly, "Jiang Run, please do not leave me. You are all I have left. Leonor, you must understand, my family matters are not solely within my control. We may still be together in the future, but I cannot promise you everlasting devotion." "Very well, if that is the case, return my Koan pendant to me." The female cultivator seemed to finally comprehend the male cultivator's indifference. Alas, why has Leonor become so heartless? Subsequently, Taozi and Huali heard a rustling sound. What could this be? You shameless wretch. Even after all this, you still wish to take advantage of me." Taozi and Huali exchanged glances, deciding it prudent to depart swiftly. The spectacle of this scoundrel and foolish girl seemed hardly worth their attention. Who is it? Even without extending their consciousness, how sharp is a cultivator's perception? They have been discovered. Taozi and Huali would certainly not wait to be discovered. However, at this moment, they seemed to have lost their harmony, always moving in the same direction, yet no matter which way they turned. There was no place to conceal two individuals. The male cultivator traversed the thicket and unexpectedly laid eyes upon the entangled forms of Hua Li and Taozi. Instantly, his complexion shifted from red to pale, a spectacle to behold. "Ah, haha, the moonlight is truly splendid tonight." Huali awkwardly glanced at the sky. Indeed. The moon is bright, and the stars sparse, perfect for a drink, hee hee. Despite the man's questionable character, she felt a wave of embarrassment for having intruded upon their private affair. The female cultivator, named Lien Er, soon arrived, only to realize that not only had they been seen, but it was by two individuals. Her face flushed with indignation and shame. Ahem, esteemed friends. We have savored the moonlight, so I shall not delay you further. Farewell. Taozi noticed Jiang Run's increasingly sullen demeanor and quickly signaled to Huali, preparing to make a hasty retreat. Wait. Yes, please both of you swear an oath against revealing tonight's events, or else. The male cultivator's smile remained, yet it failed to reach his eyes. Fear not, esteemed friends. We are but strangers, and after tonight, we shall remain so. However, this oath against one's inner demons seems unnecessary. Huali could not restrain her laughter. What? Is such an oath so easily given? Haha. I fear it is not up to you. As her words fell, she unleashed 2 rows of 18 silver needles towards Taozi and her companion. Taozi enveloped herself in the fire cloud scarf, and with a swift flourish of her whip, 9 silver needles fell to the ground in succession. Is this truly the extent of your prowess? As I observed Huali, this girl was unexpectedly wielding a massive axe, appearing clumsy yet deftly evading the silver needles, and seizing the opportunity to strike down all 9 needles with a single blow. Taozi remarked, Huali is truly a fierce warrior. I feel rather ashamed as a woman of strength. Meanwhile, amidst the vibrant sea of flowers, a male cultivator clad in the robe of the Hisu sect was engaged in a game with another, who donned the uniform of the Tianshu Palace. Her long hair was elegantly styled in a casual cloud bun, adorned solely with a single green phoenix hairpin, devoid of any other embellishments. This simplicity only accentuated her ethereal beauty and noble demeanor. With a flick of her fingers, as the white piece was placed, the woman smiled with delight, saying, Senior Brother Yin, you have lost again. Chapter 30. 3 Lies Without Worries. Taozi and Huali effortlessly struck down Jiang Run's silver needles. And since the water pavilion was not far from the banquet being held at Yunlai Pavilion, the two were unconcerned that he would dare to create too much commotion. Thus, Taozi was disinclined to engage with such scum, wishing only to leave with Huali. However, before they could take a single step, they felt a sudden weakness in their limbs, their bodies turning limp. Raising their eyes, they met Jiang Run's malevolent gaze. This is bad. It seems we have been poisoned. Attempting to mobilize their spiritual energy, they discovered it felt as though it had been completely drained. Jiang Run grinned at the two of them. How do you feel? Fair maidens? This is a rare opportunity for 3 lives without worries, guaranteeing that you will forget all your troubles for a lifetime. Having spoken, he paid no mind to the stunned Liener, hoisting Huali and Taozi and making his way towards his residence. 3 lives without worries. What utter shamelessness. Taozi finally comprehended the situation. It became clear that the silver needles employed by this individual were merely a means to provoke their spiritual energy. The 3 lives forgetting worries substance, colorless and tasteless, could only infiltrate the atmosphere when cultivators summoned their spiritual essence. However, the effects of the medicine had already taken hold, leaving Taozi feeling utterly drained, as if a blaze were consuming her from within. A parching thirst and overwhelming heat enveloped her. Huali, in a similar predicament, trembled with lips quivering as she incessantly cried out for water. Jiang Run gazed at the alluring states of the 2 young women with an almost infatuated intensity, a wave of thirst and desire washing over him. At this moment, the 2 girls resembled spring flowers and autumn chrysanthemums, each possessing their own unique charm. Moreover, at such a tender age, they should still possess their primordial yin. It seemed that not only could he indulge in the favor of these beauties, but he could also elevate his own cultivation. These 2 nascent Qi girls dared to challenge him. Yet since they had disrupted his plans and refused to make a heart demon oath, he would have to resort to the same tactics he employed with fierce women in the past, subduing them through sheer seduction. Regardless of whether they were virtuous maidens or favored daughters of heaven, after a night of passion, would they not inevitably keep their lips sealed? Thus, he remained utterly unconcerned about the formidable backgrounds or influences of the 2 women upon the bed, observing their identical sect robes, devoid of any other adornments. It was evident that they were likely mere inner disciples. Meanwhile, Taozi, having just reached the 7th level of Qi refinement, had unwittingly grasped the first minor divine ability, the mysterious Jade Resolution. This was indeed a detoxification technique, yet due to her cultivation level, its effects were not immediately apparent. She exerted every effort to control her body, continuously administering the Xuan Yu antidote upon herself. However, as time progressed, the effects intensified, and Taozi felt her consciousness gradually blurring. Jiang Run seemed to waver between the two women, ultimately deciding to approach the more striking Taozi first. He rubbed his hands together and directly removed Taozi's headpiece, allowing a cascade of ebony hair to spill over half of the bed. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Run's eyes glimmered with lust, and he anxiously attempted to undress Taozi. Taozi bit down hard on her tongue, striving to maintain clarity of mind amidst the turmoil of the Xuanyu antidote, the invisibility potion, and the acceleration elixir. What else? What else? Unfortunately, the sword energy talisman bestowed upon her by her master was triggered passively, and Jiang Run's actions did not constitute an attack. Taozi endeavored to steady her thoughts, gathering her strength. I am a disciple of the Huaxin sect, a Daojun. If you act irrationally, my master will certainly not spare you. Her spiritual power seemed to revive just a fraction, and she continued, if you release us, my junior sister and I shall treat this as if nothing ever occurred. Just give her a little more time, just a moment. A Daojun of the Huaxin sect? Jiang Run was initially taken aback, but disbelief swiftly followed. How could such a young girl claim to be a disciple of a Daojun? If you are truly a disciple of the Daojun, then I must be a great Luo Golden Immortal. However, as long as you obediently submit to me, I assure you I shall treat you well in the future. This fleeting night is too precious. Let us not delay. At that moment, his fingers trembled with excitement. Though this girl was somewhat young, her beauty surpassed that of any female cultivator he had previously encountered. He eagerly reached out to caress Taozi's shoulder. At that very moment, a slender vine unexpectedly emerged from her palm, swiftly entangling Jiang Run's outstretched hand. Upon witnessing this, he could not help but exclaim how adorable Taozi was. The delicate vine was so fragile that he could easily snap it with a mere flick of his fingers. Yet, the fact that this girl could still wield spiritual power left him pondering. Was she perhaps running low on medicinal resources? He resolved to make the most of the night. If he could rest well, any obstacles he faced the following day would surely yield to him. Dismissing the vine nonchalantly, he reached instead for the collar of Taozi's garment, though his hand felt somewhat stiff. Noticing this, Taozi finally felt a sense of relief. Earlier, she had used a bit of the spiritual energy restored by xianxia to summon the vine. However, the vine itself was not the crux of the matter. The seed of the vine had been coated with a solidifying agent, which would ensnare any human skin it touched. Jiang Run, caught off guard, had indeed fallen victim to it. Taozi, wary of any oversight, applied another layer of xianxia to herself and managed to stand with great difficulty. She staggered over to the table and gulped down half a pot of water before dousing the remaining half over Huali. Finally, she retrieved a message talisman. Senior brother, save me. I am in a room with someone named Jiang Run. Exhausted, she collapsed onto the table, continuing her struggle against her own body. Jiang Run. Was he from the Jiang family of Shiliao? Without a second thought for the potential troubles his mental probe might bring in unfamiliar territory, he extended his consciousness inch by inch to locate Taozi's whereabouts. Fortunately, although the Jiang family is not prominent in Shiliao this time, having established a connection with Tianxin Valley, they provided a remarkably conspicuous residence for Jiang Run, a direct descendant, who was afforded his own room. Sensing the predicament of Taozi, Yan Cheng's face darkened with indignation. How dare such a minor scion of the Jiang family exhibit such shamelessness? Without a moment's hesitation, he forcefully kicked open the door, swiftly lifted Taozi from the table and Huali from the bed, and bound Jiang Run, who remained in a pose of reaching out, before making his way to the quarters of the esteemed Jian Ningxinjuan. Despite his typically reticent nature and aversion to conflict, Yan Cheng was determined not to let this matter rest, especially since he was unable to alleviate the poison afflicting his two junior sisters. He had no choice but to seek the assistance of Jian Ningxinjuan. Just as Jian Ningxinjuan returned from a welcoming banquet and had yet to enter the Si Shui Pavilion, he spotted Yan Cheng descending on his flying sword, supporting two female disciples, with what appeared to be another individual trailing behind. Jian Ningxinjuan held Yan Cheng in high regard, having a good relationship with Taoist Shengyang. Observing the situation, he promptly led them into the Si Shui Pavilion and enacted 2 layers of protective wards. Upon hearing the circumstances and seeing his 2 poisoned disciples, Jian Ningxinjuan was filled with fury. He immediately cast a net to ensnare Jiang Run, hoisting him beneath the entrance of the pavilion. As he meticulously examined the 2 female disciples, he could not help but ponder, the poison afflicting them was not a mere charm. It bore the troubling characteristics of the 3 lives forgetfulness. 3 lives forgetfulness. Yan Cheng was not particularly skilled in the art of alchemy, nor was he adept in the realm of poisons. However, he had heard whispers of the 3 lives forgetfulness elixir. Upon consuming this potion, one would gradually succumb to their desires, and it would leave an indelible mark on the mind. In future encounters with individuals during the potion's potency, a sense of submission would arise from within. Thus, this elixir was often employed by those of the demonic path, and even by malevolent practitioners, to enhance the abilities of their furnace vessels or concubines. It is said that Yin Wu, ranked 6th among the 10 most nefarious practitioners in the Chunhua realm, had used this very potion to absorb the talents of many distinguished disciples from prominent sections. This Jiang run was utterly despicable. Yet, how could a mere scion of the Jiang family possess such a precious and lethal poison as the 3 lives forgetfulness elixir? Fortunately, the esteemed Lord Jian Ning exhibited remarkable composure. It was indeed fortunate that he led the group today. Had it been anyone else, even a spirit transformation practitioner, they would have found no other recourse but to assist these 2 female disciples in seeking dual cultivation partners. For Lord Jian Ning, who had long been engrossed in the study of alchemy, it was merely a troublesome situation. Nevertheless, given that one was a disciple of Heshu's sect and the other was a nephew of Qing Yang, it seemed that a bit of trouble was unavoidable. In a state of utter confusion, Taozi felt as though she had transformed into a frail boat, adrift amidst the tumultuous sea, unable to resist the currents. Then, she seemed to metamorphose into a flickering ember, yearning only to ignite herself. Suddenly, it was as if she had plunged into an icy abyss, her being crystallizing into solid ice. Time became an enigma, and eventually she sensed a gentle, soothing chill coursing through her meridians. Yet, the rampant spiritual energy showed no signs of abating, relentlessly assaulting her channels, causing them to ache and swell. Despite this, that faint coolness persistently endeavored to mend her meridians. In the midst of destruction and restoration, Taozi's channels unexpectedly expanded significantly, and, to her astonishment, a vortex of spiritual energy began to form around her. Was she on the verge of a breakthrough? Master Jian Ning could hardly believe that such progress could be made under these circumstances, deeming it a worthy investment for the myriad rare herbs he had employed. Little did he know, the unnamed cultivation technique practiced by Taozi not only possessed formidable offensive power and spiritual force, but also excelled in nourishing and repairing the meridians. Coupled with her innate wooden spiritual root, which inherently promotes growth, and the extraordinary herbs provided by Master Jian Ning, her breakthrough was hardly surprising. After 2 days and nights, Hua Li, who had been in a more dire state than Taozi, had awakened, yet Taozi remained in her meditative state. Yin Cheng, reluctant to disturb her, chose to vigilantly guard the barrier in silence. Another day and night passed, and Taozi finally emerged from her trance. Astonished to find her body felt lighter and her consciousness more expansive, she had remarkably reached the 8th layer of qi refinement. Chapter 31. The solidifying elixir. Observing her well-being, Yin Cheng finally felt a sense of relief. Upon encountering Yin Cheng, Taozi felt no surprise. After all, the message had been sent to him. Indeed, both senior brother Yin and uncle Yin were individuals worthy of her trust. Taozi performed a solemn bow, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, senior brother Yin. Yin Cheng had quickly resumed his usual serious demeanor, accepting her gesture with composure, and then led her to express her thanks to the esteemed Master Jian Ning. Taozi knelt directly before Master Jian Ning, saying, "Thank you, Master Uncle, for your assistance. I, Taozi, am exceedingly grateful." Master Jian Ning scrutinized Taozi for a moment, noting that she exhibited no signs of instability in her foundation, which piqued his curiosity even further. "No matter," he replied. "You are a disciple of our sect. Having committed no wrongdoing, the sect shall naturally protect you. In dealing with a minor family like the Jiang clan, Master Jian Ning felt no need to await the sect's judgment. This exemplified the stark disparity between major sects and small families. It was truly scandalous that the Jiang family had produced such a wretch who relied on pillaging techniques to elevate his cultivation. Any punishment would be justified. Indeed, within a couple of days, other sects and families that came to offer their congratulations expressed outrage upon hearing of the incident, unanimously supporting Master Jian Ning's response. After learning of this matter, Taozi felt an increased sense of gratitude and respect for Master Jian Ning, as well as a deeper sense of belonging to the sect. Master Jian Ning gestured for her to rise, saying, "I have heard that those afflicted with the 3 lives forgetfulness curse find their spiritual energy rendered inaccessible, and even their consciousness adversely affected. How is it that you have managed to remain unaffected and still wield spiritual power?" With Master Jian Ning's assistance, Tao Zi had no intention of withholding the truth. However, her technique was of such a unique nature that her master had advised her not to disclose it lightly unless absolutely necessary. Jianning Zhenjuan nodded slightly, then pondered. If it is merely a trace of spiritual energy, how could a qi refinement stage cultivator like yourself possibly compete with the foundation establishment stage Jiangrun? This made matters considerably simpler. Tao Zi, no longer hesitating, presented the solidifying agent she had previously utilized to Jianyang Zhenjuan with both hands. Remarkably, it had only taken half a day, and the results were already quite impressive. This was merely a low-tier solidifying agent. She believed that once she could concoct a higher-tier version in the future, it would not be impossible to stabilize golden core or even nascent soul cultivators. Time, however, would not be overly generous, for in the realm of experts, mere moments could dictate life and death. Thus, even a fleeting fix from this agent would suffice for the adept. This solidifying agent differed fundamentally from what is commonly referred to as a solidifying agent in modern contexts. It is, in essence, a precise and potent anesthetic that effectively paralyzes the external guiding neurons of biological entities, thereby restricting their movements without fundamentally altering the molecular structure and density of the organism. However, this is but one aspect. Merely anesthetizing would lead to a state of paralysis. Yet the brilliance of Yuxi's ancestor lay in the addition of 7 distinct exotic plants, which ensured that the subject's movements remained fixed and unchanged before paralysis could take hold. Thus, Yuxi firmly maintained that this was not merely an anesthetic, but a solidifying agent. Fortunately, most of these exotic plants had substitutes within the Chunhua realm, alleviating any concerns that Jianning Zhenjuan would be unable to replicate her findings. Jianning, the true monarch, examined the solidified elixir with great curiosity. However, despite his typically keen nose and sharp perception, he was utterly unable to discern the specific spiritual herbs utilized within. After a moment's contemplation, his fervor for the elixir compelled him to inquire, "Is there a formula for this potion?" Since Tao Zi had resolved to present it, she had no intention of concealing the details. Moreover, with Yuxi's ancestral lineage not being one of the esteemed cultivators of the Chunhua realm, she harbored a greater desire to see the elixir flourish. "Indeed, there is," she replied. "Please wait a moment, Master Uncle." She then retrieved pen and paper from her storage pouch and meticulously documented the production process along with the materials and spiritual plants employed. After a brief period of contemplation, Tao Zi continued, "Master Uncle, I have no objections to submitting this to the sect, but I am but a novice with limited strength and inadequate cultivation. Might I request that you consider this method as your own discovery?" After a moment's hesitation, she added, "You have bestowed upon me a life-saving grace, Master Uncle. Were it not for your intervention, my path could have been irrevocably shattered." Tao Zi spoke without deceit, fully aware of the implications of Yuan Yin for female cultivators, especially at her nascent qi refining stage. Upon hearing her words, Jianning regarded her anew, seemingly weighing the sincerity of her statement. Yet, there was no doubt about Tao Zi's genuine intent, and she stood resolutely unperturbed under his scrutiny. "Very well, this shall be your reward. Should the verification prove successful, further rewards will follow." With that, he handed her a storage pouch and continued, "Though you are not my disciple, you shall enjoy the privileges of my direct disciples when you visit Dan Peak. Should you have any questions during the alchemical process, feel free to seek my counsel." He was indeed a discerning mentor, lamenting that such talent was not found within Dan Peak. Tao Zi could not help but feel an overwhelming joy. Receiving guidance from a master of alchemy was indeed the most invaluable reward. After establishing 2 layers of restrictions, she presented 10 vials of solidifying agent and 10 vials of spiritual recovery elixir to Yanqing. "Senior brother Yan, these 10 vials are the same as those I just gave to Lord Jianning. And these? They are elixirs for recovering spiritual consciousness." Yancheng was taken aback. The solidifying agent was already unheard of, but this elixir for spiritual recovery was. It is widely acknowledged that a cultivator's consciousness, when excessively depleted, can only be restored through time and meditation. If damaged, one may slowly recover using rare treasures akin to the spirit nurturing wood. Yet all methods invariably demand a considerable investment of time. The very notion of an elixir for recovering consciousness was unprecedented. One could only imagine its rarity. Thus, he felt that the vials were almost burning in his hands. "Junior sister, this is far too precious." However, Tao Zi countered, "Senior brother, why be so polite? You've assisted me on numerous occasions. I would have an endless stream of gratitude. Moreover, This elixir can only reveal its true value when utilized. Keeping it on a high shelf is no different than having none at all. Wouldn't you agree, Uncle Yin? With that, she flashed him a radiant smile. Tao Zi realized that, as a result of this incident, the previous awkwardness and distance between her and senior brother Yin had dissipated. This was a significant gain in itself. Understanding her playful banter, Yin Qing recognized her genuine intent to give. Then I shall graciously accept, he replied solemnly. Tao Zi happily responded, yes, senior brother. Just remember to keep this a secret for me. I shall take my leave now. With that, she retracted the restrictions and departed in a flurry. 10 days later, the floating city was adorned with vibrant flowers, and the melodies of celestial music filled the air. A magnificent celestial carriage, drawn by a resplendent phoenix, approached slowly from the east. 8 maidens, elegantly attired in matching garments, adorned with ethereal hairstyles, gracefully held colorful silk banners at the front of the carriage, while a seemingly endless procession of female cultivators trailed behind. As the carriage made its way, petals of various hues began to drift down from the sky. In that moment, the melodious calls of the phoenix resonated, and the petals danced around, drawing the attention of the crowd towards the figure clad in a grand crimson robe within the carriage. The person inside exuded a dignified presence. Though their features were not strikingly beautiful, they embodied an air of grace and refinement. Assisting Lin Yue, who was also clad in a splendid red robe, Gao Jinglin descended from the carriage, and together they ascended the high platform. Under the auspices of a nascent soul officiant, they exchanged vows and established a heart-bonding contract, thus concluding the ritual of their dual cultivation ceremony. Below the platform, Tao Zi found herself puzzled by the nature of the contract they had formed, which was merely a heart-bonding contract rather than a heart-uniting contract. The former indicated a mutual desire to become dual cultivation partners while allowing each party a degree of freedom, such as maintaining concubines or male partners. In contrast, the heart-uniting contract imposed far stricter conditions, requiring mutual affection and unity, wherein if one party were to suffer harm, the other would experience a corresponding reaction. However, upon further reflection, Tao Zi came to terms with this realization. Both individuals were not ordinary beings, but representatives of 2 significant sections. Moreover, Gao Jinglin had the backing of the esteemed Gao family from the Western Liao, suggesting that their union was more a strategic alliance between the 2 major sects rather than a romantic bond. With a sigh, she felt her interest waning. After lingering for another day, the members of the Hisu sect finally embarked on their journey to the state. Tao Zi was pulled by Huali. Standing on the deck, watching the floating city diminish into the distance until it vanished from sight, Huali had long since realized that she was Tao's senior sister and not Tao's junior sister, so she relentlessly seized upon this fact, extorting several jars of fine wine from her. Over the course of the months spent together, it became evident that Huali bore a striking resemblance to Ying, albeit with a more whimsical disposition. The 2 engaged in lively conversation, reveling in their camaraderie. Suddenly, they beheld flickering lights in the nearby sea, and amidst those lights, a palace materialized. It was a secret realm. Chapter 32, The Emergence of the Secret Realm. It is indeed a secret realm. Accompanied by the shouts of several disciples, a throng of practitioners surged onto the deck. Lord Jianning gazed upon the palace, which appeared and disappeared in an ethereal manner, and promptly instructed his disciples to steer the spiritual vessel towards the radiant light. Undoubtedly, ahead lay the manifestation of the secret realm, though the conditions for entry remained uncertain. This area still lay within the jurisdiction of the Xianxia sect, and the other major sects and families that had come to offer their congratulations had not strayed far. Thus, when the spiritual vessel of the Hisu sect arrived, the Xianxia sect, alongside the Tianshu Palace and the Danding sect, had already docked their vessels nearby. Lord Jianyang directly boarded the spiritual vessel of the Xianxia sect. As per customary practice, aside from the already designated territories for the secret realms, newly emerged realms were divided according to their locations. Therefore, it was only fitting to accord some respect to the Xianxia sect. The previously animated and boisterous disciples fell silent in an instant as Lord Jianning proclaimed, "This secret realm has just materialized. While the presence of rare treasures remains uncertain, peril is undoubtedly imminent." He cast a glance at the excited crowd and continued, "Although this secret realm appears within the territory of the Xianxia sect, it has been agreed that all cultivators attending the dual cultivation ceremony, regardless of their cultivation level, may enter at their own risk. The allocation of subsequent entry slots will be determined through discussions between the various sects in the Xianxia sect. In truth, Allowing all disciples participating in this dual cultivation ceremony to enter the secret realm is, in essence, a trial of the realm itself. The higher the cultivation, the more acute the perception of fortune and misfortune. The esteemed Jun Jingning sensed that this secret realm was not as simple as it seemed. It was likely fraught with peril rather than blessing. However, observing the excitement of the disciples, he chose to swallow his words. Upon hearing his declaration, the disciples erupted in joy. Everyone could enter, regardless of their cultivation level. This equated to each of them having an opportunity, and as for danger, it had always accompanied opportunity. If a cultivator were to remain fearful and hesitant, what path of cultivation could they truly pursue? Moreover, being among the first to enter meant they had a greater chance of acquiring more and better treasures. Thus, when several attendants of the Xianxia sect announced that entry was permitted, the disciples surrounding Taozi swiftly vacated the area. However, Taozi hesitated. If there were no restrictions on cultivation levels, hers would undoubtedly be the lowest, necessitating greater caution on her part. Just as she was contemplating, someone abruptly shoved her from behind, causing Taozi to stumble and fall into the secret realm. When she used her spiritual sense to search for the one who had pushed her, there was no one in sight. Vigilantly, she scanned her surroundings. But all that met her gaze was a vast expanse of crimson desert, enveloped in a fiery silk scarf to shield herself from the scorching sun. Taozi glanced at the position of the sun and retrieved the compass given to her by Master Jian Ning. She discerned the direction and set forth towards the east. With her cultivation at the 8th level of qi refinement, coupled with the protective garb of her sect, she ought to have been impervious to the elements. Yet, at this moment, Taozi found herself drenched in perspiration. The flying artifact was rendered useless, and she sensed not a whisper of spiritual energy, as if she were traversing a desolate realm devoid of vitality. Daring not to squander her spiritual power, she relied solely on her physical endurance to continue her journey. It was then that she truly appreciated the advantages of her body refinement. Time slipped away, and as dusk descended, the landscape remained unchanged. An endless expanse of sand stretching before her. When the sun dipped below the horizon and the moon began its ascent, the temperature plummeted. Taozi draped the fiery silk scarf over herself and donned a crane feather cloak from her spatial pouch, feeling somewhat more comfortable. Resolute in her decision to halt her travels, she skillfully set up a beast-confining formation and settled into a meditative posture. The silence was profound, interrupted only by the howling wind. As the moon reached its zenith, faint rustling sounds echoed from a distance. A smile graced Taozi's lips. She welcomed the approach, for it was the absence of visitors that instilled fear. Drawing from her previous encounter with the stone ant, she had already spread a solidifying agent within a 100-meter radius, even beneath her feet, anticipating their arrival. However, it appeared that these nocturnal creatures were scarce, for Taozi remained undisturbed in her meditation until dawn. On the following day, as the sun rose, she employed her manipulation technique to grasp a scorpion lying motionless on the ground, subsequently tossing it into her spatial pouch. Peering into her consciousness, she confirmed it was indeed just a scorpion. Was this not an illusion? Until just now, Taozi had believed that she was ensnared in an illusion. Thus, she persistently advanced in a singular direction, hoping to uncover some distinction, not necessarily to directly locate the eye of the formation, but to at least discern some traces of the array. The spatial button was a product of interstellar civilization, and even now, Taozi could not fully comprehend its principles and laws. However, she was aware that retrieving items from the spatial button would not generate any fluctuations of spiritual energy. Furthermore, the spatial button, crafted in the form of a ring and bequeathed by Yushi's ancestor, possessed an inherent sorting and partitioning function. Once bound to her DNA data, it would reveal certain information within it the mere thought of her will. When she cast a scorpion into it, it was promptly categorized as other, with the description denoting it as a paralyzed scorpion. She was uncertain what scorpions were like in the interstellar era, but this classification and description must have some basis. After all, the spatial button should not mistakenly identify a stone as a scorpion, and previously, when she had placed various potions, food, and clothing inside, the identifications had been unfailingly accurate. Initially, she had thought that if this were an illusion, then the celestial bodies surrounding her, the sun, moon, and stars, as well as the crimson sands and living beings, were mere phantoms. Yet now, the spatial button provided such a determination, leading her to ponder whether this was indeed not an illusion, or perhaps a remarkably sophisticated one. Regardless of which it was, the outlook was not optimistic for her. Nevertheless, the path lay beneath her feet, and she resolved not to concede defeat. After consuming a portion of her self-produced fasting liquid and discerning her direction once more, Taozi continued her journey eastward. Little did she anticipate that this trek would extend for over 10 days. On this day, as the sun descended in the west, Taozi was preparing to set up her camp for the night, as usual. However, she was suddenly alerted by some unusual sounds in the distance, reminiscent of a fierce battle. At last, a change has occurred. Taozi swiftly consumed a bottle of invisibility potion and silently recited a breathing technique, making her way towards the source of the commotion. In a matter of moments, she had vanished from sight, and after a brief interval, she arrived at the scene. Holding her breath and remaining undetected, the two opposing parties were both at the qi refinement stage. One was a female cultivator, while the other comprised a male and a female cultivator. "Brother, kill her." Taozi overheard the victorious female cultivator utter these words upon her arrival. Yet, her senior brother appeared to be in a state of hesitation. "Yin Shui, Jiang Run is already dead. Though this person shares the surname Jiang, her crimes do not warrant death." What? The realization struck her that this was Jiang Run's sister. The thought of that beast made Taozi feel a wave of nausea. The male cultivator displayed a hint of tenderness on his face as he observed the female cultivator's turmoil. Unbeknownst to him, the little junior sister he cherished had endured so much that it had altered her very disposition. "Junior sister, her death is not to be mourned. But your current aura clearly indicates instability. We have already slain Jiang Run and over a dozen members of the Jiang family. I fear you may be unable to control your murderous intent, allowing malice to invade and possibly hinder your advancement." Lying on the ground, Jiang Lan could not help but wear a wry smile. Her elder brother had offered her no benefits while alive, and now in death, he sought to drag her down with him. Yet, having been outmatched, she could only accept her fate. With this thought, a sense of despair and reluctance washed over her. "Rest assured, my senior, once I have annihilated the Jiang family and released the pent-up resentment in my heart, I shall diligently cultivate my mind and spirit to attain a higher realm as soon as possible," the female cultivator said, her tone tinged with a hint of playfulness as she clung to her male counterpart. That wretched Jiang Run had ruined her purity, stolen her essence, and ultimately branded her with a mark of consciousness, nearly obliterating her entirely. Such a person surely deserves death, as does his entire family. Observing her deep-seated turmoil, the male cultivator realized she had not truly moved on. "Very well, if you wish for vengeance, so be it," he declared, raising his sword to behead Jiang Lan. While Jiang Lan quietly closed her eyes in resignation. Wait. At that moment, a voice from afar interrupted the imminent strike and thwarted the intentions of Taozi, who was poised to reveal herself. The newcomer was none other than Rongmei, whose appearance had scarcely changed over the years, instantly recognized by Taozi. "So, her name is Song Rong? Could it possibly be linked to senior sister Song Shan in some way?" A silent exchange of glances between the two led to a mutual decision. The male cultivator proclaimed, "In that case, let this matter be handled by Fairy Tsong." The female cultivator, filled with reluctance, cast one last glance at Jiang Lan's departing figure before following the male cultivator in the opposite direction. Chapter 33. The Miss Taozi stealthily trailed behind Song Rong and the others, sensing an air of peculiarity about her. With her determined direction, it seemed likely she had uncovered something, or perhaps sensed the presence of fellow disciples awaiting her somewhere. Thus, she resolved to follow closely. However, as the moon ascended, an unexpected fog enveloped the desert. This was the first occurrence of mist since her arrival in this peculiar expanse. What could have triggered such a change? This fog could even obstruct one's spiritual consciousness? Taozi felt her heart leap into her throat, for the two figures of Rong had vanished without a trace. The surroundings were shrouded in a dense mist, with the moon concealed within the fog, leaving only a dark red silhouette. In the shadows, it seemed as if something was lurking, watching her. Taozi forced herself to remain calm. She did not dare cease her breathing technique and hastily consumed another vial of the invisibility potion before it lost its efficacy. Just as she completed these actions, a fearsome roar of a beast echoed nearby, accompanied by the chilling screams and cries of a person. Startled, Taozi found her consciousness entangled in the thick fog. Yet the sounds provided a path to follow. She pursued the noise and soon stumbled upon a scene that sent shivers down her spine. Before her lay a grotesque serpent, which swallowed a male cultivator whole in one swift motion, then flapped its wings, turning towards its next target. Indeed, wings it had. Though it possessed the head and body of a snake, it bore wings and claws reminiscent of a thunderhawk. If one might consider this a creature of ancient divinity. they would be mistaken, for there was not a trace of unusual aura emanating from it. According to the current classification within the realm of cultivation, this monster could hardly be deemed more than a low-grade second-tier beast. Alarmingly, a creature resembling a lizard but adorned with tiger ears and a tiger tail extended its agile, elongated tongue, ensnaring a cultivator and attempting to devour him. This unfortunate soul was clad in the robe of the Hisu sect. Without a moment's hesitation, Taozi summoned her vine whip and swiftly ensnared the beast near the root of its tongue. The creature shrieked in pain, releasing its grip. Seeing that the disciple had risen and prepared to continue the fight, Taozi took a moment to consume an antidote before ascending into the air, revealing her form. The effects of the invisibility potion had yet to dissipate. To lift the cloaked state, one must consume a dispelling elixir. Fortunately, this was merely a matter of moments. And with the cover of thick fog, it seemed unlikely to pose any significant threat. Huiyanpa enveloped himself completely, grasping the Fingy sword, and launched a direct assault aimed at the abdomen of the monstrous beast. However, the creature's hide was tough and resilient. Even the Fingy sword merely grazed its surface, failing to pierce deeper. As a result, the beast adeptly evaded the subsequent thrust aimed at its eyes. The male cultivator, who had been previously rescued, attempted to target the creature's eyes as well. Yet, the beast seemingly perceived the male cultivator as easier prey, extending its tongue once more to execute the same tactic as before. Taozi stifled a laugh, thinking how it had foolishly exposed its weakness. Before the beast's tongue could reach him, a brilliant flash of sword light erupted, severing its tongue cleanly at the root. The beast let out a pained shriek and staggered back a step. Unwilling to let the opportunity slip away, Taozi swiftly thrust his sword into one of its eyes. The beast emitted a mournful cry, but Taozi had no desire to linger. Before the creature could retaliate, he delivered another strike directly to its neck. The beast convulsed a couple of times before falling silent. As the male cultivator prepared to express his gratitude, another creature, adorned with feathers yet possessing the head and tail of a rat, lunged at them. With no time for further words, the two drew their swords to confront the new threat. The avian beast spread its wings, generating two small whirlwinds directed at the pair. However, despite the absence of external spiritual energy, both cultivators retained their prowess. The creature appeared to be at most of first-tier strength, making it easy for them to dispel its wind-based assault. When the creature's initial stratagem failed, it resorted to another. With a sudden folding of its wings, it emitted a peculiar hissing sound, one that should have been the cautious whisper of a mouse lurking in the shadows. Yet, from this avian beast, the sound rang out in a surprisingly high pitch. Taozi immediately felt a sharp pain in her consciousness. It was a mental assault. Gritting her teeth against the agony, she steadied herself and, with one hand forming a sigil, summoned the thorny vine that had been steeped in a potent elixir. As soon as the vine made contact with the creature, it was rendered immobile, as if struck by an unseen force, and its shrieks ceased. Seizing the moment, Taozi swiftly brought down her sword, severing the creature's head. Before she could catch her breath, a piercing scream echoed from a distance. Upon their arrival, Taozi and her companion witnessed a grotesque beast with the head and talons of an eagle, yet adorned with leopard-like spots, mercilessly cleaving through a cultivator's skull, instantly extinguishing his life. The surrounding cultivators, momentarily paralyzed by shock, stood in stunned silence for 3 breaths before regaining their wits. A glance around revealed not only this monstrous creature, but also a dozen others of equally bizarre appearance. As the onlookers snapped back to reality, they hastily replenished their spiritual energy and plunged into battle against the surrounding beasts. This fierce struggle continued until dawn broke, casting light upon the desert and dispersing the thick fog that had cloaked the area. The beasts vanished as if dissipated by the morning light. Taozi surveyed the crimson sands, littered with the lifeless forms of both beasts and cultivators, her expression contemplative. What manner of place was this? All these creatures appeared as hybrids, their ranks no higher than the second tier, yet each possessed 1 or 2 formidable abilities. Moreover, they had traversed the landscape concealed by the fog. What, then, was the origin of this mist? Would there be dense fog tonight? Tang Jiqiu observed Taoziki lost in thought and refrained from disturbing her, quietly tending to the carcass of a demon beast nearby. As a cultivator in the qi refinement stage, he was unable to fast, and although his cultivation remained intact, his spiritual energy was solely reliant on medicinal pills, with no knowledge of how many days they might be trapped. Hence, with provisions available, it would be unwise to squander the fasting pills. It was only after he had prepared the beast meat that Tang Jiqiu called out to Taoziki, "Senior Sister Tao, would you care for some breakfast?" Tao Ziki was taken aback to see that he had concocted a pot of soup from the beast meat, bubbling vigorously with steam. Strangely, it reminded her of the time when senior brother Yin had prepared a pot of soup for her back in Lucian Town. She wondered how he was faring now. After expressing her gratitude to Tang Jiqiu, she noticed the bowls and chopsticks beside her and instinctively served herself a bowl. The taste was not particularly exquisite, yet it was far from unpleasant. However, the mere thought of the beast's appearance made it difficult for her to summon an appetite. After forcing herself to consume a bowl of soup, she decided against eating any further. In contrast, Tang Jiqiu was unwilling to waste food and polished off the remaining soup and meat without hesitation. He was the same fellow disciple whom Tao Ziki had rescued from the jaws of the demon beast the previous night, a disciple of the inner sect of the Instrument Peak. Apart from the two of them, there were over 10 other cultivators from various sects within a 10-mile radius, including the pair of siblings they had encountered earlier, but there was no sign of Rome. On this day, Tao Ziki refrained from continuing eastward. The battle of the previous night had left her physically and mentally exhausted, and she had relied solely on her fortified physique to endure the latter half of the night when her spiritual energy waned. Fortunately, the surrounding cultivators had no intentions of venturing elsewhere, allowing her to take a day to recuperate. As evening approached, the group of over 10 cultivators that had gathered elsewhere made their way toward the two of them. Tao Zi and Tang Jiqiu greeted everyone respectfully. The male cultivator was named Cheng Shangqing, possessing the consummate level of qi refinement, while the female cultivator was Qi Yinxua, similarly at the pinnacle of qi refinement. Among the other 9 cultivators, 2 were disciples of the Tianshu Palace, 3 were members of the Gao family, another 3 were disciples of the Extreme Dao sect, affiliated with the Xinyu sect, and the final individual was a disciple of the Beast Tamer sect, the only one present, aside from Tao Zi and Tang Jiqiu, who had yet to reach the consummate level of qi refinement. After Tao Zi and Tang Jiqiu exchanged names with the others, the middle-aged male cultivator from the Danding sect spoke up. Daoist Tao, do you have any knowledge of this place? And prior to last night, did you discover anything regarding it? In truth, he held little hope for the first question. If they knew the whereabouts of this location, they would not have suffered such losses. Approximately 10 of their fellow disciples had been transported here, and following the battle last night, only the 3 of them remained. As anticipated, Tao Zi bypassed his initial inquiry and simply replied, upon entering this secret realm, I encountered this very scene. Over the past few days, I have discerned the direction based on the sun's position and traveled eastward until last night. Beyond that, I have made no further discoveries. Tang Jiqiu immediately concurred, saying, indeed. Half a month ago, I, along with 3 fellow disciples, arrived here simultaneously. Like Sister Tao, I wandered for many days across this boundless sea of sand until last night upon recalling the 3 fellow disciples who had perished at the jaws of beasts. A pang of sorrow and relief washed over him. Had Sister Tao not arrived in time last night, he might have met a similar fate as his 3 companions. After a round of narration, it became apparent that the experiences of the group were largely similar. However, Tao Zi was aware that there should be other cultivators present, such as Rome and her companions. Shijun Tao, upon hearing the words of the others, could not help but sigh, lamenting the lack of direction and questioning when they might escape their predicament. The fervor that once propelled him headlong into the secret realm had long dissipated. Merely surviving and departing would be the most favorable outcome. Tao Zi cast a glance at him, then at the descending golden crow, pondering whether there would be fog tonight. Chapter 34. The full moon as night descended and the bright moon ascended. The fog had yet to appear even as the moon reached its zenith. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group, yet Tao Zi felt as though she had overlooked something. Tang Jiqiu had set up a tent, while Shijun Tao busied himself with instructing the other cultivators to prepare for the night watch. Being one of the 2 female cultivators among the 11, Tao Zi had not been assigned to the watch. However, she took no immediate action to erect her tent. The moon tonight seemed no different from before, shining brightly and clearly in the sky. But was the moon truly always full? She realized what was amiss. This place had always felt like a self-contained world, with distinct day and night, orderly in their alternation. Since her arrival, everything around her appeared unchanged, including the movements of the sun and moon. Yet how could the moon remain perpetually full? Was the issue here somehow linked to the moon? How had she only just come to this realization? What had she been doing all this time? Suppressing her self-mockery and excitement, she calmed herself slightly and sought out Shijun Tao, who was on watch. Taoist friend Shi, she inquired directly, have you noticed anything unusual about the moon tonight? In the midst of his meditation, Shi Huntao suddenly straightened, raising his gaze to the luminous moon before lowering it to meet the tranquil eyes of Tao Zi. What do you mean, Tao Daoist? He inquired. Tao Zi met his gaze firmly and replied, Indeed, while I cannot assert complete certainty, it undoubtedly bears some relation. She continued, I have long wished to ask you. Shi Daoist, do you know where we are? Are we ensnared within a formation, or are we in a space within a space? Tao Zi directly posed the question that Shi Huntao had previously asked her. The secret realm was inherently an isolated space, and this crimson sandy sea might very well be a space within that realm. Shi Huntao fell into contemplation, remaining silent for a considerable time before slowly responding. If it is a formation, it is rather sophisticated. Yet, if it is an independent space, that seems plausible. However, regardless, entering may be simple, but exiting proves arduous. We have wandered this sandy sea for half a month, and not a glimmer of hope to escape is in sight. Moreover, the peculiar beasts that may appear at any moment leave one wondering if I shall still possess my life should they return. Tao Zi took up his thoughts, saying, Indeed. Yet in either scenario, it is inextricably linked to this full moon. Shi Huntao gazed skyward and remarked, Even if that is the case, what can we do? Let us not forget, here we cannot fly. We cannot ascend beyond Tuzhong without falling, let alone reach the unattainable moon. Tao Zi smiled. While we were previously limited to Tuzhong, what of last night? Shi Huntao was instantly taken aback, then elated. Tao Daoist, do you mean to say? Have you attempted it last night? Tao Zi nodded, saying, Last night, witnessing a fellow disciple on the brink of death. I inadvertently overlooked the suppression against flying in this area. In a moment of desperation, I fled from a height of over 2 zhang to reach my comrade. Shi Juntao could hardly contain his excitement. If that is indeed the case, then we are not entirely devoid of hope. The following morning, Shi Juntao, somewhat impatient, relayed Tao Zi's discovery to the others. However, the rest did not share his enthusiasm. Cheng Shangqing responded calmly, Senior Brother Shi, we have long noticed the irregularities of the moon, even if what Daoist Tao suggests is true. That the suppression of altitude may dissipate in the presence of fog and beasts, given our current predicament, it seems improbable that we could fly to the moon. Tao Zi inquired, Who said we need to fly there? Shi Juntao's eyes widened in surprise. Daoist Tao, what do you mean? If we do not fly over, is there an alternative? Tao Zi replied, We could first attempt an attack. Those with long-range offensive artifacts might as well give it a try. Xianxia, who had been distracted, interjected sarcastically, I had thought Daoist Tao had made a significant discovery. It turns out it is nothing of the sort. Senior Brother Qing and I noticed the moon's peculiarity long ago, and we have already tested it, but unfortunately, the Yushua Bao's arrow barely traveled 2 zhang before plummeting straight down. Cheng Shangqing tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to moderate her tone. Tao Zi, however, remained unfazed, asking, But did you attempt it last night? Qi Yanxue hesitated, replying, Well, we did not. Tao Zi glanced at the individuals around her, each displaying a myriad of expressions, and declared, I wish to proceed eastward. When the next night of thick fog descends, I shall once again seek to explore the mysteries of the moon above us. For now, I must bid you all farewell. Tao Zi was not one to meddle unnecessarily. She had fulfilled her duty by sharing her discovery with them. Now, having noticed the peculiarities of the moon, she yearned to experiment with an aircraft. Unlike the flying instruments and swords wielded by the practitioners here, which required spiritual energy, the interstellar craft did not. However, it was evidently unwise to attempt such an endeavor in the company of so many. Thus, she decisively suggested her departure. Tang Jiqiu, who was still cooking beast meat, was so startled by her words that he abandoned his pot, exclaiming, Sister Tao, take me with you. Tao Zi had anticipated this response. Tang Jiqiu was both a fellow disciple and devoid of any flaws, so she had no intention of leaving him behind. She gestured for him to follow and continued her journey eastward. Hey, I'm coming too, Daoist Tao, me as well. It was the disciple from the beast-taming sect. Just as Tao Zi was about to decline, a few from the Gao family conferred and also resolved to accompany her eastward, followed by disciples from the Tianshu Palace and the extreme Dao sect. Witnessing this, Shi Huntao readily invited Cheng Shangqing and Qi Yanxue to join as well. Faced with such a situation, Tao Zi felt somewhat helpless. It was hardly appropriate to refuse so many. Thus, a group of them continued their trek through the vast expanse of the red sandy sea for another fortnight. That night, the full moon rose in the east, and gradually, mist began to rise from all directions. In another corner of the sandy sea, Rong seemed somewhat agitated, asking, "What is it? Dare to question my decisions?" This Jiang Lan, having saved her own life, astonishingly remains ungrateful, which deviates from the portrayal in the original text. Jiang Lan immediately responded with deference, stating, "I would not dare, my lord. However, both of us possess merely the cultivation of qi refinement, and I lack any flying artifacts. Thus I find it truly difficult to conceive a method to reach the moon." Upon casting a sidelong glance at her and noting her respectful demeanor, Rong's rising anger began to subside. She then summoned a small boat and instructed Jiang Lan, "Step aboard. While the beast is yet to descend, let us ascend first." Boom. Meanwhile, Taozi observed the full moon rising and, seizing the opportunity before the mist completely obscured it, hurled a thunderball towards the moon. A howl erupted, a creature, devoid of fur yet adorned with wings, plummeted amidst its cries. Could this beast have emerged from the moon? Taozi, unwilling to delay, summoned her carrying pole and beckoned to Tang Jiqiu, "Get on." Without further consideration for the depletion of spiritual energy, she propelled the pole at the swiftest speed towards the moon. Observing the moon's altitude, it was clear that conventional flying vessels could not ascend. Hence, previously, Cheng Shangqing and the others concluded that even without elevation suppression, they would be unable to reach it. Yet now, there was no alternative. Along the way, Taozi continuously activated numerous seeds that had been saturated with a solidifying potion. Any approaching beasts succumbed immediately upon contact, plummeting to the ground, leaving Tang Jiqiu astonished atop the pole. Witnessing this, the others swiftly activated their flying artifacts to follow, and with Taozi leading the way, they conserved considerable energy as they advanced. The mist thickened steadily, and just before the moonlight was completely obscured, Taozi and her companion arrived at the moon's position. It was no surprise. This place was usually heavily restricted, for the moon was neither particularly high nor large, its circular diameter just sufficient for two individuals to pass through. The same applied to the demon beasts. Thus, remaining in the sandy sea required contending with no more than two towering demon beasts. However, once they entered, they might confront even more formidable creatures. Yet, Taozi did not question nor seek Tang Jiqiu's opinion. She simply maneuvered her carrying pole and ventured into the moon. Chapter 35. Astonishment. As Taozi navigated through the moon on her carrying pole, she was immediately confronted by a horde of demon beasts. She handed Tang Jiqiu a new set of robes, signaling for him to change, while tightening the fire cloud scarf around her own form to erect a protective barrier. With a swift motion, she summoned 3 vines toward the approaching beasts, and almost simultaneously hurled a thunderball at the distant ones. Boom, boom, boom. Following that, she cast 3 more thunderballs, finally clearing a small space ahead. Taozi hurriedly advanced toward the temporarily tranquil passage. At that moment, Shi Huntao and the others rushed in, their eyes widening in shock at the remnants of demon beasts scattered across the ground, including those of the 2nd and even 3rd tiers. However, the greater astonishment lay in Tao Jiqiu's extraordinary display, unleashing such an impressive number of thunderballs. It appeared she must possess considerable wealth, likely backed by a prominent family or powerful cultivators. It was evident that she was no ordinary disciple within the Hisu sect. Little did they know, Taozi possessed a mere 10 thunderballs, all gifted to her by the esteemed Jian Ningzhenjuan, of which she had already utilized 5. The demonic beast bore no intercourse, thus the group felt little attachment and hastily ventured into the only passageway. The corridor was not lengthy, and Taozi soon emerged at the other end. Upon her arrival, she caught sight of Tsong Rong, who, upon noticing her, offered a disdainful smile before vanishing with Jiang Lan through a door at the opposite end. Yet, Taozi paid them no heed, for the scene before her was far more alarming. This place resembled a laboratory, with nearly 200 square meters filled with rows upon rows of shelves, each laden with countless eggs. Almost half of the shelves stood empty, remnants of shattered shells strewn about. It was evident these belonged to the creatures outside. A significant portion remained unhatched, leaving one to wonder how many years had passed and how much vitality remained within. Taozi glanced at the labels on the foremost shelves, discovering they bore the names of at least 2 types of demonic beasts, with some lists containing as many as 8 or 9. A tempest of astonishment surged within her. Could this truly be a laboratory for demonic beasts? Moreover, the meticulous arrangement of the shelves and the layout bore a striking resemblance to the visitation patterns within her own Mushi space. What rendered her even more astounded was the fact that these labels were inscribed in interstellar script. With the assistance of Xiaoyu, she had learned some interstellar characters. Although she had not mastered them entirely, deciphering the labels was indeed within her grasp. Did this place hold some connection to her ancestor, Yushi? What kind of person was her great-grandmother? Was she not only engaged in the study of potions, but also in the research of mystical beasts? A tumult of emotions surged within Tao Zi's heart. When she was still traversing the sandy expanse, encountering those peculiar creatures had instilled in her an intensely uncomfortable feeling, and her disdain for the individual responsible for creating these beasts was profound. Yet now she discovered that this might be intricately linked to the great-grandmother she had always held in high regard. Or perhaps the researcher of these monsters was indeed her great-grandmother. How could her heart remain tranquil in such a revelation? At this moment, Shi Huntao and others had also arrived, gazing in astonishment at the rows of eggs lining the shelves. The abundant spiritual energy in the air was palpable, yet everyone was too preoccupied to meditate. After scanning the surroundings with her spiritual sense and finding nothing else of note, Tao Zi proceeded towards the door through which Rong and the others had vanished. However, it appeared to be sealed. It was then that Tao Zi noticed. Apart from the locked door, there were 7 other doors corresponding to the 8 gates: opening, rest, life, injury, stopping, scene, death, and shock. To her surprise, Rong and the others had exited through the opening gate, not the life gate. While she pondered this, she observed Qi Yinxue pulling Cheng Shangqing as they swiftly entered the life gate. Indeed, after their figures disappeared, the life gate sealed shut. The others, witnessing this, anxiously deliberated which door they should enter. Although Tao Zi had some knowledge of restrictions and could set up simple formations, she was far from proficient in the art of formations. Just as she contemplated stepping into the nearby rest gate, Tang Zhiqiu suddenly grasped her arm. "Sister Tao, if you trust me, let us venture into the shock gate together." Tao Zi inquired, "Do you comprehend formations?" After casting him another glance, she added, "Very well. Let us proceed." She placed her trust in Tang Zhiqiu's words, believing that some individuals are perhaps inherently blessed with fortune. Moreover, what benefit would there be for Tang Zhiqiu to deceive her? Besides, she was utterly at a loss regarding which door to enter. Unexpectedly, Tang Zhiqiu did not anticipate that Tao Zi would so readily accept his assertion. Nevertheless, upon witnessing her advance, he hurriedly followed suit. As soon as he stepped inside, before he could ascertain the nature of his surroundings, a punch struck his right eye. Tao Zi winced in pain, convinced that had it not been for her resilient physique, her eye might have sustained irreparable damage. Learning from past experiences, she swiftly engaged in combat with her assailant, who turned out to be a stone golem. Meanwhile, Tang Zhiqiu, who had entered alongside her, had vanished without a trace. The stone golem, devoid of any sense of pain, was massive yet remarkably agile, rendering Tao Zi quite vulnerable. With a resounding thud, the golem delivered another punch, which crashed into the wall behind Tao Zi, creating a deep indentation. Seizing the moment of its temporary pause, she deftly ensnared the golem with her vine whip, binding it tightly. Yet, despite being temporarily restrained, the golem quickly freed one of its arms, and it would not be long before it extricated itself entirely. Anxiety surged within Tao Zi. In a moment of desperation, she wielded her sword and severed the golem's liberated arm. Shortly thereafter, she observed a flicker of blue light emanating from the golem's chest, and to her astonishment, the severed arm miraculously began to regenerate. Witnessing this, Tao Zi swiftly summoned 3 additional vines to further restrain the golem before raising her sword to strike at its chest once more. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly. The stone man, caught off guard, was pierced directly through the chest. After a brief flicker of blue light, the stone man fell into an eternal stillness. Tao Zi extracted the blue stone, discovering it to be a medium-grade spirit stone devoid of attributes. Although its spiritual energy was nearly depleted, it was still a medium-grade spirit stone. Without hesitation, she stored the stone in her spatial pouch, her anticipation growing for what lay ahead. Barely a quarter of an hour had passed when, after Tao Zi had finished her meditation, 2 more stone men appeared. Her eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of acquiring 2 medium-grade spirit stones. This time, she resolved to exercise caution and conserve her spiritual energy. With a wave of her hand, she conjured 2 vines to ensnare one of the stone men while drawing her sword to target the other. With a swift strike, she severed its head, and, before it could reassemble, she aimed her blade at its heart. However, before the sword could penetrate, the other stone man broke free from the vines and hurled a punch toward Tao Zi's back. She had no time to evade and was struck, causing her to spit blood. Before she could catch her breath, the first stone man's head had already reformed. It picked up a massive rock nearby and hurled it at Tao Zi. Chapter 37, The Stone Man. As the colossal stone descended upon her, Tao Zi had no time to evade. She quickly summoned a vine to bind the stone man's right foot. With a mighty pull, the stone man's balance faltered, causing it to kneel forward. The rock it held flew uncontrollably ahead, narrowly missing Tao Zi's head. This time, she resorted to her tried-and-true method, expending her spiritual energy without hesitation to conjure 9 tendrils at once, the maximum number she could summon at present. 6 of these tendrils ensnared one stone figure, while the remaining 3 bound another. In that moment, Tao Zi, without delay, thrust her sword into the chest of one stone figure, delivering 2 swift strikes. Once the figure was irrevocably transformed into stone, she had no time to extract the spiritual stones and immediately directed her blade toward the other stone figure. Ultimately, she subdued both figures and successfully acquired 2 mid-grade spiritual stones. Paying no heed to her own disheveled state, she promptly began to recuperate. A quarter of an hour later, the stone figures re-emerged, this time in greater numbers, 4, armed with stone axes. In another part of the secret realm, a graceful female cultivator clad in red cautiously sealed a stalk of purple mist grass into a specially designated jade box, her delicate fingers remaining untouched by dust. She then extended the jade box toward the male cultivator, saying, "Senior Brother Yan, this purple mist grass is for you. The demon beast's demon core shall be mine. What say you?" Yin Cheng cast a fleeting glance at the recently deceased third-tier golden-eyed jade toad before looking again at the jade box in the female cultivator's hands. "All yours," he replied. However, she soon heard him continue, "The life-saving grace bestowed by Tao Daoist cannot be repaid. Therefore, whatever gains I acquire henceforth shall be entirely yours. As a token of my gratitude for saving my life." The joy that had just blossomed in the female cultivator's heart vanished in an instant. This Yin Cheng was indeed impervious to persuasion. "Very well," she thought. "When the time comes for me to request something from you, do not renege on your word." In the stone chamber, Tao Zi was pierced through her left chest and abdomen by a stone figure wielding a long spear. Just a few inches lower lay her dantian. She was filled with horror, never anticipating that the weapon of this stone being would possess such formidable power. Even her body, tempered through rigorous training, appeared woefully inadequate against such an assault. However, she could only endure the excruciating pain and swiftly evade another onslaught from the stone figure. It was only after that she managed to seal several acupoints to prevent excessive blood loss. Yet, the stone figure showed no mercy, lunging forward once more with its spear. While another stone being, which had not yet been deprived of its spirit stone, astonishingly began to regenerate. Tao Zi immediately absorbed a medium-grade spirit stone and maneuvered to draw the 2 stone figures closer together. Once they were at a manageable distance, she hastily summoned a defensive artifact, the Jade Rinse Umbrella, and hurled her last thunderball at the 2 adversaries. In an instant, the stone figures disintegrated into scattered fragments. Nevertheless, she did not dare to let her guard down. She hurried to collect the spirit stones from the ground, selecting a few larger stones along with the weapons of the stone figures to store in her spatial pouch. Previously, she had learned the hard way that neglecting to collect spirit stones could allow the shattered stones to reassemble and recover. With 64 thunderballs exhausted and only 1 explosion talisman remaining, the sword energy talisman given by Master Shenyang remained unactivated. Uncertainty loomed over her next steps and whether she could endure what lay ahead. Chapter 38, Yushi. 15 minutes later. Despite having healed less than 30% of her injuries, Tao Zi forced herself to rise, steeling herself for the impending battle. A quarter of an hour elapsed, and as Tao Zi contemplated what kind of stone figure, beast, or mechanism awaited her next, a door in the stone chamber suddenly swung open. With no other choice, Tao Zi stepped forward. As she entered, a blinding light struck her eyes, rendering her momentarily unable to see. In an instant, her consciousness began to fade. After an indeterminate amount of time, she was roused by the sound of conversation. A woman's voice resonated. "Ling Yue, cease your futile obsession. Your actions are in direct violation of the heavenly principles." A somber male voice replied, "Heavenly principles? Huh. The most promising and talented botanist and pharmacist in the galaxy dares to lecture me on heavenly principles?" He scoffed, then continued, "Yushi, I never thought you would forget your origins so swiftly." His gaze drifted into the distance, and he calmly stated, "I do not wish to place you in a difficult position, so please do not compel me to do so. Remember, science often demands sacrifices." Yushi, her ancestor, Tao Zi thought, hastily turned her attention to the 2 figures, yet they appeared as ethereal orbs of light, distant and indistinct. Disregarding her current predicament and the risk of exposure, she hurried toward the glowing forms. To her astonishment, she found herself floating. This ascent was swifter than walking. Was this her soul, or merely a dream? The woman's voice, presumably Yushi, expressed a hint of exasperation. Science? Do you truly believe that what you are doing now embodies science? Suddenly, as if recalling something, she became animated. Science has never been predicated on morality. Just look at those beasts. What have they become? The monstrous beasts are one thing, but there are numerous beings that bear an uncanny resemblance to you. Do you not aspire to elevate your cultivation further? Are you not fearful of the heavenly tribulation? Taozi had already drifted to the radiant aura of the two, her impatience driving her gaze towards the luminous presence of the female cultivator. The woman's complexion was fair, and she possessed a pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes. Yet her limbs were shackled by chains. It seemed that these hybrid beasts were the handiwork of someone named Lin Yue, entirely unrelated to her ancestor. A sense of relief washed over Taozi. Upon hearing Yushi's words, Ling Yun could not help but erupt into hearty laughter. Heavenly tribulation? It is precisely because I am aware that I cannot transcend it that I am intensifying my experiments with the fusion of monstrous beasts. As he spoke, he gestured to an egg, about an inch tall, resting on the table. Look how exquisite this egg is, brimming with formidable power. Should it successfully hatch, no ancient divine beast or otherworldly creature shall stand a chance against it. Approaching Yushi, he tenderly caressed her cheek. Speaking languidly, I have heard that you have given birth to a child. What do you think of me gifting this to your offspring? Yushi was taken aback. Are you out of your mind? My child lacks spiritual roots and has no need for this. Ah, that is of no consequence. While your child may lack them, your grandchild surely will possess them. Ling Yun replied, a hint of melancholy and irritation in his voice. Why, I wonder. Did you not seek me out when you decided to have children? If I had not learned that your child bears the surname Yue, they might not have survived until now. Yushi, exasperated, retorted, enough. Do not speak any further. However, Ling Yun paid no heed and directly extracted Yushi's blood essence, forming a series of talismans. Yushi was taken aback. What are you trying to do? Chapter 39. The egg. Ling Yun ignored Yushi's outcry, continuing to focus intently on drawing the talismans with her blood essence. Before long, a complex and intricate crimson talisman was completed and promptly entered the egg. Yushi, with a mixture of laughter and tears, remarked, Haha, we have journeyed together across the stars, facing countless perils, and ultimately arrived at this realm side by side. I thought you would treat me differently, yet here you are, causing harm to me and my descendants. Ling Yun stepped forward, grasping Yushi's hand, and tenderly proclaimed, My feelings for you are indeed unique. Thus, I wish to leave you with the finest of treasures, for you and your progeny. Ashi, trust me. This will be a miracle. Yushi scoffed. A miracle? You, devoid of conscience, experiment on beasts and even fellow cultivators, regardless of the power this cursed thing may possess. Do you truly believe heaven will tolerate it, or the cultivators bound to it? Tears seemed to trace the corners of her eyes. Only upon having my own child did I realize that I do not seek grand achievements for them. Nor do I mind if they do not favor my potions. All I desire is for them to live a safe and joyful life, free from worries. Ling Yun gently enveloped her in his embrace and softly remarked, It is futile. I am aware of your intentions to self-destruct, to eliminate both me and this egg. I also know that you bore a set of twins, one of which you transformed into a family heirloom, nurturing it by that man's side, while the other was entrusted with a longevity lock before being sent away. Am I correct? He seemed to revel in the terror reflected in Yushi's widened eyes as he continued, I can tolerate their existence, but do not engage in any more futile struggles. Remain here with me until death. However, Yushi laughed. Ha ha, very well. Until death? Then let us die together right now. Even if it means the end of our lineage, I shall not permit you to continue in your misguided obsession. With that, there was a deafening explosion, leaving only scattered remnants of starlight in the aftermath. Taozi reached out, attempting to grasp some of the luminous points, only for her fingers to pass through them effortlessly. In that moment, she noticed Jiang Lan mirroring her actions. A sigh escaped her lips. Who would have imagined that I would encounter two young girls at once, both possessing such remarkable spirit? Observing their bewildered expressions, the figure before them couldn't help but chuckle softly. I am but a fragment of Yushi's consciousness. What you witnessed was my message to find that egg and destroy it. It turned out that although her self-detonation resulted in her demise alongside Ling Yue, it had not directly harmed the egg. At the critical moment, Ling Yun had managed to relocate the egg, sacrificing himself to become mere particles of dust alongside Yushi. Observing the two young maidens, still in their naive state, she continued, Do not entertain the foolish notion of evading the constraints of the celestial order. Even I, An outsider in the realm of cultivation, comprehend this truth. Do not be misled. That egg should never have existed in this world. Lin Yue, in his quest for it, not only expended his own vital essence, but also sacrificed countless demonic beasts and cultivators upon the altar of experimentation, among whom were his own disciples and mentors. Though he has perished, the karmic debts he incurred remain unpaid. Once entangled with that egg, one must inevitably bear its consequences and the weight of its transgressions. She gazed at the two youthful girls before her, a hint of nostalgia flickering in her eyes, yet she continued with measured calmness. One must learn to discern between gain and loss at all times. Only through sacrifice can one attain. This egg can no longer be merely described as a spirit beast egg or a demonic beast egg. Its malevolent aura is palpable, radiating an ominous energy that seems capable of ensnaring the hearts of men. Its power is assuredly extraordinary, should it be allowed to manifest in this world. The realm of Qinhua may very well suffer dire consequences. Chapter 40. Qin Taozi and Jiang Lan were deeply shaken by her words, hastily nodding in agreement. Though they were the most inconsequential beings in the realm of Qinhua, they could still discern right from wrong in the face of such grave matters. Since their ancestor had explicitly warned them of the terrors associated with this egg, how could they remain idle? If it were not dealt with now, future trials would undoubtedly be more arduous. Only then did Yushi reveal a satisfied expression, inquiring, "What year is it? Are there any ascended cultivators from 5,000 years ago?" Taozi, having grown up in the secluded Lucian town, later traversed the mundane world before arriving at Isu's sect, but her time there was scarcely a few years. She remained blissfully unaware of this reality. In contrast, Jiang Lan was raised within a cultivation family, although her family did not hold her in high regard. Her understanding of the history of the Qinhua realm and its secrets far surpassed that of Taozi. With utmost respect, she remarked, in nearly 10,000 years, no cultivator has ascended. Yushi's previously relaxed countenance swiftly transformed into one of solemnity, as if she were conversing with herself. Is it truly so? She then gazed at them with a tender expression. Do you have any questions regarding your cultivation? However, even if you do, I may be unable to assist, as the path of cultivation is ultimately a personal journey. Alas, alas. Taozi and Jiang Lan exchanged a glance. Their great-grandmother had inquired about the lack of ascended cultivators over the millennia, hinting at some hidden knowledge, yet she remained reticent, leaving the two girls hesitant to probe further. Taozi then turned her attention to Jiang Lan. You have yet to recognize the master of the longevity token? Jiang Lan hastily replied, this is my mother's relic. Thus, I have cherished it and worn it close, yet I have not discerned its significance. It was only upon witnessing the conversation between Yushi and Lin Yue that I began to connect it to my own. Yushi nodded approvingly and gestured towards Jiang Lan, summoning a silver longevity token, scarcely 3 fingers wide, which floated above her neck. It then extracted a drop of Jiang Lan's blood, which seamlessly melded into the token. The token radiated a warm golden light before swiftly embedding itself between Jiang Lan's brows. The reason it is blood rather than essence is to prevent the treasures from being seized by others before her descendants embark on their path. Blood, even if one has not yet attained enlightenment, can still be recognized by those with spiritual roots. Once recognized, it will conceal itself within the descendant sea of consciousness, awaiting the moment of formal enlightenment for retrieval. Other cultivators, even those of higher ranks, are unable to claim it without the lineage connection. Jiang Lan, already a qi-refining cultivator, recognized the locked piece and, with a mere glance, beheld the immense treasures left to her by the individual before her. Shock, excitement, and regret surged within her. Had she discovered the uniqueness of the locked piece sooner, perhaps she would not have been pursued by Qi Yanxue and her companion without any means of resistance, nor would she have been bound by a master-servant contract with Songro. After a series of movements, Yushi's already indistinct form became even more ethereal. Her voice tinged with frailty. I have expended nearly all my strength to recreate the past, and it seems this fragment of my consciousness is on the verge of dissipating. You too must diligently study the materials I have left behind. Do not seek shortcuts in your cultivation. It appeared she wished to caress the tops of their heads. Yet her form ultimately faded into the air, leaving only her words. This is the trial ground of the Beast Tamer sect. With my blood as the key. You have arrived here. Now, using blood as the guide, you may unlock the door to your exit. Go. Taozi was momentarily blinded by a flash of white light, and in an instant, she realized she was still lying on the ground, not far away. Jiang Lan also regained consciousness. You. The two spoke simultaneously. Taozi urged, you go first. Jianglan remarked. My name is Jianglan. The lock piece has been passed down from my grandmother, which makes us blood relatives, does it not? In chapter 41, yet another 3 doors, Taozi found herself at a loss on how to articulate the tangled web of their familial connections. Logically, their blood ties should be exceedingly tenuous, considering that the current Beastmaster sect has only existed for a little over 5,000 years, while the previous incarnation of the sect had perished nearly 10,000 years ago. Thus, a gap of 10 millennia would have rendered their bloodline nearly imperceptible, calling into question the very notion of kinship. Nevertheless, the implication of Yushi's ancestor, along with the extraordinary nature of a cultivator's essence blood, suggested that perhaps they could indeed be regarded as relatives. Hesitating, she replied, I suppose so. Perhaps that is what the ancestor meant. However, your brother Jiang Run's demise might bear some relation to me. If that is the case, would you still wish to acknowledge me as family? On another note, she felt a sense of trepidation as she had previously observed Jiang Lan in the company of Song Rong. Their demeanor, while not overly intimate, hinted at a certain respect Jiang Lan held for Song Rong, who had never concealed her hostility towards Taozi. Casting a glance at Taozi, she inquired, You are the female cultivator who narrowly escaped Jiang Run's indignity, are you not? I have heard tales of a formidable master who surpasses me by a wide margin. Taozi, feeling a touch awkward, replied, It is fortunate. However, time is of the essence. We should make haste to depart from this place. As they spoke, the pair arrived at a door. Jiang Lan, with a focused brow, drew forth a drop of her essence blood and let it fall upon the door. Moments later, with a creaking sound, the grand entrance slowly swung open. The moment the door parted, 3 figures emerged to greet them, Tong Rong, Tang Zhiqiu, and Cheng Shanqing. As for the others, it remained unclear whether they had not yet emerged or were unable to do so. Jiang Lan nodded slightly to Taozi as a greeting before following Rong to a grand hall. The hall was supported by 16 towering columns, each exceeding 10 zhang in height, exuding an air of magnificent grandeur. However, this imposing hall was sealed, with 3 doors directly opposite where Taozi and her companion emerged. It was no wonder Rong chose not to leave. Perhaps she was waiting for Jiang Lan? Their relationship had evidently grown quite close. While it was understandable that Tang Zhiqiu remained, what reason did Cheng Shanqing have to linger? Taozi glanced at Tang Zhiqiu, pointing toward the trio of doors ahead. Do you have any premonition this time? Which one shall we choose? Tang Zhiqiu, who had been incessantly recounting the hardships he had endured, suddenly fell silent. Tao Shiji, I have no premonition this time, yet I sense that you would emerge safely, which is why I have been waiting here for you. Taking a deep breath, Taozi replied, I wish to take the leftmost door. Will you accompany me? Tang Zhiqiu nodded fervently. Of course, together we shall go. Not far away, Cheng Shanqing interjected, Tao Daoyu, may I join you as well? With the painful loss of his junior sister Qi, he felt an acute sorrow. Yet he saw no other option. He sensed that this Tao Daoyu was extraordinary, rather than align himself with the despised Jiang family or venture alone. He preferred to accompany her. For Taozi, the path was not hers to dictate, nor were the doors hers to create. She could not impede others from choosing their way. Chang Daoyu, please feel free, she said, stepping first through the leftmost door. Jiang Lan and her companion subsequently entered the middle door. Chapter 42. To destroy or to preserve, Taozi and her companions advanced cautiously. Yet along their path stood exquisite pavilions and towers, marvels of craftsmanship. As they continued onward, they unexpectedly arrived at a neglected herb garden. Upon closer inspection, they found it overgrown with weeds, yet among the wild vegetation, even a single spirit plant bore witness to nearly 10 millennia of age. After a thorough exploration, confirming the absence of danger, each took a section of the herb plot and began to dig earnestly. Taozi, after leaving one specimen of each type where there were more than 2, carefully stored the remainder in her jade box, refraining from harvesting any plants younger than 500 years. Once their foraging was complete, they tidied the area by clearing away the weeds, and finally, they selected several dozen seeds from each type of spirit herb and scattered them about. The remnants of a cloud and rain formation suggested that the garden had been unattended. Yet these spirit plants could still receive periodic watering. At this juncture, her companions had also concluded their gathering. After a brief discussion, the trio departed the herb garden and continued their journey. However, they soon encountered a fork in the path, where Taozi instinctively gestured towards a narrow trail to the left, and they pressed on. This path was uneven and gradually ascended, leading them toward a mountain peak. Beneath the veil of thick mist, they could barely discern the narrow trail extending less than 50 meters ahead, and to see farther would require the use of their spiritual senses. Yet, with their highest cultivation level being merely at the peak of qi refinement, it was impossible for them to perceive the entirety of the mountain. Nevertheless, as they ventured further, Taozi felt an inexplicable voice softly beckoning her, igniting within her a surge of protective instinct. A sudden realization struck her. Could it be that the egg spoken of by her venerable master, Yushi, lay somewhere nearby? She inherited a legacy from her great-grandfather, and this egg symbolically bound her to a contract. At last, the trio reached the summit. Unlike the typical mountain peaks, this one was uniquely marked by a vast expanse of enclosures containing numerous structures, the number of which was beyond the grasp of her consciousness. At the end of the path, before the entrance to these structures, stood 3 modestly sized characters, Spirit Beast Pavilion. Upon entering, the rooms were arranged simply as Spirit Beast Room 1, Spirit Beast Room 2, and extending to Spirit Beast Room 3, with no end in sight. Truly, it was a far cry from the current state of the once mighty beast-taming sect. Just as the 3 emerged from Spirit Beast Room 2, Rong and Jianglan arrived. Taozi was not surprised. She shared the same ancestral bloodline with Jianglan, and their connection to the egg was likely akin. Jianglan nodded in greeting to Taozi, while Rong merely scoffed. Jianglan mirrored this sentiment. The two proceeded at a leisurely pace, with Rong trailing behind them in evident displeasure until they arrived at the entrance of Spirit Beast Room 67, where they both halted simultaneously, pushing open the dust-laden door. They stepped inside together. The room contained 6 eggs, all uniform in size and pattern. Taozi's heart raced, overwhelmed by a feeling she could scarcely articulate. As if a voice lamented to her, confessing it had waited for her for 10,000 years, asking why she had only just come to retrieve it. Then, another voice seemed to whisper, urging her to seize it, for it was destined to be hers. Taozi bit her tongue, striving to maintain her composure. After all, this was to be destroyed, and there was no need to invest excessive emotions into it. Jianglan silently stowed away the 3 elixirs into her spirit beast pouch, while Taozi concurrently placed her 2 into her spatial button. The 2 held their breaths, fearful that even the slightest sound might disturb the egg position between them. Though no words were exchanged, an unspoken understanding lingered in the air. They both comprehended that the egg before them was the very one their ancestor had instructed them to destroy. A flicker of reluctance passed through Jianglan's heart, and Taozi felt a similar sentiment. Taozi signaled to Tang Jiqiu at the entrance for the 2 to leave, and Jianglan subtly gestured to Song Rong. Together, the 3 retreated. Taozi was taken aback. It was quite unusual for the typically aloof Song Rong to heed Jianglan's words, which piqued her curiosity about their relationship even further. However, this was not the moment for such musings. Their gazes locked, yet both remained taciturn. Taozi gripped a mid-grade explosion talisman in one hand, while the other contained a vial of corrosive agent capable of instantaneously dissolving any magical artifact. Jianglan's hands trembled. Yet she too clutched an explosion talisman, a gift left by her ancestor, as she had been defenseless when pursued by xianxia. As they clasped their talismans, their movements halted. Yet, with a determined bite of her lip, Taozi silently uttered an apology in her heart before activating the talisman in her grasp. At that very moment, a female cultivator appeared unexpectedly and, with astonishing swiftness, seized the egg into her possession. However, the mid-tier explosive talisman had already been activated. Despite the distance not being particularly close, everyone in the room was violently thrown aside, and the entire structure collapsed with a thunderous crash. Taozi brushed off the dust from her clothes and fixed her gaze upon the red-clad female cultivator before her, a flicker of hatred evident in her eyes. For this female cultivator was none other than her beloved sister, Tao Linghua, whom she would recognize even in ashes. Yet, she did not act immediately. Over there, Song Rong had already unleashed a binding talisman against Tao Linghua, but this binding talisman was not Taozi's solidification potion. Moreover, Tao Linghua had already established her foundation. How could she possibly allow Song Rong, still in the qi refining stage, to succeed? Tao Linghua sneered disdainfully. Ha, a rabble. Treasures are always claimed by the capable. You would do well to relinquish your hold. If you behave, I might spare your lives. Taozi curled her lips into a smirk. Is that so? Subsequently, she summoned the Fingy sword and launched an offensive against Tao Linghua, while simultaneously using her other hand to secretly weave the incantation to activate 3 vines of solidification potion, which also advanced towards Tao Linghua. Tao Linghua, in a rush to stow the egg into her spirit beast pouch, was momentarily delayed in her response. After a few exchanges, one of the vines finally ensnared Tao Linghua's arm and was instantaneously solidified. What does senior brother Yin mean by this? I owe her a life. I promised that all gains here would belong to her, as a means of repayment. All right, Tao Zi replied. I did not expect senior brother Yin to be such a man of his word. However, this egg must be destroyed. Do you know what I will do? Tao Zi was filled with inexplicable fury. Tao Ling Yue had unexpectedly become senior brother Yan's savior, and senior brother Yin had even promised to repay her. When had these two developed such a bond? Junior sister, do not act in such a manner. If we cannot obtain the cherished beast, then let it be. Why must it be destroyed? Yin Sheng observed the crimson hue in Tao Zi's eyes, astonished that his typically gentle and endearing junior sister held such an obsession over an egg. Ah, so in brother Yan's eyes, I am the sort who, upon failure to possess, resorts to destruction. Very well. With that, he dismissed the title of brother in his fury and continued to summon vines to assault Yin Cheng. However, Yin Cheng was already at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, far surpassing the likes of Tao Ling Yue, who had achieved her foundation through cunning means, not to mention he was a renowned sword cultivator. Thus, Tao Zi's vines barely grazed his clothing before being severed. Despite her initial attack failing, Tao Zi did not attempt another strike. In terms of cultivation and technique, she could not compete with her senior brother, yet she found herself unable to harm him with potions. With a sense of resignation, she withdrew her offensive stance and gazed intently at Yin Cheng, articulating each word. Brother Yin, this egg is not merely a precious beast. It is a creature abhorred by the heavenly Tao. If you still trust me, you must destroy it. Upon witnessing Yin Cheng's expression shift to one of grave seriousness, she continued, if that is the case, we shall remain as siblings. However, if you insist on keeping it out of gratitude, then we shall become adversaries. Yin Cheng furrowed his brow, knowing that Tao Zi was not one to speak without reason. Could it be that the egg indeed harbored some hidden truth? Doubt began to creep into his mind. Meanwhile, Song Rong, unable to contain her impatience, interjected. With so many of us here, can we not subdue a mere foundation stage cultivator? Let us act together. She was also a distinguished practitioner in the qi refinement stage, possessing an abundance of magical artifacts, talismans, and elixirs, and had previously triumphed over foundation establishment cultivators, which instilled her with unwavering confidence. At that moment, Tao Ling Yue, who had been restrained for only a quarter of an hour, suddenly activated a flame talisman, the fire instantly repelling everyone several meters back. She turned to Yin Chen and said, return the spirit beast pouch to me, and from now on, senior brother Yin will owe me nothing. Tao Zi interjected, senior brother. Do not heed her words, destroy it. Chapter 44. The Inevitable Conflict, Part 2. Tao Ling Yue turned to Yin Cheng again, insisting, return the spirit beast pouch to me. And from now on, senior brother Yin will owe me nothing, erasing all debts. Tao Zi urged, senior brother, do not listen to her, destroy it. Yin Cheng, holding the spirit beast pouch, hesitated. However, after a moment, he made his decision. A fleeting image of Tao Zi from their first encounter in Lucian Town crossed his mind, followed by the memory of her emerging from the secret chamber, drenched in blood. Ultimately, his junior sister took precedence. Nevertheless, having given the spirit beast pouch to his junior sister, he could no longer involve himself in the ensuing conflict, for that Tao fellow had indeed saved his life. He could only hope his junior sister would remain unharmed. He tossed the spirit beast pouch in Tao Zi's direction, and she immediately reached for it. Yet, Tao Ling Yue, ever watchful, would not allow her to succeed. A wooden vine swiftly lashed out towards Tao Zi, being a dual-element cultivator of water and wood with foundation establishment prowess. Tao Zi was compelled to first counter Tao Ling Yue's assault. However, lurking behind her, Song Rong had long been waiting for the opportune moment, itching to act. Observing Tao Ling Yue and Tao Zi entangled in battle, she hurried forward, clutching the spirit beast pouch in her hand, prepared to escape at once. In the midst of fending off Tao Ling Yue's onslaught, Tao Zi caught sight of this scene and, frustrated by her inability to divert her attention, shouted, Jiang Lan. Naturally, Jiang Lan understood her intent and, just as Tao Zi hoped, obstructed Song Rong's path. Song Rong glared at her. Do you wish to die? Step aside, or I shall make your existence a living hell. Jiang Lan, however, replied, I dare not disobey. It is merely that this ferocious beast egg is not to be trifled with. I implore you to leave it behind. Having already acknowledged her as a master, and with her current cultivation level rendering her incapable of resistance, she had no choice but to speak thus. Song Rong scoffed, a ferocious beast? I was unaware. How do you come by such knowledge? If you wish to seize this rare creature, why disguise your intentions with such pretentious words? No one knew better than she what lay within the spirit beast pouch. It was precisely due to her understanding of the creature's worth that she had devised means to thwart Yuan Songlan's arrival at Xianyu Gate, hastily rescuing Jiang Lan and forming a master-servant contract with her. Having gone to great lengths to achieve this outcome, she would never relinquish it easily. As a thought crossed her mind, a wave of excruciating pain surged through Jiang Lan's sea of consciousness. Yet, she had anticipated Song Rong's reaction. So she steadfastly resisted allowing Song Rong to depart, having previously selected a binding cord from the magical artifacts bestowed by Yuxi's ancestor for this very purpose. As the agony in her consciousness intensified, the binding cord ensnared Song Rong completely. In her rage, she had long forgotten the initial intention behind her rescue of Jiang Lan. Jiang Lan found herself unable to resist her commands, and it wasn't long before several of her meridians ruptured, with blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. As for Tao Zi, she ultimately proved no match for Tao Linghua. After all, the vast chasm between the Qi refinement stage and the foundation establishment stage was insurmountable. Despite the aid of potions, she could not endure for long and was struck by a burst talisman thrown by Tao Linghua, causing her to spit blood and collapse alongside Jiang Lan. Observing this from the sidelines, Tang Jiqiu instinctively positioned himself between Tao Zi and Tao Linghua upon seeing her injury. Seizing the moment, Tao Zi hastily consumed several healing elixirs and, noticing Jiang Lan's dire condition, quickly administered a few to her as well, though their effects seemed minimal. With a swift motion, Tang Jiqiu hurled 3 spirit beast eggs directly at Tao Linghua's face, declaring, "You desire spirit beast eggs? Today, I shall ensure you have your fill." These were the spoils he had pilfered from the spirit beast chambers, filling all his beast bags and even a spare bag of holding. He followed this by launching another 3 or 4 eggs. Caught off guard by the barrage, Tao Linghua's face flushed with anger, and she swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a net of vines in an attempt to ensnare the oblivious Tang Jiqiu. Before Tao Zi could regain her footing, she recognized the peril and swiftly drew her sword to sever the encroaching vines. Being of the wood's spiritual root herself, she could easily identify the vine as the toxic Yanluo, inherently venomous. Tang Jiqiu, a mere Qi refinement cultivator, stood no chance against it. Grateful for Tang Jiqiu's courageous intervention, she prepared to re-enter the fray as the two became entangled in combat once more. Chapter 45, The Inevitable Conflict, Part 3, Tao Linghua unleashed a water sword, striking fiercely towards the 3 inches above Tao Zi's abdomen. In a hurry, Tao Zi raised her Shiyuyan umbrella to defend herself while calculating the distance to Songrong. The binding rope left by Yuxi for Jiang Lan was undoubtedly not an ordinary item. It was capable of restraining golden core cultivators and those beneath them. Songrong was merely at the Qi refinement stage, and despite possessing numerous magical treasures and talismans, she was unable to break free. As she approached Songrong, she hurled her last flame talisman at Tao Linghua, seizing the moment as the flames engulfed. She snatched the spirit beast pouch from Songrong's hands and effortlessly dispelled Tao Linghua's spiritual imprint, dousing the spirit beast pouch with an entire vial of corrosive potion. Instantly, what was once a fine spirit beast pouch was utterly eroded. A sharp pain pierced Tao Linghua's sea of consciousness as she realized her pouch was gone. Where were the spirit beast eggs? All present, including the bound Songrong, could not help but cast their gazes toward the exposed egg. Yet, Tao Zi had no intention of halting her actions. With a swift motion, she unleashed another vial of corrosive potion, and the eggshell was reduced to mere fragments. The entire sequence transpired in mere moments, leaving everyone unable to intervene. Tao Linghua and Songrong, who had intended to claim the egg for themselves, were consumed by despair, almost wishing to rend Tao Zi apart. However, before Tao Linghua could reach Tao Zi, a wave of excruciating pain surged through her consciousness. This was not merely the sharp sting of her spirit beast pouch being corroded, it was agony that made her stagger, leaving her no choice but to clutch her head and moan. Not only she, but everyone present, including Cheng Shangqing, who had never taken action, and Yin Qing, who had been observing from the sidelines, simultaneously felt a piercing pain in their consciousness. It was an attack on the spirit. "Oh, why? I have waited for you for 10,000 years, 10,000 years. I never expected you to have the heart to kill me. What sin have I committed? I have not yet been born, not even given a name, and I have been killed by the very master I longed for. I loathe that. I am unwilling. I am so unwilling. It was that egg. Even unhatched, it could launch a spiritual attack? Truly extraordinary." Tao Zi felt an overwhelming sadness in her heart, as if a piece of it had been cruelly torn away, causing her immense pain. For a moment, she felt dazed. Indeed, it had not yet been born. Even if there were faults, they belonged to Ling Yun, not to it. She had just destroyed an innocent life with her own hands. Moreover, that life had awaited her for 10,000 years. A tumult of anguish, guilt, and helplessness intertwined within her. What have I done? She gazed at her own hands. Was it these hands? Tao Ling Yue looked at the egg, now reduced to mere ashes, and directed a fiery talisman at Tao Zi. This little wretch had thwarted her plans, and it was the first time since her rebirth. Originally, she had felt a glimmer of joy at not encountering that woman surnamed Yuan in this secret realm. But she had not forgotten that true happiness would only come when she seized the spirit beast that rightfully belonged to that woman. Now merely an egg of the Thunderfire Phantom Beast. In her days, Tao Zi was a beat slow to react, barely evading the fiery talisman's assault. But her robe was utterly ruined. The matters entrusted by her great-grandfather have been accomplished, yet Brother Yin has remained a mere spectator. She now yearns to seize the severely wounded Jiang Lan and flee this place. However, in her furious state, Tao Ling Yue would not permit her to achieve her desires. Before she could reach Jiang Lan, Tao Ling Yue unleashed another fiery talisman. Given this momentum, should it reach Jiang Lan, it would likely bring her more misfortune than aid. Thus, Tao Zi turned to escape towards the Spirit Beast Pavilion, but Tao Ling Yue relentlessly pursued her. Not far from Jiang Lan, Song Rong, after enduring the mental assault of that egg, found her mind enveloped in a blank void. Everything had changed. In the original narrative, the reason the female protagonist could conquer all and command the world was not solely due to her grandfather's space, but also because of the spirit beast that fought alongside her. Yet now, this spirit beast had not yet hatched and had already perished. Furthermore, she had overheard the spirit beast's words, which implied that the Tao woman before her was in fact its rightful master. What of Jiang Lan? According to the original story, this spirit beast was meant to form a master-servant bond with Jiang Lan within this secret realm. Jiang Lan had greatly relied on it, but unexpectedly. During an exploration of an ancient cultivator's cave, her Dantian suffered grave injury. On the brink of death, she dissolved the contract and entrusted the Thunderfire illusion beast to her friend and savior, Yuan Songlan. Subsequently, upon acquiring this spirit beast, Yuan Songlan found herself empowered, as the name itself suggested that the beast could not only wield thunder and fire attributes, but also create mist to execute intricate illusion formations. An exceptionally skilled illusionist indeed. Moreover, she had just experienced its capabilities, realizing that even unhatched, the spirit beast could already unleash mental attacks. When she traversed into this realm, the novel had yet to reach its conclusion, yet the female protagonist had already attained her primordial infant stage. It was at this moment that she discerned something amiss with the Thunderfire illusory beast that had accompanied her. Her suppressed wrath began to surface, compelling her to stealthily venture out and devastate several cities. Just as she hesitated on whether to obliterate this illusory beast, she found herself transported here. However, what did it matter? To her, all that was essential was the power and loyalty of this beast. The lives of mere hundreds of thousands of mortals were insignificant. Mere figures conjured by the author's pen. Before her stood that detestable female cultivator. Not only had she usurped her beloved senior brother, but she had also destroyed the spirit beast that was rightfully hers. This enmity was truly irreconcilable. She glared venomously at Tao Zi, wishing to bore a hole into her very essence. Under her fierce gaze, Tao Zi coughed up blood, her previous injuries from the shock gate still unhealed. And after entangling with the Foundation Establishment cultivator Tao Ling Yue for such an extended period, even ample potions could not restore her strength. Her body was already at its limits. She mustered her remaining energy and fled to the exterior of the Spirit Beast Pavilion. Perched upon a perilous mountain peak, she soon realized there was no sanctuary here. And not far behind her lay a sheer cliff. Stifling the metallic taste in her mouth, Tao Zi halted, conjuring her shoulder pole in preparation for escape. Yet, just as she stepped onto her flying apparatus to make her retreat, Tao Ling Yue, in pursuit, hurled 3 explosive talismans. The talismans detonated in the air, simultaneously triggering the sword chi talisman left for her by Lord Qingyang, their energies intertwining, causing the entire mountain peak to tremble. Yet, even so, when Yanqing arrived, all he could see was Tao Zi's body plummeting downwards. Chapter 46, The Valley. The sound of dripping echoed, as if some liquid were cascading onto her face. Tao Zi struggled to open her eyes, only to be greeted by a vibrant paradise. Towering trees reached for the heavens, casting a lush canopy of green. The gentle murmur of a spring flowed nearby, with fish and shrimp gliding through the crystal-clear waters. It was uncertain whether it was dawn or dusk, but the fiery red glow of the setting sun bathed the entire valley in a warm, orange light. Yet, A chilling sensation enveloped Taozi's heart as she realized that her lower body was nearly immobile. Any attempt to move sent waves of excruciating pain through her legs. She must have sustained a fracture. Lying flat, she gazed skyward, but even as the mist dissipated, the peak remained elusive. How could her senior brother, Yin, merely stand by and watch as Tao Linghua cast her off the cliff? A mixture of disappointment and sorrow welled within her. She managed to move her hands, grateful that they were still functional. All she could do was lie there, letting out a silent sigh. In such circumstances, surviving a fall from a cliff was a stroke of fortune. She ought to be content. As the evening glow faded alongside the setting sun at the valley's edge, a sense of change enveloped the surroundings. Taozi grew cautious. The perils of the night forest were manifold. Upon examining her descent location, she realized it was the only flat and open area close to a stream in the valley, utterly exposed. This meant that others or even wild beasts could easily spot her, while she might remain oblivious to those concealed among the thickets. Tentatively, she began to extend her spiritual awareness, enveloping a radius of 20 feet around her. Suddenly, a shadow darted above her head. Before Taozi's consciousness could fully grasp it, the shadow had already appeared right before her. To her astonishment, it was a black panther, and she could not discern its rank. Surely it was at least above the 5th tier. The panther halted a mere 5 meters behind her, its luminous eyes scrutinizing her without reservation, as if evaluating whether she would make a delectable meal. Under the weight of its imposing aura, Taozi found it a mere fantasy to summon her spiritual talisman, and the panther seemed to penetrate her thoughts, launching itself toward her with a predatory grace. Just then, a surge of sword energy enveloped Taozi, sparked by her master's talisman. After casting a complicated glance in her direction, it ultimately retreated, dragging its injured body away. Taozi exhaled, grateful for her master's foresight. The ensuing night, perhaps due to the lingering pressure of her master's sword energy talisman, was relatively tranquil, save for a few indistinguishable cries. Yet, Taozi remained vigilant, her consciousness firmly locking onto her surroundings. It was not until the second day, when the heavens decreed, that she succumbed to a half-sleep, her weary body finally yielding. She awoke once more, roused by a series of chirps. Chapter 47. The Dual Treasure's Fruit. Before her stood a small monkey, no taller than half her height. Upon noticing her awakening, the little monkey placed a peach in front of Taozi, chattering twice to encourage her to eat. As she gazed into the monkey's clear eyes, reminiscent of a pristine spring, an inexplicable lightness filled her heart. Had it not been for the suppression of the secret realm, she could have retreated to a tranquil space to recuperate, perhaps even encounter the bright-eyed little Yue. However, as a cultivator, one must navigate treacherous peaks. How could she always yearn for a refuge? This was a truth she grasped the moment she stepped into the first layer of chi refinement, and how could she be oblivious to it now? She raised her hand to receive the peach from the little monkey, casting a simple spell to cleanse it, then took a generous bite, savoring the abundant, exquisite juice. A satisfied smile grazed Taozi's face as she said, "Thank you, little monkey." The little monkey, having witnessed her ability to cast spells, was astonished and chattered incessantly. Upon hearing Taozi's voice, it responded with a flurry of chirps. Though Taozi could not comprehend its words, the connection between them was unmistakable, creating a harmonious companionship. As dusk approached, the little monkey showed no intention of departing. Observing the carefree creature, Taozi felt an inexplicable twinge of envy. Her vigilance sharpened as she spotted a towering figure, an 8-foot-tall gorilla, reminiscent of the long-armed gibbons described in the Compendium of Exotic Beasts. However, the creatures depicted in that tome were mere legends, and thus far, no such entity had been confirmed to exist in the Chinois realm. Taozi watched it warily. Yet it appeared oblivious to her presence, simply lifting the incessantly chattering little monkey. Was this a parental figure come to retrieve it? The little monkey cast a reluctant glance back at Taozi, but as it was being carried away by its elder, it could only acquiesce to its fate. As dawn broke the following day, the little monkey returned, this time not only bearing peaches but also an assortment of wild fruits. Taozi, ever gracious, expressed her gratitude before indulging in the offerings. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the towering ape, just as before, took her away. For 7 or 8 consecutive days, the little monkey made its punctual morning visits. On this particular day, it not only brought peaches and other common wild fruits, but astonishingly presented a rare double treasure fruit. This fruit earned its name due to its remarkable properties. It not only heals external wounds, but also restores meridians, boasting efficacy comparable to 2nd or even 3rd-grade elixirs, underscoring its exceptional value. Chirping, The little monkey gazed at Taozi, seemingly inquiring why she refrained from eating, as the fruit was indeed delectable. However, Taozi understood the rarity of the double treasure fruit. While the ordinary wild fruits were manageable, this particular fruit was something she could not accept, regardless of its immense worth to her. She gently patted the little monkey's head and softly said, "Little one, this fruit is incredibly precious. You must keep it safe and not offer it so readily. My own elixirs suffice. I do not necessarily require this fruit for healing." Yet, the little monkey stubbornly pressed the fruit to her lips, and Taozi remained resolute in her refusal. "Humph, you are quite proud, nearly becoming a cripple. And yet you are so obstinate." Suddenly, an elderly voice, laced with disdain, echoed in Taozi's mind, followed by the imposing figure of the ape entering her consciousness. Chapter 48. Realigning Bones. "What is your intention, senior?" Despite the unmistakable condescension in the tone, Taozi discerned that the voice bore little malice. At least no intent to harm her. After a brief moment, the towering ape approached Taozi, ceasing its usual indifference towards her. "Your bones are fractured. And without proper alignment in these past days, once healed, you will still be a cripple." Taozi, however, replied nonchalantly, "What does it matter if I am a cripple? I can still cultivate, and when the time comes for Dan formation, I will be able to reshape my bones and sinews." The ape's gaze suddenly sharpened, scrutinizing her from its elevated position, as if assessing her worth. After a prolonged silence, it inquired, "Which sect do you belong to? Who is your master?" Upon hearing her reply, the ape exhibited a hint of astonishment. "What relation does the esteemed Qing Wu Zhenren have to you?" Taozi was taken aback. "You recognize my grandmaster, esteemed elder?" She remained frozen in place, unable to move. Pain coursed through her, beads of sweat trickling down her brow. Yet she stifled any sound. The towering ape seemed somewhat pleased with her reaction, and without pause, it procured branches to further stabilize her legs. It then introduced itself. "I am Yuan Tong." Taozi had not anticipated that it would assist her in realigning her bones, and she respectfully expressed, "Thank you, Elder Yuan, for your assistance." However, she called out to him, "Elder Yuan, please wait a moment. This is fruit wine I brewed myself, in gratitude for your aid. I have no other way to repay you. Though this wine is rudimentary, I hope you will graciously accept it." Yuan Tong was taken aback as Taozi produced 40 jars of wine, unmistakably a descendant of the esteemed Qing Wu. It casually opened one jar, and an intoxicating aroma of fruit wafted towards him. Satisfied, he remarked, "Good," before departing with Yuan Qi and the jars of wine. Observing their departure, Taozi finally swallowed the dual fruit, and instantly a warm energy surged through her limbs and body. She could distinctly feel her meridians and organs being nurtured, as if her entire being was revitalized. She dared not squander a single bit of this essence, striving to allow the medicinal power to circulate throughout her body. Once the potency dissipated, she employed her pure wood spirit energy to continue mending the damaged meridians and bodily functions. It seemed that the senior Yuan shared a rather close relationship with the Grand Master, and he held a relatively favorable impression of her. The following morning, Yuan Qi arrived early to report. Taozi remained reclined, engaging in conversation with him. Later, she offered some sweet treats baked by Xiaoyu for him to enjoy. And to her surprise, he relished several of them. Although Taozi was a cultivator and her recovery was swifter than that of ordinary individuals, it still took a considerable amount of time. Injuries to bones and muscles require 100 days to heal. Consequently, it was not until 2 months later that she could finally stand. On this day, the sky was still a brilliant blue, devoid of wind or rain. She intended to depart from this place, uncertain of how long the secret realm would remain accessible. Having recovered, she could not revert to her previous state. Habitually, she patted the little monkey's head, storing her scant remaining fruit wine along with Xiaoyu's delicacies into a storage pouch, which she handed to the little monkey. "All right, thank you for your companionship and care. I must take my leave now. Please listen attentively to Senior Yuan's words and continue your cultivation." With that, she strode away decisively. Yuan Qi, however, silently gazed at her retreating figure, remaining motionless for a long while. Chapter 49. The Galewind Gorge before long. Taozi arrived at the mouth of the valley. The exit was exceedingly narrow, barely accommodating 2 individuals at once, and it seemed to stretch endlessly. Taozi stepped cautiously into the canyon, only to witness the previously calm surroundings suddenly engulfed in swirling sands and flying stones, a fierce gale rising around her. The robe she had just changed into was instantly torn to shreds. Left with no choice, Taozi retreated from the canyon. The moment she stepped out, the once raging winds abruptly fell into tranquility, had it not been for the tattered remnants of her attire serving as a reminder of the recent tumult. She might have doubted her own senses. This place was known as the Galewind Gorge, a site designated for punishing errant disciples. Some who ventured here were merely subjected to the torment of the winds, while others emerged with even greater physical strength. At some point, Yuan Tong had appeared beside Tao Zi. Upon hearing the phrase greater physical strength, Tao Zi's eyes sparkled with excitement. This gale could indeed temper her body. She respectfully bowed to Yuan Tong, expressing her gratitude for his guidance. Yuan Tong nodded and, in an instant, vanished from sight. Tao Zi, however, did not hasten to re-enter. Instead, she chose to sit and meditate. Once her body had regained its optimal state, she stepped once more into the narrow passageway. The robes, having lost at least half of its defensive capacity, was whipped about by the gale. Tao Zi channeled her entire spiritual energy into her skin and muscles. Yet within a few breaths, the robe's protective function had completely dissipated. Rather than retreating immediately, she pressed forward step by step, until countless wounds of various sizes marred her skin, at which point she reluctantly withdrew. In truth, she had taken only 3 steps. After exiting the passageway, she meditated to heal and donned a new robe before once again stepping into the gale-imbued realm. The further one advances, the more intense the winds become. Yet, on this occasion, she took 7 steps. 2 months later, Tao Zi would be able to traverse 200 steps amidst the fierce winds. Yet the narrow passage still seemed interminable. Another 2 months passed, and she could walk 500 steps in the gale, faintly perceiving the exit around the corner. Despite the uncertainty, her tone conveyed certainty as Tao Zi admitted, "Yes, I can see the exit. This time, I should be able to leave directly." Yuan Tong sighed, saying, "You should take Achi with you. I cannot fathom why that boy is so attached to you." During these days, Tao Zi had entered and exited the Gale Gorge countless times, while Yuan Qi lingered at a distance, watching silently, appearing rather aggrieved. He believed Tao Zi had not noticed him, yet she was perpetually in a state of heightened awareness. How could she possibly overlook him? Upon hearing Yuan Tong's words, Tao Zi was quite taken aback. Yuan Tong spoke in a calm manner. "I was once the last of the celestial arm-swinging gibbons, bound by contract to the esteemed Lord Qing Hong of the Spirit Beast sect. However, I never anticipated that one day, the Spirit Beast sect would perish overnight. Lord Qi Hong sacrificed himself to protect the sect and dissolved our contract before his demise." He gazed up at the sky above the canyon and continued, "Afterward, this Spirit Beast sect, spanning 10,000 miles, somehow transformed into a small world, becoming what the outside world refers to as a secret realm, with no hope of leaving. I came to this valley, and before I knew it, 10,000 years had slipped away." His tone was imbued with a profound sense of melancholy. Upon hearing his words, Tao Zi felt a deep tremor within her heart. This truly was the Spirit Beast sect that had perished a millennium ago. But what could have caused the renowned beast-taming sect to vanish in the blink of an eye? Moreover, there lingers an unspoken connection with the great-grandfather. Could there be some correlation? Yet, before she could voice her inquiry, Yuan Tong continued, "A century ago, I discovered a qi by the stream where you now lie. Much like myself, orphaned and alone, yet possessing the same bloodline of the remarkable golden monkey." Tao Zi gazed at a qi, who seemed reluctant to part with her. Could it be that this little creature has lived for 100 years? Yuan Tong cast a glance at a qi, and then addressed Tao Zi, "Forge a bond and take it with you." Chapter 50. A companion acquired were it anyone else. The opportunity to bond with such a rare beast would have prompted an immediate commitment. However, Tao Zi felt a sense of trepidation. According to the Chronicles of Extraordinary Beasts, the golden monkey is a celestial being, existing beyond the realms of the 5 elements, inherently immortal, and endowed with boundless powers. She, possessing merely a nascent level of qi cultivation, believed that having shared mere months with such a creature was already an extraordinary fate. How could she dare to forge a pact? Additionally, she could not shake a lingering pain in her heart, as she felt that one who could take innocent lives was unworthy of possessing a spiritual beast. This had seemingly become a deep-seated conflict within her. Noticing her silence, Yuan Tong grew somewhat irate. "What is this? Are you unwilling? Though my kind is scarce, our capabilities surpass those of the common multitude. How could you express disdain?" Had it not been for her resilient spirit, pure intentions, and a trace of kindness, combined with her lineage as a disciple of Xiao Qinwu, a qi would never have been so easily swayed to form a bond, even if it desired to. Tao Zi hastily replied, "Tao Zi is overwhelmed. How could a junior like me ever be so presumptuous?" However, I had committed an act that I could not forgive even within myself, and to this day, it still weighs heavily on my heart. Observing Yuan Tong's evident skepticism regarding her words, she continued, long ago, my family's elders, in a desperate act, found a beast egg using their own essence as a catalyst. However, fearing the wild nature of the creature as it matured, which could lead to untold devastation, I callously extinguished its life before it could even hatch, disregarding its pleas and innocence. Yuan Tong, noticing Tao Zi's forlorn demeanor, sighed and remarked, so it is. Nevertheless, as a cultivator, you bear the responsibility for the welfare of all living beings. Although the future remains uncertain, I perceive a fortuitous aura surrounding you. If you truly erred, your fortune would not remain so resplendent. He recognized a glimmer of kindness in Tao Zi, yet he was taken aback by the severity of her actions. Entrusting the naive Qi to someone ruthless filled him with unease. Yet, in the harsh realm of cultivation, she would inevitably grow stronger. Could the beast egg she spoke of be the creation of that individual? Then it was all the more justifiable that it be destroyed. Upon hearing this, Tao Zi felt a sudden lightness, as if shackles were being released from her body. She promptly sat cross-legged, silently channeling her inner energy, and an abundance of wood spirit energy surged towards her. 2 days later, Tao Zi successfully ascended to the 9th level of Qi refinement. As she rose, Yuan Qi squeaked excitedly and dashed toward her. Tao Zi, as before, gently patted its head and then bowed to Yuan Tong, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, esteemed senior. Your repeated assistance has left me at a loss as to how I might repay you. In the world of cultivation, where the concept of cause and effect reigns supreme, how shall I balance this debt? Yuan Tong remarked, simply take care of Aki. There is no need to overthink. Aki has only just begun to awaken its intelligence. Akin to the Navi children of your human race, our kind possesses a longevity that transcends time, and our abilities are not acquired in a day. It is imperative that you nurture it. I hope you can uphold this purity and resilience. Thus, Tao Zi no longer hesitated and promptly entered into a contract with Yuan Qi, ensuring it was a pact of equality, for they were to be partners rather than subordinates. As soon as the contract was established, a soft and melodious voice greeted her joyfully, lifting her spirits considerably. Throughout the entire process, Yuan Tong did not intervene. Upon witnessing Tao Zi actively forge an equal contract, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Yuan Tong presented her with a storage bag and said, go forth. Each individual has their own path to pursue. Keeping Aki here would only subject it to the fearsome aura of surrounding beasts. When would it ever grow? The world is vast, and it must venture beyond to experience it. As for myself, I have more pressing matters to attend to. Keeping Aki close would inevitably lead to complications. It is better to allow it to flourish in the outside world. Tao Zi accepted the storage bag and inquired, predecessor, this is merely a secret realm. Since Aki is to venture out, will you not take the opportunity to explore as well? She was uncertain whether the Tongbei monkey was destined to undergo the transformation tribulation. According to Yuan Tong, it had been a millennium, and if it were like other beasts, it should have already transformed. However, this place was secluded, devoid of the heavenly path, and thus unable to summon the tribulation. Yuan Tong firmly declined, stating, there is no need. If fate allows, we shall meet again in due time. You may proceed. Upon witnessing this, Tao Zi found it unwise to continue persuading and placed a Qi into the spirit beast pouch before entering the Galewind Gorge. Chapter 51. The Illusory Array at Times. Tao Zi could not help but marvel at the wonders of life. On that fateful day when she was attacked by Tao Lin Yue and plunged from the cliff, she presumed her demise was inevitable. Yet, unexpectedly, this led her to such an extraordinary circumstance. Although her elder sister, Tao Lin Yue, wished for her annihilation, it seemed she did not recognize her. Could her transformation be so profound? Little did she know that Tao Lin Yue, after her rebirth, had become exceedingly ruthless and self-assured, believing everything was within her control. Thus, when Tao Zi absorbed the egg, it incited her ire. In Tao Lin Yue's eyes, Tao Zi had long since become a mere specter. Upon exiting the Galewind Gorge, Tao Zi, disregarding her wounds, promptly released Yuan Qi, offering it a peach before tending to her own injuries. Had it not been for its vulnerability to the gale, she would not have confined it to the cramped spirit beast pouch. The 4-month ordeal amidst the gale had fortified her physique, yet traversing the gorge had still inflicted considerable injuries upon her. Once her wounds began to heal, she began to scrutinize the illusory realm in which she found herself. Indeed, the exit of the Galewind Gorge led directly into an illusion. However, this illusion was likely established by the beast-taming sect to prevent other disciples from straying, serving merely to guide them back rather than pose significant threats. Nevertheless, Tao Zi's passage was far from effortless, for she was emerging from within. The architect of the array may have harbored expectations for those who survived the gale wind gorge, thus imposing numerous trials upon those who dared to emerge. Tao Zi had only deciphered 2 layers of the formation and was already utterly exhausted. As night fell, she wearily sat on the ground, preparing to rest for the night in the town. However, Yuan Shi, who had been observing her incessant toil, tugged at her sleeve and inquired, "Zi, why aren't you leaving?" Tao Zi communicated telepathically, "I am unable to unravel the subsequent formations. Since these few layers are obstructing us, we are quite safe here. Let us rest for the night." After pondering for a moment, Yuan Shi replied, "The formation? What is that? Were you so busy just for this? Yet, I can see the exit." "What? You can see the exit?" Tao Zi was taken aback. "Indeed, would you like to come and see?" Yuan Shi invited her innocently. Tao Zi, of course, would not decline. Remarkably, within just a quarter of an hour, Tao Zi followed Yuan Shi through the intricate layers without disrupting the existing formation. Emerging directly outside, Tao Zi was exhilarated. "Xiaoqi, you are truly remarkable. It seems your current abilities include seeing through illusory formations. Although you may not fully comprehend it yourself, with no clear path ahead and dangers lurking within the dense forest." Tao Zi found a concealed spot to set up a formation and prepared to rest with Xiaoqi. Yet, he remained transfixed by the mountains outside. "So this is what the outside world looks like," he marveled in a soft voice. Tao Zi led him into the formation and said, "This is not yet the outside world. When the time comes for this secret realm to conclude, I will take you to see the true outside. However, this place is even more perilous than the valley, so we must stay within the formation for now. It has been 5 or 6 months since she entered this enchanted realm. It has the time for her to be teleported out not yet arrived." Uncertain as to whether she would return to her original location or be transported to an entirely random place, she and her monkey companion slept peacefully through the night. The following day, they continued their journey deeper into the dense forest. Not long into their trek, Tao Zi detected the fluctuations of spiritual energy indicative of a magical duel between cultivators. Wishing to avoid unnecessary entanglements and having no particular target, she summoned her pole to accompany Yuan Shi towards another destination. However, the combatants evidently noticed her presence, and one of them hastened toward her direction. Chapter 52. The Kuei pattern pendant. Tao Zi, being only at the Qi refinement stage, found that even the speed of her pole could not compare to that of the pursuer, who was wielding a flying artifact with the full force of his foundation establishment cultivation. Realizing she could not evade him, Tao Zi decided to pause mid-air and awaited his approach. The newcomer was a male cultivator in the early stages of foundation establishment, clad in a flowing dark green robe, with feathers adorning his head and standing atop a feathered fan, resembling a resplendent green peacock, oblivious to his own flamboyance. Upon seeing Tao Zi suspended in the air, he grinned and stopped not far from her, saying, "Fair maiden, I am Jiang Yitong. I noticed you wandering alone in this perilous forest. Shall we accompany one another?" "Oh, Master Jiang, you possess a refined taste," Tao Zi replied. "But first, may I have my jade pendant returned?" Before she could utter more, the female cultivator who had been dueling with Jiang Yitong caught up to them. "Fair autumn," she interjected, "your statement is misguided. This Kuei pattern pendant indeed belongs to my Jiang family. To you, it may seem like a mere trinket, but it holds significant meaning for us. Furthermore, it should be noted that Yitang had previously bestowed upon the fairy 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Could this not suffice to compensate for a mere ordinary object?" Jiang Yitang replied in a leisurely manner, adding a smile towards Tao Zi. However, Qiu Xiuyin was not easily swayed by his words. "Oh, young Master Jiang, you are not me. How could you possibly comprehend the significance of this jade pendant to me? Moreover, when have I, Qiu Xiuyin, ever been concerned about your trifling spirit stones? Do not attempt to discuss me with such things. If you wish to seize my possessions, you must first inquire whether my Qin will acquiesce." At this moment, Tao Zi began to piece together the situation. It appeared that this male cultivator had pilfered an item from the female cultivator, yet had left behind spirit stones as a form of transaction. However, it seemed that this female cultivator was not in want of spirit stones, thus she could not allow the matter of theft to go unchallenged. The two were clad in distinguished attire, and their substantial wealth suggested they hailed from reputable backgrounds, each harboring a measure of apprehension towards the other. The male cultivator likely sought her assistance not out of camaraderie, but rather as a means to stall the female cultivator, fearing he could not overpower or eliminate her. Yet, the Kuei pendant seemed vaguely familiar to her. Nevertheless, their quarrel was of no concern to her. She interjected into their exchange, "Esteemed seniors, since you have unfinished personal matters, I shall take my leave now. And as for you, Senior Jiang, we are unfamiliar with one another. I have no intention of accompanying anyone. Farewell." With that, she disregarded the two and urged her carrying pole to hasten away. After flying several dozen miles, she discerned a structure in the distance. Such a sight was rare amidst the primitive forest. Thus, Taozi cautiously descended her flying artifact, preparing to investigate further. As her feet barely touched the ground, the sounds of a fierce confrontation reached her ears. She swiftly consumed a vial of invisibility potion, stowed Yuan Qi into her spirit beast pouch, and then concealed her aura as she made her way towards the hall. "Gao Jinglin, do not overstep your bounds. My senior sister has just engaged in a dual cultivation ceremony with you, and yet you have the audacity to entangle yourself with such a shameless woman." An irate female cultivator glared, her silken ribbon relentlessly attacking Gao Jinglin across the way. The woman sheltered behind him, emboldened, retorted, "Sister Xia, why must you be so aggressive? My relationship with Brother Gao is purely platonic, and it is unjust to speak of it in such a derogatory manner. Moreover, why must you involve Brother Gao in your accusations against me?" Tao Zi observed keenly. Though the female cultivator's words were soft, each one was laced with venom, showcasing her talent for sowing discord. Nevertheless, Gao Jinglin's behavior was indeed excessive. The dual cultivation ceremony was still fresh in their memories. Yet he had already sought a new affection, one who appeared to share a sisterly bond with his previous partner. Who is it? Gao Jinglin suddenly realized, directing a flurry of sword energy towards Taozi's direction. Chapter 53. The technique chamber. Taozi inwardly lamented. Both combatants were of golden core cultivation level. Although she had concealed her form, her aura concealment technique was merely ordinary, and high-level cultivators would undoubtedly perceive her presence. She cautiously evaded Gao Jinglin's assault, anxiously contemplating her escape. Suddenly, another cultivator entered through the door. It was none other than Jiang Yitong, whom she had encountered earlier on her journey. Jiang Yitong, retracting his feathered fan, remarked to Gao Jinglin, "Brother Gao, what a delightful coincidence to find you here." Gao Jinglin nodded and then inquired, "Can you all sense a presence here?" He was not unfamiliar with Jiang Yitong, as both hailed from the 5 prominent families of Shiliao. However, Gao later joined the sect while Jiang remained with his family. A female cultivator, who had previously been at odds with Gao, scoffed, "What presence do you speak of? Are you perhaps feeling guilty, Taoist Gao, or waiting for assistance from others?" This newly arrived male cultivator seemed quite acquainted with Gao Jinglin, and she had little confidence in her ability to surpass Gao, especially now with an additional ally by his side. Gao Jinglin, fully aware of her apprehensions, responded calmly, "Junior Sister Yi, I will not relinquish this jade slip, and you need not worry about me seeking help. If you wish to fight again, I am more than willing to oblige." He cast a glance at the enchanting female cultivator standing behind him and continued addressing Junior Sister Yi. "As for this friend Shui, I only intervened to rescue her out of respect for her connection to Xiuyue. Beyond that, there are no personal feelings involved." Shui lingered, slightly embarrassed and irritated, bit her lip, surprised by Gao Jinglin's apparent lack of sentimentality. Yuzuru observed Gao Jinglin and then glanced at Shui Linger. The former displayed a demeanor of honesty, while the latter appeared somewhat guilty. Recognizing the situation, Yuzuru abandoned any thoughts of further confrontation. After all, if what he claimed was true, he was indeed Sister Lin's partner. Seeing this, Gao Jinglin continued, "In that case, I kindly ask you all to join me in searching for that presence." Upon hearing the words, Taozi felt a sudden jolt, wishing fervently that she had never ventured here. Yet, under the scrutinizing gaze of 2 golden core cultivators and 2 foundation establishment practitioners, she dared not move an inch. The more anxious she became, the more her breath faltered. Gao Jinglin seemed to have pinpointed her location, advancing step by step toward her hiding place, forcing her to retreat as discreetly as possible. Suddenly, she felt her foot tread upon something, followed by a distinct crack. The stone tile beneath her gave way, and she plummeted downward. Struggling to stabilize the sensation of free fall, she enveloped herself in the fire cloud shawl and summoned 2 vines on each side. As the vines met the edge of the passage, she gradually managed to control her descent. After what felt like an eternity, Taozi's feet finally touched the ground. Noticing that no one had followed her down, she released Yuan Qi from her grasp and procured a moonlight stone to survey her surroundings. The corridor beneath her stretched on endlessly, compelling both her and Yuan Qi to tread lightly. The stone walls appeared to bear intricate patterns, and as Taozi paused to admire them, she soon felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, likely due to her impaired spiritual sense, prompting her to avert her gaze. Continuing onward, they eventually arrived at a grand chamber, where rows of shelves resembled those found in the cultivation halls of the Hushu sect. She inquired of Yuan Qi, "Little Qi, do you have a way to enter? The restriction itself is a form of formation. I wonder if you possess a solution." Chapter 54. Fragment of a scroll. Yuan Qi gazed intently for a long while before responding telepathically, "Yes, but it will be somewhat challenging, and it may take several days." Upon hearing that she could enter, Taozi felt immensely satisfied. The passage of time held little consequence for her. Thus, over the next 10 days, she accompanied Yuan Qi in relentless pursuit of the loopholes within the restrictions. After countless attempts, they finally discovered a method. After placing Shao Qi in a corner of the room and ensuring his safety, she began to peruse the jade slips one by one. The first row seemed to record the remarkable tales of the Qinhua realm. Taozi merely skimmed through it before casting it aside. The second row gradually transitioned into the transmission of martial arts techniques, and to her astonishment, they were all of earth-tier quality, suggesting a high overall standard. This was to be expected, as most sects regard their martial arts halls as paramount, typically constructing grand edifices to house their techniques in plain view. Yet, the beast-taming sect had chosen to situate their martial arts hall underground, evidently wishing to keep it concealed from prying eyes. Upon further inspection, the interior appeared rather austere and modest in size. She found it hard to believe that this was the beast-taming sect's martial arts hall. It seemed more likely to be a hidden chamber solely for the storage of valuable high-tier techniques. Indeed, as she ventured into the third row, the techniques presented were all of heaven-tier quality. Containing her excitement, Taozi began to examine them one by one. However, each jade slip was bound by restrictions, allowing her to view only the introductory content. It was apparent that her cultivation was insufficient, as the subsequent information was beyond her current capabilities. Nonetheless, Taozi remained undeterred. After all, this was their martial arts chamber. Her intention was merely to select a few techniques suitable for her use, rather than to empty the entire collection. Regrettably, there was nothing suitable for her in the fourth row. However, she discovered a tome aptly suited for those with the soil, fire, and wood spiritual roots. Primarily centered on the earth root, titled The Sutra of Returning to Dust. To her delight, it harmonized splendidly with Zhang Yingying's spiritual roots, and she promptly stored it in her spatial device. Upon reaching the fifth row, she still found no appropriate techniques. In her frustration, her gaze shifted to the sixth row, the final one, as she picked up the first jade slip and pressed it against her forehead. She was astonished to find that the technique was entitled the Purple Wood Body Refinement Method, and the introduction explicitly stated it was the complete method from the latter half of the golden core to the transcendent stage, striving to suppress her exhilaration. She could not help but let a smile grace her lips. Acquiring this portion of the technique would render her journey worthwhile. Satisfied, she tucked the jade slip away and continued her perusal. Soon, she stumbled upon a volume titled The Beastmaster's Secret. Unlike other mind techniques, this Beastmaster's secret record was not a jade slip, but rather a book. Taozi could not discern the material of the cover or the pages, yet it felt rustic and substantial to the touch. She paused at the table of contents, where the initial pages detailed the classification of spiritual beasts, their care, and how the Beastmaster sect commanded the myriad creatures. The subsequent sections chronicled the sect's history, from its establishment to its flourishing and ascendance as a premier sect in the Qinhua realm. This must be the sect's treasured scripture, she pondered, yet ultimately decided to set the book aside. She had no intention of founding a sect nor of relying on beast mastery to enhance her combat prowess. It was best to leave the jade slip for someone more suited to its teachings. However, since she had gone through so much hardship to arrive here, it seemed a bit unsatisfactory to leave with only 2 books. Therefore, she decided to read all the books in the first row that had no restrictions on cultivation. Among them, she also stored the comprehensive collection of the 10,000 woods in her spatial button, feeling content as she prepared to depart with Yuan Qi. Yet, just as she turned around, she suddenly noticed a peculiar object on the shelf of the first row, a seemingly unremarkable and clearly broken jade tablet. Or perhaps it would be more appropriate to refer to it as a fragment. This fragment was so inconspicuous that Taozi had not detected its presence until now, as if it had just materialized. Taozi pressed it against her forehead, and the less than 20 characters of information ignited a tumultuous wave of emotions within her heart. Chapter 55. Round upon awakening once more, Taozi found herself lying on a stretch of fine white sand, with the sea gently ebbing and flowing. While a crimson sun rose above the horizon, she had not anticipated that they would be transported to such a place. The soft white sand and the tranquil sea calmed her heart, regardless of whether the records inscribed on that fragment were true or what the future might hold. She still had the present moment to grasp. She called out to Yuan Qi, who was nearby. Look quickly, it's the sunrise. Yuan Qi had witnessed sunrises before, but this one was unlike any he had ever seen. He asked Taozi, is this the outside world, Taozi? Taozi nodded in affirmation. Yes. We made it out. This is indeed the outside world. Before long, the red sun fully emerged from the water, seemingly soaring high into the sky, while in the distance. The sound of chimes resonated, akin to celestial music. In this humble village inhabited by mortals, the majority of its residents rely on fishing for their livelihood and predominantly adhere to Buddhism. The distant chimes that resonate through the air are emanating from the nearby Tianyin Temple. Unlike the Taoist sects, this temple is firmly rooted in the mortal realm, seeking to partake in the offerings of the earthly realm. Upon discerning her surroundings, Taozi initially had no intention of lingering, yet Yuan Qichu, having ventured into the outside world, found himself entranced by every novel sight. Out of kindness, Taozi decided to extend their stay for a few days. When the spirit of adventure struck her, she even transformed her appearance and accompanied the local fishermen to the sea. That evening, Taozi set up a barbecue grill, placing an array of marinated scallops and fish upon it. Before long, a tantalizing aroma filled the air. She handed a grilled fish to the drooling Yuan Qi and took a scallop for herself. Ah, how delightful. Fate has brought us together. Might this kind benefactor spare a few more fish? Taozi was taken aback by the sudden remark, instantly on guard. Though she had just extended her consciousness outward, she had not sensed anyone approaching. It seemed this monk possessed a cultivation far superior to her own. In the Qinhua realm, Buddhist practitioners are also divided into factions, most of whom abstain from meat. It appeared this monk belonged to the rare sect that indulges in it. She responded, of course, esteemed master, please help yourself. To her astonishment, the monk casually plucked a grilled fish from the grill and began to savor it, offering his critique. The fragrance is enchanting. The exterior is crispy, while the interior remains tender. The seasoning is simply exquisite. It effectively eliminates the fishy taste while preserving its natural aroma, achieving a perfect balance of freshness and saltiness. Truly marvelous. Before long, a fish found its way into his belly. Fortunately, Taozi had prepared an ample supply of fish, so he resigned himself to continue his work as a fish roaster. Oh, the benefactor possesses wine? How could this not have been mentioned sooner? The finest pleasure in my life has always been the taste of wine. Quickly, bring it forth for me to savor. His eyes sparkled with delight as he fixated on the wine jar at Taozi's feet, and he spoke with unrestrained eagerness. Taozi, feeling helpless, realized that most of her wine had been reserved for the esteemed Yuan Tong, with her own stock dwindling to fewer than 20 jars. She knew she was on his territory and that her cultivation was inferior to his, leaving her with no choice but to hand the wine jar directly to the monk across from her. The monk accepted the jar with an air of impatience, eagerly breaking the clay seal before drinking straight from it, exclaiming that it was excellent wine. As the moon ascended to its zenith, all the fish prepared by Taozi had been devoured, with the majority having found their way into the monk's belly, and the wine jar was already empty. With his round belly protruding, the monk smiled warmly at Taozi and said, "Thank you, benefactor, for your generous hospitality. I am a monk from Tianyin Temple, known as Yuan Yuan. Should you ever find yourself traveling to the East Sea, do not hesitate to seek me out, so that I may extend the courtesy of a host." Taozi responded to the grinning Yuan Yuan, "Thank you, master. But these few insignificant fish need not weigh on your mind. As for your esteemed temple, I have long held it in high regard. When time allows, I shall certainly pay a visit." Yuan Yuan continued to smile. "In that case, I shall take my leave. Here are a few of my merit-reducing talismans as a token of gratitude. Please do not refuse them." In the realm of specialized crafts, the Buddhist and Taoist practitioners of the Chanhua world have consistently coexisted harmoniously, a testament to their respective roles and responsibilities. While the Taoists engage in the eradication of demons and malevolence, they are overshadowed by the Buddhists when it comes to addressing the afflictions and malice of the mortal realm. Taozi unreservedly extended her hand to accept, expressing her gratitude to the master. "Thank you, esteemed monk." The monk nodded, and in an instant, vanished without a trace. Taozi meticulously tidied up the disarray, taking Yuan Qi with her to rest, leaving the details unspoken. On the following day, the two procured a horse-drawn carriage and continued their journey northward. Tao Zi believed that regardless of one's location, as long as the heart is directed towards a goal, one can engage in cultivation, even in the secular world where spiritual energy is nearly absent. Their journey from south to north mirrored the path she had previously traversed with Ce and the others, yet her state of mind had transformed significantly. Accompanied by Yuan Qi, they ambled along, pausing at intriguing locales, whether grand cities or quaint villages, often lingering for a day or two. Thus, after a year, they finally reached the realm of cultivation. Upon crossing the barrier, they were greeted by two seemingly ordinary cultivators, indistinguishable in a crowd. Among them, the shorter one spoke up. "You there, this is the territory of our Qingyun Mountain's Black Dragon Cave. You have trespassed upon our sect's domain. Surrender your storage bag, and we may spare your life." Having consistently presented herself in male attire, it was unsurprising that they referred to her as young lad. She calmly assessed the two, noting that while their combat prowess was uncertain, their disguise technique was quite impressive. Tao Zi replied coolly, "My dear fellows, should you wish to claim my storage bag, you ought to first inquire whether my sword would consent to such an arrangement." Without waiting for a response from the two, she unsheathed her sword and advanced. One was at the 9th level of Qi refinement, and the other at the 7th. She found it hard to believe that she could not subdue these mere Qi practitioners. This was her first encounter in combat since leaving the secret realm, and she had never been one to mince words when faced with highway robbery. In just a few moves, she severed their weapons, causing the taller one to kneel with a thud, pleading, "Spare me. Our robbery was out of necessity. I have a family to support." The shorter one, seizing the opportunity, also dropped to his knees, incessantly bowing his head. With a calm demeanor, Tao Zi replied, "In that case, relinquish your storage bags." The two, not daring to defy her, obediently presented their bags. Suddenly, the taller one attempted to throw a handful of powder at her as he handed over the bag, but Tao Zi, having never believed in their genuine remorse, swiftly evaded the powder and decapitated him with a single stroke. Witnessing his companion's demise, the shorter one glared at Tao Zi in fury and lunged at her. With a sigh, she similarly dispatched him with her sword. After collecting their storage bags, she cast a spell to incinerate their corpses without a trace. She was surprised by her own decisiveness. Had they surrendered their bags willingly, she might have spared their lives. Yet, such is the nature of the cultivation world. Cultivators often value their storage bags more than their own lives, and they likely did not believe she would genuinely grant them mercy. The world is harsh, and human hearts even harsher. Chapter 56. Pinga City in the northernmost region of the continent lies Chengwu, the domain of the Hisu sect. Even though Tao Zi and her companion had already entered the realm of cultivation, a considerable journey still lay ahead. This place, however, proved to be far more perilous than the secular world. With her mere Qi refinement cultivation, navigating safely to Chengwu was no trivial endeavor. Throughout her travels, Tao Zi altered her appearance frequently, remaining vigilant and cautious, even refraining from seeking lodging in larger cities. It was only after a month that she finally traversed the lawless zones, untouched by the major sects and prominent families, and set foot on the territory belonging to the Loose Cultivator Alliance. A sense of relief washed over her, although the Loose Cultivator Alliance had recently grown increasingly audacious. It was said that the cities under their jurisdiction adhered to certain rules. Each large city boasted markets, gatherings for loose cultivators, and even auction events. Yuan Qi obediently entered the spirit beast pouch, while Tao Zi transformed her appearance into that of a burly man, confidently striding to the entrance of Pinga City to join the queue. Entry required the payment of 10 spirit stones, a standard fee for large cities under the Loose Cultivator Alliance. Tao Zi promptly produced the required stones, and the two Qi refinement cultivators at the gate readily permitted her passage. Upon entering the city, she was approached by 3 young boys who had yet to embark on their cultivation journey. One of the taller boys pushed the others aside and eagerly stepped forward. Introducing himself, "Esteemed Immortal Master, I am De Yong, and I grew up in Pinga City. Is this your first visit? Would you like me to serve as your guide? I only require 1 spirit stone for a day's service." Seeing that the other 2 boys had already wandered off and recognizing her need for a guide, Tao Zi nodded in agreement. De Yong cheered with delight. "Where would you like to go, esteemed Immortal Master? It is not mere boasting. There exists no corner of Pinga City that remains unknown to me." Tao Zi pondered for a moment and inquired, "Do you know where one might procure spirit herbs with a reputable source?" Upon hearing Tao Zi's query regarding spirit herbs, De Yong responded, "If the esteemed immortal is not in haste, one may consider setting up a stall at the bazaar. where a mere 10 spirit stones can secure a booth for a day. However, if urgency prevails, I suggest visiting the Xianxia Pavilion, which is operated by the Loose Cultivator Alliance, dedicated to the acquisition of spirit herbs and the sale of elixirs. Although the prices may not always be the most favorable, the credibility of this establishment is unparalleled within the city, and it is indeed the largest. Being under the jurisdiction of the Loose Cultivator Alliance, it naturally does not permit other shops to overshadow it. Tao Zi nodded, concluding, then this shall be the place. De Jong led Tao Zi to the entrance of the Xianxia Pavilion, saying, Esteemed Immortal, I cannot enter here, so I shall await your return. Tao Zi nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded into the pavilion. True to its reputation as the largest establishment in the city, it rivaled even those under the sect's control. Tao Zi spoke brusquely to the attendant, Do you have xianxia grass, jade gold, and xianxia mushroom for sale? The attendant eagerly responded, Indeed, we do. Please follow me. While the first two are commonplace, the xianxia mushroom is a rarity throughout Pinga City. Aside from our Xianxia Pavilion, you shall find no other vendor offering it. You have certainly come to the right place. Chapter 57. The Sale of Spirit Herbs. Tao Zi cautiously glanced at the xianxia grass within the jade box and inquired, Is this a decade-old specimen? What is the price in spirit stones? The attendant, filled with self-satisfaction, remarked, Naturally, the 10-year-old xianxia grass is indispensable. Priced at 100 spirit stones per stalk. Observing Tao Zi's silence, he presumed she was taken aback by the price, concluding that the Xinuetsi need not be brought forth. He continued, If you find it too expensive, we also have 5-year-old varieties, available at merely 30 spirit stones each. Tao Zi's thoughts were indeed tumultuous. Initially, the 3 varieties she inquired about were commonplace herbs, and presenting them would not have been a faux pas. However, she had not anticipated the 10-year variety to be regarded as precious here. If she were to carelessly present her 500-year-old herbs, it might seem rather reckless. Yet, if she refrained from acting here, her only recourse would be to attend an auction, an event not easily accessible to her. After a moment of contemplation, she addressed the attendant. What about the 100-year-old ones? The attendant was taken aback, astonished that the robust figure before him was not merely unable to afford the spirit stones, but was instead disdainful of the lesser vintage. He endeavored to mask his surprise, replying to Tao Zi, The 100-year-old variety is scarce at our establishment, with only 2 stocks available, each priced at 2,000 spirit stones. The value of spiritual plants typically escalates exponentially with age. For instance, 10-year varieties command more than double the price of 5-year ones, while the 500-year-old specimens are priceless in the market. Taking advantage of her guise as a man, Tao Zi leaned closer to the attendant and whispered, For 500 years. Would you accept 20,000 spirit stones per stock? The attendant was genuinely stunned this time, his eyes widening as he scrutinized the imposing figure before him. Realizing that he was indeed in the presence of a true connoisseur, after a lengthy pause, he finally said to Tao Zi, Please wait a moment. I shall fetch the manager. An hour later, Tao Zi departed from the Immortal Herb Pavilion, clutching 180,000 spirit stones, 20 vials of elixirs, and a collection of talismans and spirit herb seeds. Upon her exit, De Jong, eager and beaming, approached her with enthusiasm. Where shall the esteemed immortal master venture next? Tao Zi replied, Please take me to explore the market, and also, is there a tranquil inn nearby? Indeed, there is, De Jong responded. There is an inn along the way to the market. Allow me to show it to you first. Tao Zi nodded in agreement. This is it, immortal master. Please take a look. Upon observing the sign, Tao Zi found the name rather intriguing, but she indicated with a nod to De Jong that she did not wish to lodge there just yet, given that Pinga City was substantial, with 2 markets to explore. And noting that time was still ample, De Jong guided her through both the east and west markets, as well as the nearby gathering of cultivators by the east market. Before dusk, Tao Zi presented De Jong with 3 spirit stones. He gratefully accepted, his face alight with joy, before departing with a spring in his step. Tao Zi smiled and nodded. Each individual faces their own struggles, yet they all strive to improve their circumstances. However, her gift of 3 spirit stones to De Jong was not born from pity for his hardships, but rather a consideration to change her appearance before seeking accommodation, ensuring he would not benefit from the inn's share of her spirit stones. Thus, she felt it only right to offer some compensation. Finding a secluded alley, she swiftly enveloped herself in a small area of isolation. Upon emerging, she had transformed into a refined young male cultivator in his 20s. With this new guise, she was finally prepared to seek lodging. Chapter 58. And then oh my, What a remarkably handsome young man. Upon stepping into the inn recommended by Daong, the innkeeper's wife approached with a welcoming demeanor. Taozi stumbled back in fright, wondering if she had mistakenly entered a brothel. The woman before her, in her early 30s, possessed a slightly voluptuous figure, yet her expressive eyes sparkled with unspoken allure, exuding an indescribable charm. Noticing Tao Zi's awkwardness, she chuckled lightly. Such a shy young man. Could it be that you were still a novice? This was the first time Tao Zi had encountered such a situation. Ever since entering the inn, her heart raced uncontrollably. And seeing the woman felt akin to encountering someone she admired, igniting a profound and inexplicable joy within her. Clearly, something was amiss. Anxiety gripped her heart, fearing that as time wore on, this strange emotion would only intensify. Overwhelmed, she pushed past the woman and dashed out of the inn. Fortunately, the establishment was open for business. Although the lobby was sparsely populated, there were still 1 or 2 patrons present, and the door stood wide open. Tao Zi hurriedly exited. Unbeknownst to her, as she left, the innkeeper's wife's countenance darkened, having initially assumed that capturing a mere chi-refining novice would be effortless, only to be taken aback by his escape from her enchanting allure. A mocking laugh echoed behind her. Unable to retain even a mere fledgling. It seems my senior sister has indeed lost her charm over the years. She gracefully descended the stairs, her silk fan failing to conceal her enchanting visage, and continued with a languid tone. I never imagined that after all these years, my senior sister would still be so fervently eager. Gazing at Yin Wu, whose ethereal grace resembled that of a celestial maiden and whose youthful visage remained unblemished, she felt an overwhelming surge of anger that compelled her to shatter a cup. Had it not been for her prior injuries and her mastery of the third transformation technique, she would not have been so indiscriminate in her wrath towards a mere chi-refining novice. After departing from the inn, Tao Zi felt a lingering trepidation, sprinting from the east market to the west market until her heartbeat steadied. How formidable! She paid no heed to altering her appearance and directly approached the bustling Anping Inn. Upon witnessing the revelers indulging in food and drink within the hall, accompanied by the cheerful and accommodating staff, she momentarily relaxed and requested a private room. Each chamber of the inn was fortified with protective wards, yet Tao Zi, not trusting the security, cast an additional layer of defenses before releasing Yuan Qi from her care. The following day, as Tao Zi observed the lively atmosphere of the inn's hall and the throngs of people on the streets, she stepped out with Yuan Qi in tow, her recent experiences still instilling a sense of vigilance within her. She intended to procure a spacious dwelling for a spirit companion, as the confines of the spirit beast pouch were notably cramped and uncomfortable. Yuan Qi, brimming with excitement, surveyed the surroundings. Pingyi City was the most prosperous place he had encountered thus far. Tao Zi casually entered a shop and inquired, "Do you have any accommodations for spirit companions that are more spacious?" The shopkeeper glanced at Yuan Qi and responded knowingly, "Indeed, we have several options. What specifications does the esteemed master seek?" Tao Zi asked, "What specifications are available, and what are their prices?" The shopkeeper expounded. The smallest spirit companion dwelling measures approximately 3 zhang per side, and is priced at 60,000 spirit stones. The next size up, measuring 6 zhang, costs 100,000 spirit stones. The largest, at 9 zhang, is available for the remarkably favorable price of 170,000 spirit stones. Master, which one do you prefer? Chapter 59. The Art of Seduction. Observing the eager expression of the shopkeeper, Tao Zi hesitated to make a decision. A 9-zhang space equated to roughly 30 square meters, which felt slightly unfair to Yuan Qi. However, this was merely the first shop. Perhaps others might offer more spacious options. Thus, she continued to browse several more establishments, only to find that the prices and dimensions were similar to the first. Finally, after some deliberation, she mustered her resolve and, through considerable negotiation, purchased the largest one for a price of 150,000 spirit stones, as she held the newly acquired spirit pet dwelling. Fashioned like a purple headband, Tao Zi sighed, lamenting the swift depletion of her spirit stones. Yet, upon considering that Yuan Qi would no longer be confined within the spirit beast pouch, her spirits lifted, and she set off with renewed enthusiasm towards the West Market. Not far from the spirit beast street, after paying 10 spirit stones, Tao Zi began to explore the bustling marketplace. Although her finances were limited, there was no harm in window shopping. To her delight, she soon discovered a plethora of intriguing items, and before long, her storage bag was filled with an assortment of low-grade spirit herbs, seeds, and various trinkets. Following a round of haggling, The shopkeeper finally agreed to sell her 3 hairpins for 50 spirit stones. Just as she was about to hand over the payment, a female voice interrupted her. Annoyance flickered within Tao Zi. Was there truly a Rong Mei in every corner? However, upon seeing the interrupter, her irritation dissipated entirely. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful. It was then that Tao Zi understood the meaning of like a picturesque painting, a beauty that could topple cities, coupled with an aura of ethereal grace. Tao Zi felt an undeniable sense of reverence. She sighed inwardly, realizing that if Sister Shan were present, she would undoubtedly pale in comparison. As for anyone else, they would be overshadowed like dust beneath a pearl. Noticing Tao Zi gazing at her with a hint of fascination, the female cultivator smiled gently and asked, "Esteemed friend, would you be so kind as to spare one of these 3 hairpins for me? The price is certainly negotiable." It was only then that Tao Zi became aware of her own indiscretion. She had never expected to be so entranced by beauty. Yet, she found the experience rather delightful. Indeed, she had chosen 3 identical hairpins, intending to gift one each to Zhang Yingying and Huali. But upon hearing the female cultivator's request, she could not bring herself to refuse, responding with a note of excitement, "Certainly." The female cultivator's smile blossomed further at her agreement. "Ah, I never imagined you to be so captivated." Completely unaware of having fallen under her charm, remarked Feng Yi, who had never before spoken. Tao Zi was taken aback. Was it truly charm? Her thoughts drifted back to an earlier encounter, and she inquired, "Was the innkeeper I met that night also using charm on me?" I always felt an inexplicable fondness from both of them, but today's female cultivator seems even more adept. Without your reminder, I would have been entirely oblivious. Feng Yi chuckled softly. "At least you possess some wit. That female cultivator was beyond your reach. Fortunately, she harbored no ill intentions towards you." Chapter 60. A strategy against the enemy. Thus, as soon as she exited the city, Tao Zi eagerly shouldered her burden and hastened northward. After traveling a mere 30 miles, an unsettling anxiety began to creep into her heart. Instinctively grasping the Feng Yi sword, she was prepared to confront the impending threat. However, almost simultaneously, a colossal net descended upon her. The Feng Yi sword unsheathed, clashing with the enormous net, producing a sound reminiscent of metal striking stone. Tao Zi was taken aback, pondering the material of this net. Yet, she had no time for such inquiries, for this net, resembling a finely woven metallic fabric, was astonishingly resilient. In no time, she found herself, along with her carrying pole, ensnared within its confines. Furthermore, the net constricted tighter with each passing moment. Tao Zi wielded the Feng Yi sword relentlessly, denying the net any chance to encroach upon her. Simultaneously, she channeled her spiritual energy, extending the carrying pole to its utmost, striving to carve out a space for respite. Her pupils dilated in realization. It was the steward from the Immortal herb pavilion. It appeared she had indeed attracted attention, and the loose cultivator's alliance was not as principled as she had presumed. With a cold smile, she remarked, "So this is the reputation of the loose cultivator's alliance. No wonder it has recently garnered such a notorious standing." The man with the goatee chuckled. "Ah, you recognize me? It seems your connection with that burly fellow runs deeper than I imagined. Tell me where he is, and perhaps you may prolong your days a little longer. As for the loose cultivator's alliance, when have we ever cared about our reputation?" She scrutinized the colossal net before her. Could it be made of purple gold fine iron? Would it absorb spiritual energy? If so, she needed to break free before it drained her completely. Just moments ago, her vigorous strike had revealed a tiny hole in the net. The Feng Yi sword danced in her hands. She had long shed the initial trepidation of feeling unworthy of wielding such a magnificent blade, originally brimming with confidence. The bearded man was taken aback to discover a small breach in the grand net of purple gold. The minor, it was sufficiently shocking. How had this young lad managed such a feat? However, years of cultivated self-assurance prevented him from hastily taking action. A quarter of an hour had already elapsed. And even at the peak of the chi refinement stage, one could only sustain their spiritual energy for that duration before it would be entirely depleted. This young fellow, regardless of his prowess, was merely a flickering ember at this point. He leisurely remarked, "Friend, it would be wise to conserve your energy. This purple gold net is formidable enough to ensnare even a golden core master, let alone a mere chi refinement cultivator like yourself. Surrender now, and we may both save our strength." Beads of sweat formed on Tao Zi's brow as she realized that her spiritual energy had dwindled to less than half. Should she resort to the explosive talisman, it would undoubtedly harm herself and might not even affect the net. After a moment of contemplation, She resolved to channel 2/3 of her remaining spiritual energy into her sword. With a sharp cry, she struck at the minute opening, and sparks flew as the phoenix winged sword, a weapon far from ordinary, finally tore open a half-inch gap in the once impenetrable net. Without a moment's hesitation, Tao Zi summoned the last vestiges of her spiritual energy to propel a seed through the breach. The bearded man, who had been awaiting the depletion of her energy, suddenly felt a tingling numbness throughout his body. He wished to call out for help, yet found himself unable to utter a sound, merely forming the shape of a word without any ability to move. In the meantime, Tao Zi continued to manipulate the vines, which ensnared the man's neck. And in a fleeting moment, he succumbed to asphyxiation. Until his final breath, he remained bewildered, unable to comprehend how a mere qi refinement novice could overpower a cultivator of his stature. Chapter 61. Companions with the Master's Demise. The immense net lost its control and naturally fell to the ground, allowing Tao Zi to finally extricate herself from its confines. In Pinga City, a golden core cultivator sensed the sudden extinguishment of his nephew's life lamp, and in that instant, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Others remained oblivious. Yet he was acutely aware that this nephew was, in truth, the offspring he had sown with his sister-in-law all those years ago, his very own son, who dared to lay a hand on his child. After consuming a spirit-replenishing pill, Tao Zi felt a semblance of relief as her spiritual energy gradually restored. Regrettably, in her moment of desperation, she had neglected to interrogate the steward regarding how he had tracked her down. She collected both the purple gold net and the storage pouch from the steward's waist, then set his corpse ablaze until it was reduced to ashes. Just as she prepared to alter her appearance and continue her journey, a powerful pressure suddenly enveloped her, rendering her immobile. Tao Zi felt a chill sweep over her. It was the enchanting female cultivator she had encountered in the market, proficient in the art of seduction. The woman approached her, her tone gentle as she asked, "Little friend, are you bound for Chongwu? Might I accompany you?" After speaking, she seemed to recall something and withdrew her oppressive aura. Tao Zi, feeling utterly drained, struggled to maintain her stance. This female cultivator's abilities were unfathomable. According to Feng Yi's assessment, she possessed at least the cultivation of a nascent soul. Faced with such a vast disparity in power, Tao Zi had no tricks left to play. With a hint of despondency, she replied, "Indeed. It would be an honor for me to travel alongside a senior. May I inquire where you wish to go in Chongwu?" The woman smiled and responded, "I seek to visit an old acquaintance." Observing Tao Zi's evident anxiety, she continued, "Rest assured, my young friend, I shall part ways with you upon reaching Chongwu." Reassured by her words, Tao Zi felt a sense of relief, as long as it did not entail accompanying her to the sect. Thus, as they journeyed northward, Tao Zi bore the weight of immense pressure alongside the enchanting beauty of this alluring cultivator. Had it not been for her susceptibility to charm, this senior would not have been particularly difficult to engage with. Currently, she was riding upon this elder's flying magical artifact, which, much like its owner, possessed not only swiftness but also striking aesthetics, rendering her own modest means of transport inadequate in comparison. Throughout their travels, the female cultivator refrained from inquiring about Tao Zi, seemingly merely accompanying her on the path. However, Tao Zi remained vigilant, unwilling to lower her guard. The art of seduction had long been a topic of ambivalence within the realm of Qinhua, with some even denouncing it as a path of malevolence. Among the prominent sects of Qinhua, save for Tianxin Valley, which had some engagement with such arts, most others recoiled at the mere mention of it. Silently, Tao Zi prayed that this elder was a high-ranking cultivator from Tianxin Valley and hoped fervently for their swift arrival at Chongwu. As the day waned and the sun dipped below the horizon, this elder chose a spot by the riverbank, instructing Tao Zi to prepare roasted meat. The meat, procured from the forests behind them, included chicken, rabbit, and sheep, common wild fare. Tao Zi quietly utilized the river's water to prepare the ingredients, skillfully boiling water to pluck the chicken's feathers, then removing its entrails, marinating it before turning her attention to the rabbit and sheep. She was accustomed to this task throughout their journey. She, who was once inept in the culinary arts, surprisingly displayed remarkable progress, for this senior required daily sustenance, much like an ordinary mortal, and was exceedingly discerning regarding food. Whenever Tao Zi's cooking failed to satisfy her palate, she would cast a look of disappointment towards Tao Zi, as if to say, "How could you falter on such a trivial task?" Under this pressure, not only did Tao Zi's culinary skills flourish, but she also ceased to regard this senior with any particular reverence. It remained uncertain whether the senior had concealed her beguilements or if Tao Zi's resistance had simply strengthened. Chapter 62. The promise. The two journeyed for 3 months, ultimately arriving at the foot of Chongwu. Yet, the closer they drew to Chongwu, the more uneasy Tao Zi became. What exactly was this senior's intention? Could it truly be merely companionship on this journey? Such a notion seemed implausible. With utmost caution, she extended the soup bowl to her senior, who, as usual, accepted it and savored it slowly, as if relishing every drop. After a brief moment, she spoke softly, "Tomorrow, we shall part ways." Tao Zi's heart fluttered with joy, yet she quickly tempered her excitement. Was this enigmatic senior truly so willing to let her go? Indeed, moments later, the senior continued gently, "Throughout this journey, I have cared for you extensively, and you owe me a debt of gratitude. However, I am not one to wield such favors as leverage." After finishing the bowl of soup, the female cultivator leisurely added, "Nevertheless, I hesitate to leave you with no obligation, for I fear you might escape the consequences. Therefore, here is my proposition. Whenever I require assistance in the future, you must aid me with the task. You cannot refuse, and it must be fulfilled." Tao Zi involuntarily opened her mouth in astonishment and could not help but speak. "Senior, this is rather..." The female cultivator smiled. "Rather what? Am I too concerned for my junior? I share your sentiment. So do ensure that you complete the tasks I have entrusted to you." Tao Zi felt a sense of frustration. This senior was even more exasperating than her own master. The request sounded simple at first, but upon deeper reflection, it became evident that it was far from easy. She replied earnestly, "Indeed, I owe my safe arrival at Chongwu to your care, for which I am profoundly grateful and willing to repay." Noticing the female cultivator nodding in satisfaction, she continued, "However, I am not a solitary cultivator and am often bound by restrictions in my actions. May I inquire what exactly you wish for me to do?" The female cultivator scoffed lightly and replied nonchalantly, "Oh, what are you afraid of? Am I to command you to your death? Have you forgotten that my sparing your life is, in itself, a great favor?" Tao Zi responded solemnly, "Senior, should you command me to perish, I would naturally resist. At least there would be a resolution. However, if you ask of me tasks that are impossible to fulfill, even my demise would not suffice. Moreover, as a disciple of my sect, I am bound by its rules and cannot act unjustly towards the sect or the world." The female cultivator rose, and her typically beautiful and icy demeanor was suddenly overtaken by fury. "Very well. You and your ilk will invoke the sect's regulations and the righteousness of the world to constrain me, yet I shall not allow you to have your way." Unconsciously releasing her oppressive aura, Tao Zi found herself unable to withstand it, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Upon realizing her lapse in demeanor, the female cultivator let out a long sigh after a moment of contemplation and waved her hand at Tao Zi, saying, "Very well, I act according to my own will. And so it is with our companionship. You may go." Reflecting on this, Tao Zi eventually replied, "Senior, should you require anything in the future, as long as it does not contravene the sect's regulations, the greater good of the world, or my own wishes, I am willing to do my utmost to assist you." Chapter 63. Arrival at the sect. Despite Tao Zi's conditional promise, the female cultivator remained silent. Observing her somewhat desolate figure, Tao Zi hesitated no longer. She swiftly shouldered her burden and hastened towards the direction of the sect. The following morning, she finally beheld the outline of the sect. It felt wonderful to be back. The sweet fragrance of osmanthus flowers wafted through the air, and the ground was strewn with the golden leaves of ginkgo trees. Although the medicinal and spiritual fields were somewhat overrun with weeds, there were still some harvests to be found. Without taking the time to investigate the distant orchard, Tao Zi made her way directly to her loft, set up a barrier, and released Yuan Shi. As soon as he emerged, Yuan Shi, feeling wronged, leapt into Tao Zi's embrace. She tenderly stroked his head. Previously, when they had departed from Pinga City, Yuan Shi had been eagerly enjoying the spirit pet that Tao Zi had procured for him and had not wished to leave. Subsequently, he encountered the robbery orchestrated by the steward of the Immortal Herb Pavilion, and before that situation could be resolved, he found himself face to face with the enigmatic senior. Though Tao Zi had considered releasing him sooner, upon seeing that senior, she had consistently suppressed her thoughts. Ultimately, her concern lingered, despite the presence of the dust-settling pearl, which ensured the room was not excessively dirty. Tao Zi still took some time to tidy up every corner of the space. Subsequently, she transformed a guest room adjacent to her bedroom into Yuan Shi's living space. Hearing Tao Zi's assurance that he would no longer be shut away, and upon seeing the newly arranged room, Yuan Qi finally shifted his resentment to delight. After settling everything and sending messages to her master, her uncle, and other friends, Tao Zi swiftly entered the Mushi space. Although 2 years had passed in the outside world, for years had elapsed here. Yet Xiao Yu's eyes remained as clear as when they first met. After a heartfelt reunion, Tao Zi began to organize her recent gains. The most significant acquisition was the latter half of the purple wood body refining technique. With this, she could rely on something for her future body refining endeavors. Next came the spiritual herbs. From the medicinal garden of the previous beast-taming sect, she had collected over 50 varieties, totaling nearly 1,000 plants. She reserved one of each kind to give to Xiao Yu for transplantation into the medicinal fields here. Lastly, there were the storage bags belonging to those who had previously attempted to rob her. The contents were a mix of items. Yet the total of spiritual stones alone exceeded 150,000. Tao Zi beamed with joy, finally alleviating her state of near poverty. After subtracting the spiritual stones, she classified the remaining items into categories: techniques, magical artifacts, and a third category for those items that were unidentifiable. Wait, what is this? How could it be the Kuei patterned pendant that Jiang Yitong mentioned? Holding the jade pendant in her hand, she felt its smooth warmth and exquisite quality, yet aside from that, it appeared utterly ordinary, perhaps merely a coincidence. After all, there are countless jade pendants adorned with the same motif in the world. However, after pondering for a moment, Tao Zi decided to place the pendant into her storage bag. Upon finishing her organization, she astonishingly discovered 2 eggs. It was precisely the object placed beside the extraordinary beast egg to mislead the gaze, and unexpectedly, it was brought out alongside it. Chapter 64. The Decision Now. Gazing at these 2 eggs, Tao Zi felt a sense of unease. The hybrid beast she had encountered in the trial grounds of the beast-taming sect had been profoundly unsettling, leaving her with an uncomfortable sensation. She scrutinized the 2 eggs before her. Since they had been displayed alongside the egg of a creature with formidable power, they must surely be extraordinary in their own right. Could they be the result of hybridization among various beasts? Startled by her own thoughts, Tao Zi hesitantly extended her spiritual consciousness to probe within. One of the eggs appeared desiccated, entirely devoid of any signs of life. However, the other exhibited a stark contrast, as it seemed to harbor a faint glimmer of vitality. This subtle essence was nearly imperceptible, and had it not been for Tao Zi's innate affinity for the wood spirit root, she might have overlooked it entirely. With a furrowed brow, she contemplated the implications. Should both eggs lack signs of life, they would merely serve as compost for the flowers here. Yet, the presence of life within one egg posed a dilemma. If she were to treat it as she had the terrifying beast egg and destroy it outright, she found herself reluctant to do so. However, if she chose to keep it, what if it possessed extraordinary abilities akin to that fearsome creature, along with the potential for devastating destruction? Unable to resist, she once more delved into the depths of her consciousness, sensing the fragile flicker of life within that was almost extinguished. With a sigh, Tao Zi decided to utilize her own blood as a catalyst and ultimately forged a master-servant contract. Enough, whether to spare or to slay shall be decided once it hatches. Under the constraint of the master-servant pact, should that day truly arrive, taking its life would merely be a matter of thought. However, I hope that such a day never comes. After completing all these tasks, Tao Zi summoned the busy little Yu, from whom she procured 1,000 jars of fruit wine, leaving behind the previous spiritual plants before bidding farewell and departing the space. She did not forget the previous dealings with Manager Qian, for spiritual stones are always in short supply. Thus, prior to this, the business of spiritual wine must not be neglected. The central hall of Master Uncle's domain is perhaps the most vibrant place on Tianyu Peak. Even before stepping inside, one could hear the resounding laughter of Master Uncle. Tao Zi couldn't help but smile and hurriedly entered to pay her respects. Upon entering, she was surprised to find Senior Sister Wei was also present. It seemed she was the one who had elicited Master Uncle's laughter. Noticing that Senior Sister appeared somewhat different, Tao Zi was unable to articulate what had changed. Ascendant Taoist raised his hand, signaling Tao Zi to rise, after which she proceeded to pay her respects to Senior Sister Wei. Once the formalities were concluded, Tao Zi took her seat at Wei Chenyan's side. In her heart, Tao Zi mused that indeed, it was no wonder Senior Sister's demeanor had transformed. She quickly stood to acknowledge and congratulate Senior Sister Wei. Master Uncle spoke of support, yet with the presence of the Deacon Hall on Tianyu Peak, her opportunities to participate were rather limited. His words were likely meant to maintain a pleasant rapport. Another day passed, and recalling the visage of her disguise, She donned the red robe she had worn during her previous visit to the market, setting off with her shoulder pole directly towards the bazaar. Chapter 65. Discontent. After a lapse of 2 years, the establishment she had once collaborated with had undergone a complete transformation into a winery. Gazing upon the radiant and resplendent words drunk in flowing years, Taozi felt a twinge of uncertainty. Could it be that this establishment had changed ownership? Just as she contemplated stopping a passerby for clarification, she noticed a middle-aged cultivator with a slight paunch emerging from the restaurant. Upon closer inspection, she recognized him as Xianxia. It was surprising that, as a cultivator, he had allowed himself to indulge to such an extent over the span of 2 years. She approached and halted Xianxia, greeting him. "Manager Feng, how have you been of late?" Feng Youcai's small eyes sparkled with surprise as they locked on at Tao Zi for a moment, his expression shifting from indifference to astonishment, before he exclaimed, "Friend Yu, you are still alive." Tao Zi, taken aback by his reaction, expressed her confusion. "Of course I am alive. Does Manager Feng find something amiss? Or have you heard some news?" Feng Youcai hastily replied, "I would not dare to presume. It is just that friend Yu has been absent for 2 years without a word. I feared that you had encountered trouble during some secretive venture." Understanding his concern, Tao Zi nodded, acknowledging the inherent dangers faced by cultivators. Reflecting on her earlier doubts and the unfulfilled commitments of the past 2 years, she felt a flush of embarrassment. With a hint of contrition, she addressed Feng Youcai. "Manager Feng, I see that your establishment has transformed into a tavern. It seems the business of wine has flourished over these 2 years. I ventured forth in the name of my master for training. And who would have thought that I would be delayed for such an extended period? I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused." Upon hearing her words, Feng Youcai's face momentarily displayed a hint of difficulty, which did not escape Tao Zi's keen observation. However, she refrained from interrupting him, silently pondering the cause of his discomfort. As anticipated, Feng Youcai continued, "To be honest, esteemed friend Yu, the 2 types of wine you provided initially brought considerable prosperity to our humble establishment. Within 3 months, that wine garnered quite a reputation, prompting our proprietor to consider transforming the eatery into a winery." Tao Zi listened intently as he elaborated. "However, the supply you left us is merely sufficient for 3 months of operation. My repeated attempts to reach you have regrettably yielded no results. I could only surmise that perhaps you have encountered unforeseen circumstances." At this juncture, he cast a glance at Tao Zi. Noticing her expression remained unperturbed, he continued, "Just when our proprietor and I were at a loss for solutions, a certain Miss Pang, who claimed to be a disciple from the Hisu sect, came to our aid. The wine she provided, while not quite as pure and rich as yours, was nonetheless commendable. Under the pressing circumstances, our proprietor entered into a contract with her, which has persisted until the present day, under the name Drunken Flowing Years." Tao Zi gazed at the 3 prominent characters, contemplating for a moment. She had not anticipated such developments, yet she discerned that this should not be the source of Feng Youcai's dilemma. She could not help but inquire, "This indeed reflects a lapse on my part. According to our contract, I am willing to compensate for the 2 years of untimely supply with 1,000 jars of fruit wine, and we can negotiate future supplies and pricing at a later date. Even if it necessitates a price reduction, I am amenable to that." To her surprise, Feng Youcai appeared even more troubled by her words, subtly revealing a hint of guilt. "This, Taoist Yu, you may not be aware, but our esteemed proprietor initially entered into a bilateral contract with the esteemed Fairy Pang. This means that Fairy Pang cannot sell the specific types of wine supplied to us elsewhere, and our establishment is likewise prohibited from procuring wine from other sources." At this, Tao Zi straightened, realizing the gravity of the situation. Indeed, Fairy Pang was a formidable figure, managing to transform a winery into her own direct retail outlet. Reflecting on her own lack of negotiation skill, she lamented her failure to secure such terms initially, compounded by the 2-year delay. It was no wonder she felt a twinge of frustration. With a touch of coldness, she addressed Feng Youcai. "If that is the case, it cannot be said that I am unilaterally in debt to your establishment. I shall seek another dining venue. Please, Manager Feng, proceed to annul the original contract with me." In the realm of cultivation, promises are held in high regard, and contracts, even when established under the name of Yu Tao, ultimately bind the individual herself. Chapter 66. The resourceful Fairy Pang. Upon hearing her intent to annul the contract, Feng Youcai found himself at a loss for words, stammering in silence. Tao Zi, feeling somewhat vexed, could not help but inquire, "What is it? Does Manager Feng have something further to say?" According to the contract, Should there be a delay in the delivery of goods, two resolutions are available. Firstly, if they choose to continue using Taozi's wine, she shall compensate the establishment for the losses incurred over the past 2 years, specifically a minimum of 500 jars of Lingua wine annually for 3 years. Secondly, if the establishment decides to cease using Taozi's wine, it must still provide her with 50,000 spirit stones as compensation. Although the establishment has since transformed into a winery, the contract remains in effect. With this in mind, Taozi pondered whether Feng Yukai was concerned that she might demand compensation. She boldly addressed him, reassuring, "Rest assured, Manager Feng, while this matter was unexpected, the root cause lies in my failure to deliver on time. Hence, I had no intention of claiming any compensation. It is worth noting that the value of 1,000 jars of spirit wine amounts to 90,000 spirit stones, which starkly contrasts with the 50,000 spirit stones she would be required to pay, indicating a greater loss on her part. However, she had initially considered it a long-term business venture, thus she did not dwell on the details." Feng Youcai's somewhat plump face flushed a deep red as he hastily replied, "You have misunderstood, fellow Taoist Yu. It is not that our humble establishment is unwilling to compensate. I too believe your wine surpasses others." I had initially advised our proprietor accordingly. However, upon encountering that enchanting Miss Pang, our master seemed utterly entranced, yielding to her every request. It was she who named this delightful liquor drunk in flowing years. He awkwardly touched his nose and continued, "Originally, I had not to discuss this matter with you, fellow cultivator. But this Miss Pang is indeed an extraordinary individual. Over the past 2 years, she has not only established a contract with our esteemed family, but has also secured agreements with several larger establishments within the market. However, due to the unique varieties of wine she brews, these establishments have managed to avoid conflict." Noticing the shock on Tao Zi's face, he spoke with earnestness. "Although my encounters with you have been few, it is often said that human connections are governed by fate. I see that you wish to explore other eateries. But in my humble opinion, it would be wise to refrain from pursuing futile endeavors." Left standing amidst the bustling crowd, Tao Zi felt somewhat disoriented. Who exactly was this Miss Pang? She had decisively cut off her means of income. She turned and weaved through the throngs of people, yet the image of Pang Yuxian, with her slightly protruding teeth but gradually revealing beauty, emerged in her mind. Could it be her? With a scoff, she dismissed the thought, whoever she was. It was enough to know her own identity. She was not one to retreat into her shell at the first sign of adversity. "Have you not monopolized these establishments?" she mused defiantly. "Then I shall carve out my own path. If necessary, I will open a tavern myself." After indulging in a hearty meal at Stin Kulai, Taozi began to regain her composure. The wine served here was indeed a fruit wine, tinged with a hint of herbal notes, undoubtedly the work of that Miss Pang. With a calm demeanor, she savored a jug of it before finding a secluded spot to reveal her true self. She wished to first visit her sect's winery, for even the formidable Fairy Pang would not be able to seize all the wineries under the sect's purview. Chapter 67. In search of another business venture. The winery of the Hisu sect was named Xianyang Fang, and within this medium-sized market, there were 2 establishments throughout the entire Qinhua realm. There were no fewer than 100. Upon seeing Tao Zi clad in the sect's robes, a young qi refining disciple, about 15 or 16 years of age, approached her. "Sister, are you here to sell wine?" Tao Zi responded with a courteous bow. "May I inquire, young disciple, is there an official in charge here? I wonder if our winery accepts spiritual wines." The disciple scrutinized her for a moment before replying. "Our Xianyang Fang primarily sells the sect's self-brewed wines and rarely engages in purchases. However, since you are a disciple of our sect, it could be considered a product of our own. Please wait a moment while I consult with Elder Wang." Tao Zi was pleasantly surprised by the smoothness of the proceedings and patiently awaited his return. Before long, she observed the young disciple approaching alongside a middle-aged cultivator. Upon closer inspection, she recognized him as Elder Wang from Tianyu Peak. She hurriedly stepped forward to pay her respects. "Brother Wang, I did not expect to encounter you here after 2 years. What brings you to? Managing a winery is hardly comparable to overseeing the affairs of a peak. Has something happened?" Wang Kong, equally taken aback, returned the greeting and explained, "I have just completed a task for Tianyu Peak and thought to enhance my cultivation. So I sought a leisurely position at a winery. Who would have thought I would run into Sister Tao here? Truly, it is fate." Tao Zi nodded in understanding. It seemed that managing a winery was indeed a much more relaxed endeavor. However, on the same day, 2 individuals spoke to Tao Zi about fate, which inevitably left her somewhat contemplative. Yet, encountering acquaintances always provides a greater sense of assurance. Indeed, she mused. I wonder how Brother Wang has fared in the past couple of years. After exchanging pleasantries, she promptly delved into the crux of the matter. I have come to inquire whether our sect's winery is willing to procure the spiritual liquor brewed by disciples of our sect. Elder Wang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Are you referring to that exquisite spiritual liquor you previously gifted me? Taozi affirmed. Precisely. To her surprise, it appeared that the illustrious fairy Pang had indeed harbored intentions regarding the sect's winery. She addressed Elder Wang. I must express my gratitude, Brother Wang. However, might this impose too great a burden upon you? I merely wish to inquire, and if it proves too troublesome, I shall not press further. Elder Wang swiftly reassured her. Not at all, it is no trouble. Each winery under the sect is permitted to procure spiritual liquor from outside sources, provided it is verified and does not incur losses. However, over the years, the sect's own brewed spiritual liquor has sufficiently met the local demand, which is why external procurement has been infrequent. Feeling somewhat exposed by his perceptiveness, Taozi's face flushed with embarrassment, and she sheepishly replied, in that case, I am truly grateful, Brother Wang. Subsequently, Taozi delivered 1,000 jars of spiritual liquor, receiving 80,000 spirit stones at the rate of 80 spirit stones per jar. Later, in a secluded spot away from prying eyes, she set up a barrier and presented Elder Wang with 2 500-year-old xianxia herbs as a token of her appreciation. Not only was it to successfully find a buyer for the spiritual liquor this time, securing a long-term source of income, but it was also to express gratitude for the care bestowed upon her over the years. Furthermore, with her fasting liquid passing the validation, she no longer needed to worry about contributing to the sect. In this manner, Taozi couldn't help but marvel at her fortune. Had it not been for Elder Wang today, this transaction would hardly have materialized so effortlessly. Indeed, whether in the era she once lived or in the present where strength reigns supreme, having an acquaintance always proves advantageous. After bidding farewell to Elder Wang, Taozi left the distillery with a sense of ease. She then proceeded to the sect's herb pavilion to sell several spiritual herbs, subsequently purchasing some body-tempering herbs and commonly used elixirs, before departing the marketplace with satisfaction. Chapter 68, Wei Chunyun's Foundation Establishment Ceremony upon returning to the sect. Taozi diligently refreshed her knowledge of the etiquette required for receiving guests, as the Foundation Establishment Ceremony for Sister Wei was merely 3 days away. Given the numerous golden core cultivators within the Hishu Zone, the ceremony was not held at the Kaiyong Mountains Kaiyong Hall but rather scattered across their respective peaks. As the chief disciple of the Tianyu Peak, naturally, Wei Chunyun's ceremony was set on her home peak. On the 15th of September, atop Tianyu Peak, the air was imbued with the fragrance of osmanthus in the golden autumn breeze. As a personal disciple of Tianyu Peak, Taozi stood among the forefront, welcoming the guests of honor. Not far from her stood Yan Cheng, also a personal disciple. However, throughout the event, Taozi chose to ignore him. It was not lingering anger that kept her silent, but rather her uncertainty on how to face this senior brother. It was perhaps best to simply pretend he was not there. In addition to the disciples from various peaks, numerous guests from afar arrived, most of whom were specifically drawn to Wei Chunyun herself. This highlights the social prowess of the individuals from Tianyu Peak, particularly that of Daojun Shenyang and Wei Chunyun. Although Daojun Shenyang may not be particularly adept at socializing, he is nonetheless a revered transformation stage Taoist, and naturally, many would extend a degree of respect towards his foremost disciple. Conversely, while Wei Chunyun has a master who is not skilled in the art of social engagement, she herself is exceptionally graceful and well-connected, having established friendships throughout the entire Hishu sect, as well as with various other sects in the 5 prominent families. This ability, perhaps, is even more challenging to cultivate than the advancement of one's cultivation. Whispers abound that Wei Chunyun is a formidable candidate for the next sect leader. Of course, Taozi is blissfully unaware of these rumors. However, as Wei's junior sister, she has been afforded considerable attention by her. Now, as the mistress of Tianyu Peak, it is her duty to fulfill the role of host, ensuring that their peak is not looked down upon by others. With a demeanor that is neither servile nor overbearing, she engages in polite conversation and systematically arranges the guests' entry, earning the favorable regard of several senior members of the sect. Once all the guests have arrived, the grand ceremony of core formation commences. At the sound of a distant, ethereal bell, the assembled onlookers instinctively fall silent. Dressed in the resplendent robes of a golden core true person of the Hishu sect, Wei Chunyun strides confidently before Daojun Shenyang, kneeling upon the cushion laid out for her. With her naturally striking features, this attire and posture evoke an androgynous beauty that captivates all who behold her. The ceremony for the Golden Core advancement was presided over by the esteemed Master Lu Zongyi. Once everything was in readiness, he proclaimed with clarity, Wei Chunyuan, a disciple of the heavenly Yupeak of the Hisu sect, having completed 90 years of cultivation, is hereby conferred the Golden Core status, elevating her to the rank of Golden Core realizer within our sect. In accordance with the sect's regulations, I request Daojun Shenyang to bestow the crown upon her. With a gentle smile, Daojun Shenyang rose from his seat, solemnly placing the pristine water lily crown upon Wei Chunyuan's meticulously arranged hair. Observing this, Master Lu continued, I now invite Daojun Shenyang to grant a Dao name to Sister Wei. Gazing at Wei Chunyuan, who knelt before him, Daojun Shenyang reflected on her being his foremost disciple, the one upon whom he had invested the most effort. With a swell of emotion, he remarked, My disciple Chunyuan embodies steadiness and dignity, possessing profound wisdom and an unwavering heart, with a broad-minded spirit. His eyes scanned the audience below, sweeping over the heavenly Yupeak as if to glimpse the entirety of the majestic mountains of Chongwu. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, The path of seeking the Tao is fraught with myriad challenges and innumerable obstacles. Yet, in the beginning of all things, the Tao is remarkably simple, evolving into complexity. I hope that you can maintain tranquility and embrace simplicity, steadfast in your original intentions. Therefore, I bestow upon you the Tao name, Ningjian. Wei Chunyuan's expression shifted several times, yet after a slight swallow, she finally responded, Ningjian expresses my gratitude to Master for the bestowed name. She then bowed deeply to Daojun Shenyang. A wave of congratulations erupted from the surrounding crowd. Wei Chunyuan, adorned in flowing robes, radiated confidence from the high platform below. Taozi's heart surged with excitement and yearning as she gazed dreamily at Wei Chunyuan. Sister Wei was undeniably close to her, yet felt so distant. The words of Master Shenyang, although directed at Sister Wei, resonated deeply within her heart. One day, she too aspired to attain the Golden Core, just like her sister. Chapter 69. The quest for truth, unable to contain the surging spiritual energy within her, fueled by her tumultuous emotions. Taozi promptly explained her circumstances to Chen Suchi beside her, seizing the moment when everyone's attention was drawn to the high platform. She hastily made her way towards her own cave dwelling. She was on the brink of a breakthrough, oblivious to the bustling festivities behind her. Taozi had never before felt such a clear vision of her future as she did at this moment. The path of the Tao was vast and enigmatic. But why had she embarked on this journey of seeking the truth? Was it merely to avenge her mother or to attain immortality? No, it had never been solely that. What it meant to seek and to pursue remained unclear to her. However, who could say that the process of seeking was not, in itself, a part of the Tao? With her heart directed heavenward, Taozi's mind operated ceaselessly. The transition from the 9th to the 10th level of Qi refinement was not as arduous as the rumors had suggested. Yet, unbeknownst to her, this advancement brought about a vague and nascent understanding of the Tao in her heart. Perhaps a long journey lay ahead before her Tao heart could truly solidify. But this experience had undoubtedly laid the groundwork for her future enlightenment. 3 days later, having reached the 10th level of Qi refinement, Taozi awakened from her meditation. She sent a message to Wei Chunyuan, acknowledging that, as a direct disciple, it was somewhat disrespectful to depart from the Golden Core ceremony. If on that day, she had chosen to break through directly during Wei Chunyuan's alchemical ceremony, others might have said that Tian Yupeak was teeming with talent. However, Wei Chunyuan might not have found joy in it, for there can only be one protagonist, and Taozi had no intention of overshadowing her. Therefore, she ought to offer her apologies. Once everything was in order, Taozi, accompanied by Yuan Qi, arrived at Wei Chunyuan's abode. It was her first visit, prompting her to observe the arrangements made by her senior sister. Like herself, Wei's sister also harbored a disdain for carved mountain dwellings, yet rather than constructing a loft, she had built a spacious house with 3 courtyards, akin to that of Immortal. The entire layout was refreshingly expansive. After exchanging greetings, Taozi and Wei Chunyuan took their respective seats as host and guest. Unable to contain herself, Taozi spoke candidly. Sister, it was quite unbecoming of me to hastily depart during your alchemical ceremony. Those circumstances compelled my exit. I feel deeply remorseful for neglecting you. I am grateful for your magnanimity in not holding it against me. Here are a few spiritual herbs I obtained in the secret realm. I hope you will graciously accept them. This serves to congratulate you on your achievement of the Golden Core, and by accepting them, it will bring me some solace. Wei Qinyun was taken aback by the eloquence of her seemingly unremarkable junior sister. With a hearty laugh, she replied, "We are sisters of the same master. There is no need for such formalities." She refilled Tao Zi's already half-full teacup and continued, "Since you left in haste, it must have been a matter of utmost importance. I wonder if it has been resolved now?" Tao Zi was somewhat astonished. Did her sister truly not know? She hastily replied, "To be honest, sister, on that day, I was watching the ceremony from below the stage. The solemn atmosphere of the grand occasion and your dignified demeanor stirred my heart profoundly, and I felt a subtle surge in my cultivation. I couldn't afford to delay, hence I had to leave in a hurry." She paused momentarily before continuing. "In my haste, I could only convey my thoughts to Sister Chen beside me. I suppose Sister Chen has yet to inform you. But who was Wei Qinyun?" Her gaze sharpened as she instantly grasped the general situation. It seemed this younger sister had offended quite a few people. Understandingly, she remarked, "So it is. Then I must congratulate you on your further progress in cultivation." She made no mention of Qin sushi. Tao Zi smiled and said, "I too have benefited from your influence." The two engaged in cheerful banter, and before they knew it, they had already enjoyed 3 cups of tea. Noticing the time, Tao Zi finally suggested her departure. After Tao Zi left, Wei Qinyun unwrapped the congratulatory gift she had received and gasped in astonishment. The golden chess grass was passable. It served as a primary ingredient for the elixir used by golden elixir practitioners, but it was not particularly rare. However, the millennium-old xianxia mushroom was far more precious, even considered valuable to yuan-ing stage cultivators. In the following days, Tao Zi devoted herself wholeheartedly to the study of potions and the refinement of her sword techniques. Time in cultivation knows no bounds, and winter arrived once more before she realized it. Draped in a feathered cloak, Tao Zi sat in a pavilion by the hot spring, sipping tea while observing Yuan Qi reveling joyfully in the waters. She savored a sip of her tea, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. At that moment, a message talisman fluttered to her side, and upon hearing it, Tao Zi's expression changed dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, she hastened towards her master's cave dwelling. "Master, he is injured." Upon arriving at the cave, Shengyang Daojun and Wei Qinyun had already arrived. After hastily bowing, Tao Zi knelt before the bed of Xingjun. The figure lying upon the bed emitted a faint breath, his complexion pale, and astonishingly, a half-blooming crimson flower of an unknown variety had inexplicably manifested at his brow. Each petal was oval-shaped, and with 6 petals constituting a half-bloom, it appeared strikingly enchanting against Xingjun's originally pallid visage. Tao Zi had never encountered her master in such a state, and her heart was overwhelmed with sorrow. Although their time together had been brief, the memories of her master selecting the heart method for her and elucidating the sword techniques remained vivid. Xingyang Daojun was also deeply affected. Being over 100 years older than Xingjun, he had taken on the dual role of both mentor and elder brother after their master's demise, diligently watching over his only junior until Xingjun achieved the infant stage. He had just begun to breathe a sigh of relief, only for calamity to strike. Noticing the profound sorrow that Tao Zi could not conceal, Shengyang Daojun gently patted her shoulder and reassured her, "Master Jianning will arrive shortly. Let us await his counsel." Tao Zi nodded slightly, and soon after, Jianning Xingjun arrived. Shengyang Daojun halted his greeting, stating directly, "Let us first attend to my junior brother." He collapsed alone before the central hall, losing consciousness before he could utter a word. And this flower on his forehead was merely 1/3 its current size just half an hour ago. What could this be? As the conversation drew to a close, the tone grew increasingly urgent. Jianning, the true monarch, nodded with understanding before swiftly approaching Sheng He, the true monarch. After a moment of contemplation, he gravely addressed the assembly. "It appears we are in a rather precarious situation." The atmosphere in the room instantly became tense. Yet, none dared to interrupt Jianning's discourse, and he continued, "It seems that Sheng He has fallen victim to the Sora threefold." Observing the expressions of those present, he realized that aside from himself, none were aware of the formidable nature of this poison, compelling him to elaborate. The most insidious aspect of the Sora threefold is not its colorless and odorless nature, but rather that those afflicted initially present no symptoms, making detection exceedingly difficult. It remains silently dormant within the practitioner for 6 months, or even a year, before revealing itself, at which point the optimal window for antidote administration has long passed. True monarch Xingyang, who had been anxiously tense, suddenly radiated a glimmer of hope. He eagerly inquired, Does missing the optimal window for the antidote imply that there is still a possibility of a cure? Tao Zi also furrowed her brow in contemplation. Neither the archives at their sect nor the botanical compendium left by Yuxi's ancestors contained any mention of Sora. She couldn't help but glance at Jian Ning, her master's esteemed peer, wondering when she might attain such profound knowledge as his. Chapter 71, The Sora Threefold, Part 1. In response to Sheng Yang Daojuan's query, Jian Ning did not reply immediately. After a prolonged period of reflection, he finally articulated, "There is indeed a possibility of an antidote, but the hope is exceedingly faint. Once this poison surpasses its incubation period, it will blossom with the first flower upon the center of the brow, followed by a second bloom on the chest approximately a year later. The emergence of the second flower heralds the imminent arrival of a third. When the third flower unfurls upon the instep, it signifies a dire situation beyond remedy. Therefore, we must concoct an antidote before the second flower manifests," Lord Sheyang declared emphatically. "Then let us begin the preparation without delay." In that moment, he could no longer maintain his composure, sensing the peculiar and formidable nature of this flower. To his astonishment, it proved to be both tyrannical and troublesome. Observing his master's disarray, Wei Qinyun quickly tugged at his sleeve. Jian Ning, the true lord, sighed. While the majority of the auxiliary ingredients for the antidote are relatively accessible, one crucial primary ingredient eludes us. Moreover, it appears that not only has Sheng sustained severe poisoning, but his meridians have also suffered considerable damage. Given that this poison increasingly siphons the cultivator's essence and spiritual power to fortify itself once it manifests, I cannot ascertain whether he can endure until we procure the antidote. Upon hearing this, Lord Shengyang was filled with a seething rage. He seemed poised to vociferate further, but ultimately, his words transformed into a resolute statement. "We can mend the damaged meridians with elixirs. What remains is the elusive primary ingredient. I shall traverse the entirety of the Qinhua realm to uncover it." Jian Ning, the true monarch, remarked, "Not quite so. Sheng Yang's meridians have become exceedingly fragile. Even with superior healing elixirs, it is likely that his meridians would not endure. Yet if we resort to ordinary medicinal pills, their efficacy will be insufficient to counter the devouring nature of the Sualuo San Dai. Unless we possess some gentle celestial treasures, we find ourselves in a predicament." A fleeting glimmer crossed Tao Zi's mind. Celestial treasures, could the Shuangzhen fruits qualify? Before departing with Yuan Qi, Elder Yuan Tong had bestowed upon her a storage pouch containing 9 Shuangzhen fruits. Originally, she intended to allocate 5 for Yuan Qi and keep 4 for herself, to be utilized in critical moments for salvation. In an instant, the others in the room turned their gazes toward this unassuming Qi refining disciple, then simultaneously cast expectant looks at Jian Ning, hoping for an affirmative response. Jian Ning, somewhat exhilarated, exclaimed, "You possess Shuangzhen fruits? How many?" He had never encountered these fruits himself. According to records, they bloom every 60 years, bear fruit every 60 years. And the maturation period for the fruit spans another 60 years, making them exceedingly rare, celestial treasures. Tao Zi promptly presented 2 Shuangzhen fruits. Jian Ning nodded approvingly. "Excellent. Excellent. It seems that Sheng He's fortune is not entirely bleak." He expressed his delight to Sheng Yang. "Sheng He has taken on a commendable disciple, and these 2 Shuangzhen fruits should suffice to mend his meridian injuries." However, after a moment, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "As for the missing ingredient, the Peli Jiao, I fear it may prove rather elusive. The Pilai pepper, though merely a third-tier spiritual plant, is exceedingly rare, so rare that even a large sect like the Hisu sect cannot procure a single specimen." In an instant, the air, which had just begun to stir, became stagnant once more. Chapter 72, The 3 Layers of Sua Luo, Part 2. At this moment, Wei Qinyun, who had remained silent thus far, spoke up. "Master, do you remember the Bengshi secret realm, accessible only to elite Qi refinement disciples?" Lord Qinyan paused in his steps. "Are you referring to?" Wei Qinyun nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. I recall that after obtaining the qualification for the secret realm, I purchased a map and a description of the resources within the Bengshi secret realm, which mentioned a variety known as the Pilai pepper, a third-tier spiritual plant. It must be the very one Master Jian Ning spoke of." Seeing that no one interrupted her, she continued, "Although it has been nearly a century since anyone has reported bringing a Pilai pepper out from the secret realm, it still offers a glimmer of hope." Both Lord Qiyang and true monarch Jian Ning nodded in agreement. Lord Qiyang remarked, "However, the secret realm will not open for another 6 months, and it is uncertain if we will have enough time. Moreover, Only elite disciples are permitted entry. Wei Qinyun countered, there is another method. If one ranks within the top 50 in the upcoming sect competition in 2 months, they will also gain access to the secret realm. As soon as her words fell, the group turned their attention to Tao Zi, who, looking somewhat puzzled, inquired, the Bengshi secret realm? Wei Qinyun replied, precisely. Within our sect, there are 3 secret realms available for qi refinement disciples to explore, and the Bengshi secret realm is the most challenging one to gain entry to. Due to the scarcity of available slots, entry has traditionally been limited to elite disciples. However, how many elite disciples can there truly be at the qi refining stage? Consequently, the top 50 from the sect's minor competitions were also considered. She continued, explaining that given the limited slots and stringent conditions, the entire sect would be closely monitoring the situation, leaving no room for any loopholes. Tao Zi understood. This meant that success could only be achieved through genuine ability, devoid of any favoritism. In Hisu's sect, elite disciples are predominantly direct disciples. Yet not all direct disciples qualify as elite, as exemplified by Tao Zi herself. Naturally, she aspired to become an elite disciple, but in her plans, that would only be feasible after reaching the foundation establishment stage. However, given the current circumstances, she felt compelled to compete. Without further hesitation, she earnestly declared to Cheng Yang and Wei Qinyun, senior uncle and senior sister, please rest assured, I shall enroll in this year's sect competition and I will give it my utmost effort. After a year of seclusion, her cultivation had already reached the 11th level of qi refining. With determination, she believed she had a chance to secure a place among the top 50. Lord Chengyang nodded in agreement, saying, excellent. I had intended to have you participate to enhance your combat skills, but it appears a definitive outcome is now imperative. Wei Qinyun added, in that case, let us focus on refining your spellcasting techniques in the coming days. I will also select some outstanding qi refining disciples from my peak to engage in concentrated training before the competition. She then turned to Lord Chengyang and said, Master, please inquire among your acquaintances as well. I shall promptly reach out to my family and other sect friends for assistance, and also make the rounds at several major auction houses. We take various approaches, hoping to reap some rewards. Jun Ning gazed at the ever-composed Wei Qinyun, unable to resist casting a glance of admiration. Indeed, none of the disciples at Tianyu Peak were ordinary. Daojun Xingyang regarded his foremost disciple with a blend of complexity. He had previously felt she was overly diplomatic and engrossed in socializing, fearing it might hinder her cultivation. He had even conferred upon her the Dao title of Ning Jian. Yet now, he found himself reflecting on the relief of having such a capable pupil, realizing how much effort he could save. Alas, should she truly aspire to contend for the position of sect leader in the future, he would devote himself wholeheartedly to support her. After consuming a rare xuanzhen fruit, the previously pallid complexion of Daojun Shenghe began to improve, momentarily easing the concerns of those present. Chapter 73. Preparations for the minor competition. After Tao Zi registered at the disciplinary hall, she moved into the central front hall with Yuan Qi. Subsequently, she obtained around 10 durable garments from Xiao Yu and dedicated herself to the small training grounds of Tianyu Peak. Although it could not compare to the grand training arena of Wanjianfeng, it sufficed for the disciples of this peak. Over 100 exceptional disciples, handpicked by Wei Qinyun, practiced there, and Tao Zi trained alongside them each day, with Taoist uncle Shengyang personally guiding them every other day. Despite this, Tao Zi constantly felt pressed for time and increasingly overwhelmed by the vast amount of knowledge she needed to acquire, which diminished her confidence in the minor competition 2 months hence. Observing her unease, Daojun Xingyang offered words of comfort. Zi, do not dwell on the past or future. Remember, in this matter and in all future endeavors, as long as you follow your heart and strive diligently, the outcome is not the most crucial aspect. Tao Zi hesitated momentarily before nodding. She appeared somewhat greedy, concerned about the process yet yearning for a conclusion. Shengyang Daojun continued, I intend to visit Minsk. I have been restless regarding your master's situation. Moreover, it is said that apart from the Bengshi secret realm, the Pilai pepper can only be found in Minsk. Tao Zi furrowed her brow and could not help but exclaim, Master, Minsk is distant and rife with demons. What if, given your master's current state, this is precisely the time when you need to remain steadfast? You must not take any risks. Trust me, as long as the Bengshi secret realm has it, I will undoubtedly find a way to obtain the Pilai pepper. Shengyang Daojun nodded with appreciation but still remarked, it is of no concern. After all, Your master possesses the cultivation of the transformation god, and this journey will not be undertaken alone. Later, Taozi learned from Xiaohuan that her master and Master Qiguang seemed to share a profound connection. The following morning, Shengyang Daojun entrusted the affairs of Tianyu Peak to Wei Qinyun before setting off for Min's. Meanwhile, Taozi commenced her rigorous training routine every 3 days. She would visit Wanjianfeng to seek guidance from Master Qiguang, while the remaining time was spent in the small training ground of Tianyu Peak, training and sparring with other Qi refinement disciples. Master Qiguang, a transformation god sword cultivator, was able to personally instruct her, a mere Qi refinement disciple, a privilege sought by many yet attained by few. Thus, Taozi never dared to exhibit even the slightest negligence. For her master, for herself, and to honor every moment. She was eager to grow stronger. She envisioned herself as a vast sea, capable of absorbing the greatest nourishment. Under the relentless and monotonous training, 2 months swiftly elapsed. In the martial arena of Wanjianfeng, the scene was one of splendor and serenity as snow fell like cotton. Over 15,000 Qi refinement disciples and more than 6,000 foundation establishment disciples lined the sides of the arena, awaiting the draw to determine their opponents for the first round. The order of registration corresponded to their respective numbers. Taozi registered not too late. Thus her number was precisely 99. Chapter 74, The Sect's Minor Competition, Part 1. Taozi stood in line at the front of the first group, waiting for the draw. Among the over 15,000 Qi refinement peers, it was estimated that 7,000 or 8,000 entered the sect alongside her, while the rest were from previous and subsequent cohorts. However, one's cultivation level could not be solely determined by the order of entry, as many had surpassed their seniors. Before it was her turn, she heard the steward announce, "Number 143 versus number 99. Is number 99 present?" The initial rounds featured pairs of 200. And if one drew the number of someone behind them, the latter need not continue waiting. Taozi promptly stepped forward, approaching the steward and presenting her number plate. Beside her stood a robust male cultivator, presumably the 143. The steward handed them their respective plates, instructing them to report to arena number 1 early the following morning, where arrangements would be made. Both promptly acknowledged. However, as she turned away, she caught sight of Song Rong, who was lined up a row away from her. Song Rong glared at her with a fierce and disdainful look, while Taozi coldly cast her eyes aside and continued walking forward. A confrontation between her and Song Rong was inevitable. The world is accustomed to claiming that which is good for itself, and this is particularly true for Song Rong. She was perplexed as to why both Song Rong and Tao Linghua seemed to possess prior knowledge of the extraordinary abilities of the beast egg, fighting fiercely to seize it. Yet, she discerned that both regarded the egg as their own possession. Fortunately, it had been destroyed by her own hand. She also wondered about the fate of Zhang Lan, who had been injured in the fray. Song Rong glared with venomous resentment at Tao Zi's departing figure. By now, she had thoroughly investigated Tao Zi's background. An orphan hailing from the mundane world, she possessed an exceptionally pure spiritual root. Moreover, the recently sensationalized secret pavilion incident was instigated by none other than her Tao Zi, the master of the Fengyi sword. She had even destroyed her own spirit beast and squandered her own fortune. Such enmity was beyond reconciliation. Were it not for Tao Zi's backing from the entire Tianyu Peak and her reclusive nature, Song Rong would have already devised a means to deal with her. Even more intolerable was the fact that in the book Song Rong had perused, there was no mention of Tao Zi, leaving her deeply unsettled. To her, Tao Zi represented an uncontrollable hidden bomb that could explode at any moment. She could not abide an uncontrolled narrative, thus she must eliminate this threat. A glint of determination flashed in Song Rong's eyes. If that were the case, then they would meet on the arena. A proud, disdainful smirk graced her lips. What could a mere with spiritual root achieve? The following morning, Tao Zi stood before the first arena of the Qi refinement group. As a physical cultivator, her opponent excelled in close combat and sought to close the distance between them, yet Tao Zi resolutely denied him the opportunity to approach. She deftly evaded her opponent's strikes, then summoned forth 4 thorns aimed at the opponent's limbs. However, her adversary was quite agile, swiftly severing 2 of them with a large blade. Yet, there was no hint of impatience on Tao Zi's face. She continued to manipulate the remaining thorns to ensnare her opponent's feet. The opponent managed to cut one of them, but was swiftly caught by the other, causing him to tumble backward. In a swift motion, she unleashed 4 golden vine tendrils, taking advantage of her opponent's momentary disorientation before he could regain his footing, binding him tightly. He attempted to struggle, but the golden vines were not like the easily severed thorns, with his limbs bound as tightly as a dumpling. He found himself unable to escape. Ultimately, he was compelled to relinquish his futile attempts at resistance. The referee promptly declared Tao Zi the victor. In the 75th chapter, the Sects Minor Competition, Part 2, Tao Zi faced a female cultivator in the second match. Clad in azure robes of her sect, she confronted a woman in delicate lavender attire. Both were strikingly beautiful, their garments fluttering gracefully, attracting a considerable audience below. After exchanging formal greetings, they simultaneously launched their attacks, each vying for the upper hand. Tao Zi tentatively initiated with her vines, while her opponent countered with a burst of flames. Tao Zi, bemused, realized that would fuel's fire. Was she destined to assist her adversary? Swiftly, she altered her approach, unfurling her customary whip-like vines, launching an unrelenting assault towards the female cultivator. Simultaneously, she formed hand seals, summoning an array of slender vines that almost instantaneously blossomed with delicate, pale yellow flowers, each no larger than a grain of rice. The female cultivator deftly evaded Tao Zi's whip, yet at that moment, flowers began to bloom in succession, instantly transforming the stage into two distinct realms. Initially, the female cultivator was taken aback to see Tao Zi conjuring such an unassuming vine, the most ordinary of all, the Yun grass. Being a dual-rooted cultivator of wood and fire, she found it surprising, for Yun grass was often the first plant learned by those with a wood affinity. She could not comprehend why Tao Zi would summon such a seemingly innocuous herb. But her years of combat experience led her to suspect that Tao Zi was far from ordinary. With caution, the female cultivator skillfully dodged Tao Zi's whip while launching fireballs that swiftly incinerated much of the blossoming Yun grass. Observing this, Tao Zi's lips curled into a sly smile. The female cultivator, who had been closely monitoring Tao Zi, suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. In an instant, she resolved to unleash a greater surge of spiritual energy, conjuring a multitude of fireballs that formed a small sea of flames, overwhelming and surging towards Tao Zi. Simultaneously, she unleashed dozens of silver needles that gleamed with lethal brilliance. However, the fireballs met with nothing but air, and the silver needles merely struck the barrier of the competition stage, cascading down to the ground. Looking around, she found no trace of Tao Zi. As she surveyed her surroundings, she realized she was enveloped in an endless sea of flowers, her feet surrounded by her favorite purple, fragrant jade blossoms. Heightened vigilance surged within her, yet upon spotting the figure she had long cherished from afar suddenly appearing before her, she could no longer contain herself. It was the one she held dear, the one she had watched from a distance, yet dared not approach. Now, she gazed at him with a smile that was both encouraging and gentle. Slowly, with a hint of trepidation, she approached the male cultivator. On the stage, Tao Zi, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but sigh. It is said that the path of cultivation is arduous for women. Perhaps most female cultivators inevitably harbor excessive expectations regarding love. Observing her opponent ensnared in an inescapable illusion, she, like before, summoned several vines to securely bind the female cultivator. Previously, although she had summoned the most ordinary Yun grass from this realm, Tao Zi had enhanced its seeds. This was a hallucinogenic concoction developed by Yushi's ancestor, which Tao Zi had successfully replicated, revealing its effects only when subjected to intense flames. Upon realizing her opponent was a fire attribute cultivator, she was curious to test it, and to her surprise, the outcome was quite favorable. Meanwhile, the spectators below only saw Tao Zi in her azure attire deftly evade the purple-clad female cultivator's fireballs and silver needle assaults. Soon after, the purple-clad female cultivator appeared to succumb to a deep slumber, her lips curling into a satisfied smile, unwittingly bound tightly by the azure-clad cultivator. Instantly, the onlookers' gazes toward Tao Zi shifted to one of wariness. What was initially perceived as a delightful spectacle of two beautiful and delicate female cultivators competing now revealed the azure-clad cultivator's uncanny swiftness in overcoming her opponent, proving her formidable nature. Yet, Tao Zi remained unfazed by the scrutinizing eyes of the crowd. She dusted off her azure robe, which had no dust to begin with, and departed the stage after the referee declared her victory. Chapter 76. Reunited with old friends since the day Tao Zi triumphed over the female cultivator. She had not encountered any particularly formidable opponents in the subsequent 3 rounds. With her adept mastery of wood-based spells, she emerged victorious with ease. However, She was acutely aware that the true competition had only just commenced. She could afford no losses in the forthcoming ranking matches. On this day, the heavy snow had abruptly ceased, giving way to a clear and sunny sky. Tauzi casually sought a secluded corner to await the beginning of the ranking matches. A smile could no longer be concealed upon her lips as she hastened towards two approaching figures. After several years apart, Yulin had transformed into a shy young man. Taller than her, with a round face that bore two subtle dimples when he smiled, an appearance that would endear him to even the most indifferent of strangers. Unable to resist, Tauzi reached out to pinch his cheek, only to be met by the depths of a pair of inscrutable eyes. Si's gaze was no longer as clear as when they first met. Instead, it resembled a tranquil yet tempestuous abyss, akin to a leopard poised to pounce. Tauzi felt an unexpected flutter of anxiety at the unfamiliarity of this Ce, prompting her to quickly avert her gaze. Ce seemed to sense the intensity of his own stare and wished to ruffle Tauzi's hair as he once did. However, Tauzi took Yulin by the hand and led him towards a more secluded spot, leaving Ce to silently clench his fist and follow them. Regaining her composure, Tauzi smiled and inquired, "Are you both here for the minor competition as well?" And Ce Xixiang, "Did you not say that as long as you have not established your foundation, Master Xing Yu would not allow you to leave seclusion?" Yulin and Tauzi were taken aback, and Yulin could not help but exclaim, "First place? Master Xing Yu actually instructed you to aim for first place. Although Brother Ce is a lightning spirit root, our generation is filled with talent." The three understood the unspoken words, although they are all direct disciples. It does not imply that there are no formidable opponents among the inner sect, outer sect, or even the miscellaneous disciples. Among the known direct disciples, there are indeed many exceptional individuals. To stand out from over 15,000 disciples is no small feat, let alone to attain the top position. Tauzi could hardly conceal her astonishment. Master Xing Yu had always been strong-willed, which had led to numerous confrontations with Master Xing Yang. Before leaving, Master Sheng Yang preferred to entrust himself to the distant Ji Guang Dao Jun rather than to Master Xing Yu, who also hailed from Qingyao Mountain, which speaks volumes. However, she did not expect Master Xing Yu to hold such high expectations for Ce as well. She sighed and said, "Just do your best. Master Sheng Yu surely understands that there are mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people." Upon hearing this, Ce's previously calm eyes flickered with emotion. He made a concerted effort to suppress and disguise his inner joy and simply replied, "Indeed, I have my own considerations." Witnessing this, Tauzi and Yulin felt it was inappropriate to say anything further. Shortly after, the sound of the assembly bell echoed, and the three hurriedly made their way to their respective competition platforms. Chapter 77, Oppression and Resistance, Please Enlighten Me. After bowing, she swiftly formed a hand seal, and in an instant, over 100 wooden spikes hurtled toward the male cultivator. In response, the male cultivator raised an earth wall to block most of the wooden spikes' assault. Originally intended as a mere probe, Tauzi felt no annoyance despite its failure. With a swift motion of her left hand, she instantly wove a vast azure net, intending to ensnare her opponent. However, the male cultivator behind the earthen wall did not evade. He was in the midst of casting a mire technique. As Tauzi found herself ensnared in the quagmire, the male cultivator vanished into the earth. Thus, Tauzi's azure net fell short of its target. Raising an eyebrow, she summoned a colossal vine, as thick as an arm, which rooted itself into the ground, lifting her from the mire. She then scattered a multitude of seeds, and in an instant, the competition stage was adorned with writhing, vibrant vines. Beneath the surface, the roots of these vines grew rapidly, and soon, a robust root ejected the male cultivator from the earth. Tauzi hastily urged the other vines to bind her opponent securely. At that moment, a voice from the audience erupted. "Look, I told you, this fairy indeed has a penchant for binding. Offer your spirit stones." A cacophony of shouts ensued around her. The restrictions of the competition stage could only isolate the magical energies of their duel from the outside world, yet they did not prevent the sounds from reaching her ears. Nevertheless, what did they mean by suggesting she enjoyed binding? Just as the spectators anticipated that Tauzi would, as before, entrap the male cultivator, he swiftly activated 3 blazing talismans, incinerating the surrounding vines entirely. Almost simultaneously, he summoned a small cauldron, directing it towards Tauzi with formidable force. It was so heavy. The cauldron expanded like a colossal mountain, descending upon her with an immense weight that seemed to carry an oppressive aura. Tauzi struggled to withstand it, but soon beads of sweat adorned her brow. As time passed, She felt her head and face flush with heat, her entire being nearly succumbing to the crushing weight. The male cultivator manipulating the cauldron found his face flushed. Commanding such an artifact was no easy feat given his level of cultivation. Initially, he intended to use the cauldron as a final trump card, but he had not anticipated encountering such a formidable female cultivator. With a sudden burst of pressure on her entire skeletal structure, Tazi felt her organs ache and her head burn as if aflame. Unable to suppress a wave of nausea that culminated in her spitting out blood, the sight invigorated the male cultivator, prompting him to increase his output of spiritual energy. Tazi could no longer endure the onslaught and resorted to propping herself up with the phony sword against the ground, desperate for a means of escape. Her mind grew hazy, her ears rang with a deafening roar, rendering her incapable of coherent thought. She endeavored to activate several talismans or summon magical artifacts to defend herself. Yet the cauldron's oppressive force was overwhelming. She found herself utterly powerless to resist, forced to silently endure the crushing weight. However, she refused to succumb. The phony sword was no mere iron rod to support her. She still possessed spiritual energy. Though sluggish, it continued to flow, albeit slowly. She focused on circulating her energy, urging it to traverse her body as swiftly as possible to sustain herself. With time, under the immense pressure, her skin began to crack, her legs trembled, her teeth chattered, and blood oozed from her ears. Suddenly, a fleeting respite emerged. The weight pressing down upon her head seemed to lift for an instant. Tazi seized the opportunity, rolling out of the cauldron's oppressive range. The male cultivator, taken aback, realized his spiritual energy was nearly depleted, which had led to his momentary lapse, inadvertently granting Tazi the chance she needed. Yet this female cultivator, how is it that she can remain nearly unscathed under such immense pressure? And her spiritual energy appears to be brimming. On the competition stage, the use of spirit-replenishing pills is prohibited. Nevertheless, he is an experienced practitioner, and despite the circumstances, there is little sign of panic on his face. With a thunderous roar, the male cultivator unleashed 2 explosive talismans towards the emerging Taozi, preparing to channel all his spiritual energy into the cauldron, intending to crush Taozi beneath its weight. However, having already suffered a setback, Taozi would not grant him another chance. Just narrowly evading the explosive talismans, she leapt into the air, the phoenix cry sword resonating with a clear note as she executed the boundless falling leaves strike towards the male cultivator. In an instant, a sense of desolation enveloped the competition stage. The male cultivator gazed at the blood-soaked yet resolute Taozi, and within this atmosphere of despondency, he felt an unexpected wave of despair wash over him. Although this feeling of despair lasted but a fleeting moment, it was sufficient for Taozi. By the time the male cultivator regained his composure, her sword was already poised against his throat. Chapter 78. Mastery through practice. Gazing at the sword pressed against his throat, the male cultivator's eyes flashed with unmistakable resentment and even fury. This was the first match of the rankings, and each participant possessed only 10 points. Having just lost the bout, his score now stood at 0. Should he lose again in the next round, he would be forever barred from subsequent contests. However, as the judge stepped forth to announce the outcome of the match, he could only walk down from the stage in defeat. At this moment, the audience erupted once more into a clamor, astonished to discover that this female cultivator was, in fact, a swordswoman, her sword radiating brilliance and exuding an extraordinary presence, clearly of exceptional caliber. In an instant, the crowd began to engage in fervent discussions about Taozi's swordsmanship. Just emerging from seclusion, Gu Henglu casually wandered around the training ground and cast his gaze upon the bloodied, yet resolutely upright figure of Taozi on the stage. Initially, he had merely intended to familiarize himself with a familiar locale, but unexpectedly stumbled upon the sect's minor competition. He was unaware that the Wanjin Peak had recently acquired a tenacious female swordswoman. Observing her, it was evident that although she had not fully comprehended the essence of the sword, she was not far from achieving it. Indeed, it was true that the younger generation was brimming with talent. He nodded inwardly and proceeded to the foundation-building competition stage. Meanwhile, Yuan Songlan, who was also watching from below, was ignited with boundless combat fervor. If memory served her correctly, the figure on the stage was none other than Taozi, who had been accepted as a direct disciple by the nascent Soul True Monarch in the Kaiyang Hall, and the very same who later acquired the Fengyi sword. She tightened her grip on her weapon, the Nightshade, pondering the comparison between her Nightshade and Taozi's Fengyi, who was superior, and who would ultimately triumph. This bout had not only inflicted injuries upon her internal organs due to the pressure, but had also caused numerous minor yet significant damages to her meridians. She swallowed a warming pulse pill and a regeneration pill, channeling her pure with spiritual energy to mend her injuries. It was clear that the preliminary rounds were nowhere near as forgiving as the elimination matches. Sustaining considerable injuries in the very first contest indicated that she would need to exercise greater caution moving forward. Fortunately, the next match was scheduled 2 days later, granting her 4 days to recuperate. On the day of the competition, when Taozi once again ascended the stage, she had fully restored her former poised stature. Her opponent, a female cultivator in her 20s, could not help but exclaim upon seeing Taozi's appearance, "What a striking young lady. Too bad she is not a man." Taozi smiled ambiguously and, without further ado, unsheathed her phoenix wing sword, engaging in combat with the female cultivator opposite her. The opponent wielded a pair of mother and child swords, displaying a level of skill and mastery that allowed her to predict most of Taozi's impending moves. Taozi was taken aback. Her master had once conveyed to her the essence of practice making perfect, setting aside the uniqueness of each combatant's techniques. Reaching a stage where one can foresee an opponent's next move indicates one has grasped half of the skill, while the other half lies in instinctively finding a countermeasure upon recognizing the opponent's attack. It seemed that her adversary had devoted far more effort to martial practice than she had. Nevertheless, the female cultivator was unable to gain the upper hand. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged over 100 blows. Seeing no breakthrough in close combat, Taozi took a step back, her toes barely brushing the ground as she leapt into the air. With a flick of her wrist, she scattered a handful of seeds, which instantly coalesced into thorny vines, forming a thick green cord that surged toward the female cultivator. In response, the opponent forced a drop of her vital blood into her mother and child swords, unleashing a thunderous shout. "Huh!" Instantly, a brilliant sword light erupted, shattering the incoming green cord into fragments. The audience below held their breath in astonishment. The sight of the purple-clad female cultivator rapidly conjuring such a multitude of spiritual plants with her chi refinement was already remarkable, yet the red-clad cultivator matched her prowess perfectly. The swiftness and decisiveness with which she severed the green cord left the spectators in awe should she choose to initiate an attack. Would the purple-clad cultivator be able to withstand it? However, Taozi did not afford her opponent the opportunity to strike first. She scattered another handful of seeds, and before they even touched the ground, they began to blossom into a flurry of small, umbrella-shaped flowers midair. The female cultivator had previously familiarized herself with Taozi's background and was acutely aware of her proficiency in utilizing spiritual plants to arrange illusionary formations. Instantly, she became vigilant. Indeed, rather than launching an immediate assault, Taozi contemplated her strategy and chose to expend her spiritual energy to envelop herself in a protective aura. At that moment, Taozi, wielding the Fengyi sword, plunged downwards with great force. In the 79th chapter, just then, Taozi descended from above and with a single thrust pierced through the female cultivator's protective barrier, re-engaging in combat. Fortuitously encountering an equally matched adversary, Taozi altered her approach, allowing the previously held umbrella-like blossoms to scatter freely. She yearned for a thrilling and fervent battle, rather than relying on potions. After all, potions may eventually deplete, but the skills of combat would remain with her eternally. Thus, after an hour of relentless struggle, neither party yielded. Each sought to exhaust the other's spiritual energy before seizing a chance for a decisive strike. With this mindset, they continued their fierce clash for another hour. However, Taozi was not inclined to grant her opponent an opportunity to strike. She ceased to conserve her spiritual power. One hand summoned a vine whip, binding the female cultivator's wrist, while the other brandished the Fengyi sword, poised at her opponent's brow. Finding great enjoyment in the duel, she deemed it time to conclude the contest. A smattering of applause erupted from the audience as the referee stepped forward to declare Taozi the victor. Taozi released her grasp, but said, "Very well, I am Taozi of Tianyu Peak. I look forward to your guidance, senior sister." The female cultivator laughed heartily, replying, "As the defeated, how can I offer guidance to my junior sister? It is Tao Shimi who should guide me." As Taozi freed her arm without displaying any annoyance, she continued, "Come, let us go to the foundation building competition stage. One cannot form a bond without first clashing." Taozi, sharing the same sentiment, linked arms with her, and they proceeded together. Upon reaching the competition platform, Xiao Baiying, seemingly with intent, eagerly pulled Taozi along before halting in front of a particular contest area. On the stage, two male cultivators, one clad in black and the other in white, were engaged in a fierce battle. However, upon closer inspection, it became apparent that the white-clad cultivator was beginning to falter. The black-clad cultivator, having already sensed this, seized an opening and swiftly aimed his sword at the white cultivator's dantian. Wow, how impressive! How can Master Yin be so decisive and elegant? Truly magnificent! Xiao Baiying exclaimed beside Tao Zi, her admiration evident. Suddenly, Yin Cheng, the black-clad cultivator, directed his gaze towards her and Tao Zi. Oh, Master Yin seems to be looking at me. Tao sister, do you think Master Yin is indeed looking at me? Xiao Baiying's exuberance drew the attention of those around them, yet she remained oblivious, tugging at Tao Zi's sleeve in search of validation. Tao Zi, however, felt an increasing sense of estrangement towards Yin Cheng. If the previous Master Yin had been gentle and the earlier Senior Yin serious, the current Senior Yin exuded an air of coldness. Perhaps she had never truly understood this senior brother from the start. After 2 or 3 years, she harbored no lingering resentment. Had she been in his position, caught between a life-saving benefactor and a beloved sister, she too might have wavered. Thus, she no longer harbored resentment towards him. After all, it was this individual who had bestowed upon her boundless warmth during her darkest hour, guiding her towards a path of hope. In her heart, Uncle Yin had always been a radiant and comforting presence. Had their paths not crossed again after her initiation? And had he not transformed into Brother Yin, he might have remained a beacon of light within her, eternally illuminating her soul. However, life offers no what-ifs. From this moment onward, there would be only Brother Yin, and no longer Uncle Yin. Furthermore, she had no desire to delve deeper into the persona of Brother Yin that lay ahead. Chapter 8, Truth or Deception, gently grasping the hand resting on her sleeve. Tao Zi addressed Xiao Baiying. Perhaps so, Senior Sister Xiao. The contest here has concluded. Let us proceed to the next venue. Xiao Baiying acquiesced with a soft all right, as she was reluctantly pulled away by Tao Zi towards the next competition stage. Observing Tao Zi's departing silhouette, Yin Cheng's once frosty gaze dimmed momentarily, laden with unspoken sentiments that ultimately succumbed to a shroud of icy silence. As Xiao Baiying followed Tao Zi, a sudden recollection struck her. Junior Sister Tao, I just remembered, you were also at Tianyu Peak? Have you had the chance to meet Uncle Yin? Tao Zi replied with serene composure, not at all. Xiao Baiying sighed regretfully. Had it not been for attending to the third miss, I would not have needed to go to Wanyao Peak. Had I known that Uncle Yin was at Tianyu Peak, I would have certainly made an effort to seek him out. Tao Zi could not help but be engulfed by a myriad of doubts. The Hisu sect had always been a place where strength dictated one's standing. How could this Sister Xiao speak of a third miss and serving her? She could not resist inquiring, Sister, are you a sword attendant or a celestial servant? A fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed Xiao Baiying's otherwise vibrant countenance as she replied with a hint of despondency. It is somewhat akin to that. I am a concubine daughter of the Xiao family, chosen to accompany the third miss due to my inadequate spiritual roots. Tao Zi could not help but ask. The third miss is, by blood, she is considered my sister, yet in reality, she is my mistress, born of the matriarch. She possesses both earth and wood spiritual roots, making her the jewel of the Xiao family, one I can never hope to rival. She continued, almost inadvertently, in the Xiao family. A concubine daughter with poor spiritual roots is treated much like a servant. Yet, I find contentment, for my birth mother was merely a mortal. Had I not been born with spiritual roots, I would likely be even lower than a servant. Tao Zi began to scrutinize the female cultivator before her. In the realm of cultivation, there were no unattractive women, and Xiao Baiying possessed a pair of spirited phoenix eyes that belied her supposed subservience. Tao Zi found herself perplexed regarding Xiao Baiying's intentions in befriending her. Was it genuine camaraderie or something ulterior? She could not ascertain the truth of Xiao Baiying's words. If she were indeed a servant, how could she exhibit such an audacious and carefree demeanor? Yet, if she were not, what advantage would come from such deception? Regardless of the truth, it mattered little, for not everyone was destined to be friends. Noting that the hour was late, Tao Zi bade farewell and took her leave from the training ground. Xiao Baiying gazed at her departing silhouette, a cryptic smile gracing her lips, before releasing the communication talisman in her hand. In the ensuing half-month, Tao Zi triumphed in 11 consecutive matches, ascending to the 78th position on the leaderboard. Should she secure another victory tomorrow, she would nearly breach the top 50. After meditating to optimize her physical condition, she rose and made her way to the martial arts hall. On this day, the martial arts hall was particularly lively, as it marked a competition where 100 would be narrowed down to 50. Consequently, the previously vacant stands were now filled with numerous golden core cultivators, and even some nascent soul practitioners. Spotting her senior sister comfortably seated in a conspicuous spot settled Tao Zi's heart. This contest was pivotal not only for her qualification to enter the secret realm, but also for the life of her master, making it imperative that she did not falter. The Qi refining competition stage had only 2 remaining, and after half an hour, it was Tao Zi's turn. Chapter 81. Clash, Part 1. Naturally, Song Rong, who always placed great importance on spectacle, had a multitude of followers, and the stands were brimming with various cultivators cheering for her. Yu Lin, nearly jostled aside in the crowd, felt a surge of irritation and couldn't help but voice his grievances to the nearby Ce, saying, "Who is this Song Rong that attracts such a raucous assembly of simpletons?" Ce pulled him closer and replied, "It's of no consequence. Once Xiaozi defeats that female cultivator, these people will surely quiet down." Hearing this, Yulin could not help but smile again. At that moment, a voice rang out, shouting, "Sister Tao, rise up. Defeat that pesky Wang." Surrounded by supporters fervently rallying for Song Rong, the sudden emergence of someone cheering for Tao Zi appeared exceedingly out of place, especially as they audaciously proclaimed Song Rong to be a mere fly king. Tao Zi cast a glance towards the audience and recognized none other than Tang Shiqiu, her companion from their previous adventures in the secret realm, eliciting a faint smile. Zhang Xiang, who had perpetually held the position of Song Rong's foremost follower, was instantly consumed by rage. He charged forward, intent on reprimanding the insolent Tang Shiqiu. However, before he could reach him, Yuling hastily intervened, pulling Tang Shiqiu behind himself and Ce. It was ludicrous. How could he stand idly by while one of his own was bullied by such a feckless individual? Tang Shiqiu had unwittingly become part of their circle, as his instinctive reaction placed him among allies. Ce stepped forward, raising an eyebrow at Zhang Xiang. Years ago, upon hearing from Ying about the incidents at the market, he had already taught this man a lesson. Should the need arise, he would not hesitate to remind Zhang Xiang of his place once more. Yet, Zhang Xiang felt a twinge of trepidation, not solely due to the previous altercation with Ce, but because, despite Ce's prolonged retreat after acquiring the rebellious heart sword, his reputation had remained formidable, with his scores in this minor competition consistently at the pinnacle. It seemed he was not a match. At that moment, the sound of a bell rang out, signaling the official commencement of the duel on stage. With no semblance of decorum, Tao Zi's demeanor was icy, and Song Rong's was fierce. The two engaged in a swift and primal struggle akin to beasts. The audience fell into a hushed silence. As it appeared these two harbored deep-seated animosity, perhaps even a blood feud. Armed with swords, they clashed without yielding, each refusing to give ground, resulting in a fierce standoff where neither could gain the upper hand. Both figures were momentarily repelled by the force of each other's blades, retreating 5 or 6 steps. Song Rong steadied herself and produced a 9-turn illusion bell, while Tao Zi, also regaining her footing, summoned forth countless seeds that swiftly sprouted and blossomed into clusters of delicate wanhua flowers. In an instant, the air was filled with the melodious chime of the bell and the enchanting fragrance of the flowers. One conjured an illusionary realm, while the other enveloped the space in a veil of mist. Song Rong curled her lips in disdain, deeming it mere, trifling skill. She was not a romantic female cultivator to be swayed so easily. Moreover, she possessed a treasured artifact capable of dispelling illusions, rendering such tricks utterly futile against her. Yet, the 9-turn illusion bell had the power to awaken the deepest desires within one's heart, and she pondered whether Tao Zi could break free from its enchantment. With a hint of pride, she shook the bell in her hand, eager to hasten the formation of the illusion. However, in the blink of an eye, Tao Zi's figure vanished, causing Song Rong to feel a sudden alarm. After advancing her cultivation to the 10th level of Qi refinement, Tao Zi had acquired a new spell, the wood concealment technique. In addition to her previous xianxia resolution, she had always felt that the original breath-restraining technique was inadequate, easily detected by others. But the wood concealment technique was different. Unless one were a high-level cultivator 2 ranks above her, it would be exceedingly difficult to perceive her presence. Before stepping onto the competition stage, she had consumed a vial of invisibility potion, and as the mist swirled around her, she silently chanted the wood concealment technique, successfully rendering herself invisible. Song Rong wondered what Tao Zi was scheming. Was she attempting to arrange an illusion? Surely, she would not employ the same method twice. Nevertheless, with a flicker of excitement, she raised her brows. The true arrangement was only just beginning. Chapter 82. Confrontation, Part 2. Not only was Rong on the competition stage somewhat flustered, but even Wei Qinyun in the stands found it difficult to maintain her usual composure. An ethereal mist had enveloped the arena, shrouding the participants in an impenetrable haze that obstructed any external perception. In truth, she was unaware that even in the absence of such barriers, no one's consciousness could penetrate the veil. For the Wanjiao flowers that Tao Zi had scattered earlier were not merely for creating illusions, but to conjure the dense fog that could effectively sever spiritual awareness. The once disdainful and confident smile on Rong's face had long since vanished. She could not locate Tao Zi. And even a step away was obscured by the thick fog that surrounded her. Her consciousness could not extend even a fraction of an inch. In response, she donned an additional crimson cloak over her already formidable attire, a garment capable of withstanding 3 full-force strikes from cultivators below the golden core stage. She then vigorously shook the Jiuzhuan Wanshan bell in her grasp, methodically pacing forward, one step at a time. If she quickened her pace a little, she reasoned. Since she was ensnared in Tao Zi's illusion, Tao Zi must likewise be caught in hers. She would not accept defeat. Tao Zi followed Yuan Qi cautiously, adjusting the formation points left by Rong according to Yuan Qi's previous discoveries. The rules of the competition did not prohibit the use of spiritual beasts. Her suspicions proved correct. Although the Jiuzhuan Wanshan bell in Rong's possession was of considerable rank, it could be manipulated by someone at the qi refinement level, suggesting it was not of the highest echelon. At the very least, it was not capable of establishing an illusion solely through the sound of its chime. In the realm of cultivation, formations are regarded as one of the most intricate and elusive disciplines, with the complexity of illusion formation standing unparalleled among them. Natural spiritual entities possess the capacity to bewilder without relying on formations, such as the organically shaped terrains, flora that emit sense-inducing hallucinations in cultivators, or certain demonic beasts and spiritual creatures endowed with the innate ability to establish formations, akin to the Thunderfire illusion heart beast of the former Beastmaster sect. However, what Rong holds in her hand is certainly not one of these natural spiritual entities. If my conjecture holds true, the 9-turn illusion heart bell serves primarily as an inducement. The true essence lies within the formations laid out by Rong in her measured steps. Yet, Rong is no fool. The brilliance of this illusion formation lies in its ability to distill the originally convoluted steps into simplicity, allowing for a remarkably swift setup, requiring merely a casual stroll to arrange. Otherwise, she would not have employed it on this contest stage. Just as Rong believed she had completed the final link, the scene before her abruptly shifted. The mist dissipated, revealing a glaring sun amidst towering buildings and bustling pedestrians. The high-rise ahead felt eerily familiar. Indeed, she had once resided within its walls during her days of being kept. However, when her circumstances were exposed, the rightful wife stormed in from somewhere, leaving her face marred, and, in the ensuing scuffle, she was thrust from the window. She had lived on the 19th floor. Had she perished? But how could that be? She distinctly remembered. How could she be submerged in water, struggling to breathe as if drowning? Yet, she had fallen to her death, not to perish in the water. The once unremarkable earrings suddenly glimmered with a fleeting brilliance. No, she had not perished, in fact. She had transcended into the very narrative of a book she had previously read. Armed with prophetic knowledge of the plot, she seized countless opportunities. No longer the despised mistress she once was, but rather a favored daughter of destiny. The earrings shimmered once more, as Rong abruptly regained consciousness. The haze that once enveloped her dissipated, revealing countless vines entwined around her chest, explaining her struggle to breathe. Meanwhile, Tao Zi, noticing her awakening, hastened the growth of the vines and brandished her sword, poised to strike. Yet, awakened and resolute, Rong would not submit easily, no matter how swift the attack. It could never outpace the human heart. With a singular thought, Tao Zi, who had been airborne, suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest and plummeted from the sky. Chapter 83. Confrontation 3. Below, Ce felt a tightening in his heart, while Wei Qinyun's expression darkened like still waters. Initially confident that his junior sister was destined for victory, the situation had taken a sudden turn. He had not witnessed how Rong initiated her assault. Yet how could his junior sister fall from the air? Observing her pained expression, it was clear she was in agony. What had Rong done? Unperturbed, Rong severed the vines that ensnared her and approached Tao Zi from her elevated position. Tao Zi, curled in pain, glared at Rong and demanded, "What have you done to me?" Rong responded with a derisive laugh. "What have I done? Perhaps you should ponder that question yourself. You seized my opportunities and destroyed my Thunderfire illusion beast. and yet you dare to inquire what I have done to you? She took 2 steps back, treading upon the Fengyi sword beneath her feet. Is this the famed Fengyi sword? What a pity. For aligning with a master like you means we shall both be trampled upon. Tao Zi's eyes blazed with fury. If you wish to kill me, grant me a swift end. What poison have you truly inflicted upon me? She had silently cast the xianxia upon herself, yet its efficacy appeared limited. Could it be that she was not poisoned at all? Song Rong savored the sight of Tao Zi's agony and rage, a fleeting smirk of delight crossing her face as she taunted. How do you feel now? Does it feel as if your insides are ablaze, wishing for your own demise? It was indeed a curse. In a flash, Tao Zi realized that Xiao Baiying had intentionally approached her, and the so-called pitiable background was merely a ploy to elicit sympathy and lay the groundwork for the curse. Song Rong, oblivious to the flicker of realization in Tao Zi's eyes, continued, you ought to blame your naive trust in others. I truly do not comprehend how someone with such a mindset has survived until now. Wei Chen-yun, unable to contain herself, descended from the high platform. She sought to inform the judges and annul her junior sister's participation in the match. Losing was preferable to enduring humiliation. Originally, Song Rong should have been caught off guard. Even if she did not perish, she ought to have sustained injuries. However, her cloak not only shielded her from Tao Zi's assault, but also caused Tao Zi to stagger back several paces. Yet, once she regained her footing, she charged forward with unyielding ferocity, seemingly impervious to pain. Tao Zi executed a dazzling flourish with her sword aimed at Song Rong, but predictably, she was sent reeling once more. Nonetheless, she quickly rose, defiantly gazing at Song Rong. 3 times. Only 3 times, right? After 3 attempts. Do you dare to face me in battle? Below the stage, Yulin could not help but feel a surge of tears. Sister Az remained as resolute as ever. Despite the barriers of the restrictions, although those inside could hear the voices and see the figures outside, the magical essence and sounds of their confrontation could not escape. The onlookers were oblivious to the dialogue between Rong and Tao Zi, and thus remained unaware of Rong's malicious intentions towards Tao Zi. As Rong gazed at Tao Zi, who appeared almost devoid of humanity, yet possessed an unwavering and fierce gaze, she began to feel a sense of dread for the first time. Why was she so unafraid of pain? Xiao Baiying had bestowed upon her 2 types of curses, one that would instantly extinguish the life of its victim, and another that would render its victim in a state of torment, unable to seek relief or death, persistently enduring the excruciating agony of the suffering curse. Her animosity towards Tao Zi was overwhelming, leading her to ultimately choose the suffering curse. Yet, before her stood Tao Zi, who seemed to treat the previous pain as mere pretense, now capable of launching an assault against her. Chapter 84, Confrontation, Part 4, Seeing Her Silence. Tao Zi continued to provoke. What's the matter? Afraid? Without waiting for Rong's response, she hurled a vial of corrosive agent into the air, a substance potent enough to dissolve even high-grade storage bags and beast eggs. Rong, having witnessed the power of this corrosive agent before, could only hastily shield her face with her cloak. In an instant, the once pristine cloak was marred, a significant portion corroded away, with a few scattered droplets even penetrating Rong's robe. The crowd below could not help but gasp in astonishment. What was this substance? The attire worn by Song Rong was undoubtedly of a high grade, for even the most powerful magical artifacts would struggle to leave a mark upon it. Yet, this particular entity managed to pierce through the advanced garment with remarkable ease. Tao Zi did not afford Song Rong much respite. Following the corrosive potion, she swiftly launched a strike with her sword aimed at Song Rong. In an instant, various spiritual talismans erupted upon the competition stage, and Song Rong found herself with blood at her lips, her hair in disarray. The ethereal image of a celestial maiden she once embodied had vanished entirely. Meanwhile, Tao Zi appeared tattered and torn. Had it not been for her formidable physique, honed through arduous training, she would have likely been reduced to a state of gruesome disarray. Additionally, she had to endure the excruciating pain caused by the Chu Jinggu, having narrowly evaded Song Rong's fiery talisman attack. And noticing that Song Rong seemed to be running low on spiritual energy, Tao Zi lashed out with her whip, ensnaring Song Rong's neck. Although Song Rong had also reached the 11th level of qi refinement, her cultivation was not as steadfast as Tao Zi's, which had been meticulously developed over time. Instead, she had relied heavily on her foreknowledge of the plot, seizing opportunities that were originally meant for Yuan Songlan. In their initial clash, Tao Zi had exerted less than half of her strength, while Song Rong had given her all. Previously, She believed that with the Chu Jin Gu, she could merely feign effort and easily secure victory. However, when it came to the art of combat, the use of talismans, and the comparison of magical artifacts, it seemed evident that she was no match for Tao Zi. Consequently, she was swiftly caught by Tao Zi's whip around her neck. She bore the pain and the terror of dying once more with great fortitude. Prior to the duel, they had all signed a life-and-death contract. So even if Tao Zi were to kill her, the consequences would not be as dire as one might presume. Struggling to speak, she rasped, "Cough, cough. Release me, for I possess knowledge of all that is to come. I can aid you in vanquishing the heroine. Cough. I implore you, spare me." But who was this heroine that needed defeating? Yet, a fleeting smile graced her lips. What did it matter to her? She was a living cultivator of this realm, not a mere character from someone else's narrative. From Rome, a narrow-minded individual, harbored a vendetta and, now aware of her understanding of future events, realized that keeping her alive could yield endless repercussions. This person could not be allowed to remain. Noticing the murderous intent in her gaze, From Rong's eyes widened in terror as she continued, "I concede. Chu Jin Gu. Should you kill me, you too shall perish." The mention of Chu Jin Gu ignited a furious blaze within Tao Zi. The only reason she had endured thus far was not due to a lack of pain, but rather because the agony was excruciating. Having previously endured the torturous rigors of body refinement, she could barely withstand this torment. Her prior curled posture was largely a ruse to lower From Rome's guard, as she needed to ascertain the nature of the poison that had afflicted her and when it had been administered. Gritting her teeth against the waves of pain, she tightened her grip on the whip, simultaneously aiming the sword's edge at From Rome's chest and hurling it forward. As the blade approached the brink of piercing From Rome's chest, "Show mercy." Chapter 85. Show mercy. Show mercy. With a sharp reprimand, the barrier on the competition platform was lifted. Soon after, an enraged nascent soul cultivator strode forward, swiftly severing the whip that Tao Zi was accustomed to wielding. He then sorrowfully cradled the barely conscious Zhong Rong and rebuked Tao Zi, saying, "What a heartless and ruthless girl you are, daring to inflict such harm upon my disciple. Which peak do you hail from? I would not hesitate to teach you a lesson on behalf of your peak's master." In response, Wei Qinyun launched 3 directly at the face of the nascent soul cultivator, subsequently leaping onto the competition platform. Naturally, the nascent soul cultivator found it effortless to fend off an attack from a mere early golden core practitioner. However, he was taken aback by the audacity of someone daring to disrespect him within the sect. After tossing Tao Zi aside, he intended to chastise this insolent individual. But Wei Qinyun denied him the opportunity, though she was unaware of her junior sister's motives for wanting to eliminate her opponent in front of outsiders. Tao Zi was a member of her Chan Yu peak. Their master had repeatedly instructed her to protect her junior sister at all costs, and she could not disregard her. Witnessing Wei Qinyun's actions, the Si Ruodo Jun was seething with anger. How could a mere golden core cultivator dare to lay hands on him? And without even addressing him as Shirshu. Yet, before he could express his outrage, other high-ranking cultivators in the stands hurried over. The foremost among them, Chongyu Dao Jun, inquired, "What is the nature of this dispute?" After saluting, Wei Qinyun explained, "On the competition platform, life and death are already disregarded. However, the Si Ruodo Jun has blamed my junior sister for injuring his disciple and even threatened her life. In my eagerness to protect my sister, I, regrettably, offended the Si Ruodo Jun in a moment of desperation. I respectfully request that Elder Chong Yu and Senior Brother Zhang Min impose any necessary penalties." As she spoke, she unexpectedly knelt down onto the ground. Although her heart was filled with the urgency to save, she could not escape the sin of disrespect towards her sect's elders. Moreover, there remained a trace of pride within her, for she could not fathom why the esteemed Hai Ruajin Jun would so brazenly and indiscriminately slaughter her cherished disciple from Tian Yu Peak without even a word of acknowledgement. To her astonishment, however, Wei Qinyun sent her a distressing message through a communication talisman. Known for her prudence and discretion, Wei Qinyun would not have reached out had the situation not been dire. Upon seeing that Qi Guangdao Jun had arrived so swiftly, she could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Her master had advised her before departing that should an insurmountable issue arise, she should seek the assistance of Qi Guangshi presently. It seemed that this predicament was beyond her capacity to handle. While her senior brother, the sect leader, had a close relationship with both her and Tian Yu Peak, the esteemed Chongyu Dao Jun, seated above and possessing the highest cultivation, was not one to be trifled with, and he was intricately linked to Hai Ruajin Jun. She had to find a source of support. When Qi Guang Dao Jun inquired, she had no choice but to kneel and recount the entire sequence of events. Chapter 86. The Contest. Qi Guang Dao Jun had no desire to stir trouble, especially in front of so many low-ranking disciples. Any disturbance would reflect poorly on all involved. Yet, it was apparent that Hai Ruojin Jun was not inclined to resolve matters amicably. He mockingly remarked, "I never expected Wan Jianfeng to protect such a merciless disciple." Chong cast a sharp glance at Dao Jun, silently resenting his nephew's bewilderment. What should have been a matter of reason had been transformed into an unreasonable situation. He felt compelled to clarify, though this contest of life and death is a matter of personal accountability, we all witnessed the events from the stands. The girl from Tianyu Peak had clearly secured victory and could have spared her fellow disciple's life, yet she resolutely sought to bring about her demise. If we were to let her off so easily, it would likely complicate the future guidance of our disciples. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhongmen, who had initially sided with Tianyu Peak, felt a chill in his heart. The sect had always advocated for camaraderie among disciples. Even in competition, there must be rules to follow, and it was strictly forbidden to intentionally harm a fellow disciple. He pondered deeply, indeed. If they were to overlook the actions of the girl from Tianyu Peak, it would be challenging to maintain order and respect within the sect. However, if he were to impose strict measures, it was likely that both Wei Shimi and Chunyang Daojun would not forgive him either. After a moment of contemplation, he reached a decisive conclusion and addressed the assembly. In that case, let us impose a penalty on this disciple by revoking her eligibility for the subsequent contests. This would neither be deemed excessively harsh nor compromise Chong and Daojun's dignity. Yet, as soon as he uttered these words, Wei Chunyun interjected vehemently, "That is unacceptable. My junior sister has exerted herself to the utmost to secure a position among the top 50. If her eligibility is revoked now, what will become of our master? Wouldn't all her prior efforts be rendered futile?" No one anticipated that Wei Chunyun would exhibit such fierce opposition. Even Qi Guang Daojun found it somewhat incomprehensible. Although it was indeed regrettable that Azi had been stripped of her qualification for the subsequent competition, at least her life was spared, which was far preferable to enduring severe penalties while already injured. Yet, why did Chunyun oppose this so vehemently? Wei Chunyun was unwilling to let Tao Zi relinquish her qualification, and Hai Ruojin was equally reluctant to let her off so easily. He gritted his teeth and declared, "It is inappropriate. A disciple so ruthless should have her dantian destroyed and be expelled from the sect. How dare you? Do you truly believe that Qingyao Mountain is devoid of capable individuals?" To everyone's astonishment, it was Qingyu Daojun who had spoken in support of Tianyu Peak. The attendees had not expected his presence, nor his inclination to defend Tianyu Peak, especially since the long-standing discord between Tianyu Peak and Tianqing Peak was no secret. Only Ce, watching from the sidelines, clenched his fist in secret. Fortunately, he had managed to send a message to his master in time. Qingyu Daojun, disregarding the crowd's astonishment, lifted the unconscious Tao Zi and administered a pill to her. In a moment, she regained consciousness, only to be overwhelmed by excruciating pain. The onlookers could easily discern her struggle to endure, mistaking it for the aftermath of the competition. Qingyu Daojun then prompted, "Speak. Why would you place a fellow disciple in peril?" On the competition stage, Tao Zi had bravely concealed her pain, rendering it nearly invisible to others. However, now that her strength had waned, the pain surged like a tide, threatening to drown her. She spoke in fragmented sentences. She placed a curse on me, the Chu Jin curse, and then curled up once again in agony. To think it is the Chu Jin Gu. Qi Guang Daojun, unable to contain his fury, unleashed a formidable pressure, causing the lower-ranking disciples to vomit blood in response. It was only then that he realized his own lapse in composure. Chapter 87. Chu Jin Gu. Qi Guang Daojun has always been one to cherish talent. Otherwise, he would not have deigned to visit a mere Qi refinement disciple upon hearing of Tao Zi's acquisition of the Fengyi sword. Moreover, he had personally instructed this young disciple for over a month, and in that time, his fondness for Tao Zi had only grown, rivaling even that of his 7 direct disciples. Yet now, the very disciple he favored had fallen victim to the Chu Jin Gu. Wei Chunyun stepped forward to embrace the curled and trembling Tao Zi, then turned to the assembled crowd and demanded, "Who among you possesses such a ruthless heart?" Gu cultivators are not entirely unfamiliar within the Chunhua realm, as there exist numerous such practitioners south of the Wanqi Forest Valley, where Minze resides. However, most Gu cultivators pursue longevity as their primary goal, and few expend effort in nurturing the sinister and domineering Gu. just as righteous cultivators seek to eradicate evil practitioners. Gu cultivators likewise strive to eliminate those who harbor these malevolent and tyrannical insects. The Chujin Gu is one such malevolent creature. Once it manifests within a human host, even the most formidable cultivators cannot endure the incessant, bone-deep agony. Yet, if the mother Gu does not consent, the offspring Gu is left in a state of perpetual torment, unable to seek life or death. What is Jin? It signifies boundaries and limits. This Gu is designed to test the threshold of suffering that a cultivator can endure. The countenance of Tsong Rong, who had been timely rescued by the esteemed Hai Ru Dao Jun, grew pale once more, as though the Gu she had encountered was a most formidable and terrifying one. Yet, the original text bore no description of Gu cultivation, and it was merely by chance that she had become acquainted with Xiao Baiying. The more she pondered, the more fear enveloped her, compelling her to shrink into the embrace of Hai Rua Jun, trembling with trepidation. Shen Yu Dao Jun cast a solemn glance at Tao Zi, who was curled up in Wei Qinyun's arms, and then addressed Chong Yu Dao Jun with a grave demeanor. If she can honestly disclose how she came into possession of this Gu and how she associated with the malevolent cultivator, we may spare her life. If not, she shall be handed over to the Hall of Justice to face the appropriate consequences. Chong Yu Dao Jun contemplated the situation, recognizing that although the girl from Tian Yu Peak did not appear to be lying, the absence of evidence complicated matters. As he deliberated on how to address this issue, Song Rong had already turned her gaze, urgently exclaiming, "It was Xiao Baiying, the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, who gave it to me. I do not know any malevolent cultivators. I merely wish to punish her a little." Her words tumbled out in a disjointed manner. "You can capture Xiao Baiying to clarify the matter. I am from the Tsong family, You cannot kill me. I implore you to spare my life. I shall never dare again." She was mistaken. Perhaps she had erred from the very beginning. This was not merely a tale from a book, but a tangible reality. She was not the sovereign of a narrative, and she too could meet her demise. Chong Yu Dao Jun was taken aback by how easily Tsong Rong succumbed to pressure. Before any measures could be taken against her, she had already confessed everything. It was evident that a disciple of such nature, even if spared, would amount to little significance. At that moment, members of the Tsong and Xiao families also arrived on the scene. The Xiao family stands as the second of the 5 prominent families of the Western Liao, just after the Gao family. Among the disciples of the Hisu sect, there are quite a number from the Xiao lineage, with the foremost being the Yuanying true monarch, Xiao Yunwu. After he paid his respects to the 3 transformation stage Taoists present, as well as other Yuanying true monarchs, he proclaimed in a resonant voice, "Every 6 years, the Xiao family sends forth no fewer than 800 disciples to our Hisu sect, yet there has never been one named Xiao Baiying. This young girl from the family should refrain from speaking recklessly." Upon his utterance, the sect leader and others were somewhat appeased, for he identified himself as a practitioner of the Hisu sect rather than merely an elder of the Xiao family. However, Song Rong, upon hearing this, grew increasingly anxious and exclaimed, "That cannot be. She clearly stated her name is Xiao Baiying. Please, investigate further." At that moment, a man in his 30s, a Golden Core practitioner and Song Rong's father, stepped forward. After humbly greeting everyone, he said, "It is indeed a misunderstanding from my daughter, but although she may be unruly, she would never engage in collusion with malevolent practitioners. I implore the esteemed elders and the sect leader to discern wisely." He thought to himself that the punishment for his daughter harming her fellow disciples was perhaps unavoidable, yet there was hope for leniency on the competition stage. However, if the matter escalated to accusations of colluding with evil cultivators, it would spell utter ruin for them. Though the Tsong family may not rival the Xiao family of the Western Liao, they have long been affiliated with the Hisu sect, and it would not be an exaggeration to call them the foremost family of the sect. Even as a branch of the Tsong family, they are still members of that lineage. He hoped that the sect leader would show some mercy. Observing the situation, Taoist Qi Guang exchanged a glance with Taoist Cheng Yu. Meanwhile, sect leader Lu, caught in the middle, felt quite perturbed. The ramifications of this matter were extensive, but how should it ultimately be resolved? Chapter 88. Outside the window. The biting wind howled and snow fell like feathers, yet within the room, the high bed and soft pillows provided warmth akin to spring. Taozi gazed longingly at the world beyond the glass, pondering the current stage of the ongoing contest. On that fateful day, Master Lu, hindered by the entanglements of various factions, ultimately had no choice but to escort Song Rong to the Hall of Justice, stating that after a thorough inquiry, she would be dealt with according to the sect's regulations. Both Lord Shengyu and Lord Qiguang found this situation intolerable and demanded that the Tsong family and Lord Hairua each compensate Tao Zi with 3 million spirit stones along with several magical artifacts and talismans as restitution. Reflecting on Lord Hairua's complex expression of heartache, indignation, and frustration, which he could not express, brought a faint smile to Tao Zi's lips. In stark contrast, the Tsong family was rather straightforward, as Tsong Rong herself had admitted to employing the curse. The Xiao family, however, seemed oblivious to the matter. It was said that they had yet to locate the individual named Xiao Baiying. Meanwhile, she was directly welcomed by Lord Shengyu to Tianqing Peak, receiving treatment equivalent to that at Tianyu Peak, even possessing a separate courtyard within Lord Shengyu's Zuowei Palace. All of this took Tao Zi by surprise. But if Master Shengyu could mend his relationship with Master Shengyang, she would wholeheartedly support it, for both peaks belonged to the Qingshan lineage. Tracing back to the venerable Master Qishu, should their relationship be restored, the influence of Qingshan would undoubtedly ascend to greater heights. While she had previously been aware that the sect was not as tranquil as it appeared on the surface, and that the thousands of disciples could not possibly be of one mind, this incident involving the curse had imparted a deeper understanding of the underlying tensions. Beneath the facade of prosperity and tranquility within the sect, the intricate web of familial and factional relationships remains decidedly complex, with various forces engaging in unceasing struggles for dominance. However, she is merely a nascent practitioner in the qi refinement stage, whose sole focus should be on diligently enhancing her cultivation, until she possesses sufficient strength. Any words spoken would be in vain. Feeling somewhat restless, she lifted her arms and stretched her legs, questioning whether Master Jian Ning had perhaps erred in judgment. Despite her belief that she had nearly recovered since the removal of the goo poison, her master insisted that she remain in bed for an entire month and forbade her from utilizing spiritual power for 3 months, warning that otherwise, her veins and even internal organs might face dire repercussions. Though she dared not disobey, for a cultivator eager to practice at every opportunity, this enforced idleness was indeed a trial to endure. Were it not for her high initial score, which allowed her to directly enter the top 10 after defeating Tsong Rong, she might have leapt from her bed to participate in the subsequent contests. Instead, she could only recline and gaze at the snowflakes dancing outside her window. At that moment, Tao Zi heard footsteps approaching. To her surprise, it was Si and Song Shan arriving together. Since her stay at Tianqing Peak, Si had visited nearly every day, and she had grown accustomed to his presence. However, it was the first time Song Shan had come to see her. "Senior brother Si, senior sister Song, what brings you here?" "Alas, I am unable to rise and properly greet you," Tao Zi exclaimed. "Not to worry, you should remain comfortable," Ce replied immediately. Yet Song Shan appeared somewhat hesitant, struggling to find the right words. "Junior sister Tao, my cousin has offended you before. I hope you can forgive her." After speaking, she seemed to regret it deeply, wishing she could bite her own tongue. What connection did her cousin's mistakes have with her? Why did she feel compelled to apologize on her cousin's behalf? She wondered if Brother C would think she was in cahoots with her cousin. A twinge of anxiety made her steal a glance at Ce, who, oblivious to her turmoil, was diligently checking whether Tao Zi's blanket was properly arranged. Chapter 89. Declaration. Seeing Song Shan's cautious demeanor, Tao Zi understood everything. She was surprised that the seemingly aloof and ethereal senior sister Song Shan had feelings for Ce. Truly, beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. However, both Ce and Song Shan were gifted cultivators, disciples of the divine transformation Tao monarch, and possessed striking appearances. If they were to unite, they would indeed be a most harmonious match. Song Shan's visit was brief. She left Tao Zi some nourishing supplements and spiritual fruits before hastily departing. Tao Zi turned to him and asked, "Brother Ce, in your heart, what do you consider me to be?" Ce's face flushed crimson. She was undoubtedly the most important person to him, the one he cherished. Yet, when the words hovered on the tip of his tongue, he found himself unable to articulate them. Tao Zi replied coolly, "We have known each other since childhood and have endured hardships together. In my heart, you are like Yulin, my brother, my dear sibling, my most treasured family." At her words, Ce's face, once flushed, turned ashen. With a sigh, Tao Zi thought that enduring prolonged pain was not as favorable as a swift resolution. Since her previous hints had borne no fruit, it was perhaps time to speak plainly. She continued, "My life is fleeting, akin to the morning dew or a drifting mote. Yet the path of enlightenment is vast and elusive, nearly unattainable. If I were to confine my remaining days to the trivialities of familial affections, it would be far from my desire. In that moment, Ce felt a profound tremor within his heart, and silence enveloped the two. After more than half a month, Taozi was finally liberated from her daily confinement. Eagerly, she accompanied a foundation-building disciple to Wanjianfeng. The training grounds were teeming with people, for today marked the occasion when both qi refinement and foundation-building disciples would contend for the top 4 positions. From a distance, Taozi spotted Yulin, anxiously observing Ci's duel, and she could not resist the urge to approach. "Ah, Sister Tao, you've come. Has your injury healed?" inquired Tang Jiqiu, who stood beside Yulin, his voice brimming with delight. Since that day when he and Yulin had watched Tao Zi's match together, they had formed a remarkable camaraderie, blossoming into close friends. Tao Zi nodded with a smile, responding, "Indeed, I am nearly recovered. However, I must refrain from using spiritual power for the next 2 months, making my movements rather cumbersome." Yulin immediately frowned. "What are you saying, sister? Wherever you wish to go, I shall accompany you." Tao Zi was merely jesting, yet she felt immense joy witnessing Yulin's concern. Human hearts are not so capricious. After a brief exchange, the results of the matches were announced. On the Qi refinement arena, Ce decisively triumphed over his opponent, securing a place among the top 4. Simultaneously, on the foundation-building arena, Yin Cheng sheathed his sword, marking a parallel victory. Both hailed from Xianxia Mountain, and soon, accolades poured in from all corners. Seated solemnly in the stands, Shen Yu Daojun displayed an unwavering demeanor. The recent events involving Tao Zi and Song Rong had not only implicated the Shao and Song families, but had also captivated the attention of numerous disciples present below, leading to widespread rumors throughout the entirety of Yisu's sect in just a few days. Aside from the revelation that a disciple from the Song family had resorted to malevolent sorcery, whispers of Xianxia Mountain's impending rise had also begun to circulate. Ce approached Yulin and the others, exchanging pleasantries with Tao Zi and Tang Jiqiu as was customary. It was only then that Tao Zi felt a sense of relief, since she had expressed her feelings to Ce a fortnight ago. He had refrained from seeking her out, and today marked their first encounter since that pivotal day. Fortunately, it seemed Ce had finally ceased to bestow upon her excessive attention, suggesting he had come to terms with the situation. With this thought, a lightness filled her heart, and her smile radiated with an extraordinary brilliance. It was truly wonderful that everything remained as it once was. Chapter 90. The spectacle of battle 3 days later. The competition for the leadership finally commenced. A throng of disciples gathered to observe, filling the entire training ground to capacity. Tao Zi privately rejoiced at having arrived an hour early. This time, a single contest stage was set up within the arena, notably broader and more spacious than any previous platforms. The initial matches featured combatants in the Qi refinement stage, with the opening bout showcasing Song Shan against Ce. Today, Song Shan donned an elegant white gown, her hair styled high, and her lips adorned in crimson, embodying an ethereal beauty that was nothing short of breathtaking. It was no surprise that she had maintained her position at the pinnacle of Yisu's sect's beauty rankings for so many years. With a smile, she greeted Ce, who remained composed, yet the disciples below were unable to contain their excitement, with some boldly calling her a goddess, while others even professed their affections outright. Although rumors had circulated regarding the collusion of certain practitioners with malevolent forces, this had no bearing on the pure and unsullied image of Song Shan in the hearts of her fellow disciples. As the bell tolled, the audience fell into a hushed silence, and the contest commenced. Song Shan possessed a rare mutated ice spirit root and wielded a longbow with remarkable proficiency in long-range combat, rendering the arena even colder than a winter training ground. However, Ce's lightning attribute attacks proved to be astonishingly formidable, and with the reverse heart sword in his possession, the two contenders found themselves evenly matched. The male disciples below were predominantly anxious for Song Shan, while many female disciples fervently hoped for Ce's victory. Since being taken under the wing of the esteemed Lord Jinyu and acquiring the reverse heart sword, Ce had largely remained in seclusion, unknown to many. Yet this minor sect competition allowed him to shine brilliantly, capturing the admiration of numerous young hearts. Initially, Song Shan enjoyed greater popularity, having been born and raised within the sect, possessing both a prestigious lineage and a reputation for genius from a young age. However, the outcome left many disheartened, as Ce emerged as the unexpected victor. The second match featured Yuan Songlan facing off against Lin Ziqian from Kaiyang Peak. Lin Ziqian, The foremost disciple of Master Lu from Qiang Peak exhibited a style that was far from the smooth and gentle techniques of his master. Instead, it was characterized by raw power and vigor. After an hour, he decisively triumphed over Yuan Songlan. Following a brief intermission of 1 hour, the contest for the champion and third place commenced. The competition for third place commenced between Songshan and Yuan Songlan, with Tao Zi eagerly anticipating their duel. Her excitement particularly centered on Yuan Songlan, as she recalled the scene years ago at Kaiyang Palace, where Yuan Songlan, possessing a quadruple spirit root, was sought after by numerous Golden Core practitioners as a disciple. Yet, in merely a few short years, she had progressed to the 12th layer of Qi refinement, while Tao Zi, with her single spirit root, had only reached the 11th layer. Suppressing her regret at not being able to compete with her, Tao Zi turned her full attention to the match. Songshan's techniques were bold and vigorous, emphasizing speed, ferocity, and precision, her spiritual energy surging with grandeur. In contrast, Yuan Songlan, leveraging her 4 elemental roots, executed a dazzling array of spells with remarkable finesse and adaptability. Perhaps due to her past hardships, there was an intensity in her strikes that caught Songshan off guard. However, the resources and training Songshan had received since childhood far surpassed what Yuan Songlan had experienced. Ultimately, Songshan emerged victorious by a narrow margin, claiming third place in this minor competition, prompting a wave of cheers from the audience. Next came the match between Ce and Lin Ziqian. Both were formidable fighters, their vigorous styles igniting the crowd's fervor. Even the esteemed Taoist Shen Yu displayed a hint of tension, as this was the decisive round. Clad in identical sect robes devoid of superfluous embellishments, their techniques mirrored their attire, unadorned yet powerfully effective. The female disciples blushed, their hearts stirred with admiration. The battle raged on, evenly matched, until dusk descended, when Ce ultimately triumphed, his spiritual and physical prowess proving superior. He fulfilled the expectations of the esteemed Taoist Jun Xingyu and claimed the title of champion in this minor competition. Lin Ziqian, though relegated to second place, graciously congratulated Ce after the contest concluded. Before long, the two were engaged in cheerful banter, referring to each other as brothers. The decisive round for the Foundation establishment stage was set to take place 3 days later. Tao Zi chose not to attend and instead dressed elegantly for the grand finale of the sect's minor competition, which was scheduled a week later. The event commenced with fervor, yet concluded with solemnity. Much like the initiation ceremony, all Qi refinement and Foundation establishment disciples gathered in the square before the Kaiyang Hall. Regardless of their stage, the top 100 disciples were to receive rewards, with the top 10 invited to the stage for commendation. Although Tao Zi had scored within the top 10, she was unable to participate in the subsequent rounds, thus placing her at the very end. The youthful visage of Master Lu was perpetually adorned with a benevolent smile as he contentedly presented awards to the disciples. Tao Zi received a token and a storage bag. Inscribed on the token were the words Ban Shi, undoubtedly a pass to the Ban Shi secret realm. Elated, she carefully stowed the token in her storage bag, taking a significant step closer to her goal. Although Master Jing Ning forbade the use of spiritual power, he did not prohibit the utilization of spiritual consciousness. Thus, she spent the ensuing time in her laboratory within the spatial realm. Spiritual stones were always in demand, and the same applied to potions. With the enhancement of her cultivation, her spiritual consciousness had also increased, allowing her to craft a greater variety of potions. 3 months later, gazing upon the laboratory filled with her assorted concoctions, Tao Zi finally breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that these should suffice for quite some time. She stored 1/3 of the potion into her spatial button and then gathered some essential items before leaving the space. Outside, a month and a half had passed, and the long winter had quietly slipped away. New grass sprouted, and the trees awakened, marking the most vibrant season of the year. Tao Zi sat cross-legged, allowing her heart method to operate autonomously, greedily absorbing the boundless vitality. Master Jian Ning was truly a prodigy in the art of medicine. The nameless technique she practiced was designed to automatically inhale and exhale the wood spirit energy from the heavens and earth once cultivated. However, after expelling the goo poison, she could not utilize spiritual power or even absorb spiritual energy. She had prepared herself for damaged meridians, but unexpectedly, Master Jian Ning administered a spirit-binding pill, which rendered her unable to use or absorb spiritual energy for a full 3 months. Such a feat had been impossible even during the time of Yu Shi's great-grandfather. While consciousness could be isolated and cultivation could be suppressed or even enhanced, these were merely temporary measures. A pill that restricted a cultivator's access to spiritual power for 3 months without harming their essence was exceedingly rare. After allowing the spiritual energy to circulate freely within her body for 2 complete cycles, Taozi finally summoned her shoulder pole. Chapter 92. The Secret Realm of the Spotted Rhinoceros. Yuanqi was still only as tall as Taozi's waist. 3 years had not changed him much. Taozi searched through the entire library and the technique room, but found little documentation on the long-armed monkey. The only volume, Treatise on Exotic Beasts, merely brushed over the subject with vague language. Thus, she found herself at a loss regarding how to nurture his growth. Fortunately, Yuanqi harbored no discontent with their current situation. He was utterly satisfied merely with the availability of spiritual fruits. Taozi could only suppress her own concerns for the time being, striving to enhance her own cultivation in anticipation of future rewards, ensuring that she would not hinder Yuanqi's progress. Given her current pace of cultivation, she believed that the foundation establishment would not be far off. Hence it was time to embark on physical training to prepare for the subsequent foundation establishment. After a week, Taozi concluded her medicinal bath for physical training, feeling her physique significantly improved from before. Ideally, she wished to continue to the next level of physical training. Yet 3 types of spiritual plants required for the next stage remained elusive, compelling her to postpone the search until after her foundation establishment. Half a month later, while Taozi was weeding in the medicinal garden, she suddenly sensed a peculiar movement within her storage pouch. Upon probing with her spirit sense, she discovered that it was the token from the Banksy's secret realm. In haste, she retrieved it and held it in her hand, and in an instant, she vanished from her location. Beneath her feet lay a muddy path, surrounded by an endless expanse of dense forest, while the heavens poured with rain. After a day of wandering, she had yet to escape this thicket, and as dusk approached, she sought a sheltered spot to rest. However, despite her efforts, not a single cave could be found, leaving her no choice but to select a colossal tree with wide leaves. She cleared a space around the tree and set up a barrier, pitching a tent. Yuanqi shook off the rainwater from his body, no longer inclined to remain in the spirit pet dwelling, choosing instead to accompany Taozi through the rain-soaked journey. With a simple spell, Taozi restored Yuanqi to a state of freshness and tidiness. Then she shared the roasted fish she had prepared earlier with him. Nightfall swiftly approached, accompanied by the rhythmic patter of rain upon the leaves. Even Yuanqi was on high alert, scanning the surroundings, let alone the vigilant Taozi. However, as dawn broke, nothing unusual had occurred. The following day, the rain continued to fall, and Taozi once again retrieved the map given to her by her senior sister, along with the compass bestowed upon her by the esteemed Master Jingning. According to the map, they were situated in the southern part of the entire Banksy's secret realm, a region dense with forests, abundant rainfall, and rich in spiritual flora, such as the Bayou Luo and Niao Gu mushrooms. While the Bayou Luo was not particularly remarkable, the Niao Gu was renowned for its remarkable efficacy in restoring a cultivator's physical form and nourishing their meridians. Reflecting on her master, Taozi let out a soft sigh. Even if the poison afflicting her master were to be countered, the damage to her body would likely be significant. If she could procure some Niao Gu, it would surely be of great assistance. Thus, she continued her journey for another 2 days, guided by the map. On this day, as she prepared to set up her tent for a rest, Yuanqi suddenly leaped forward, filled with urgency. Taozi's heart raced with concern. Night was fast approaching, and where could Yuanqi be heading? She hastily communicated through her spiritual sense. "Qi, where are you going? Have you encountered something?" Yuanqi's voice, tinged with excitement and urgency, reached her ears. "Z. Come." Taozi dared not hesitate, pursuing him closely, though Yuanqi's speed matched her own, making it difficult to catch up. Fortunately, it was not long before Yuanqi came to a halt. Taozi rushed to his side, parting the thicket before them, and the sight that greeted her left her in awe, her mouth agape in astonishment. Chapter 93. The ethereal grass snail. Before her lay a multitude of ethereal grass snails, resembling modern snails in form and simultaneously hermaphroditic. However, unlike their contemporary counterparts, the antennae of these ethereal grass snails emitted delicate glimmers of light during the night. Before her, there were hundreds of these snails, illuminating a vast expanse of shrubbery ahead. The twinkling lights, in shades of purple and blue, intertwined beautifully, creating an enchanting and dreamlike atmosphere amidst the gentle drizzle, both faint and magnificent. Tao Zi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Where there were ethereal grass snails, there must be ethereal grass. What is ethereal grass? If one were to incorporate a decade-old ethereal grass into the concoction of a foundational elixir, the success rate of forming the elixir would increase by 50%. With a 50-year-old ethereal grass, even high-tier, or even super-tier elixirs could see an enhancement in their formation rates. Striving to calm her exhilarated heart, Tao Zi remained vigilant. After drawing Yuan Qi close to her side, she silently chanted the concealment technique, following the trail of the ethereal grass snails. Unlike modern snails, ethereal grass snails belonged to the semi-tier of magical beasts and moved with remarkable speed, soon halting at a spot. Before them lay a patch of ethereal grass, measuring 10 meters square. Yet, the ethereal grass snails did not rush forward. They connected their antennae, seemingly communicating, before gradually encircling the lush expanse of grass. Restraining Yuan Qi's impulse to rush ahead, Tao Zi readied 2 vials of potion in her hands, sensing that the situation was far from straightforward. Indeed, after a considerable duration, a solitary ghostly snail cautiously ventured towards the nearby ethereal grass. Just as it was about to make contact with the nearest blade, a long, pitch-black serpent surged forth from the thicket, devouring the unsuspecting snail in a single gulp. Concealed in the shadows, Tao Zi mused that the ghostly snail, subsisting solely on ethereal grass throughout its existence, must find this verdant bounty irresistibly alluring. Yet, confronted with such an expansive meadow of ethereal grass, they remained eerily still, paralyzed by fear of the obsidian serpent. Meanwhile, the black serpent had engaged in a fierce struggle with a multitude of ghostly snails. Its most formidable weapon was its pervasive and lethal venom, yet the ghostly snail possessed an innate resistance to this toxin. Indeed, the serpent swiftly consumed one snail after another, but the sheer abundance of them was insurmountable. As it devoured a significant portion of the snails, nearly succumbing to its own gluttony, Tao Zi finally revealed herself. With a mere gesture, she immobilized both combatants and swiftly ended the serpent's life. The secretion of the ghostly snail could neutralize a portion of toxins, serving as an essential ingredient in the concoction of antidotes, while the serpent, with its demon core, serpent skin, and gallbladder, could fetch a handsome price. Tao Zi collected the remaining ghostly snails and the serpent's carcass into her storage pouch, preparing to harvest the ethereal grass before her. The smallest of these plants was already a second-tier spiritual herb, nearly equivalent in value to the renowned red cloud ginseng, and the worth of this particular patch, seemingly 50 years old, was evident. With deft precision, she extracted her medicinal hoe and jade box, ready to embark on her task. However, at that moment, an inexplicable sense of alarm washed over her. Without a moment's hesitation, she shoved Yuan Qi aside, and the Feng-Yi sword was drawn from its sheath. Tao Zi raised her head to meet the fierce gaze of the beast before her, which turned out to be a cerulean eagle. Its sharp claws were aimed menacingly at her head. In an instant, Tao Zi summoned a vine as thick as her arm, ensnaring one of the eagle's talons. However, being a second-tier beast, the cerulean eagle was inherently powerful and robust, causing Tao Zi to stumble as it yanked her upwards into the air. Just as she intended to use a solidifying agent to immobilize the giant eagle, Yuan Qi, who had been hiding on the ground, suddenly dashed out. He defiantly stood amidst the dark grass and violently uprooted one of the plants. Concerned for his safety, Tao Zi was taken aback by what unfolded next. To her astonishment, the cerulean eagle obediently set her down on the ground, then squatted in a submissive manner akin to a quail, gazing fearfully at Yuan Qi. Yuan Qi's tender voice rang out. "Zi, do not be afraid. It fears me." Tao Zi was still in shock. Could this be the bloodline pressure among beasts? Although Yuan Qi was parentless and transcended the 5 elements and 6 realms, he was, at his core, still a creature of the wild. Chapter 94. The falling rock pool. Since that day, Tao Zi began to reflect on whether she had erred in her previous actions. Beasts and humans were inherently different. Even among humans, one must learn and grow gradually. Her prior protectiveness over Yuan Qi had been excessive. She needed to let him explore this world. To engage in battle, he was meant to grow stronger. Yuan Qi was unaware of the changes rippling through Tao Zixin's heart. Yet her invitation for him to walk alongside her marked a departure from the past, when he could only linger in her shadow. Though unspoken, a profound joy swelled within him. He was still grasping the concept of companionship, yet he was acutely aware that he did not relish being sheltered. Together, the boy and his beast traversed the landscape, collecting a bountiful array of spiritual herbs and fruits along the way, yet the elusive bird mushroom remained unfound. With the knowledge that their time in this secret realm was limited to a mere month, Tao Zixin dared not delay any further. Thus, she and Yuan Qi hastened towards the northeast. According to Sister Wei's conjecture, the prized Pili pepper was most likely to flourish near the easternmost L. To reach the L from the dense forest, they had to navigate through a treacherous swamp. Anxiety gnawed at Tao Zixin's heart. Traversing the mire was no easy task. Consequently, she promptly conjured her shoulder pole to facilitate flight. However, soaring above the swamp was restricted to a height of no more than 2 zhang, rendering her flight quite challenging, as she could only skim the surface of the swamp. The massive-eyed crocodiles lurking below were formidable foes, and had it not been for the ample potions in Tao Zixin's possession, their passage would have been fraught with peril. Thus, after 3 arduous days, they finally emerged from the vast swamp. As their feet met solid ground, a sigh of relief escaped both Tao Zixin and Yuan Qi. In stark contrast to the previous swamp and rainforests, they now stood upon a barren expanse, composed of blackish-gray, unidentifiable mineral grains. Tao Zixin raised her gaze. Ahead loomed a majestic range of towering mountains, their summits capped with snow. Consulting her map, she set her sights on the second highest peak and quickened her pace, finally reaching the summit just before darkness enveloped the land. It seems that this place was once a volcanic crater, yet the volcano never erupted. Instead, over the passage of time, it has given rise to this crystal-clear pool of water. According to the map and the description provided by Sister Wei, this must undoubtedly be the falling rock pool. Tao Zi took a deep breath. While the pool appeared to be serene and transparent, it was, in fact, anything but tranquil. The destination she aimed for was the very spot leading down into the magma of this volcanic cavity, with no alternative routes available. Without further hesitation, she retrieved the water-repelling beads she had prepared earlier, handing one to Yuan Qi while clutching another herself, and together they dove toward the pool's depths. Yuan Qi unleashed his formidable aura, causing waves of piranhas to retreat in succession. However, not all beasts were intimidated by his presence. Take, for instance, the gungo snake before them. Despite its name, this creature bore more resemblance to a centipede due to its excessively segmented tail. The specimen before them measured an impressive 8 to 9 feet in length, far surpassing any centipede. Upon noticing Tao Zi and Yuan Qi encroaching into its territory, it surged violently, launching itself toward Tao Zi. Even though she possessed a water-repelling bead for protection, she was still buffeted by the turbulent waters, a testament to the snake's immense power. The aquatic environment was inherently disadvantageous to human cultivators, and relying solely on her own abilities would yield little hope of victory. Tao Zi nodded at Yuan Qi, who then boldly confronted the serpent, provoking it into an attack. Yet the gung-go snake, having gained intelligence over time, was not so easily deceived. It remained fixated on Tao Zi, its relentless pursuit making it evident that human cultivators faced considerable limitations underwater, and Tao Zi was no exception. She deftly evaded the multi-limbed creature's onslaught, while conjuring formidable aquatic plants in an attempt to ensnare her adversary. However, the gung-go snake exhibited remarkable agility in the water, capitalizing on its advantageous terrain. Not only did it evade the entanglements of Tao Zi's aquatic plants, but it also gradually approached her. At this moment, Yuan Qi once again swam close to the formidable serpent. Tao Zi, instinctively brandishing the water plants, contemplated pulling Yuan Qi behind her. Yet, recalling her prior resolution, she ultimately restrained herself. If that were the case, then let them confront the adversary together, resolutely amplifying her spiritual power. Countless slender water plants unfurled their flexible bodies in the water, gradually forming a vast net. The gung-go snake, however, appeared utterly unfazed, even daringly provoking as it surged into the net before it was fully woven, swiftly utilizing its numerous delicate limbs to rend apart the nearly complete trap in mere moments. Tao Zi was taken aback by the tenacity of the gung-go snake. Subsequently, she summoned the purple gold net acquired from Pingguo, thinking to herself that no matter how formidable this giant serpent might be, it could not surpass the strength of this purple gold fine iron. Yet, having already refined the net, it now moved in accordance with her will, rendering it impossible for the serpent to evade at its whim. Tao Zi adeptly manipulated the purple gold net, expanding it while closely pursuing the gung-go snake. In an instant, the dynamics of the underwater confrontation shifted. Tao Zi was no longer at a loss. Previously, Yuan Shi had anxiously circled around the gungo snake, which had paid him no heed. However, as the giant serpent sought to evade the purple-gold net, it suddenly turned its attention towards Yuan Shi, not far away. A fierce glint ignited in its eyes, prompting it to resolve the matter of this insignificant target first. It swiftly altered its course, pursuing Yuan Shi with an air of frantic urgency. Yuan Shi, witnessing the giant serpent finally pursuing him, felt a mix of exhilaration and trepidation. As Tao Zi observed the serpent-like gungo chasing after Yuan Shi, a smile blossomed on her lips. She had been waiting for this very opportunity. She retracted her purple-gold net and intensified her spiritual energy output, swiftly diving beneath the serpent, producing a finely crafted golden crossbow. She aimed at the soft underbelly of the massive creature and pulled the trigger. This exquisite crossbow had been entrusted to her by her master, Xianxia, before his departure, filled with magical artifacts crafted by her mentor. The arrowhead was infused with a solidifying potion. Once embedded within the gungo, it would soon rupture, releasing a concoction potent enough to fell beasts several times its size. Indeed, the arrow not only pierced the serpent's skin but also burrowed half an inch deep. In an instant, the gungo collapsed, slowly sinking to the bottom of the water. Tao Zi examined the crossbow in her hand, marveling at her master's prowess as a weaponsmith. This crossbow was a testament to craftsmanship that modern technology could scarcely replicate. She had never imagined that a mere cultivator could achieve such finesse, nor that such weaponry existed in this realm. A fleeting thought shimmered in her mind, yet it eluded her grasp. There was no time for contemplation. Tao Zi swiftly delivered the coup de jarcy to the temporarily incapacitated gungo, collecting its demon core and other valuable parts into her storage pouch. She removed the arrowhead from the creature, cleaned it meticulously, and stored it with care. Continuing her descent, Tao Zi unleashed her spiritual sense without reservation, eager to locate a vulnerable point. At last, she identified a relatively weak spot and planted 3 explosive talismans. With a thunderous roar, the rocks at the bottom of the pool shattered and flew, sending ripples throughout the water. Tao Zi paid no heed to the murky waters of the pool, swiftly pulling Yuan Shi towards the narrow opening that had just been revealed. Chapter 96. The Power of Vitality. Bursting through the curtain of water mingled with debris, the passage behind them gradually sealed. Tao Zi retrieved a moonstone to illuminate the corridor, which felt dry and stifling, yet the air flowed with an unexpected current. Could it be that other passages existed here? The pair, one human and one beast, descended further. And contrary to her expectations, there was no trace of the earth's fiery energy. Anxiously, Tao Zi pondered. The lightning chili thrived within the lava, constantly eroded by the earth's fire. If there were no such energy here, the lightning chili could not possibly exist. Yet, since they had come this far, retreat was not an option. Navigating through the nearly vertical corridor, her feet finally touched solid ground. Surveying her surroundings, it became evident that the area below was a labyrinth of countless passages extending in every direction. Tao Zi sat cross-legged, allowing her consciousness to expand infinitely, striving to sense even a trace of the earth's fiery energy, but to no avail. It was time to take a gamble. She had no other alternatives. The path was treacherous and bewildering, a maze that would likely pale in comparison to this complexity. After traversing an indeterminate period, she could not help but scoff at her predicament. Her initial quest for spiritual flora had now turned into a desperate search for an exit. She had completely lost her sense of direction, unable to locate even a single upward passage. Though the air was in motion, it seemed to emerge from all directions. The best outcome at this juncture was that she had yet to discover any markings she had previously made. With each interval of fewer than 30 steps, Tao Zi left a mark. Furthermore, Yuan Shi had not detected any signs of a formation in their current location. Unless there exists a formation so intricate that even Yuan Shi cannot discern it, it must be a naturally occurring phenomenon. She clung to the latter hope and continued her journey. Ahead, the path seemed to widen, and Tao Zi felt a surge of joy. Any change is welcome. She quickened her pace, and along the way, she spotted several clusters of Yuron grass. This second-tier spiritual herb, though rare, possesses a value surpassing that of third or even fourth-tier spiritual herbs, truly a priceless treasure in the market. Moreover, its growth is nurtured solely by the essence of geothermal energy. Tao Zi's heart raced with excitement. Could this imply that more geothermal energy lay ahead? As she progressed, she continuously sensed the fluctuations around her. Tao Zi furrowed her brow. Why was there still no trace of geothermal energy, but rather a palpable vitality? The further she advanced, the stronger this life force became, stirring her own spiritual energy in response. Her heartbeat quickened, and a variety of spiritual plants began to emerge along the path, flourishing more vibrantly as the life force intensified. What lay ahead? Her thoughts swirled with confusion and urgency. Taozi could no longer afford to dwell on the increasingly rare spiritual plants around her. She merely wished to calm her racing heart and reach the source of this abundant life energy more swiftly. She yearned for it. Yuan Qi, witnessing this unprecedented fervor in Taozi, could not help but reach out to her. Upon meeting his concerned gaze, she became aware of her previous recklessness. Could it be that this life force had an enchanting effect on the heart? But she quickly shook her head. This force was incomparably pure, instilling boundless vitality and joy, revealing that she had been blinded by her own desires. Chapter 97. The Flames of Withering and Flourishing. It approached, drawing ever nearer, the rich power of life guiding Tao Zi's steady steps forward. She tread upon uneven rocks, stepped on a soft earth, and traversed caves abundant with mystical flora. There it was, in the midst of the most exuberant cluster of bamboo and fragrant reeds. Her heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. What was this? From within the bamboo and fragrant reeds, a glimmer of green light emerged, faint yet vibrant, resembling a flame, though devoid of its burning intensity, instead exuding boundless vitality. Just then, that glimmer of green seemed to notice her and Yuan Qi. In an instant, it divided into two, rushing towards Tao Zi and Yuan Qi's faces. Instinctively, Tao Zi raised her sword in defense, but the green light, severed by the blade, rejoined into a singular force, charging towards her once more. With a thunderous roar, her entire being felt as if engulfed in flames. Within her consciousness, the green light surged. Previously, due to her bond with Feng Yi, her once dim and tranquil mindscape began to illuminate with light, now possessing both brightness and darkness. Yet now, wherever this green flame spread, various mystical plants rapidly sprouted, branched, blossomed, bore fruit, and then swiftly withered away. After this decay, it seemed as though Tao Zi's mindscape was shrinking. She could not help but clutch her head in agony. Engulfed in flames, her mind was in excruciating pain, and in her panic, she was lost as to how to defend herself, instinctively yearning to expel this foreign invader. Subdue it. It is the flames of withering and flourishing. Feng Yi's voice echoed. Tao Zi could hardly believe it. How could this be possible? This is indeed the ember of withering and flourishing. It is a celestial fire of legend, ranked 9th among the extraordinary flames. Yet, she could not rejoice, for even a foundation-building cultivator would find it challenging to subdue this otherworldly fire, let alone her, who was merely at the qi refinement stage. However, it seemed that there were no alternatives left. If she did not attempt to tame it, she would surely turn to ashes. What are you hesitating for? Hurry. Feng Yi's voice was imbued with an unprecedented urgency. If Tao Zi could not subdue this extraordinary flame, he feared he too would dissipate into the ether. He continued, swift, while it has yet to fully mature into a true ember. Do you not see that it seeks to consume you to augment its own power? A wave of panic surged through Tao Zi, compelling her to channel her spiritual energy to resist the flames. This extraordinary fire had not yet fully coalesced into an ember. No wonder it appeared merely as a flicker of green light. She had studied the methods to subdue extraordinary flames in the library and had long fantasized about the day she would claim a flame of her own. However, she had not anticipated that this day would arrive so abruptly and catch her off guard. Time was of the essence. It was a matter of either her life or her demise. Although the ember of withering and flourishing had not completely transformed into a true ember and lacked the sentience typical of celestial spirits, its instinct alone was sufficient to reduce Tao Zi to cinders. What is withering and flourishing? To flourish is to live. To wither is to perish. Spiritual plants would undergo the cycle of birth, growth, flourishing, and demise within this flame, and cultivators were no exception. Tao Zi strained to manipulate her spiritual energy, attempting to direct the flames according to her will. However, given that this fire had secured its place among the top 10 extraordinary flames, it was indeed extraordinary. She lost track of time, and the flames showed no sign of submission. Yet, Tao Zi had already turned into a figure with white hair and frost-kissed temples, aging gracefully. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her sea of consciousness. To her dismay, the sea of consciousness began to shrink once more. She disregarded the so-called incantation for subduing and concentrated all her energy into her sea of consciousness, observing the frenzied, rampaging green flames within. which left desolation in their wake. She felt her consciousness being devoured bit by bit. Chapter 98. Is it delicious? A wave of despair washed over Tao Zi. What was this eerie green light afraid of? Feng, lend me your strength. Jean Camus. She yearned to transform into a sword. Yet she found herself devoid of any sharp essence. However, she was not without aid. Feng was. Feng manifested in the form she had first encountered. A resplendent golden phoenix infused with the essence of sharpness, soaring towards her. Tao Zi's resentment surged. This was her sea of consciousness. The most sacred domain of a cultivator, now being devoured by an unwelcome intruder. She felt as if she had become a gaping maw. If you wish to consume me, then allow me to feast upon you first. The green light nimbly evaded the golden phoenix, seeking another spot to employ its previous tactic, only to be inadvertently consumed by Tao Zi's gaping mouth, piece after piece. The green light began to tremble with fear, sensing its peril. Realizing the gravity of the situation, it attempted to flee, but the golden phoenix descended with fervor, and in this realm belonging to Tao Zi, such freedom of movement was utterly unacceptable. With her mouth agape to its fullest extent, she took another bite, and only then did she feel an unparalleled sense of relief, as the green light had long since lost its initial vigor, hastily continuing its retreat. A game of cat and mouse ensued, with Feng darting alongside. After an indeterminate period, Tao Zi finally succeeded in completely devouring the green light. After satisfying a hearty meal, Tao Zi felt her consciousness return to its previous vastness, and perhaps even expand further as she withdrew from her sea of consciousness. In an instant, her five senses were restored, but she was scorched by the flames. Sensing that her vitality was being gradually consumed, Tao Zi hastily continued to cultivate her energy to resist the encroaching green light. With the green light seemingly diminished in her sea of consciousness, she found the green light within her body to be less formidable, though still challenging. This was a tug-of-war, a delicate balance of gains and losses. If Tao Zi retreated, the green light would advance further. Thus, she could not afford to withdraw. Yet, while the green light appeared gentle, it possessed boundless vitality that was relentless. The fleeting sense of relief upon exiting her sea of consciousness felt like an illusion. At the core of the flames, Tao Zi found herself increasingly tormented, her meridians being incinerated inch by inch. Her skin, once marked by wrinkles, had morphed into the tough, lifeless texture of aged bark. Her spiritual energy was already depleted, her dantian empty, and her supply of recovery elixirs was long exhausted. Yet, the flames continued to siphon off the last vestiges of her vitality. Vitality, the very essence that once brought her joy, had now transformed into her death knell. This should not be. A realization sparked within Tao Zi. The green light was the source of vitality, was it not? Did it not possess endless life force? As it would spirit root, she had always cherished this essence of vitality. Why not absorb this life force from the flames and convert it for her own use? Without hesitation, without regard for potential consequences, she resolved to directly absorb the life energy of the green light. For surely, there was no outcome more dreadful than inaction. Even if she was in error, even in death, she had made an attempt. Are you out of your mind? Do you comprehend the essence of the withering and flourishing flames? Cease at once. You are on the brink of self-destruction. The anxious voice of Feng echoed within the realm of consciousness, yet he soon regained his composure. If that is the case, let us give it a try. Despite possessing millennia of experience, he found himself at a loss on how to tame this withering and flourishing flame. As for his companion, Tao Zi, he closed his eyes, for this was her choice, and thus, there could be no regrets. Chapter 99. Refinement. Tao Zi gradually inhaled and exhaled the surrounding with spiritual energy, cautiously attempting to draw a thread of vitality from the emerald light. The already frail meridians of her body experienced a sharp pang, yet it was bearable, prompting her to push further. The process seemed swift, yet it unfolded at an agonizingly slow pace. After an undetermined interval, Tao Zi felt her entire body swell, and the wrinkles upon her skin gradually smoothed out. This vitality was indeed extraordinary, although her cultivated with spiritual power was of the essence of life. It paled in comparison to this ethereal flame. Gradually, a green mist enveloped her, while the original soft emerald glow seemed to diminish. She communicated telepathically with Feng. How is Yuan Qi faring? The flames had split into two, heading toward both her and Yuan Qi through their bond. She sensed that Yuan Qi was still alive, yet his life force appeared to wane. Feng sighed before responding, "Fear not. He is a being of the heavens and earth, and this unusual flame will greatly benefit him." Instead, concern yourself with your own well-being. On that day in the secret chamber, he perceived Tao Zi's character to be resilient and tenacious, exhibiting an admirable unwillingness to concede defeat. Moreover, her innate understanding of swordplay marked her as an exceptional candidate for companionship. Thus, he halted Yu Yi and forged a pact with her. However, to his surprise, he had misjudged her. This companion possessed an excess of kindness, showcasing steadfastness while lacking in the necessary ruthlessness. Yet, a relentless pursuit of cruelty might lead one to forsake the benevolence of a true seeker of the path. Just as she could extend her compassion towards spiritual beasts, she could undoubtedly do the same for herself. They were partners, and such companions would never betray one's trust. He hoped she could subdue the source of this strange fire. Upon hearing Feng Yi's words, Tao Zi felt a sense of relief. With xianxia unoccupied, she was all the less permitted to falter. Her silver hair gradually darkened. Her skin became more vibrant, and her internal spiritual energy swelled. The green orbs of energy multiplied steadily. Yet, the current scene contrasted starkly with the earlier instance when the strange fire had aggressively consumed the vitality within her. Now, it was a process of absorption, transforming it for her own use. Although the amount of vitality she could refine was meager, each bit she assimilated restored her strength incrementally. Furthermore, she sensed that this ethereal flame might possess fortifying properties. Perhaps it was not merely her imagination, as she felt her physical form had indeed grown considerably more robust. Days and nights passed without her notice, and soon, a faint green flame enveloped Tao Zi, rising in a misty green haze. The moment to subdue the strange fire had reached its critical juncture. The vitality she had previously refined had fully restored her injured body. What remained was the true act of subjugation, with a heart as tranquil as still water, enveloped in profound silence. Regardless of the world's wonders or the vastness of the universe, only Tao Zi and the orb of green light remained. Tao Zi ceased her concerns for the incantations of the library and instead endeavored to communicate with the yet-to-be-formed flame of withering and flourishing. Though it had not yet attained sentience, it should possess some instinctive awareness. However, this luminous orb seemed disinclined to acknowledge Tao Zi, growing increasingly ferocious instead. It was a spirit of heaven and earth, transcending all beings, humans, demons, and devils alike. Innately endowed with boundless power, it inherently resisted subjugation by any mortal. Tao Zi was not taken aback by this. After all, her intentions were merely exploratory. Now, she would observe who would emerge as the ultimate victor. She no longer merely restrained herself to siphoning a mere wisp. Instead, she audaciously extracted 1/10 of the nascent flame's radiance. In an instant, the meridians, which had only just begun to mend, swelled once more, threatening to crack anew. Yet, Tao Zi bore the agony, tirelessly circulating her unnamed heart technique to restore the damaged pathways. Chapter 100. Advancement. The flame absorbed the vitality from Tao Zi, while she relentlessly refined the life force within the flame to replenish herself. She contemplated that, through this cyclical process, the assimilation of the flame would only grow easier. Meanwhile, the previously arrogant and fearless nascent fire suddenly surged in intensity, as if to bolster its own presence. It continued to greedily siphon the life force from Tao Zi. Yet, she remained undeterred, calmly refining this additional 1/10 of the flame's essence. The indeed possesses the remarkable ability to refine the body. With each strand of flame she absorbs, her physique grows stronger, and even her meridians become increasingly resilient, ensuring that subsequent refinements proceed ever more smoothly. Through the tempering of this radiant flame, Tao Zi, who had previously achieved the meridian width of an ordinary early-stage foundation cultivator, now found herself on the cusp of the late foundation stage. Thus, she grew more patient. Not long after, Tao Zi completely refined the remaining strand of flame and prepared to extract 1/10 from the residual glow, just as she had done twice before. However, in the midst of the process, she was unable to sever the connection in time, and the entirety of the remaining flame surged through her meridians. Aiming directly for her dantian, the flame transformed into an endless source of life force. But how could Tao Zi possibly withstand such an overwhelming torrent? She initially believed the flame would retreat, yet it unexpectedly resorted to a mutual destruction tactic. Wherever the flame traversed, her meridians began to disintegrate. Had she not previously refined a substantial amount of life force to fortify her meridians, they would have surely shattered by now. Nevertheless, Tao Zi felt as if her insides were ablaze, and as the flames threatened to invade her dantian, Feng Yi rushed forward, preparing to intervene. Yet, given the flame's intent of mutual annihilation, how could it possibly fear a mere sword spirit, one who had yet to solidify into a spiritual body? Seeing this, Tao Zi cried out, "Feng Yi, get back!" Feng Yi complied and gradually began to accept this partnership. Indeed, Tao Zi, much like with Yuan Qi, was unwilling to allow them to suffer even the slightest harm. He could not quite articulate the feelings stirring within him. This companion was unlike any he had encountered before. Yet how could she withstand it? He shouted, "What will you do? Don't seek death." Boom. In an instant, the blazing light recklessly surged into Tao Zi's dantian. The dantian instantly boiled, and countless vital energies radiated from it, spreading through the meridians. Tao Zi was on the verge of exploding and perishing. However, in reality, she was racing against time, creating 1 from 2, 2 from 3, and 3 from all things. But where do all things originate? Where do they return? Ultimately, the Tao begets one, and all things are but manifestations of myriad entities, destined to return to one, to the Tao. Heaven had granted her a single spiritual root, and she cultivated this vital energy. How could she easily relinquish such an opportunity? All things stem from the same source. What about her own vital energy and that of the blazing light? The heart's method incessantly revolved, striving to control the surging vital energy, guiding it to traverse the designated paths, while the meridians continued to expand and the dantian perpetually enlarged. Finally, she achieved the 12th level of qi refinement. Yet the aura emanating from Tao Zi still ascended. Feng Yi was astonished. Are you attempting to establish a foundation? Chapter 101. Body refinement. Typically, after a cultivator completes the process of drawing qi into the body automatically expels impurities and filth, akin to undergoing the first body refinement. While subsequent advancements can still eliminate internal impurities, they are incomparable to the initial experience and can no longer be termed body refinement. After entering the Tao, if one wishes to refine their body further, they can only rely on the efficacy of rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The luminous flame, as the primordial force of the withering fire, may indeed possess the capability to shatter, yet no one has ever substantiated this notion. Even if it were feasible, it hinges upon the premise that Tao Zi's original physique can endure the scorching of this fire, and moreover, that she can survive the uncertain duration of this ordeal. Aware of such risks, Tao Zi hesitated little, though she had previously cultivated the purple wood body refining technique, enhancing her physical constitution far beyond that of an ordinary foundation establishment practitioner. The agony still compelled her to draw in sharp breaths. Unlike the flame's proactive incineration of Tao Zi, this purposeful tempering proved even more excruciating. Yet, cognizant of her predicament, resistance was futile. The grimace on her face became uncontrollable, and at times she could not suppress the pained roars that escaped her lips. In the sea of consciousness, Feng Yi felt a tremor within her heart. She had long recognized that although Tao Zi pursued the path of magical cultivation, she had never neglected the refinement of her body. Thus, enduring the pain of body tempering was to be expected. After all, every form of strength comes at a price. However, seeing Tao Zi's face swollen and veins protruding as she valiantly bore the torment stirred something within her. Tao Zi truly exemplified remarkable fortitude. Beside the falling rock pool, an unremarkable female cultivator played with her spirit pet, her expression wavering with uncertainty. She transmitted a thought. "Elder Chu, do you also sense that there is a rare treasure at the bottom of this pool?" "Indeed, little Ling has sensed something as well. What are you still hesitating for? This secret realm is set to conclude in 7 or 8 days. Since you lack other objectives, why not venture down to investigate?" The young girl, affectionately referred to as Little Blue, possesses commendable qualities, yet it seems she relies too heavily on those around her. With the presence of a certain individual, she has become increasingly reluctant to engage in independent thought, leading her to gradually lose her sense of agency. He earnestly wishes to alter this situation, striving to refrain from addressing her inquiries, yet finds himself unable to resist speaking at critical moments. Upon hearing this, Yuan Songlan noticed that the small creature resembling an ordinary squirrel in her arms was incessantly chattering. Resolving her hesitation, she retrieved a water-repelling pearl and submerged herself to the bottom of the pool. Meanwhile, Tao Zi continued to endure the searing pain of a gentle flame, which had penetrated from her skin to her very bones. Despite the torment, she maintained her meditative posture, reciting scriptures, chanting the collection of grasses, and the comprehensive treatise on trees, as layers of impurities were expelled from her body. What is the most vital aspect for a cultivator? It lies in the sea of consciousness or the dantian. However, without a spiritual root as a foundation, neither can be properly cultivated. As Yuan Songlan navigated through the depths of the pool and the vertical passage, she discerned that this place had recently been breached by others. Thus, she proceeded with caution, aware that in such circumstances, even encounters with fellow disciples were likely to be adversarial rather than friendly. Moreover, within the secret realm, 8 major sects had dispatched 100 chi-refining disciples each. Since her arrival, the little spirit had been overwhelmed with excitement, to the point of losing her sense of direction. She could only convey through her thoughts, "Elder Chu, which direction should we proceed?" Elder Chu pondered for a considerable time before responding, "East." Unbeknownst to her, shortly after she took her first steps toward the east, a group of individuals descended in pursuit of the pool's depths, following closely behind her. Chapter 102. Seeking assistance in this moment. Although Tao Zi had momentarily fainted from the excruciating pain, she soon regained consciousness due to the intensity of her suffering. Upon introspection, she observed that her spiritual root was being scorched by the flames. Once again, she endeavored to guide and control the blaze. Another arduous day and night passed, and whether it was merely an illusion, Tao Zi felt that her originally translucent and verdant spiritual root appeared even more pristine, while the once rampant flames had diminished to half their former intensity. Witnessing this, she continued to communicate tentatively, "Either be entirely refined by me or submit." The body tempering had been completed, yet she could still proceed with further refinement. Although it would require some time, the pace would undoubtedly surpass that of before. And it was only a matter of time before this formless withering flame would be entirely transformed by her. The mass of flames in her dantian trembled slightly, ultimately adopting a more docile demeanor. It was then that Tao Zi dispatched a thread of her consciousness to forge a bond with it. Thereafter, the flame would await the opportunities bestowed by Tao Zi, along with her spiritual energy to nurture it, allowing it to truly metamorphose into the genuine withering flame. Once everything was in order, Tao Zi turned her attention to Yuan Qi's condition, finding him in a deep slumber reminiscent of the ascension described in the texts. She dared not disturb him further and carefully transported him to the spirit pet dwelling. After casting a cleansing spell upon herself and changing into a fresh set of garments, Tao Zi finally had the leisure to survey her surroundings. The once vibrant spiritual plants within the cave had been reduced to ashes, yet numerous seeds remained, which Tao Zi could not bear to waste, diligently collecting them one by one. Furthermore, hidden beneath the remnants of the spiritual flora lay no fewer than 10 storage bags. But there were no signs of any corpses. It was evident that these had been consumed of their vitality by the luminous orb before being incinerated. Tao Zi felt a sense of relief. Had it not been for her innate single-wood spiritual root, her meridians and physique being distinctly unlike those of ordinary individuals, coupled with the fact that this luminous orb had not yet matured into a true flame seed. Any deficiency among these factors might have led her to share the same fate as the owners of those storage bags. As she retraced her steps, she found that a considerable number of various spiritual plants still remained, and she seized the opportunity to excavate 2/3 of them. This delay had already spanned over half a month, and with only 3 to 5 days remaining before the conclusion of the secret realm, the elusive thunder pepper still seemed out of reach. However, it was certain that no further thunder peppers would be found here. The withering flame possessed the same devouring capability as all other flames, as it thrived by consuming. It was likely that this formless withering flame had grown to its current state by absorbing the geothermal lava of this place. At present, the most pressing matter was to discover a means of leaving this location. During her arrival, she had spent approximately 4 to 5 days navigating her way through, keenly observing her surroundings. Now, following the marks she had left behind, her pace quickened significantly. Not long after, the sounds of combat reached her ears, precisely in the direction she sought. Since evasion was not an option, she decided to approach and investigate. To her astonishment, it was Yuan Songlan and another male cultivator engaged in a fierce battle against 3 other practitioners. Yuan Songlan had already noticed her, and the voice of old Chu sighed within his mind. This child possesses an unstoppable vitality. It seems the opportunity has already been seized by her, and I have ultimately arrived a moment too late. Chapter 103. Assistance. Tao Zi paid little heed when Yuan Songlan addressed her as junior sister. This was the first time Yuan Songlan had spoken to her. Although they had been aware of each other previously, they had never engaged in dialogue. Logically, since both of them were at the 12th level of qi refinement, and Tao Zi was a disciple of a nascent soul-true monarch. It would not be inappropriate for Yuan Songlan, who had only studied under a golden core real person, to address her as senior uncle if she wished. Yet, it seemed she had never referred to her in such a manner based on their lineage. If lineage were to be considered, she ought to call Song Shan senior uncle as well. Thus, addressing one another based on cultivation level seemed more fitting to her taste. Although she harbored thoughts of competing with Yuan Songlan, it was merely the normal spirit of rivalry among fellow disciples. In the face of external adversaries, fellow disciples would always stand together in protection. Without a moment's hesitation, she drew her sword and joined the fray with the other three, instantly reversing the situation on the battlefield. Within a mere 100 moves, the Qi Refinement 12th level practitioner battling Tao Zi fell beneath her sword. She bound him securely and suspended him in midair before continuing to assist Yuan Songlan against their foes. However, Yuan Songlan said, "Feng Jiu is injured. You must aid him first." Only then did Tao Zi realize that the male practitioner on their side was named Feng Jiu. Since she had resolved to offer her assistance, she no longer hesitated. With a deft movement, she intercepted the attacks directed at Feng Jiu from the opposing female practitioner. Although the female cultivator possessed the 12th layer of Qi refining, she was no match for Tao Zi, who had honed her body for years. After just a few exchanges, not only did she fail to inflict any harm on Tao Zi, but she was also forced to retreat several steps by a single punch from Tao Zi. Observing her own fist, Tao Zi felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through her entire being, her muscles and bones fortified to more than double their previous might. She sheathed her fingy sword, preparing to engage the female cultivator in unarmed combat. Meanwhile, Yuan Songlan, who was subtly diverting some of her attention to Tao Zi, was struck by a profound realization. In just a few months since the internal competition commenced, Tao Zi had experienced such remarkable growth that, should they engage in a fair duel now, she would undoubtedly surpass Yuan Songlan. Such rapid advancement hinted at extraordinary encounters. Could it be the opportunity that Yuan Songlan had just missed? A mysterious glimmer flickered in her eyes. The outcome of Tao Zi's bout with the female cultivator was virtually predetermined. Under the onslaught of her fists, the opponent soon cowered, shielding her face and pleading for mercy. Yuan Songlan, facing three adversaries without breaking a sweat, swiftly concluded her own skirmish. After binding all three, particularly the male who had previously been ensnared by Tao Zi, Yuan Songlan inclined her hands in gratitude towards Tao Zi. "Thank you, Sister Tao, for your assistance. I never imagined that within such a brief span, your cultivation would advance to this remarkable level." Tao Zi, however, failed to perceive the underlying implications of her words. Surprised that Yuan Songlan had taken note of her progress, she replied with a chuckle, "Ah, Sister Yuan, there is no need for such formality. I only recently ascended, it was merely fortune." Upon hearing this, Yuan Songlan could not suppress a surge of indignation. It was utterly absurd that Tao Zi had seized her opportunity and yet referred to it as mere luck. Beside her, the male cultivator gently squeezed her hand at an opportune moment, allowing her to maintain a semblance of composure, though she found herself at a loss for words thereafter. Tao Zi remarked, "Sister Yuan, since the matter has reached a conclusion, I shall take my leave." She could discern the deep connection between the male cultivator named Feng Jiu and Yuan Songlan, yet she had no desire to delve further into their relationship, having fulfilled her obligations as a fellow disciple. Indeed, Yuan Songlan showed no intention of introducing the male cultivator to her, nor did she make any effort to retain her. Observing this, Tao Zi chose not to linger in conversation and was about to depart when suddenly, the male cultivator who had previously clashed with Yuan Songlan exclaimed loudly, "Fellow cultivator, please wait. Do not be deceived by this enchantress. That male cultivator is a demon." Chapter 104. The divine Hall. Tao Zi halted in her tracks, while Yuan Songlan's heart sank. Although there was currently little enmity between righteous and demonic cultivators, Feng Jiu's identity was extraordinary. In her moment of desperation, she had inadvertently revealed his name. Should this Sister Tao seek to investigate further? Despite her resentment over having her opportunity snatched away, she had just offered assistance, and she had no intention of resorting to violence to silence her. However, Tao Zi merely paused briefly before continuing on her path, setting aside the fact that there was no significant rift with demonic cultivators. Even if this individual were indeed a villainous fiend, she had no intention of meddling. The closing of the secret realm was imminent, and she had yet to locate the Pili Pepper. Though her expression remained calm, her heart was already in a state of anxiety. She could afford no delays. Channeling her energy, She followed the trail of markers she had left behind, swiftly making her way toward the passage leading to the falling rock pool. At this moment, as the sun gracefully descends, the surface of the falling rock pool mirrors the exquisite hues of the sunset, a splendid tapestry of crimson and violet interwoven across the horizon. Yet, Taozi's heart is far from captivated by this beauty. She retrieves her map once more, contemplating where the elusive pie pepper might still reside. Ignoring the potential dangers that the encroaching night may bring to the forest, she hoists her burden and sets off towards the central temple. With the naturally occurring pie pepper now absent, perhaps the temple's medicinal garden harbors some. Deep down, she understands that given the pie pepper's demanding growth conditions, this hope is exceedingly slim. Nonetheless, as long as a glimmer of possibility remains, she cannot afford to surrender. Freed from Yuan Qi's oppressive presence, various beasts, particularly those of the aerial variety, relentlessly assail Taozi along her path. With swift precision, she conjures her thorns and potions in unison, dispatching each obstructive creature with ease. Hardly pausing to collect their demon cores, Taozi feels no significant regret and quickens her pace, ultimately catching sight of the temple's silhouette in the morning light 2 days later. This place is said to be the site of a fallen powerful being of the merging phase, surrounded by diverse minerals and spiritual flora from all directions. With the temple at its heart, Taozi halts 30 miles from the temple, changing into the garment with the highest defensive capabilities. After optimizing her physical condition, she consumes an invisibility potion and proceeds towards the temple. It is rumored that this powerful being fell before the temple, designating it as his place of legacy. Consequently, almost every chi-refining practitioner who qualifies to approach this site, regardless of the direction they are transported, ultimately arrives at the temple in search of fortune. With less than 3 days remaining until the end of the secret realm, it is likely that many practitioners will gather. Where there are people, there is contention. Indeed, before Taozi could enter the temple, she witnessed 2 groups of practitioners embroiled in a conflict at the entrance. Silently reciting the wood concealment technique, she stealthily entered the temple from behind the crowd. Contrary to her expectations, although referred to as a temple, the grand hall visible from the main entrance was surprisingly austere. It was neither lofty nor opulent, and one could see its end with a single glance. Taozi swiftly traversed the hall and proceeded toward a small door on the left. The path was overgrown with weeds, reflecting a state of utter desolation. The alchemy chamber and the artifact refining area had long been stripped bare. She sighed, although she had not harbored high hopes. She could not suppress the disappointment that welled within her. With a sense of dejection, she continued onward, encountering several practitioners from other sects along the way. They exchanged little more than hurried glances before passing each other by. Chapter 105, Clouds. Taozi, 2, moved with urgency. A day later, she had explored the entirety of the temple, yet almost all the inner chambers had been completely ransacked, and in the medicinal garden, amidst the rampant wild grasses, not a single spirit plant could be found. She sat down on the steps of a dilapidated palace, pondering where the pyre chili could possibly be unbeknownst to her. Another day had passed, and the sun began to set in the west, casting the realm into twilight. The evening glow at the horizon, resplendent like fire, as weary birds returned to their nests, leaving behind trails in the twilight. Trails. This place is not confined like the crocodile swamps. Yet can these birds truly soar to such heights? Moreover, given the speed and strength of these birds, how could they leave such distinct marks? Taozi felt a surge of excitement. She consumed a vial of invisibility potion and, with the advent of nightfall, ascended straight into the sky. With only 2 days remaining until the conclusion of the secret realm, she was determined to explore every conceivable possibility. Upon reaching the heights, she sped towards the remnants of the colorful sunset. The birds that had previously soared were now long gone, and the vibrant hues were gradually succumbing to the encroaching darkness. The howling winds at high altitude filled Taozi's ears, yet her heart and mind were solely focused on the location of that memorable evening glow. If the birds had left their traces through that sunset, then logically, she could too. It was not a matter of the birds or her own capabilities, but rather the peculiarity of the evening glow in this place, which felt extraordinarily unusual. The speed of her journey had reached its zenith, yet Taozi felt it insufficient. Finally, before the night fully enveloped the sky, she arrived at the spot where she recalled the birds had traversed the sunset. The clouds remained, albeit devoid of their former brilliance. She reached out to touch the densely clustered clouds surrounding her. They bore no resemblance to naturally formed clouds. Instead, They possessed a certain weight, composed of countless tiny, indistinguishable particles that fashioned this cloud-like appearance. She could tear this cloud asunder or mold it into any shape she desired. Had she not lingered at the bottom of the pool for half a month, perhaps she would have discovered the peculiarity of the cloud sooner. However, she hoped that this realization was not too belated. Taozi ascended further, reaching out as if to touch some hidden barrier. If time permitted, she might have explored it further, but now every second was precious. She made contact with her sword, attempting several times without success. Channeling half of her spiritual energy into the blade, she tried once more. Upon awakening, she found herself surrounded by the clouds she had seen earlier, enveloping a magnificent palace. This place truly resembled a divine sanctuary. Taozi hastened up the pristine marble steps, vigilantly surveying her surroundings. At last, she reached the end of the staircase. Standing before the palace's grand entrance, only to be confronted by yet another barrier. Suppressing her anxiousness, she resolved to employ her usual method to dispel the obstruction. However, this barrier was unlike the previous one within the clouds. Despite exhausting all her spiritual energy, she could not breach it. Realizing the futility of her efforts, she mounted her shoulder pole atop the clouds, circling the palace in search of a rear entrance. Perhaps heaven was favorably inclined. At the rear right of the palace, there lay a small side door, ajar. Overwhelmed with joy, Taozi rushed inside. The interior revealed a winding path that seemed endless, with no forks to divert her. She continued along this path, which gradually widened and became more open, adorned with blossoming trees. Further along, she began to encounter rooms resembling a refining chamber. As she reached out to touch the door, she discovered yet another barrier. Quickening her pace, she pressed onward, hopeful that just ahead lay a pill refining chamber or herb garden, or perhaps the elusive pili pepper she sought. Chapter 106. Do not be greedy. Continuing onward, she indeed discovered an alchemy chamber. After meticulously examining her surroundings, Taozi found no discernible means to unlock the barriers and resolved to resort to brute force. However, after a dozen strikes with her sword, the door remained impervious. She retrieved an explosive talisman, preparing to attempt again. Yet, before the talisman could be activated, she was suddenly drawn inside by a powerful suction. Subsequently, the door closed automatically. The palace upon the clouds seemed to exist in perpetual daylight, devoid of night. Bathed in this eternal radiance, Taozi surveyed her surroundings. Directly ahead, a small table bore an eye-catching sign that proclaimed rewards for those who completed the trial. Behind it, a less conspicuous sign simply read, "Do not be greedy." Taozi thought to herself, "I shall certainly not be greedy. All I desire is a single pili pepper." To the right of the small table stood 3 rows of 15 alchemical furnaces, each radiating a resplendent aura, clearly not of mundane quality. Nearby, shelves overflowed with jade boxes filled with spirit herbs, everything meticulously arranged, resembling a treasure trove that would evoke covetousness in any beholder. Taozi was well aware that over the years, many had likely entered before her. Perhaps the rewards here were scarce, or perhaps more treasures had once graced this place. Following the directive on the sign at the small table, Taozi approached the trial area, where she directed her spiritual sense into the soul jade slip before her. The first challenge was to identify the spirit herbs. A flicker of joy ignited within her. Although she was a novice in alchemy, she possessed a fair degree of confidence when it came to recognizing spirit herbs. There exists a total of 100 varieties of spiritual herbs, each requiring a meticulous description of its name, characteristics, medicinal value, and processing methods, along with at least one elixir that can be concocted from each herb. With her mind resolute, Taozi began to respond to the questions. Utilizing her spiritual consciousness, she answered the queries inscribed on the jade slip. The initial inquiries were met with near-flawless precision, yet when it came to the intricacies of alchemy, she hesitated momentarily. However, after a brief pause, the original jade slip vanished, revealing 3 jade boxes before her. Was this a reward? This suggested that she had successfully passed the first challenge. Cautiously, she grasped the leftmost jade box, hesitating to make any further movements. Yet, nearly a quarter of an hour passed, and the remaining 2 jade boxes remained untouched in their positions. As Taozi opened the box in her hand, she discovered it did not contain the expected pili pepper. She struggled to quell her disappointment, yet the 4 characters she had seen earlier lingered in her mind, compelling her to covet the remaining 2 boxes. Often, what appears to be a blessing conceals a trap. After all, this was the site of the fall of a powerful being in the integration stage. Even if rumors were exaggerated, it was certain that the presence of formidable beings with cultivation levels exceeding the transformation stage lingered here, and the remnants of their divine consciousness were beyond her capacity to confront. Indeed, after a quarter of an hour, the remaining 2 jade boxes vanished without a trace, and a new jade slip materialized. Pressing her forehead against the slip, Taozi realized that this next trial pertained to the identification of alchemical furnaces. Her knowledge of furnaces was derived primarily from a few miscellaneous texts in the library, which she had perused merely for leisure, leaving her understanding quite superficial. Consequently, she felt uncertain regarding this particular challenge. 15 cauldrons lay before her, yet she could only identify 6. With a sigh, she presumed there would be no further trials, uncertain if she could depart unscathed. However, to her astonishment, the outcome mirrored the previous events. Shortly after the jade slip before her vanished, 3 jade boxes materialized anew. Chapter 107. The conclusion of the secret realm. Taozi was somewhat taken aback. Had she truly passed? Was this assessment genuinely so simplistic? Tentatively, she decided to take the leftmost jade box, which contained a sprig of golden needle jade orchid. The distinct golden veins in its leaves indicated that this spiritual herb was no less than a millennium old. Taozi felt a mix of joy and urgency. She was elated because this herb was a vital ingredient in the concoction of exquisite beauty elixirs, which were always in high demand, worth more than spiritual mines. Thus, acquiring this herb was indeed a significant boon. Yet, urgency consumed her thoughts as she recalled her master's injuries and the mission that had brought her here. A quarter of an hour later, another jade slip appeared before Taozi, this time requiring her to test her spiritual sense. Unlike her previous trial, she felt no anxiety this time. In terms of spiritual awareness, she was already above most peers of her rank, especially after recently absorbing the remnants of the dying and flourishing flames. Though the jade slip was diminutive, as Taozi gradually extended her spiritual sense in accordance with the instructions, she sensed it spreading slowly along an endless path. Not only did the path appear interminable, but her spiritual awareness seemed boundless as well. Yet, it was too late. Her consciousness seemed to be ensnared by the jade slip, a sensation markedly different from the previous green flame. The jade slip resembled a straw, gradually siphoning away her awareness. And despite her resolute intention to sever this connection, her efforts proved futile. Before long, Taozi felt a dull ache at her temples, at which point a voice emanated from the jade slip. Ha ha ha, what a bargain. To possess such a strong consciousness at the chi refinement stage is quite rare. A small sprig of daylily in exchange is hardly a loss. Upon hearing this, Taozi was struck with alarm. Indeed, there is no free lunch. But how could she extricate herself now? She attempted to concentrate and devise a strategy, yet her awareness continued to dissipate, and before she realized it, she succumbed to sleep. In her hazy state, she heard the earlier voice remark, TSK, little Ming, just look at that sour expression of yours. A millennium has passed, and you still haven't managed to change that face. Then another voice chimed in, do not call me little Ming. What have you done with them? To which the first voice replied, I merely extracted a tiny portion of their consciousness, and I have already compensated them. Am I truly such a heartless individual? Indeed, otherwise. How would you earn the name Old Black? Hey, little Ming, after 1,000 years apart, your tongue has certainly become sharper. Speak, what brings you here? Surely not merely to engage in idle banter. Naturally, there are matters at hand. Since the restoration of my fragmented memories, there remain several uncertainties. Follow me. Another voice, which Taozi felt was somewhat familiar, echoed in her mind, yet in her dazed state, she could not recall it. As she strained to listen, she ultimately succumbed to the depths of unconsciousness. When she awoke once more, she found herself in her own medicinal field, precisely at the location where she had been transported before entering the mysterious realm of the spotted rhinoceros. Panic seized her. Had her eagerly anticipated journey come to such an abrupt end? How was she to face those who held high hopes for her? What would become of her masteress poison? Ignoring everything around her, she maintained her position in the medicinal field until nightfall, when the moon ascended. At that moment, 3 transmission talismans flew towards her. One was from Senior Sister Wei, who informed her that everyone else had returned from the spotted rhinoceros realm and inquired about her well-being. The second was from C.E., who, having emerged from the realm with a bounty of spiritual herbs, offered to show her what he had, should she be in need. A spark of realization ignited within Taozi. Indeed, although she had not found the Pili Pepper, perhaps other senior brothers and sisters had encountered fortuitous events. At worst, she could inquire among the top 50 of the recent small competition. With renewed hope, she felt a sense of calm as she picked up the final transmission talisman. However, upon hearing the voice emanating from it, she sprang up from the medicinal field with a start. Transforming back into her previously disguised appearance, she hastened towards Xiaoyang Mountain. Chapter 108. My name is Yin Wu Tao Z dashed forth, swiftly arriving at the edge of Xiaoyang Lake. This was the very spot where, years ago, she had hunted the crimson-eyed sheep alongside Ce and Pang Yuxian, yet nostalgia held no sway over her now. By the lakeside stood that senior figure, as ethereal as the first encounter, their presence illuminated by the moonlight, rendering them even more otherworldly and serene, making it difficult to gaze directly upon them. The consciousness sensed Tao Zi, who turned around with a lingering smile. How have you been, young friend? The moonlight by the lake is exquisite. If you have no pressing matters, why not enjoy this moonlit night with me? Once again, this senior was as carefree and spontaneous as ever. Tao Zi replied, Might I inquire if there is an urgent matter that brought you to summon me at such an hour? The female cultivator cast a reproachful glance her way. You truly have a talent for dampening the spirit. Did you not promise me something in the past? The moon tonight is splendid. Let us fulfill that promise. Tao Zi's expression instantly grew solemn. She had indeed made a commitment long ago and harbored no regrets. She replied earnestly, Please, senior, do go on. The female cultivator spoke slowly. I have heard that the esteemed Taoist Shengyang has recently been pleased to see you so anxious. She continued, He is making grand efforts to acquire the Pai Lai pepper. Is that true? Tao Zi's heart tightened. How could the senior be so well informed about their Tianyu Peak matters? Moreover, her tone suggested a familiarity with her master uncle. Leaving her uncertain about the senior's intentions and objectives, she remained silent. After finishing her words, the senior conjured a jade box out of thin air and tossed it into Tao Zi's hands, which were still trembling in shock and vigilance. There is no need for disguise when you meet me in the future. As if intending to depart, Tao Zi hurriedly stopped her. Senior, the Pai Lai pepper is precious. I cannot accept it without merit. The female cultivator laughed derisively. Oh, who said this is for you? Is it not your master who is in dire straits? Satisfied with Tao Zi's astonished expression, she continued, I have old ties with Xinghe. This item is merely a means to repay a past favor. Tao Zi was indeed overwhelmed with shock, utterly unprepared for the revelation that this elder had a past connection with her master. She inquired, May I ask for your name, esteemed elder? Once my master has recovered, I would like to discuss this matter with him. The female cultivator pondered for a moment before responding in a calm voice, My name is Yin Wu. With that, she dismissed Tao Zi, drifting away like a wisp of mist. Left in a state of stupefaction, Tao Zi could only repeat the name in her mind, Yin Wu. The infamous Yin Wu ranked 6th among the malevolent cultivators of the Chunhua realm. Tao Zi attempted to convince herself that it was merely a coincidence, a case of shared names, but a contrary voice within her insisted that she was indeed the nefarious Yin Wu. How could her master have ties with such a figure? The elder's tone suggested a significant relationship with her master. Otherwise, she would not have so generously presented the precious Pai Lai pepper. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the jade box in her hands, her thoughts growing increasingly intricate. Although this elder was a malevolent cultivator, their previous journey together revealed her to be more complex than the dreadful tales portrayed. Yet, this was undoubtedly an item belonging to a villain. If she truly intended to use this spiritual herb to harm her master, would there not be further schemes at play? Consequently, the jade box transformed into a hot potato. However, she soon chuckled softly, feeling somewhat ashamed for her excessive caution. Given her master's current condition, without the Pai Lai pepper, he might never survive to face any potential threats in the future. Chapter 109. Seeking medicine the following day. Tao Zi made her way directly to Wei Chenyun's cave dwelling. Once they were seated, Wei Chenyun indeed inquired about her recent findings, junior sister. Have you discovered the whereabouts of the Pai Lai pepper? After a moment of contemplation, Tao Zi stated, acquiring a Pai Lai pepper is merely the first step. Its utilization must be discussed with our esteemed master uncle. Wei Chenyun immediately inquired, could there be some underlying circumstance? Is it possible that this spiritual herb? Tao Zi, recognizing her sister's astute intuition, nodded in agreement. Precisely. Although we have obtained this Pai Lai pepper, it was not acquired from the secret realm. The significance of Senior Yin Wu's identity weighed heavily on her mind. She recalled the scene when Rome was accused of colluding with malevolent cultivators. Thus, even in the company of the close-knit Wei sister, she refrained from divulging the complete truth. Taozi marveled at her sister's cleverness and her ability to perceive subtle nuances. Expressing her gratitude, indeed, I intended to inquire when our master uncle would return to the sect. While our master is presently under pressing circumstances, we must await master uncle's arrival before making any decisions. Once reassured that master uncle would soon return, Taozi felt a sense of calm. Shortly thereafter, she departed in haste, leaving behind 2 strands of ethereal grass. She attempted to contact CE and discovered that neither possessed a pili pepper. Thus, she resolved to consult Yuan Songlan. Although Senior Yinwu had provided her with one, the ultimate decision regarding its use remained uncertain. Even if it were to be utilized, having an additional one would be prudent. Regrettably, she lacked Yuan Songlan's communication talisman, compelling her to visit in person. Hoping that Sister Yuan would be present in her cave abode, Yuan Songlan's master, the serene and tranquil Jinren, was the junior sister of the esteemed Shoujing Jinren, who had once sought to accept Taozi as a disciple during the events at Zhenong Hall. Both masters resided in the East 19th Peak, so it was likely that Sister Yuan's dwelling would not be far removed from that location. Times have changed, and the speed of the shoulder pole surpasses that of the paper crane by an immeasurable margin. In less than half an hour, Taozi arrived at the easternmost peak of the East 19 Peaks, Wanyao Peak. At the Deacon Hall, she spent 10 spirit stones to utilize the communication channel to send a message to Yuan Songlan, directly inquiring whether she possessed any pili pepper. Each Deacon Hall is equipped with a means for disciples of the sect to convey messages, and typically, other disciples can use this channel by merely spending spirit stones. It is quite common for cultivators to be in seclusion or unreachable. Thus, it was merely a stroke of luck. Since there was no response, she did not feel overly disappointed. Just as she was about to turn away, she heard someone call out to her, "Junior Sister Tao." Upon looking, she was pleasantly surprised to see Yuan Songlan descending gracefully in a tea-white long dress, alighting from her lotus-shaped flying vessel of a soft water-red hue. Despite her delicate features and subtle colors, there was an inexplicable aura of freshness about her. Taozi promptly stepped forward to pay her respects, saying, "Greetings, Senior Sister Yuan." She had not anticipated that Yuan Songlan would come in person. With a smile, Yuan Songlan replied, "Junior Sister Tao, you are too courteous. I have just returned from the market and received your message talisman. Since I was passing by, I thought I would drop in." Taozi expressed her gratitude, saying, "I appreciate your kindness, Senior Sister. To be frank, I am seeking a pili pepper, as it is known to be produced by the patterned rhinoceros. I hope to try my luck here. I wonder if you might have any. I am willing to purchase it at double the price." Chapter 110. Unwillingness. Upon hearing Taozi's inquiry, Yuan Songlan's face momentarily displayed a hint of hesitation, which soon vanished. With a touch of regret, she replied, "As you mentioned, had it not been for your intervention in the secret realm, capturing my opponent would not have been so effortless, and thus, I am unable to accept your spirit stones. However, although I did venture into the Banksy secret realm and gathered some spirit herbs, I was unable to find the thunder pepper." Noticing the disappointment that Taozi was striving to conceal, Yuan Songlan continued with a sense of satisfaction. "I have come here to invite you to my cave dwelling for a chat. Your previous assistance deserves my heartfelt gratitude." Yet Taozi had no intention of reminiscing. Still courteous, she replied, "Do not dwell on the matters of the secret realm, sister. It is only natural for fellow disciples to support each other. I appreciate your kindness, but I have matters to attend to today, so I must defer our meeting to another time." It was a matter of chance, and since Sister Yuan had not procured the thunder pepper either, it was beyond anyone's control. With a smile, she bid farewell to Yuan Songlan and departed on her peculiar flying apparatus. This was the first time Yuan Songlan had witnessed someone employing such an odd mode of flight, and she couldn't help but chuckle, though Taozi had already drifted far away and could not hear her. In her sea of consciousness, Master Chu could not restrain himself from speaking. "Young Yuan, did we not agree on the journey to gift a thunder pepper to your fellow disciple?" Yuan Songlan felt compelled to respond to Master Chu's words, but after a moment of contemplation, she finally said, "I have changed my mind. I suddenly no longer wish to give it. She seized my opportunity, so why should I still bestow spirit herbs upon her? She possesses the thunder pepper, yet it did not originate from the secret realm. Her space encompasses all 5 elements, with several volcanoes harboring abundant specimens of this rare pepper, all of considerable age. Initially, she had resolved to present a specimen to Taozi to settle the debts incurred at the bottom of the falling rock pool. However, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Upon witnessing the subtle beauty that Tao Zi could scarcely conceal in her lowly bowed head and graceful gestures, a sense of discontent surged within her. Moreover, there lingered an inexplicable sentiment, an intuition that this junior sister might very well become an obstacle in her path. Not to mention, this individual had usurped her opportunity. Old Master Chu sighed, his mouth opening as if to speak, but ultimately he lapsed into silence. Having lived long enough to gain wisdom, he was acutely aware of Yuan Songlan's thoughts. The matter of opportunities was inherently elusive, and only those who encountered them could claim them as their own. When did this young lady Yuan become such a person? Taozi and Wei Qinyan hurried to pay their respects. At the main seat, the Taoist Lord Shengyang's voice resonated like thunder. I have scoured Min's, yet I have not found the thunder pepper. However, I have come across numerous other items. He tossed 2 storage bags before Wei Qinyan and Taozi, continuing, these are for you. Wei Qinyan and Taozi promptly rose to express their gratitude. The Taoist Lord waved his hand, signaling them to take their seats, and inquired of Wei Qinyan, it is one thing for your second junior brother to be absent. But why is your third junior brother not here as well? These troublesome young lads. He held great affection for his 3 disciples. Yet the 2 male students consistently gave him cause for concern. Wei Qinyan pondered. Previously, during the minor competition, junior sister encountered some challenges. However, thanks to the intervention of Master Qiguang and Master Qingyu, everything was ultimately settled. Master Xingyang, astonished, inquired, is it truly so? Qiguang added, what prompted Qingyu to lend his assistance? Wei Qinyan respectfully recounted the exchanges between Tao Zi and Song Rong, detailing the attitudes and statements of various parties, including Master Qiguang, Master Qingyu, Master Lu, Master Chong, and Master Hairuo at that time. After listening, Master Xingyang stroked his beard in contemplation. Reflecting on Qingyu's unexpected support, had he genuinely undergone a change of heart? He then turned to Tao Zi and asked, did the curse indeed pose no hindrance to your subsequent cultivation? What is your personal experience? Tao Zi felt a surge of gratitude and hurriedly nodded, assuring, indeed, it poses no obstacle. Please rest assured, Master. Master Xingyang nodded in acknowledgement and turned to Wei Qinyan, saying, you handled this commendably. As for your Master Qingyu, I shall discuss matters with him on a later date. With that, he gestured for Wei Qinyan to take his leave, remaining alone with Tao Zi.